The striking antagonist, a goddess of the desolate heavens of noble lineage, is wholeheartedly devoted to uniting in matrimony with you. Yet upon receiving the news, you trembled all over, for you have long had a betrothed wife, deemed worthless. She was once the pride of a humble lineage, but one fateful day, her meridians were severed, subjecting her to ridicule and derision. Now, the elders of the clan express their intent to dissolve your engagement, wishing for you to unite with the divine maiden of the wilderness. With her cultivation in ruins and a ring still in hand, you are faced with the prospect of annulment, and a chill swiftly surges through the crown of your head. This template undoubtedly embodies the essence of a destined protagonist. There is no turning back from this marriage. You address the clan elder with unwavering authority, stating, "This matter must not be mentioned again. Though she, Nangong Mingwe, is but a mortal, I shall ensure her eternal peace and security." Just as you finish speaking, a sound in your mind captures your attention. Congratulations on breaking the 7-time limit. You have declined the annulment of your engagement and have received the fortuitous blessings of fate, becoming a bearer of great destiny. The enhancement of bloodline purity, influenced by the ancestral lineage, will reach an impressive 90 within 10 days, establishing the contemporary Jiang clan's most formidable heir. Each time you break through a set parameter and alter your own fortune, a reward is bestowed upon you. As you gaze at the system notification, a contemplative expression crosses your face. No wonder these past 18 years have been fraught with misfortunes. It appears that I have been mistaken all along. Considering this, you should promptly dismiss the guests. As for the elders of the clan, I occasionally have insights. Please feel free to take your leave. The elder observed the pulsating flow of your bloodline, sensing a newfound enlightenment within you. He immediately fell silent and turned to depart. Subsequently, you promptly penned a heartfelt letter, infused with concern, accompanied by a storage ring, entrusting it to a messenger to deliver to Nangong Mingwe. Moreover, the letter repeatedly underscores one essential point. Should the other party remain resolute in their intention to not dissolve the engagement, you shall undoubtedly persevere. Once this matter has been arranged satisfactorily, you exhale a sigh of relief, hoping that your efforts will be felt by the other party. In the future, do not regard yourself as mere fodder for the wild. Meanwhile, within the somewhat barren cultivation grounds of Hung City, the younger generation of the Nangong family is seated in meditation, attentively listening to the martial guidance of the elder. In a corner of the dojo, Nangong Mingyue was with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly immersed in her diligent cultivation. Yet she is now drenched in fragrant sweat, her countenance somewhat disheveled, clearly indicating that the cultivation process has not been smooth. "Senior, I have adhered to your instructions. Yet why does my cultivation progress remain so sluggish?" Nangong Mingyue, unwilling to accept this, opened her beautiful eyes, and, filled with indignation, questioned within her mind. The lingering soul residing within her was awakened by a fortuitous chance a year ago. This slumbering essence, known as the Moonlit Fairy, had been lying dormant in the ancestral hall of her Nangong family. In a gesture of great generosity, the entity bestowed upon her a profound cultivation technique, asserting that the successful mastery of this art could restore her to an unparalleled physique, bestowing upon her an invincible form. Nangong Mingyue harbored no doubts regarding the existence of another. She actively engaged in the cultivation of this formidable technique, yet the nature of this art was exceedingly domineering. Firstly, one must forsake their dantian and self-destruct entirely. The meridians draw transformation from destruction, thus enabling the rebirth of a supreme physique. The Moonlight Fairy repeatedly assured that within a year, she would surely achieve success. However, a year has now swiftly elapsed, and she has merely restored her dantian and meridians, falling far short of attaining the level of a supreme physique. She felt deceived, for throughout the year, she distinctly sensed that the remnants of the other person's soul seemed to have become more abundant. This led her to question whether she was being exploited. "How could I possibly know that your lineage has now fallen to such a state? It is astonishing that you lack even the most fundamental healing elixirs." The Moonlight Fairy is acutely aware that Nangong Mingyue has developed feelings for her, yet she finds herself in a position of helplessness. At that moment, a melodious crane's call pierced the sky, drawing the attention of all who gazed upward. Clad in a Taoist robe, with the emblem of the Jiang family hanging at the waist, the formidable earthly profound expert descended upon the scene, stepping gracefully upon a celestial crane. His immense aura naturally permeated the surroundings, exerting a commanding presence that dominated the entire Taoist temple. May I inquire the esteemed one's purpose for visiting? The Grand Elder of Nangong stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. The formidable member of the Jiang family cast a glance at the esteemed Grand Elder of the Nangong clan and inquired nonchalantly, "Where is Nangong Mingwei?" He continued, "Young Master Jiang Xuan has entrusted me to convey a message." Upon hearing the words, the crowd's expression shifted and speculation arose. Is the annulment of the engagement finally upon us? Nangong Mingwei rose gracefully and approached the formidable figure of the Jiang family. "I am Nangong Mingwei." She had long been mentally prepared for the Jiang family's decision to withdraw from the engagement. Now that it has come to fruition, it is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Although there is a tinge of humiliation in this matter, who can say that Nangong Mingwei cannot rise once more and ascend to the pinnacle of Xintian? When that time comes, she shall reclaim all that is due to her. The formidable warrior of the Jiang family cast a profound gaze upon Nangong Mingwei. Though questions lingered in his heart, he refrained from voicing them and promptly handed over the letter and the storage ring to her. Upon receiving the letter and the storage ring, Nangong Mingwei maintained her serene composure, exhibiting not the slightest hint of disturbance. She did not even show the intention to open the letter. There is no need for you to feel anger. The resurgence of your supreme physique is merely a matter of time. The Moon Fairy's tone carried a hint of coldness. Although the Jiang family boasts a long and venerable lineage of longevity, should you attain mastery in your techniques, opportunities abound to surpass the Jiang family and avenge today's humiliation. After a year of companionship, she has developed a profound affection for her successor. Today, when the successor was jilted, she felt an immense displeasure within her heart. However, the gaze of the younger disciples at this moment bore a significant meaning, as their eyes converge upon the storage ring held by Mingwei of the Nangong clan. This is evidently compensation for the Jiang family's annulment of the engagement, undoubtedly comprising numerous invaluable cultivation resources, should they manage to seize them. At this moment, a distant disciple, Nangong Qingfeng, stepped forward to snatch the letter and storage ring, a mocking expression adorning his face as he spoke. "Nangong Mingwei, you are nothing more than a mere waste now. To bestow these cultivation resources upon you would be a travesty. It would be far better to contribute them to the family, thus providing a final flicker of warmth for our clan." Nangong Mingwei's expression turned icy. "It is not your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingfeng's expression instantly darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Nangong Mingwei. A profound resentment flickered in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on the letter, revealing a cold smirk. "Cousin, why do you not peruse the letter from young Master Jiang Xuan? Is it that you lack the courage to confront the reality of your broken engagement? If that is the case, allow your younger cousin to take up the task." Tearing open the letter, a surge of celestial energy flows forth. Your concerned voice gradually resonates. "The betrothal is set. You are destined to be my wife, Jiang Xuan. I shall protect you with unwavering devotion. As I mature, I will reshape your essence and guide you on your path of cultivation." Everyone was rendered speechless, as though they had encountered ghosts. It is not a case of withdrawing from the engagement. Chapter 5. The Gift of Powerful Medicine. Yushan Mansion. With a thud, Nangong Qingfeng collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with terror. The Jiang family had not called off the engagement. Nangong Mingwei was still the fiancée of Jiang Xuan, the esteemed young master of the Jiang family. Had he just been courting death with his previous actions? Hastily, Nangong Qingfeng crawled before Nangong Mingwei, cautiously presenting her with a letter and a storage ring. Casting a fleeting glance at him, Nangong Mingwei accepted the letter and the ring. Her eyes lowered as emotions surged within her, creating ripples of unrest. The individual was unexpectedly unwavering in their commitment, even pledging to assist her in restoring her constitution. The Moonlight Fairy fell into silence, astonished that, amidst the deceit-ridden cultivation world, there still existed someone so steadfast in their promises. Reflecting on her past, a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she sighed softly, urging Nangong Mingwei to examine the resources within the storage ring. If there are 1 or 2 potent herbs, I am confident I can help you return to the soul consolidation realm within 3 months. Nangong Mingwei nodded and scanned the storage ring with her spirit sense, instantly becoming dazed. The Tai Bai Qinglian, which aids in calming the mind and enhancing cultivation. The Dihuan Ginseng, which, when refined during the breakthrough to the Dihuan realm, could increase the success rate by 10%. The Lihua Tian Chao, a king herb rich in fire laws. The Zhulong Vine, the June Cold Dew, and the Dragon Blood Fruit. The collection of king herbs alone numbered in the dozens, with countless other precious and spiritual herbs. It is worth noting that spiritual herbs are already considered exceedingly rare cultivation resources, while king herbs are a once-in-a-century find. With only a few existing in the entire Hung city, let alone the king herbs. Even the 2 premier factions, Yushan Mansion and Qingyang Sect, regard king herbs as invaluable treasures, rarely employing them lightly. A warm current surged through Nangong Mingyue's heart. Over the past year, since her fall from grace, she had endured countless disdainful glances and insults, with few holding her in esteem. Yet, she had not anticipated that her betrothed, whom she had never met, would not only overlook her status as a waste, but also offer such substantial assistance by presenting her with a wealth of king herbs for cultivation. She understood that even for Jiang Xuan, the young master of the Jiang family, producing such an abundance of king herbs in one go was no trivial feat. The Moonlight Fairy also sensed the aura of the king herbs within the storage ring and was taken aback. Dozens of king herbs? Such generosity was rare. Was there truly someone in this cultivation world who valued loyalty and friendship so deeply? The realization struck her. As these treasures were crucial for restoring meridians and breaking through realms, surpassing the efficacy of the medicinal list previously entrusted to Nangong Mingyue by 2 or 3 levels. Now, she felt an absolute confidence in restoring Nangong Mingyue's abilities. Upon hearing the young master's words, the Jiang family strongman felt a shiver down his spine. Suddenly aware of the young master's unwavering determination not to call off the engagement, he then released his Dihuan realm pressure, sweeping across the surroundings, and bellowed, "Nangong Mingyue is the fiancée of our esteemed Jiang Xuan. Should anyone dare show disrespect, it is tantamount to disrespecting the young master. Those who offend shall be executed." His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire Hung city. The overwhelming aura surged like a tidal wave, upturning the heavens and the earth. Inside and outside the dojo, countless individuals were immediately taken aback, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the Jiang family's might, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Within their hearts, a storm brewed. Jiang Xuan was genuinely willing to marry a waste like Nangong Mingyue. The disciples of the Nangong family looked at Nangong Mingyue with newfound respect, their previous mockery and ridicule vanishing entirely. With the backing of the Jiang family, even if she could not cultivate, her status remained far above theirs, rendering her untouchable and beyond their derision. Elder Nangong's expression shifted as he sighed in astonishment. A century, in the grand tapestry of time, is but a fleeting moment for us. How much more so for that esteemed young master? In the span of 100 years, Nangong Mingyue may depart from this world, while the young master, having attained remarkable mastery, will have established a formidable reputation. At that juncture, seeking a companion would be most fitting. Thus, he could also cultivate a commendable name, advantageous in the pursuit of the title of Divine Son. Why would one not embrace such a prospect? Upon concluding his remarks, the Grand Elder confidently stroked his beard, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his aged eyes shimmering with wisdom as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the universe. The Lord of the Manor and the assembled elders exchanged contemplative glances, and after a moment of reflection, they found great merit in the Grand Elder's assertion. Otherwise, it was utterly incomprehensible why a paragon, one of the most exceptional prodigies of the illustrious Chongqing family, would tolerate a wastrel as his betrothed. If this were to spread, it would not only bring ridicule, but also tarnish their reputation. The Lord of Yushan pondered for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. Recognizing the profundity of the Grand Elder's insights, he resolved to act accordingly and restore Nangong Mingyue's status as an inner disciple. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully, acknowledging his command. With a flourish of his sleeve, he exited the Grand Hall, summoned the extraordinary beast, the Yushan Eagle, and soared into the heavens, heading towards Hongyue City. Chapter 6. Competing for Disciples. The true legacy of identity. After a while, the Grand Elder arrived at the Nangong family, entering the dojo and surveying the crowd. Noticing the presence of the Jiang family's strong warriors, he promptly approached and bowed respectfully. The Jiang family warriors merely nodded slightly, not extending their courtesy due to the Grand Elder's profound cultivation. In this remote region, it was customary for even peers to bow, let alone if the master of Yushan Mansion were to arrive. Respect was due, for he represented the Jiang family. After the Grand Elder-esque greeting, he turned to Nangong Mingyue and said with a calm demeanor, "The Mansion Lord admires your unwavering resolve on the path of Tao, despite your lost talents. He wishes to restore your qualification as an inner disciple. Do you accept?" Upon hearing this, the onlooking disciples of the Nangong family were taken aback. Hadn't this status just been revoked a month ago? How could it be reinstated so swiftly? The Grand Elder stood to the side, his gaze lowered. The sudden shift in attitude from Yushan Mansion was evidently influenced by the Jiang family. One could not help but reflect that although Mingyue had lost her talents, her engagement to such a remarkable fiancé might be a blessing in disguise. Nangong Mingyue's resolute eyes trembled slightly. She was acutely aware that the praise for her steadfast heart was mere pretense, a facade born from fear of her fiancé and the Jiang family's potential repercussions. She vividly remembered the cold demeanor of this Grand Elder when he stripped her of her disciple status a month prior. Now, he sought her return. A scoff escaped her lips. Though she had fallen from grace, her pride remained intact. She would not accept scraps, just as she was about to refuse. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens, filled with derision. "Furong, you think a mere inner disciple can recruit a talent like Nangong Mingyue? Yushan Mansion is being rather petty." A middle-aged man clad in white descended, riding a blazing beast, exuding waves of heat that engulfed the surroundings like a sea of fire. The crowd gasped in shock. It was Bei Qing, the master of Qingyang's sect. He was a figure of legend, once a wandering cultivator who had inadvertently provoked Yushan Mansion, leading to a death warrant against him. Yet he had managed to turn misfortune into fortune, defeating numerous prodigies of Yushan Mansion. Eventually, through fortuitous encounters, he ascended to the Tianyuan realm and established Qingyang's sect, standing toe-to-toe with Yushan Mansion. After centuries of development, Qingyang's sect had risen to become a premier force in the borderlands, its momentum far surpassing that of Yushan Mansion, despite its relatively weaker foundation. It was said that Bei Qing had reached the semi-respectable realm a century ago, merely a step away from the supreme status. The blazing beast beneath him was said to possess a rare bloodline of the Jinwu, its strength rivaling that of invincible reverence. This was one of the reasons Qingyang's sect could contend with Yushan Mansion despite its weaker roots. Furong's expression darkened as he recognized Bei Qing. "What business do you have with Yushan Mansion's recruitment of disciples? This does not concern you." As Bei Qing dismounted, he first acknowledged the Jiang family warriors with a bow, displaying courtesy despite his superior strength. While he did not fear Yushan Mansion, he held the Changshan Jiang family in great respect. A family named after longevity possessed deep foundations capable of shaking the entire Xintian realm, making Qingyang's sect appear as mere minnows in comparison. Turning to Furong, Bei Qing smirked playfully. "Recruiting disciples? Mere inner disciples? Furong, your vision remains as pitiful as ever. When I sought to join your ranks, you deemed me lacking in talent and had me thrown out of Yushan Mansion. Back then, I was merely a body-refining cultivator. Thankfully, I survived and achieved my current status. Today, in the presence of a celestial beauty, you dare to limit her to inner disciple status? Is your judgment not exceedingly poor?" The crowd erupted in murmurs, realizing the enmity between Bei Qing and Yushan Mansion. Furong's expression darkened further, fixating on Bei Qing, unable to refute the truth in his words, especially given the latter's overwhelming strength. "What do you intend? To declare war?" "Yushan Mansion is ready." Furong growled softly. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as everyone sensed the looming confrontation between the two dominant forces in the region. Qing chuckled derisively. War? You are not worthy. Today, I aim to show you just how poor your judgment is. Pushing past Furong, Qing approached Nangong Mingyue, extending a radiant token of the fire crow. I wish to take you as my disciple, to make you the first true disciple of Qingyang's sect. Consider it. The crowd fell silent, realizing that he had come specifically for Nangong Mingyue. The tense atmosphere relaxed as all eyes turned to her, filled with curiosity. Wasn't she a cultivator rendered incapable? How had she suddenly become so sought after? First, the Grand Elder of Yushan Mansion wished to restore her status, and now, the master of Qingyang's sect offered her a place as his disciple. The first true disciple. If all went well, she might even be the next master of Qingyang's sect. These prominent figures, what were they thinking? She was Nangong Mingyue, a person with severed meridians and a destroyed dantian, incapable of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Jiang family warrior, who had been standing quietly to the side, glanced at Qing with a faint smile. Was he not merely trying to curry favor with the Jiang family through Nangong Mingyue? Furong glared at Qing's retreating figure, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. To please the Jiang family by making Nangong Mingyue the first true disciple? Foolish. Nangong Mingyue stared at the fire crow token presented by Qing, her expression inscrutable. She did not reach for it, but instead looked up at him, calmly asking, "May I inquire, master of Qingyang's sect, do you admire my talent or my fiancée?" At her words, the crowd was stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Was she truly so bold as to voice such a question? Did she not realize that she was effectively slapping Qing in the face? That token represented the first true disciple, clearly an attempt to appease the Jiang family. Did she truly believe that he valued her talent? Moreover, what talent could she possess? Unable to cultivate. Qing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question, yet he remained unfazed, responding candidly with a smile. 70% is to please the Jiang family, and 30% is due to your talent. Gaining the Jiang family's favor would greatly benefit Qingyang's sect, potentially allowing us to overshadow Yushan Mansion and become the sole ruler of this region. Furthermore, I see in you a reflection of my past self, despite falling into despair. You remain resilient. Such determination on the path is indeed rare. Should you find your way back to the path of cultivation, what is there to prevent Qingyang's sect from entrusting you with its legacy? Nangong Mingyue was momentarily speechless, surprised that such a powerful figure could candidly admit to his motivations. A sense of admiration blossomed within her for this man. Without further hesitation, she accepted the token from his hand, kneeling on one knee, and declared, "I greet my master." With a faint smile, she gently lifted the figure and then, in a resounding voice, proclaimed, "From this moment forth, Nangong Mingyue shall be the foremost true disciple of our Qingyang sect. Whoever shows her disrespect shall be deemed a provocateur of our sect." All present felt a shiver run through them, momentarily lost in disbelief. In the span of mere moments, the seemingly inconsequential Nangong Mingyue had transformed into the esteemed true disciple of the Qingyang sect. Moreover, she was recognized as the betrothed of the young master of the Jiang family, a status that placed her above countless others. The crowd gazed at Nangong Mingyue, their hearts a tumult of emotions, as the once exalted beauty seemed to have returned in full splendor. Observing this scene, Fu Rong was filled with trepidation. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly summoned a beast to depart. The Qingyang sect's attempts to curry favor with the Jiang family could undoubtedly spell disaster for him in Yushan Prefecture. Even more alarming was the realization that he had seemingly underestimated Nangong Mingyue's significance. Was it possible that the young master of the Jiang family truly regarded her as his fiancée? The more Fu Rong pondered on his way back, the more his anxiety deepened. It appeared he had indeed misjudged the situation. Chapter 7. Remolding from afar? The young master is truly fierce. With matters concluded, the Jiang family's powerful members departed first, and Nangong Mingyue was successfully accepted as a true disciple of the Qingyang sect, ensuring a proper arrangement and a report back to the young master. Qing temporarily resided in the Nangong family, allowing Nangong Mingyue a day of rest before returning to the Qingyang sect together. Meanwhile, within the Nangong clan, over 100 members experienced tumultuous emotional waves. their sentiments soaring and plunging as today's events far exceeded their expectations. They understood that the once celebrated daughter of heaven had returned. As they passed by Nangong Mingyue's residence, they instinctively lowered their footsteps, fearing to disturb her. In the cultivation chamber of Nangong Mingyue's abode, she sat cross-legged upon a dark jade seat, staring blankly at the storage ring in her hand, her thoughts swirling as she struggled to regain her composure. She was acutely aware that everything today stemmed from her fiancé, Jiang Xuan. Without him, she would still be the object of ridicule, a wastrel dismissed by all. Unconsciously tightening her grip on the ring, a resolute glimmer flashed in her moon-like eyes. She must not let Jiang Xuan's expectations down. "Elder, please assist me in my cultivation," Nangong Mingyue declared calmly. The remnant soul of the Moonlight Fairy emerged, casting a glance at the ring in her hand, a flicker of deep admiration and nostalgia glimmering in her gaze. In her lifetime, she too had experienced profound love, yet unlike Nangong Mingyue, she was not as fortunate. The latter had ruthlessly ambushed her to seize her foundational essence. And had it not been for her precious artifact allowing her to preserve a fragment of her soul, she would have been reduced to a mere puppet. After collecting herself, the Moonlight Fairy spoke solemnly. "Retrieve the Li Hua Tian Chao. I will assist you in refining it. With this fire path royal herb, you can initially remold your constitution and forge a postnatal fire path spirit body." Although the postnatal fire path spirit body was not the most extraordinary of constitutions, it was sufficient to place one among the elite of the longevity clans and ancient sections. Nangong Mingyue's eyelids quivered, and she nervously inquired then, "How far is it to Jiang Xuan?" The Moonlight Fairy, understanding her thoughts, chuckled softly. "You still have a considerable distance to cover, but rest assured, the transformative cultivation method I bestow upon you embodies supreme creation. Should you master it, you may forge a nirvana body, a constitution comparable to the innate sacred body. By then, you will not fall short of that young master of the Jiang family. Perhaps, you may even ensure your fiancé's everlasting safety." Flushed by the Moonlight Fairy's teasing, Nangong Mingyue instinctively tightened her grip on the ring and then retrieved the Li Hua Tian Chao. Calming her mind as she began the refinement process, the herb transformed into pure fire path spirit liquid, surging into her body. Buzz, the radiant glow of crimson light shone forth, filling her with an overwhelming force of fire path rules, resonating with profound rhythms as ancient sounds echoed faintly. However, the power of these rules was far too potent for Nangong Mingyue to endure at her current state. The violent energies raged like a tempest, recklessly destroying her fragile meridians. The Moonlight Fairy remained unfazed. Being a royal herb imbued with rule power, it was typically only attempted by those of the Earth Profound realm. Given that Nangong Mingyue had only recently restored her meridians and possessed nearly no cultivation, she was naturally incapable of refining it alone. According to the original training plan she devised for her, this step would require Nangong Mingyue to reach the fusion realm. Yet, witnessing Nangong Mingyue's earnest desire to improve and moved by her fiancé's deep affections, she chose to assist her in directly forging a postnatal fire path spirit body. There was, of course, a price to pay. However, the Moonlight Fairy smiled faintly, recognizing the vastness of the Tao as impartial. Today, encountering someone in the cultivation world who valued emotion was a rare fortune, making the sacrifice worthwhile. With that, the Moonlight Fairy channeled her limited soul power into Nangong Mingyue's body, calming the agitated fire path rule energies and guiding them to integrate with her physical form. Moments later, countless fiery patterns swirled around Nangong Mingyue, shimmering with divine fire path light, resembling an innate fire spirit with boundless flame power. The postnatal fire path spirit body was complete. Yet at this moment, the Moonlight Fairy's soul was exceptionally faint, flickering in and out of existence, as if she might dissipate at any moment. She had been a remnant soul for a year within Nangong Mingyue, only recently recovering a fraction of vitality and accumulating some soul power. Now, having exhausted her energy to aid Nangong Mingyue, she was left profoundly weak, requiring time to recover in slumber. As she prepared to sleep, the Moonlight Fairy gazed at Nangong Mingyue, her eyes shimmering with gentle light. The Tao is heartless, and cultivators are even more so. The cultivation world is rife with deceit. True sincerity is exceedingly rare. Individuals like Jiang Xuan, who possess such profound feelings, are exceptionally scarce. This is your fortune. Cherish it well. With that, she returned to Nangong Mingyue's body, falling into a deep slumber. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue was absorbing the insights provided by her newly forged postnatal fire path spirit body, entering a state of enlightenment. Several hours later, flames erupted around her, swirling with countless fiery patterns that contained explosive energy. The essence of the fire path manifested within her, coalescing into a tangible flame. If the leader of the Qingyang sect, Beiqing, were present, he would surely exclaim in awe at the manifestation of fire path intent. The understanding of the Tao, the very beginning of the Great Path, is an essential element for transcending to the spirit transformation stage. In other words, only those who comprehend the Tao intent and reach the pinnacle of the soul realm stand a chance of entering the spirit transformation stage. Nangong Mingyue's innate talent for the fire path was already extraordinary. She had initially grasped the essence of the fire path a year ago, merely needing a final push. Now, having forged her postnatal fire path spirit body, it came naturally to her to comprehend the fire path intent. Simultaneously, the fiery patterns surrounding her morphed into a vortex, unleashing a boundless devouring force that frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into her body like a tempest. Buzz, the divine flames erupted, radiating a faint yet palpable might. Nangong Mingyue's cultivation soared rapidly. Body refinement, first layer, second layer, fifth layer. In one breath, she broke through 5 minor realms. As she gradually opened her eyes, a flicker of flame danced within them. As she sensed the surging power within her, a smile blossomed on her face. Though she had only reached the 5th layer of body refinement, she firmly believed that with her current postnatal fire path spirit body, it would not be long before she returned to the soul realm. At that moment, the Moonlight Fairy's lingering words echoed in her mind. Nangong Mingyue's expression briefly froze, her gaze lowering as she instinctively tightened her grip on the ring, her resolve solidifying further. I shall cultivate diligently. I will reach the heights of Jiang Xuan as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Bloodline Enhancement. The emergence of the Sword Ancestors soon. Nangong Mingyue stepped out of the training chamber and made her way to Beiqing's residence. She was eager to enhance her strength, unwilling to delay for even a moment. At this time, Elder Nangong and others were hosting a banquet in the company of Beiqing. Upon noticing Nangong Mingyue's arrival, they turned to look, but when they sensed her cultivation level, they were momentarily taken aback. 5-fold body refinement. Nangong Mingyue. Has she reshaped her physique? A tempest of astonishment surged within them. Goodness, so soon? The young master of the Jiang family has already reached a level where he can reshape others from a distance? Beiqing involuntarily trembled as he raised his wine cup, his heart filled with shock. It is known that reshaping one's physique is an extraordinary feat, without divine elixirs. Even he could not accomplish it. Yet, the young master of the Jiang family can reshape Nangong Mingyue from afar? What kind of supernatural ability is this? It seems utterly preposterous. However, Beiqing quickly shifted his thoughts, a smile breaking across his face. His precious disciple is, after all, the fiancée of that extraordinary individual. How could he possibly fail to align himself with such a remarkable young master of the Jiang family? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and 5 days had elapsed since Jiang Xuan entered seclusion. Due to Jiang Xuan's refusal to annul the engagement and his rejection of the union with the archaic heaven divine cult, the entire Jiang family was enveloped in an enigmatic atmosphere, especially now that the news had reached the ears of the archaic heaven divine cult. The entire lineage of Jiang Xuan was steeped in anxiety, fearing that should the archaic heaven divine cult become enraged, it might jeopardize Jiang Xuan's bid for the position of young patriarch. After all, the archaic heaven divine cult was currently on the rise, and their wrath would be a matter not to be taken lightly, even by the Longsheng Jiang family. Meanwhile, the faction aligned with Jiang Mingho and the other 3 young masters waited to observe the unfolding drama, eager to see how Jiang Xuan's lineage would resolve the situation. The anger of the archaic heaven divine cult was not easily quelled. Yet, Jiang Xuan, the party in question, was indifferent to such trivialities. He was currently engrossed in comprehending the 7-star treasure technique. 2 days prior, his bloodline had ascended to 80, inheriting the 7-star treasure technique from the star ancestor. This technique was a means to manipulate the heavenly principles, allowing one to glimpse the changes in the Tao through the power of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. With mastery, it could even predict the future, guiding one towards fortune and away from calamity. At this moment, a surge of energy coursed through Jiang Xuan's body. The viscous blood essence bubbling forth like a gushing spring, illuminating the entire cave dwelling. A brilliant divine radiance enveloped him, accompanied by countless celestial essences and Tao rhythms, as if he were a nascent deity. Having just attained minor success in the 7-star treasure technique, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. His bloodline had already ascended to 85. A frown crossed his features. The elevation of his bloodline brought with it an overwhelming surge of energy. With a moment's inattention, his cultivation could rapidly break through, even advancing into the spirit transformation realm. However, this was not his desire. Strength does not always correlate with cultivation, especially at the onset of one's training, where the foundation is paramount. The more robust the foundation, the greater the combat prowess, leading to a smoother path in the future. Furthermore, should one break through to forge an unparalleled foundation, even at the divine realm, they could possess the absolute combat power to contend against the spirit transformation realm. Most crucially, forging an unparalleled foundation would enhance one's potential, granting an invincible stature and significantly increasing the likelihood of attaining divinity in the future. This was the realm he sought. In fact, all prodigies of the Longsheng family shared this philosophy, focusing on solidifying their foundation rather than merely seeking rapid cultivation. Yet, the other 3 young masters of the Jiang family had already lost control of their cultivation and had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. In contrast, Jiang Xuan was able to maintain his composure at the divine realm while suppressing the other 3 spirit transformation realm young masters, showcasing the robustness of his foundation. To forge an unparalleled foundation, he spent these 5 days not only comprehending the 7-star treasure technique, but also diligently suppressing the energy within him, utilizing it to refine his physical foundation and preventing a hasty breakthrough that could lead to a fragile foundation. However, he did not anticipate that after finally digesting the energy brought forth by the previous bloodline enhancement, his bloodline would ascend once more. The overwhelming vitality surged within him, as if the ocean were in motion, causing Jiang Xuan's physical form to swell slightly. His face flushed, he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving to guide the energy to refine his physical foundation. Yet, the energy from the bloodline reaching 85 was simply too immense. His crystalline body, shimmering like glass, cracked repeatedly only to heal again, releasing countless faint golden auras, an indescribable power seemingly solidifying, shaking the void and creating ripples. After half an hour, Jiang Xuan let out a wry smile. His physique had reached its limit. Continuing to refine would only harm his foundation, proving counterproductive. He had no choice but to open his mind, guiding the energy to break through. Boom! Fiery divine radiance erupted, and the viscous blood essence boiled and roared. In an instant, Jiang Xuan stepped into the pinnacle of the divine realm. His divine spirit, seated at the center of his consciousness, gradually solidified into a tangible form, emanating an ancient aura as if it contained the profound truths of the Tao. At this moment, with 85% of his bloodline fully unleashed, he resonated with the heavenly rules, invoking the grand Tao imprint left by the Jiang family's progenitor in this realm. Buzz, the winds and clouds shifted, the heavens fractured. In the depths of the cosmos, a magnificent divine temple materialized, with boundless divine light cascading down, solemn and majestic, as if it were the resting place of the deities. An ancient, mysterious, and vast aura enveloped the Longsheng Jiang family's towering divine mountain. The Jiang family, with tens of thousands of clansmen, felt their bloodlines tremble, and they instantly knelt down in reverence, worshipping fervently. All gazed up with admiration, their eyes ablaze with fervor directed towards the heavens. This was the Jiang family's divine temple, the grand Tao imprint left by their progenitor in this realm. Should any descendant of the Jiang family achieve a certain bloodline concentration, the divine temple would descend, bestowing blessings upon them and delivering the legacy of their ancestors. This was a divine fortune unique to the Longsheng family, for they bore the blood of the divine, a blessing from their progenitor. The bloodline was their innate talent. Those with powerful bloodlines could rival even the innate holy bodies. In the previous era, a prodigious bloodline of the Jiang family had returned to 83, dominating numerous formidable physiques and reigning over an age. Buzz, the ancestral land of the Jiang family, erupted with several powerful, decaying auras. Figures of ancient strength, once formidable in the Xintian realm, were stirred by the divine temple, awakening from their slumber. They opened their aged eyes, gazing at the divine temple, their murky gazes glimmering with profound surprise. Only with a bloodline concentration of at least 85 could one qualify to invoke the divine temple. Has a top-tier ancestral bloodline been born among the descendants? Is the Jiang family about to witness the emergence of another invincible figure? Investigate swiftly. Our Jiang family's prodigy must not be overlooked. Such a bloodline could serve as the young patriarch. One after another, the ancient figures released their divine senses, commanding the younger generation to promptly ascertain which prodigy among them had invoked the divine temple with their ancestral bloodline. At that moment, the divine temple quivered slightly, and an ethereal divine form stepped forth from within. Its gaze pierced through the void, landing upon Jiang Xuan, nodding in satisfaction with a smile, before ascending into the heavens, effortlessly drawing upon myriad rules, transforming them into thousands of sword energies that swirled around him. The sword energies danced, tearing through the void, an endless sharpness that caused the very heavens to tremble. Chapter 9. The Power of Sharing, the Essence of Fire. This is the sword ancestor Jiang Tai. 100,000 years ago, Jiang Tai, the sword ancestor, severed the true God with a single stroke. An elder from the Jiang clan suddenly stood up, exclaiming in astonishment. The 1,000-odd outstanding members of the Jiang family gasped in breathless admiration, wondering who this bloodline-reverted relative was, to summon the divine visage of Jiang Tai and receive his teachings. At that moment, lotus blossoms sprang from Jiang Tai's feet, and the sword path stretched across the heavens, with boundless sword energy cascading down, filling Jiang Xuan's mind with infinite truths of the sword. Jiang Xuan experienced a profound comprehension. The brilliance of sword light flickered in his eyes, and fierce sword energy emanated from his entire being. The sharpness of his sword intent rapidly blossomed. Having always excelled in the sword path, he was but a step away from grasping the essence of sword intent. Now, with the teachings of his ancestor, the consolidation of his sword intent became a natural progression. The thousands of Jiang family's elites stared eagerly at Jiang Tai's divine visage, aware that he was imparting wisdom, yet unable to hear a single word, growing increasingly anxious and restless. The bloodline reversion had summoned the ancestral shrine, bestowing the legacy of the ancestor. This was a blessing for the one who had reverted, but limited to them alone. They had no right nor fortune to listen in, unless that relative chose to share, which was evidently impossible. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his divine eyes, using his finger as a sword, piercing forth with an endless surge of sword energy that pierced the void. The momentum was breathtaking. The sword intent had been achieved. Jiang Tai smiled appreciatively, recognizing that the Jiang family had a promising successor. He then rose and returned to the ancestral shrine. The winds and clouds stirred once more, the vast shrine gradually dissipating. Jiang Mingho stood at the entrance of his cave dwelling, gazing at the heavens, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. This relative, whose bloodline had reverted and summoned the ancestral shrine, had gained the sword path inheritance from Jiang Tai. Given time, he could threaten his position as the junior patriarch. Jiang Xuan felt the profound essence of sword intent and the enhancement of his own power, smiling broadly. With a bloodline of 85, he had summoned the ancestral shrine and received the teachings of Jiang Tai. What would happen if he reached 90? At that moment, a notification suddenly rang in his mind. Nangong Mingyue has forged the postnatal fire spirit body, and you have received a corresponding feedback. Fortune smiles upon you. Feedback critical hit. Acquiring the fire path spirit body and the essence of fire. Buzz, Jiang Xuan's body, resembling crystal, was engulfed in blazing flames, with myriad fire path patterns swirling around him, as if he commanded the flames like a divine being. A tangible ball of fire floated in his palm, embodying the essence of fire. Jiang Xuan blinked in astonishment, his excitement palpable. To reach the pinnacle of the divine realm, one must comprehend the essence of a great path to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Yet, no matter how exceptional a prodigy may be, at the divine realm, they could only comprehend one essence of the great path, far from mastering two. There exists an insurmountable barrier within the great path. Throughout history, countless prodigies, claiming to possess unparalleled talent, have attempted this, and all have failed, squandering their gifts. Yet today, he had merely received feedback from Nangong Mingyue and effortlessly shattered this barrier, mastering two essences of the great path. The destined protagonist truly stands apart. Has it only been a few days since he forged the postnatal fire path spirit body? However, my golden finger is evidently even stronger. Jiang Xuan smiled. Encouraging his fiancée, he then immersed himself in meditation, beginning to digest the breakthroughs and refine his foundation at a deeper level. Previously, his physical body had reached its peak. Now, having comprehended both sword intent and fire path essence, his mastery of the great paths had also reached new heights, taking a significant step closer to the supreme foundation of the great path. However, Jiang Xuan had a faint sense that merely reaching the peak might not be sufficient to forge the supreme foundation of the great path. What if he were to break through that peak? At this time, within the Jiang family's sacred mountain, the elders of various lineages gathered to discuss how to identify the prodigy who had reverted their bloodline and summoned the ancestral shrine. Even the ancestors, who had been dormant in the ancestral land, were stirred, wanting to appoint this individual as the junior patriarch. They had to proceed with caution. After all, the four esteemed families had been in contention for the patriarch's position for over a decade, resulting in a stalemate without resolution. Now a prodigy had emerged, poised to ascend above the four esteemed families. They found it hard to accept. The elders deliberated for half a day before finalizing a plan, announcing to the Jiang family that in 10 days, they would initiate the ancestral land trial. The victor would receive bloodline baptism and be appointed as the junior patriarch, honored by the entire Jiang family. In an instant, the entire Jiang family was abuzz. Would the long-contested position of junior patriarch finally be determined? The thousands of outstanding members of the Jiang family eagerly prepared, and various lineages began to urgently summon their prodigies who were traveling abroad. The once tranquil Jiang family's sacred mountain grew increasingly lively, with powerful waves of energy erupting from the peaks. Many had already reached the spirit transformation realm. Everyone in the Jiang family speculated about who would claim the junior patriarch position. Would it be one of the four esteemed families? Or perhaps one of those prodigies who had made a name for themselves in the Eastern Divine Continent? Or the one who had previously reverted their bloodline and summoned the ancestral shrine? The ancestral land trial was well understood. In essence, it was a competition of bloodline purity, cultivation level, and foundation of the great path. Among these, bloodline purity was self-evident. Naturally, the one with reverted bloodline would be the strongest. With a purity of 85, he far surpassed everyone else. In terms of cultivation level, the prodigies who had traveled abroad held an advantage. It was said that several had already reached the late stages of the spirit transformation realm. As for the foundation of the great path, the strongest naturally belonged to the four esteemed families, especially Jiang Xuan, whose profound foundation could suppress the other three. In the younger generation of the Jiang family, none could rival him in terms of foundational strength. Yet, when considering the three factors comprehensively, uncertainty still loomed over who would ultimately secure the position of junior patriarch. On this day, a grand celestial vessel pierced through the clouds, arriving at the Jiang family's sacred mountain. From a vessel emerged a young man clad in a black robe, wielding a spiritual sword, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, with faint echoes of demonic roars in the air. The aura of the spirit transformation realm surged like a tide, dominating the space around him. It was Jiang Bei. He had returned. Someone in the Jiang family exclaimed. In an instant, countless gazes from the sacred peaks of the Jiang family converged upon the black-robed youth. Jiang Bei, the second most outstanding prodigy of the Jiang family's younger generation, had a bloodline purity that reached an astonishing 65. 5 years ago, He had stepped into the pinnacle of the divine realm, venturing out for training, seeking breakthroughs into the spirit transformation realm. In 5 years, not only had he broken through to the spirit transformation realm, but he had also traversed much of the Eastern Divine Continent, slaying nearly 100 demons of the same realm, establishing a tremendous reputation, earning him the title of the Jiang family sword son. It was said that Jiang Bei had stepped into the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm a year prior. With his cultivation level, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Jiang family, a formidable contender for the position of junior patriarch in the upcoming ancestral land trial. Jiang Bei surveyed the various lineages of the Jiang family, his cold eyes gleaming with determination, as he declared, "The position of junior patriarch is mine alone." Over the years, he had honed his sword heart and held absolute confidence in rivaling the 4 esteemed families, if not surpassing them. The spiritual sword on his back erupted with a sharp light, cleaving through the vast clouds. He then stepped forward, returning to his own lineage. The young elites of the Jiang family felt a chill in their hearts. The 7th level of the spirit transformation realm was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 10. The Flawed Golden Finger. Half an hour later, a resounding roar echoed through the Jiang family's sacred mountain. 3 crimson-blooded dragon serpents rampaged through the air, bearing a resplendent palace that raced towards them. Blood-red mist billowed forth, creating a tumult that stirred the surrounding area for miles. The members of the Jiang family were startled, casting bewildered glances at the spectacle. The crimson-blooded dragon serpents, ancient beasts imbued with the true bloodline of dragons, were fierce and unruly beyond the control of ordinary beings. Who could possibly command 3 of these formidable creatures? The dragon serpents circled above the Jiang family's sacred mountain, and as the palace opened, 2 elderly servants emerged, bowing slightly as they exuded an aura of the earth profound realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment to have servants of the earth profound realm. In the outside world, such beings were mighty forces to be reckoned with. Even within the esteemed Jiang family, where countless earth profound experts resided, only the elders held the authority to command them as servants. Who was this returning prodigy of the Jiang family that could achieve such a feat? At that moment, a handsome young man clad in golden robes stepped gracefully from the palace. Holding a fan adorned with precious metals, he radiated an ethereal presence, as if embodying the very principles of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan. The entire Jiang family was taken aback. Jiang Xuan, one of the 4 revered ones, had been confined by the shackles of his realm for 3 years, venturing into the world for cultivation. During this time, he had been nearly forgotten, and had it not been for the intact nameplate in the Hall of Longevity, they would have doubted his survival. Yet here he was, returned and seemingly transcendent. Jiang Xuan floated in the void, casting a calm gaze upon the various prodigies of the Jiang family, his eyes finally resting on the celestial peak where the Jiang Xuan lineage resided. With a faint smile, he declared, "I, Jiang Xuan, have attained the true transmission of the yin-yang sacred land, and my cultivation now stands at the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. I return to the family not for any other reason, but to claim the position of young clan leader. Even if Jiang Xuan forges an alliance with the archaic heaven sect, I shall not yield an inch. What is rightfully mine shall remain mine, and none shall take it away." His words stirred a tempest of reactions. Jiang Xuan had become the true successor of the yin-yang sacred land. The yin-yang sacred land was the most ancient sanctum of the Xiantian realm, unrivaled in its legacy. It was said that before the Jiang family even existed, the yin-yang sacred land had already dominated the realm, commanding respect from all sects and reverence from deities. The cultivators of the Xiantian realm were compelled to prostrate themselves before its might. With Xuan's backing from the yin-yang sacred land and his terrifying cultivation at the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, alongside a bloodline that had reached an astonishing 72, coupled with an impressive foundation in the Great Tao, it seemed that no one from a younger generation of the Jiang family could rival him. Perhaps if Jiang Xuan allied with the archaic heaven sect, there might be a chance to contend, for the significance represented by the yin-yang sacred land was overwhelmingly heavy. Jiang Mingho emerged from his cave dwelling, his presence imbued with ancient divine aura, now even more substantial than before, indicating significant progress in his strength. He gazed calmly at Jiang Xuan, his expression serene, betraying no hint of unease. Beside him, the clan elders of his lineage wore worried expressions. With Jiang Xuan favored by the archaic heaven sect, the returning swordsman Jiang Bei, and now the previously silent Jiang Xuan becoming the true successor of the Yin-Yang sacred land, who had attained the peak of the transformation spirit realm. Mingho, tread carefully during the ancestral trials, and if circumstances become dire, do not hesitate to withdraw. Jiang Mingho shook his head, chuckling lightly. The ancestral trials assess bloodline, cultivation, and foundation. No matter how powerful their backgrounds may be, they remain inconsequential. These three are not worth worrying about, especially Jiang Xuan, who, after 3 years, seems to have misplaced his priorities, hastily pursuing a realm he has only superficially reached. Though he stands at the peak of the transformation spirit realm, his foundation is evidently unstable, merely a facade. His tone carried a hint of disdain. However, he noted that the lineage member with a bloodline return, who had attracted divine attention, should be approached with caution. Their bloodline concentration was 85, far surpassing their own, presenting a considerable threat. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingho, enveloped in divine aura, smiled confidently. I fear nothing. Recently, I have comprehended a significant technique, enhancing my bloodline by 2% to 75, matching Jiang Xuan, and my cultivation has also reached the 6th level of the transformation spirit realm. My chances for the position of young clan leader are substantial. The news of the ancestral trials naturally reached Jiang Xuan's ears. The victor would be named young clan leader? Was the long-standing struggle for leadership finally nearing its conclusion? Jiang Xuan mused. The 4 revered ones had battled for the leadership position for over a decade, their conflict remaining unresolved, and it seemed that a resolution was finally at hand. Young Lord, a message from the archaic heaven goddess has arrived. At that moment, an individual entered, presenting a letter with both hands. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow in curiosity as he opened the letter. A surge of ethereal light emanated, transforming into a message that flowed into Jiang Xuan's mind. Within the archaic heaven sect, a fragment of a lost world has emerged. According to the divine masteress detection, it is a remnant of a true deity, potentially containing remnants of dire beasts, divine inheritance, and secrets to becoming a deity. The divine master has even sensed a trace of the world tree's essence, suggesting the possibility of a world tree seed being present. This matter is known only to a select few of the longevity families and ancient sects, and the participating prodigies will be few. I dare to invite young Lord Jiang Xuan to join me in this venture in half a month. Any benefits obtained shall belong to you, and should you be fortunate enough to acquire a seed of the world tree, I would gladly present it to you. World fragment? True deity's remnant? Seed of the world tree? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What scheme was the archaic heaven goddess concocting, having already turned down a marriage alliance? Why was she extending such an enthusiastic invitation? Something felt amiss. This archaic heaven goddess likely harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Xuan pondered, with so many benefits on offer, why not keep them for herself? Is she treating me like a fool? He promptly replied with 2 decisive words, not going. You have broken a setting by rejecting the invitation from the archaic heaven goddess, earning a breakthrough insight. When you surpass the transformation spirit realm, you will achieve enlightenment, significantly enhancing your strength. Having rejected the archaic heaven goddess twice, you are rewarded with a random lottery opportunity. The notifications flashed before his eyes, leaving Jiang Xuan momentarily stunned. Was this truly a break in the setting? And a lottery reward at that? Regardless of the circumstances, this archaic heaven goddess was undoubtedly a harbinger of fortune, consistently bestowing rewards without fail. Jiang Xuan chuckled to himself. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have drawn the key to the true deity's remnant located within the fragment of the Xian light world. Additionally, you have received a message. The passage to the true deity's remnant lies within the archaic heaven sect. A flash of white light revealed an ancient divine token in Jiang Xuan's hand, intricately carved with the visage of a fearsome dragon head. Even a fleeting glance sent a chill down his spine, as though he were staring into the abyss of a terrifying spirit. Staring blankly at the divine token in his hand, Jiang Xuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 11. The Birth of Divine Bone. I rejected the goddess of the wild heavens and received a lottery draw. And you present me with a key to the true divine relic? Are you jesting? I've already sent my response. Who are you trying to disgust? Jiang Xuan's lips twitched, overwhelmed with disdain. He suspected his golden finger was playing tricks on him. However, this was indeed a key to a true divine relic. Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for a reason to decline, yet he had already dispatched his rejection to the goddess of the wild heavens. Well, at most, it would only annoy her a bit. Having already declined the union, what difference does one more annoyance make? Jiang Xuan consoled himself. At that moment, the vast expanse of the universe suddenly distorted, boundless rules materialized, and clouds surged forth, with countless flowers cascading, scattering across the Jiang family's sacred mountain. From a celestial peak where Jiang Xuan's lineage resided, a resounding cry echoed, as if the voice of the heavens had awakened, reverberating with force. Within that sound lay profound divine intent, reminiscent of a deity's resurgence. A segment of divine bone, as towering as a sacred mountain, appeared across the firmament, its dazzling divine light illuminating all directions. This sacred phenomenon stirred the strong figures of the Jiang family. Even the ancient beings in slumber within their ancestral grounds opened their eyes in surprise. Divine bone. A prodigy with innate divine bone had emerged among the descendants of the Jiang family. Innate divine bone, possessing the foundation to ascend to divinity, signifies an innate supremacy. Barring unforeseen circumstances, its growth would undoubtedly lead to the attainment of true divinity, gazing down upon the celestial realms. First, there was the prodigious bloodline returning to its roots, invoking the divine shrine, followed by the innate supremacy with accompanying divine bone. This generation of the Jiang family was truly a time of great prosperity. In the ancestral hall of Jiang Xuan's lineage, the clan elders wore expressions suffused with excitement. Excellent. First, we have a young Lord Jiang Xuan, and then the innate supremacy. How can my lineage not rise, taking the helm of the Jiang family and becoming its principal lineage? The clan elder exclaimed, his fists raised in joy, his face flushed with exhilaration. Your lineage has produced a younger brother with innate divine bone, hailed as an innate supremacy. The notification appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes, momentarily leaving him dazed. Innate supremacy, accompanied by divine bone. Is it my younger brother? This script, why does it feel somewhat familiar? In the next moment, Jiang Xuan's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Divine bone. Good heavens. He quickly shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. Jiang Xuan's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment. While divine bone was formidable, it paled in comparison to the longevity bloodline of the Jiang family. My bloodline is about to elevate to 90, sufficient to rival the sacred body, rendering divine bone unnecessary. Surely, the clan wouldn't be foolish enough to commit such a blunder, would they? Putting aside his thoughts, Jiang Xuan focused inward, guiding the energy surging from his bloodline elevation to refine his body and foundation. With the infusion of fire intent and sword intent, his already near-perfect body and foundation became even more pliable, revealing the possibility of breaking through limits and forging an unparalleled foundation. The fiery intent blazed, sword intent surged forth. The overwhelming energy permeated every muscle and meridian of his body, repeatedly refining them. The foundation suspended within his dantian absorbed energy like a profound abyss, solidifying at a deeper level. And so, after half a day, bloodline enhancement complete. Buzz, the dense blood essence surged like a vast ocean, tumultuous and vigorous. Dazzling divine brilliance shone forth as boundless cosmic rules flowed into Jiang Xuan's body, aiding him in further refining his flesh and foundation. Outside the cave, atop the Jiang family sacred mountain, the winds and clouds shifted, the heavens split apart, and divine light rained down, the divine shrine reappearing. Elders from various branches emerged, each bearing complex and astonished expressions. Could it be that prodigy has once again returned to ancestral roots, invoking the divine shrine. In just 5 days, the bloodline could return to its roots twice. What kind of talent is this? To invoke the divine shrine again, the bloodline concentration must be at least 90, right? Which branch does this prodigy belong to? A concentration of 90 in bloodline. Throughout the million-year history of the Jiang family, only a handful of prodigies have achieved such a concentration, all of whom were invincible, forging their own paths to greatness, leaving an indelible mark on history. In the ancestral trials, with such a child present, the chances for the 4 esteemed ones are likely bleak. The elders contemplated, shaking their heads in despair. If the 4 esteemed ones were to be defeated by this child, it could be accepted. After all, in any era, a bloodline concentration of 90 is sufficient to assume the position of a young clan leader. In these days, the talents of the Jiang family have all returned, numbering in the thousands, each stepping out of their caves to gaze at the heavens and the Jiang family shrine, their eyes flickering with astonishment. Goodness, such a terrifying bloodline concentration is enough to dominate the ancestral trials. How can they compete against that? Jiang Bei, bearing the spirit sword, gazed at the heavens in silence. After a long while, a surge of murderous intent erupted, the spirit sword trembling violently, exuding a chilling sharpness. Even with a bloodline concentration of 90, if your cultivation is inferior to mine, you shall still fall before my sword. Jiang Bei's expression twisted, appearing somewhat deranged. Bloodline concentration? Jiang Xuan scoffed with disdain. Among the distinguished talents of history, a bloodline concentration of 90 could indeed become a young clan leader. But, unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. He had become the true successor of the Yin-Yang sacred land, inheriting an ancient sacred technique that possessed the power to usurp Yin and Yang. If push came to shove, he could even use this technique to usurp another's bloodline and channel it into his own. This was also the reason he forcibly elevated his own realm to the peak of spirit transformation, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. With his cultivation, he could easily dominate everyone, and then usurp their bloodlines. Gazing at the divine shrine in the heavens, Jiang Mingho frowned, feeling the situation was quite troublesome. In terms of cultivation and foundation, he was confident he could surpass his peers. Even Jiang Xuan and Jiang Xuan were not at his sights. But bloodline. I hope this younger brother can be a bit more composed. Jiang Mingho sighed, a flicker of cold, murderous intent passing through his eyes. Talent does not guarantee everything. Without rising, there is always the potential for an untimely demise. At that moment, the divine shrine trembled slightly, and an ancient divine figure strode forth. An unparalleled aura surged like thunder, wreaking havoc across the cosmos, shattering the void. An indescribable dominance surged to the heavens, reminiscent of an emperor commanding the world. Even standing there, one could not help but feel an urge to prostrate in reverence. Is that the Thunder Ancestor? The Jiang family trembled, the elders from various branches hurriedly soaring forth to bow in respect. The Thunder Ancestor, the first ancestor of the Jiang family from ancient times. In that era, the Jiang family faced an unprecedented calamity, besieged by formidable foes, their legacy on the brink of extinction. It was the Thunder Ancestor who single-handedly repelled countless enemies, safeguarding the Jiang family. In other words, without the Thunder Ancestor, there would be no present-day Jiang family of longevity. The Thunder Ancestor scanned the crowd with indifference, nodding slightly, and then his figure gradually dissipated, reappearing in Jiang Xuan's cave. His scrutinizing gaze bore down on Jiang Xuan like a divine mountain. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted slightly as the heavy pressure descended upon him, becoming somewhat unbearable. At that moment, the oppressive aura vanished instantly, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the Thunder Ancestor's profound gaze. Yet within the satisfaction, there was an undercurrent of peculiarity, for the Thunder Ancestor's gaze did not seem to regard him as merely a descendant of bloodline. Rather, it appeared to be assessing his physical form. I possess a secret technique of my own creation that can elevate your bloodline purity to 93%, rivaling the level of the 3 ancestors. Additionally, I have a form of inheritance that can assist you in forging an indestructible thunder body. Upon completion, it can match the innate sacred body. As long as you can grow successfully, attaining divinity is merely a matter of time. Chapter 12. The Rejection of Fate. All his fortune, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. So many benefits? At a bloodline concentration of 85, the sword ancestor manifested merely to impart wisdom. Yet at 90, he could directly invoke the thunder ancestor to bestow secret arts and legacy? Was a mere 5% disparity truly so significant? Wait, if the inherent blessings of the bloodline were already this abundant, wouldn't outright rejecting the established parameters yield even greater rewards? Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's heart ignited with fervor. The thunder ancestor gazed intently at the dazed Jiang Xuan, convinced that the promise of his legacy had clouded the young man's judgment, and a cold smile crept into his heart. 200 million years had passed. He had waited for 200 million years to encounter a descendant of the Jiang family with a bloodline density reaching 90. He, the thunder ancestor, was finally on the brink of resurrection. In the past, he had ascended to the realm of true divinity with unparalleled foundational skills, single-handedly repelling numerous formidable foes to safeguard the Jiang family through tribulations. Yet, due to that very battle, his own foundation was damaged, preventing him from pursuing a realm beyond true divinity. He perished unfulfilled as his lifespan waned. In his final moments, filled with regret, he sacrificed himself, sealing a fragment of his residual soul within the Jiang family shrine using secret techniques. When a descendant with a bloodline density of 90 invoked the shrine, he would be awakened, allowing him to seize a new body. This was what the Jiang family owed him. He had protected their lineage at the cost of his own path, and it was only fitting that a descendant of the bloodline serve as his vessel, aiding his rebirth. In this life, he was determined to transcend true divinity and emerge from the Xiantian realm. The thunder ancestor's heart surged with madness, his inner laughter echoing. By seizing this youth, and with the foundation of his past life, he was confident he could fulfill his previous life's aspirations, breaking through to true divinity and reaching even greater heights. Yet, despite the urgency of his thoughts, he maintained an air of dominance and authority, addressing Jiang Xuan with a calm demeanor. But I am merely a remnant imprint now. The secret arts and legacy are intrinsically linked to the great path. I must delve into your consciousness and confront your soul directly to impart my teachings. Should you be willing, open your mind and allow me to enter. The promise of secret arts and legacy was one no one could refuse. Even Jiang Xuan, at this moment, felt tempted by these alluring benefits. Could he truly obtain so much if he declined? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Thank you, Thunder Ancestor, but I fear my talents are still too shallow to bear your legacy. I think I'll take a chance. After all, I received considerable benefits from my previous refusal, and this temptation is even greater, more outrageous than any divine marriage, all within easy reach. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Ancestor's expression froze instantly. What did he just hear? This boy rejected him? The Thunder Ancestor's demeanor darkened, his voice low and threatening. Do you grasp the weight of your words? My secret arts, my legacy, are sought after by countless prodigies, yet you dare to refuse? I grant you 3 breaths to reconsider. I urge you to cherish this opportunity. Jiang Xuan felt perplexed. Why was the Thunder Ancestor reacting so vehemently? Although confused, he remained resolute. Thank you for your generosity, Thunder Ancestor, but I hope you won't take offense. Congratulations. You have broken a predetermined limit and rejected an offer that none could refuse. Otherwise, you would have been possessed by the Thunder Ancestor, becoming the vessel for his rebirth. Bloodline purity has increased to 93%. You have obtained the complete, indestructible Thunder body prototype, which is half stronger than what the Thunder Ancestor would have granted, requiring the nurturing of Thunder Dao treasures to fully develop. The notification flashed before Jiang Xuan's eyes, and his expression abruptly changed. He had wondered why this old fellow was being so generous with secret arts and legacies, only to realize he coveted his physical form. He sought to tempt him into opening his mind for possession. Damn! Jiang Xuan had repeatedly refused, and the Thunder Ancestor was growing angry. He was merely a fragment of a soul, existing in reliance on the shrine's power, and lacked the strength to linger in this realm for long. Moreover, descendants of the Jiang family, with a bloodline density reaching 90, were exceedingly rare. He had waited for 200 million years to find one. He could not let this opportunity slip away. With a twisted expression, the Thunder Ancestor sneered coldly. "If you are so obstinate, do not blame me." Boom! With the aid of the shrine's power, he summoned the manifestation of the Thunder Tao, unleashing a storm of thunder to seal the entire cave, preventing any external detection of his presence. The remnant soul surged forth from the shrine, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through defenses and entered Jiang Xuan's consciousness. With but a fragment of his soul remaining, the Thunder Ancestor's power was nearly non-existent, yet he wielded the essence of the Thunder Tao, comparable to the might of the Great Path. However, Jiang Xuan was merely at the entry level of divine consciousness. Even with the Thunder Ancestor's essence, he could forcibly consume Jiang Xuan's soul and seize his body. Within Jiang Xuan's consciousness, the Thunder Ancestor, cloaked in thunder, wasted no time with words. He directly unleashed a lethal technique infused with the essence of the Thunder Tao, striking at Jiang Xuan's soul. 3,000 bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents, forming a thunderous prison to subdue him. Jiang Xuan met the oncoming thunderous prison with calm composure, even displaying a hint of disdain. With a wave of his left hand, the essence of the Fire Tao surged forth, manifesting a raging inferno that instantly engulfed the thunderous prison. The two forces clashed and began to wear each other down. With his right hand, he summoned the essence of the sword, transforming it into a gleaming azure blade. Grasping the azure blade, Jiang Xuan strode forward, cleaving towards the Thunder Ancestor, unleashing a sword strike that spanned 3,000 feet. Buzz! In an instant, the Thunder Ancestor's remnant soul split in two. Impossible! This cannot be. Unable to accept his impending demise, the Thunder Ancestor's face contorted with rage as he howled hysterically. "You are still at the entry level of divine consciousness. How could you break free from the shackles of the Great Path and master two forms of Tao essence?" Jiang Xuan merely smiled coldly, harboring no intention of explanation. His soul stirred, manifesting a profound vortex that consumed the fragments of the Thunder Ancestor's soul entirely. Though merely a fragment, it was still the remnant of a true deity, and the quality of the soul energy was exceptionally high. Even a small portion significantly enhanced Jiang Xuan's own soul. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Xuan focused on refining the energy, tempering his own soul. An ancient radiance began to stir, with flashes of thunder illuminating the air. Simultaneously, the bloodline within Jiang Xuan roared with vigor, rapidly elevating. The physical form and foundation had reached their zenith, until Jiang Xuan discovered a method to transcend this limit. Further enhancement was impossible. Yet, he was not eager to break through to the spirit transformation realm just yet. Reluctantly, he divided a fragment of his consciousness to guide the energy. Merging it with the essence of the Thunder Tao he had just absorbed from the Thunder Ancestor. Thunder surged around him, as immense energy swiftly coalesced into intricate thunder patterns that flowed into his physical form. 5 days later, boom! Like a colossal river, the blood energy surged forth, sacred and unparalleled, emanating an aura that seemed to harbor ancient and supreme secrets of the Great Path. Accompanied by raging flames, towering sword energies, and countless thunder patterns, they formed a protective barrier around Jiang Xuan. Within his seemingly crystalline physical form, flashes of thunder flickered, exuding an aura of destruction. The indestructible thunder body, rivaling the innate sacred body, had begun to take shape. At that moment, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his divine eyes, a deep brilliance flashing momentarily. It took him 5 days to refine even a fragment of the remnant soul. A hint of helplessness crossed Jiang Xuan's face. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. Firstly, he had enhanced his soul by devouring a fragment of a true deity's remnant soul, directly breaking through his previous limits. Now, while still at the entry level of divine consciousness, His power could rival that of the spirit transformation realm. Secondly, through the fragment of the Thunder Ancestor's remnant soul, he had grasped the essence of the Thunder Tao, significantly advancing his understanding of it with his own energy. He was now not far from fully comprehending the essence of the Thunder Tao. In other words, Jiang Xuan, remaining at the entry level of divine consciousness, had already comprehended three great paths: sword, fire, and thunder. The barriers that had obstructed countless prodigies were rendered non-existent in his presence. Moreover, benefiting from the rewards bestowed by the Golden Finger, he has successfully forged the embryonic form of the indestructible Thunder Body, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and breaking through to unprecedented heights. Jiang Xuan, brimming with confidence, believes that with his current physical strength, annihilating a prodigy in the early stage of spirit transformation with a single punch poses no challenge. The indestructible Thunder Body, being the most ancient of thunder-based physiques, once fully realized, could rival even the innate sacred body, its terrifying nature evident. However, attaining mastery over the indestructible Thunder Body is no trivial task. It necessitates an immense quantity of thunder-related treasures and divine artifacts, a process that requires patience. Lastly, there is the enhancement of bloodline purity. Initially, through the Golden Finger's rewards, his purity was expected to elevate to 93. Yet after Jiang Xuan consumed the remnants of the Thunder Ancestor's soul, his bloodline purity astonishingly surged to a formidable 95, reaching the pinnacle of the second-generation ancestor. It must be said that although the Thunder Ancestor, that cantankerous old man, was often uncooperative, he undeniably possessed a sense of self-sacrifice. With both spirit and flesh having shattered their limits, only his cultivation remains to be perfected. Once he transcends the boundaries of his cultivation, he shall undoubtedly forge an unparalleled foundation of Tao. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly, harboring hopes that the ancestral trial would yield surprises, enabling him to smoothly transcend his cultivation limits and establish an exalted foundation of Tao. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. A deep rumble echoed as ancient, dark restrictions emerged from the bloodline within Jiang Xuan, surging like molten lava, intertwining and weaving into a pitch-black totem. The totem, ominous and chilling, resembled a sinister entity, sending shivers down one's spine. The entire great hall suddenly felt as though it had plunged into an icy cavern. A wave of cold enveloped his heart, causing Jiang Xuan to shudder uncontrollably. Just as he stood in bewilderment, the totem abruptly soared, branding itself upon Jiang Xuan's forehead. A sinister, eerie laughter reverberated within his mind. The 8 great royal clans, embrace my curse. Your descendants shall forever dwell in fear, until their extinction. Ha ha boom! Jiang Xuan fainted into darkness. Chapter 13. The Trial of the Ancestral Land, Awakening Dreams of the Primordial Era. The human race waged war against myriad clans across the starry expanse, while the 8 great royal clans guarded the 9 heavens and 8 desolations, slaying gods, vanquishing immortals, exterminating demons, and cutting down monsters, driving out countless races across infinite star rivers. The final battle of the primordial era commenced. Slaughter. The 8 great royal clans, alongside millions of human cultivators, surged against the ancestral land of the demon race. Divine light, path symbols, immortal patterns, and endless powers of rules wreaked havoc across the starry sea, obliterating stars, causing the boundless void to collapse, revealing a profound darkness. Corpses, severed limbs, and shattered blades piled up into mountains. The strange blood of the demons surged like a great river. The starry dome was drenched in blood, the heavens mournful. The demon race suffered catastrophic losses, their ancestral land overturned, all within the span of mere moments. Above the starry sky, amidst chaos, the 8 human kings wielded the Grand Tsing Yi technique, jointly assaulting the Tsangming demon emperor, severing his lifeblood, extinguishing his reincarnation. The Tsangming demon emperor retreated in defeat, powerless to turn the tide. In fury, he resolved to sacrifice his imperial body, unleashing a devastating curse. Flames, black flames, quietly igniting upon the Songming demon emperor's dragon-like imperial form. This body, vaster than the stars, transformed into fuel for the rules, burning forth strands of profound black lines. Cold and sinister, the black lines intertwined, weaving into a totem of darkness. Upon it flickered the Songming demon emperor's grotesque smile, exuding a malevolent and eerie aura, sending chills down the spine. As the imperial body turned to ash, the totem obscured the chaotic void, enveloping the 8 human kings, transforming into seals that surged into their bodies. 8 great royal clans. Accept my curse. Your descendants shall forever live in fear, until their demise. Ha ha! Jiang Xuan suddenly awakened, bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Instinctively, he touched the dark totem upon his brow, information flooding into his mind, causing a shiver in his heart. Jiang Xuan revealed a bitter smile. The curse of the Songming demon emperor. It was faintly noticeable that his once vigorous black hair had withered somewhat at the temples. According to the feedback from his bloodline, during the final battle of the primordial era, the Songming demon emperor, using his imperial body as a sacrifice, cast a colossal curse upon the 8 great royal clans. Those bearing royal blood would be afflicted by the curse, their lifespans drastically reduced. The higher the bloodline concentration, the more severe the reduction in lifespan. For those below 80, the reduction was around 20%. Upon reaching 85, it increased to a 40% reduction in lifespan. For those with a concentration of 90, it was a 60% reduction. As for his bloodline concentration, which had reached 95, his lifespan could at most extend to 300 years. Unless he could break through to the true God realm within this remaining time, harnessing the power of rules only a true God could wield, he could barely fend off the curse's effects, potentially extending his lifespan to 500 years. Yet, none of this was recorded in the ancestral texts. A bloodline concentration of 90 could only be achieved by a select few ancestors from the early primordial times. In other words, aside from the progeny of the original ancestor, almost no one could achieve a bloodline concentration of 95, which explained why it remained unknown thereafter. Even with a reduced lifespan, it would likely be attributed to other causes, such as various latent ailments during growth. And those above 90 were few and far between, naturally drawing little attention. Jiang Xuan shook his head in frustration, silently cursing, "How toxic! Even with my golden finger, I still find myself in misfortune." The true God realm. Jiang Xuan exhaled deeply, his gaze lowering in contemplation. With his golden finger by his side, and now in possession of numerous top-tier inheritances, divine abilities, and even insights into 3 paths of the great Tao, his foundation was profound, making him a unique entity within the entire Xiantian realm. Given his formidable foundation, ascending to the true God realm was merely a matter of time. But the pressing issue was, he was sorely lacking in time. 300 years. Jiang Xuan shook his head, his tone solemn as he murmured. Even the most exceptional prodigies would likely only reach the heavenly origin realm within 300 years. He needed to hasten his efforts, striving to secure as many cultivation resources as possible. With that, Jiang Xuan rose and exited his seclusion. Raising his gaze, his eyes gradually deepened in intensity. He must contend for the position of the young clan leader this time. For only then could he mobilize the entire Jiang family's resources and accelerate his cultivation. Moreover, the true God relic, if he could seize it, his chances of breaking through to the true God realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, the totem on his brow adding an air of ferocity to his demeanor. Then with a single step, Jiang Xuan leaped into the air, transforming into a resplendent, divine brilliance that pierced through the clouds. Moments later, Jiang Xuan arrived at the ancestral hall of their lineage. Hundreds of gazes converged upon him. Clan elders, numerous elders, and the hundreds of Jiang family's prodigies who were participating in the trial of the ancestral land had been waiting for some time. They understood that in the contest for the position of young clan leader, only Jiang Xuan was qualified to compete. The recently born innate supreme being, with his talents, naturally held great promise for growth. Unfortunately, he had been born too late, and as he had yet to embark on the path, he could only be excluded from this trial. The clan elder observed Jiang Xuan, noting that while his presence had indeed grown much more robust, he still remained at the spirit entry realm and had yet to step into the spirit transformation realm. This disheartened him, and he comforted Jiang Xuan. There may be unforeseen circumstances in this contest for young clan leader. If things become unmanageable, you may choose to withdraw. The various prodigies returning from their travels had all entered the spirit transformation realm, while Jiang Xuan remained in the spirit entry realm, placing him at a disadvantage. Moreover, there was Jiang Xuan, who had reached the pinnacle of spirit transformation, and that prodigy with a bloodline concentration reaching 90. Although Jiang Xuan's foundation was indeed solid, relying solely on that may prove insufficient against them. The elders echoed his sentiments, urging him to reconsider. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, his mood soured by the impending reduction of his lifespan, leaving him feeling somewhat grim and cold. Casting a detached glance over the elders, Jiang Xuan said calmly, "The position of young clan leader must be mine." With that, he stepped boldly into the teleportation array, heading towards the ancestral land. The crowd was taken aback, filled with astonishment. Where did Jiang Xuan's confidence stem from? The clan elder's gaze lowered. Having watched Jiang Xuan grow, he understood him best. Today, Jiang Xuan seemed somewhat off. Could it be that he had encountered a setback in his cultivation, giving rise to inner demons? A twinge of worry arose within the clan elder. Pondering the situation, he could only set his doubts aside and turn to the other prodigies, instructing, "Remember, this matter concerns the contest for young clan leader. You must do your utmost to assist young Master Jiang Xuan. If necessary, you may even sacrifice your lives." The prodigies felt a chill in their hearts. Quickly bowing in respect, "We shall remember." The clan elder nodded slightly, waving his hand to allow the prodigies to enter the ancestral land. The elders gazed at the teleportation array, concern flickering in their eyes. They believed in Jiang Xuan's talent and potential. In the future, he would undoubtedly shine brightly, sweeping through the younger generation and dominating the various divine states of Xintian. However, relying solely on his bloodline foundation to compete with the other three young masters would likely pose a considerable challenge. The ancestral land resided within the divine mountain of the Fong family, yet it existed in another dimensional space. The second-generation ancestor had once utilized great divine abilities to merge a fragment of a world into the Fong family's divine mountain, and the small realm contained within that fragment became the ancestral land of the Chongsheng Jiang family. Throughout history, the strongest of the Jiang family, who had roamed the Xintian realm, would enter the ancestral land at the end of their lives to construct their own divine tombs, resting therein. Under the unique protective rules of this ancestral land, lifespan and vitality would stabilize, slowing their passage, thus extending their lifespans. Should the Jiang family face a great calamity, these ancient beings would emerge one by one, offering their final strength to defend the name of Jiang family longevity. Buzz, the desolate ancestral land, lay in dimness, as if forgotten by the world, where the great Tao, laws, rules, and order had all fallen into stagnation, and even time seemed to slow. Radiant divine lights fell like shooting stars, landing upon a vast and boundless river. As the divine radiance dissipated, Jiang Xuan emerged first, his peak cultivation radiating like a tempest, shaking the very heavens and earth. The intertwining energies of yin and yang enveloped him, resembling the essence of Taiji, encompassing the myriad paths of existence. With the river fan in hand, he manifested the vastness of mountains and rivers. Standing with his hands behind his back atop the landscape, he gazed down at the assembled prodigies, his eyes slightly lowered, exuding an air of disdain. Today, the position of the young clan leader rightfully belonged to him. Jiang Bei, bearing his spirit's sword, soared forth, 3,000 sword energies cleaving through the void. Calmly standing upon the spirit's sword, his icy gaze contemptuously swept across the four revered ones, a malevolent aura simmering in the depths of his eyes. To him, the four esteemed figures were largely mere pretenders, incapable of withstanding a single strike from his sword. Clad in a white robe, Jiang Mingho bore a smile, hands behind his back. Disregarding the cold stares from Jiang Xuan and Jiang Feng as he gracefully descended from the heights. An aura of profound mystery enveloped him, reminiscent of a Taoist immortal. He cast a fleeting glance at the gathered prodigies, pondering who among them possessed the bloodline of 90, a true prodigy and his greatest threat today. Alongside Jiang Xuan, one of the revered four and a long-established talent, each was adorned with a resplendent brilliance, exuding an otherworldly charm. With piercing eyes, sharp and radiant, they all harbored ambitions for the position of young clan leader. Jiang Xuan maintained a detached demeanor, ignoring the subtle gazes of the various prodigies. His physique seemed to breathe with an ebb and flow, the foundational essence within him shimmering with ancient divine light, resonating with profound energy. Both his body and soul had transcended their limits, and now his cultivation sought to break through to an unparalleled foundation. At that moment, the great river surged, its waves rolling tumultuously, enveloping the land as if the Milky Way had been inverted, encompassing a boundless wilderness. Roar, roar, roar. Within the expansive and magnificent river, an endless expanse of desolate land emerged. In this wasteland, countless bizarre beasts and ferocious creatures roared savagely, their malevolent energy saturating the surroundings. Chapter 14. The Scheme of Yin and Yang. Assassination of Jiang Xuan. A brilliant silver light pierced through the shadows of the ancestral land, illuminating the surging river. Amidst the vast starry sky, an ancient divine tomb, floating above the void and bound by chains of the great Tao, slowly drifted closer, despite its seemingly leisurely pace. Akin to a feather carried by the wind, in the blink of an eye, the magnificent tomb had descended upon the great river, releasing an ancient aura that suppressed the turbulent waters and the myriad of roaring beasts. Boom! The entire ancestral land returned to a profound silence. An indescribable shock enveloped the hearts of the gathered prodigies. The divine tomb quivered gently, radiating an ancient, decaying yet supreme presence. The mysterious rules of the great Tao dispersed like celestial mist, accompanied by elusive divine radiance that flickered and gradually manifested a hazy silhouette. Clad in a pure white robe, the figure's features remained indistinct, naturally exuding an expansive aura that twisted and overlapped the surrounding void. It evoked the illusion of not merely a single person standing there, but rather a mountain sea that could suppress the galaxy. The gathered prodigies immediately revealed expressions of fervor and reverence. The mountain ancestor, the foremost figure of the Jiang family after ancient times, possessed unparalleled fortune. In his youth, he had been fortunate enough to receive teachings from a supreme being who transcended time and space, comprehending the secret arts of the mountain and sea, thus manifesting a celestial mountain sea and attaining divinity, ruling over an era of the mysterious heavens. The mountain ancestor slightly lifted his hazy gaze, sweeping it over the prodigies, and spoke softly. The great river before you is opened up by my Jiang family's second ancestor, who cast in 30,000 rare beasts and treasures, forming a unique secret land of myriad beasts, a trial ground for the descendants of the Jiang family. You shall enter the secret land of myriad beasts and strive to slay the beasts. For each divine beast's blood you obtain, you will receive 1 point. For the blood of a spirit realm beast, 10 points. And for the earth profound realm, 100 points. With a wave of his sleeve, a luminous screen descended before the divine tomb, listing the names of the prodigies. Within 10 days, the one with the highest points shall be rewarded with a Tao medicine, and those in the top 10 shall have the opportunity to enter the divine tomb and receive our inheritance. The prodigies' hearts ignited with fervor, their breaths quickening. The Tao medicine was even more precious than kingly medicines, its rarity unquestionable. Even revered individuals might not possess it. If they could obtain the Tao medicine, their foundations would undoubtedly reach new heights, rendering them invincible among their peers. As for the inheritance within the divine tomb, it was an unattainable, transcendent boon. If they could earn the favor of their ancestors and receive the inheritance, they would undoubtedly have the chance to surpass the 4 young lords, even potentially replace them. After all, this was a points challenge. As long as they slayed enough beasts, they would have the chance to ascend into the top 10. In an instant, The prodigies were filled with determination, stepping decisively into the great river, entering the secret land of myriad beasts. Jiang Bei slowly drew forth his spiritual sword, cleaving the river with a single stroke. The fierce sword aura split the rushing waters, creating a nearly vacuum-like zone. The positions of the four young lords should be shifted. Jiang Bei provocatively glanced at Jiang Xuan and the others, giving a cold smirk, transforming into a streak of sword light that pierced into the great river, landing upon the barren earth. Surrounding him, 3,000 sword energies erupted, instantly slaying several spirit realm beasts and securing 3 drops of their blood. With a total of 30 points, he soared to the first position. The brows of Jiang Xuan and his companions furrowed, cold glints flashing in their eyes. This ancestral trial was a contest for the position of the young clan leader. In other words, a competition among the 4 of them. Jiang Bei. What was he? How dare he provoke them? If Jiang Bei steals her spotlight, we 4 will truly lose face. Jiang Mingho chuckled, then casually stepped into the river. Layers of profound Taoist laws surging around him, effortlessly reaping the lives of beasts. Points accumulated at a visibly rapid pace. Jiang Feng snorted coldly and followed suit into the river. His muscles bulged like coiled dragons, a fierce aura emanating, resembling a humanoid beast. As he unleashed devastating punches and palms against the beasts, his ferocity alarming. Yet Jiang Xuan, gazing at the tumultuous river, made no move, instead wearing a faint smile. He had just gleaned intriguing information from the memories of the Thunder Ancestor regarding the secret land of myriad beasts. He discovered that the second ancestor had opened this secret land ostensibly for the trials of the Jiang family disciples, but in truth, it was to nurture the dragon egg suppressed at the center of the secret land, using the beasts to provide nourishment, subtly transforming and refining it with the Jiang family's fortune. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished, murmuring, "The second ancestor possesses great ambition and boldness, aiming to hatch a true dragon belonging solely to the Jiang family." It was said that before the ancient times, the dragon clan stood as the absolute sovereign above all heavens, as the ultimate royal of the dragon clan. The might of a true dragon could even make ancient gods and demons retreat. However, at the end of ancient times, calamities struck, the heavens fell silent, and the myriad realms withered, suffering heavy blows and nearing extinction. Even a mighty dragon clan was forced to flee as a whole. Since then, the dragon clan had vanished from the skies. Who would have thought that the second ancestor had obtained a true dragon egg and had the audacity to attempt to transform, refine, and tame it as the guardian beast of the Jiang family? As he glanced at the points leaderboard, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Jiang Xuan's mind, his lips curling into a smile, as if he had found an opportunity. He then transformed into a beam of divine light, entering the great river and shooting directly toward the center of the barren land, disregarding the surrounding beasts. With the dragon egg in hand, who worried about the blood of the beasts? Jiang Qiankun, who had not yet made a move, noticed Jiang Xuan entering, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Summoning the essence of yin and yang, he tapped on the mountain river fan, transmitting a secret command. As the command spread, 3 prodigies hidden among the barren lands had their gazes flicker, stealthily concealing their forms, no longer hunting beasts, but swiftly heading toward Jiang Xuan. Their auras distinctly reached the mid-spirit realm. Jiang Qiankuan's gaze deepened, a smirk playing on his lips. If not for the countless warnings from the Holy Master regarding Jiang Xuan's potential backing by the archaic heavenly divine cult, which posed a significant threat to his bid for the young clan leader position, he would not have needed to eliminate Jiang Xuan first to prevent future troubles. With Jiang Xuan's mere cultivation at the divine realm, what qualifications did he have to catch his eye? Why should he waste his energy plotting against him, even going so far as to send his secretly subdued prodigies to assassinate him? 3 mid-spirit realm individuals ambushing you together. Such a grand spectacle, Jiang Xuan. Your demise could be considered glorious. Jiang Qiankuan smiled faintly. This time, he came bearing the Holy Master's heavy trust, intent on seizing the position of the young clan leader. If he could successfully claim the title, his identity as a true disciple of the Yin-Yang sacred land might ascend, elevating him to a position just below one, above myriad others. With that, the essence of Yin and Yang swirled around Jiang Xuan, as if a pair of colossal hands pushed aside the surging waters, leisurely stepping into the barren land. In this ancestral trial, comprising 350 prodigies, he held the highest cultivation and stood at the top of the points leaderboard. Naturally, it belonged to him, the Tao medicine, the ancestral inheritance, and the position of young clan leader were all his, and could only be his. Chapter 15. The slaughter of the mid-transformation spirits in the southeastern expanse of the desolate earth. Jiang Xuan descended beyond the 3,000 mountains without a moment's pause, racing directly towards the heart of the area where the true dragon egg lay. Divine radiance sliced through the sky, cleaving the vast heavens. Along the way, many prodigies were stirred, casting puzzled glances. Why did Jiang Xuan, the esteemed young master, refrain from hunting ferocious beasts? Was it a recognition of his inadequate cultivation, leading him to abandon the pursuit? Yet soon after, over a dozen mid-transformation spirit prodigies soared through the air, seemingly in pursuit of Jiang Xuan. This scene left the onlookers even more bewildered. Jiang Xuan, still in the divine realm, hunted beasts at a slow pace and chose to forego the chase. They could understand that. But why were these transformation spirit prodigies doing the same? Could it be a rare treasure had emerged? The hearts of the gathered prodigies stirred, and some, eager for opportunity, hastened in Jiang Xuan's direction to uncover the truth. Moments later, 3 prodigies caught up with Jiang Xuan, decisively unleashing their lethal divine powers. Thunderous roars resounded. Silver serpents danced wildly, and rivers of blood surged forth. A chilling aura of death reverberated through the void, causing a nearby mountain range to collapse, rocks flying as if struck by calamity. The indestructible thunder body instinctively shielded its master, ancient lightning patterns swirling to counter the onslaught of divine powers. Jiang Xuan halted, glancing back at the 3, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of hostility flickering in his eyes. Which lineage do you hail from? To attack me without cause, do you wish to court death? The 3 prodigies exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with an ambiguous mix of amusement and mockery. To withstand our divine powers in the divine realm, you do possess some skill. The leader, Jiang Jiao, clad in a black robe, regarded Jiang Xuan with a condescending gaze. But how dare you, a mere divine realm practitioner, occupy the esteemed position of young master and indulge in the vast resources of our clan? Jiang Xuan's eyes turned cold as he locked onto Jiang Jiao. Do you have a problem with that? Indeed, Jiang Jiao snorted disdainfully. Having you sit in the position of young master brings nothing but shame to the Jiang family. His combat prowess and talent far surpassed Jiang Xuan's, yet his resources were but a fraction of Jiang Xuan's. He simmered with discontent and jealousy. A faint smile, cold and detached, graced Jiang Xuan's lips, his aura of hostility intensifying. Cursed and burdened, Jiang Xuan's mood had soured, a pent-up rage simmering within him. Until now, he craved bloodshed. The other 2 prodigies, hearing Jiang Jiao's words, furrowed their brows and urged softly, Jiang Xuan is merely in the divine realm. Let us strike together and crush him, returning to report without delaying the plans of the young master of the universe. It won't take long. A single strike will suffice to slay him. Jiang Jiao cackled, a fierce aura of bloodlust emanating from him as a menacing wide blade materialized in his hands. The young master of the universe had saved his life, and today he acted under the young master's command to eliminate Jiang Xuan. Yet, the young master was exceedingly cautious. Sending 3 mid-transformation spirit prodigies to deal with a mere divine realm Jiang Xuan was perplexing. Did he doubt their strength or overestimate Jiang Xuan's capabilities? Regardless, the outcome would be the same. He would personally sever Jiang Xuan's head today. What manner of fool dares to claim the title of young master in our Jiang family? Jiang Jiao tightened his grip on the wide blade, thick bloodlust surging forth. Boom! Jiang Jiao transformed into a crimson streak, hurtling towards Jiang Xuan. In the blink of an eye, he leapt 100 feet, appearing before Jiang Xuan. Slash! Jiang Jiao bellowed, the wide blade crashing down with a torrent of spiritual power, enveloped in bloodlust, manifesting a blade aura 100 feet long. The void trembled violently, cracks appearing as if the very fabric of reality were fracturing. This is the blood blade technique. Jiang Jiao. It is him. Among the pursuing prodigies, someone recognized Jiang Jiao and exclaimed in shock. What? The crowd gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. Is he the one who awakened the blade body, building his foundation in 3 years, entering the divine realm in 5, and achieving transformation spirit in 10? It was said he entered the world of cultivation 3 years ago and, with mid-transformation spirit strength, had defied a late transformation spirit demon from the heavenly demon sect, incurring their wrath. For 3 years, he had vanished, and everyone believed he had perished, prompting his lineage's elders to retaliate by slaughtering 3,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect in vengeance. Yet, unexpectedly, he was alive. Some prodigies recalled Jiang Jiao's illustrious feats, whispering in awe. Not only was he alive, but his strength seemed to have significantly advanced. The blood blade technique was among the top 3 blade legacies of the Jiang family, said to rival quasi-sacred arts when mastered. Jiang Jiao had evidently comprehended the blood blade technique, his combat might, likely nearing the pinnacle of transformation spirit. As Jiang Jiao advanced on Jiang Xuan, some gasped in astonishment, realizing the audacity of Jiang Jiao to strike at Jiang Xuan during the trial. Should the elders pursue the matter, he would surely face severe consequences. Clearly, he coveted Jiang Xuan's position, seeking to usurp it. A prodigy in blue analyzed calmly. Jiang Xuan remains in the divine realm, yet enjoys the resources of the clan as young master. Many are dissatisfied. Jiang Jiao's actions are not surprising, and he will certainly not be the last. With Jiang Xuan still in the divine realm, today he may very well meet his end at the hands of Jiang Jiao. Another prodigy speculated, isn't it better if Jiang Xuan dies? With one less young master, we may have the chance to advance. The blue-clad prodigy retorted with a cold smile. At these words, the crowd paused, reflecting deeply, their eyes brightening with burgeoning anticipation. As the blade aura of Jiang Jiao descended upon him, Jiang Xuan's gaze darkened, coldly uttering a single phrase, seeking death. A chilling hostility surged forth. Extending his right hand, ancient lightning patterns danced upon his robust arm. The principles of the thunder path resembling thick chains coiling around him, manifesting 300 bolts of lightning that rampaged uncontrollably. The indomitable body, reinforced by the indestructible thunder body, rendered even the ancient gods of youth insignificant. No one knew the astonishing power that lay dormant within Jiang Xuan's seemingly delicate frame. Perhaps the distortion of the void around him, crushed by sheer force, hinted at the magnitude of his strength. Confronting the blade aura, Jiang Xuan unleashed a punch. Boom! Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, the 100-foot blood blade aura shattered like a fragile toy, vanishing into nothingness. Impossible! Jiang Jiao let out a disbelieving roar. 3 years ago, his blade could fell a late transformation spirit demon. Today, his might had surged several-fold, and yet Jiang Xuan, merely in the divine realm, had shattered his strike. And Jiang Xuan had already closed the gap. Enveloped in thunder, he resembled a fearsome beast of lightning, imposing and ruthless, instilling terror in all. One punch after another, he retaliated against Jiang Jiao with the most straightforward and effective means. Jiang Jiao scrambled to defend himself, but it was too late. An indescribable, colossal force surged forth like a tempest, obliterating his defenses. He felt as if Jiang Xuan were a primordial giant bearing a divine mountain, bearing down upon him with overwhelming might, while he felt like a feeble ant helplessly awaiting annihilation. Powerless, helpless, and filled with despair. Bang! Blood splattered from Jiang Jiao's grotesquely contorted head, scattering across the vast mountain range, adding a surreal splash of crimson to the desolate landscape. Accompanied by Jiang Quang's piercing cries, Jiang Xuan presented a visceral spectacle of violent aesthetics, so striking that it left countless prodigies trembling with fear. With Jiang Xuan's exceptional talent and combat prowess, he would certainly rank among the top 10 of the younger generation of the Jiang family. Yet, before the esteemed Jiang Xuan, he was rendered utterly powerless, akin to a mere insect underfoot. Gulp. The young prodigy in blue struggled to swallow, forcing himself to steady his trembling legs as he cautiously shifted away from the formidable Jiang Xuan. Initially, he had coveted Jiang Xuan's esteemed position, but only now did he come to realize the naivety of his aspirations. Among the 4 young lords of the Jiang family, only Jiang Xuan had attained the realm of divinity, which spoke volumes in itself. Crack! Jiang Xuan effortlessly crushed Jiang Xuan's neck, flicking the blood from his hands. He then raised his gaze slightly towards the 2 prodigies who had accompanied Jiang Xuan, and with an indifferent tone inquired, "Now, tell me, who sent you here?" Chapter 16. The quest to subdue the true dragon hatchling. The 2 prodigies felt a tremor of fear gnawing at their hearts. They were acutely aware of Jiang Xuan's formidable strength, although they were both at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Only by joining forces could they barely suppress him. In other words, even someone as powerful as Jiang Xuan stood no chance against Jiang Xuan, who ruthlessly crushed him. The outcome would be the same if they both attacked. They might even perish more swiftly. Exchanging a glance, the 2 prodigies struggled to suppress their trembling bodies and spoke with difficulty. We only seek for the esteemed one to spare our lives. You are not worthy to bargain with me." A cold voice echoed as Jiang Xuan transformed into a beam of divine light, appearing before them in an instant, grasping each of their necks in his hands. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, the lives of the 2 prodigies rapidly ebbed away under Jiang Xuan's grip. The profound principles flowed through his palm, dominantly invading their consciousness, tearing apart their souls, and extracting their memories. Soul-searching. Moments later, a deep, cold light flickered in Jiang Xuan's eyes as he discovered the name, Jiang Xuan. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he beheld the luminous projection that recorded the points of each prodigy, in scarcely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Jiang Xuan had already amassed 62 points, momentarily securing the first position. Jiang Haoming followed with 56, Jiang Feng with 53, and Jiang Bei with 49, closely trailing behind. Jiang Xuan's eyes deepened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned and soared towards the central area. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan's figure appeared above the vast canyon at the heart of the desolate land. Mysterious black mist swirled like flowing water, enveloping the canyon entirely, rendering the interior invisible to all. Even divine consciousness could not penetrate the black fog. An indescribable aura infiltrated the mind, heavy and oppressive, as if a great terror lurked within. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xuan felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were under pressure from a life force. Recalling the records of the true dragon egg, he could not help but speculate that it was on the verge of hatching. Excitement surged within him. Without hesitation, he traversed the black mist and plunged into the canyon, racing towards its depths. Outside the canyon, atop the divine tomb, the mountain ancestor noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile in surprise. This lad possesses some intrigue. Buzz, the divine tomb, trembled, releasing a dense aura that gradually coalesced into a towering phantom. The ancient ancestor, the foremost body cultivator of the Jiang family since ancient times. It was said that the ancient ancestor had transcended to the realm of deities, effortlessly tearing apart true gods and traversing the galaxy with ease. Is this lad fortunate, or has he already gained the secrets of the true dragon egg? The ancient ancestor's tone carried a hint of astonishment and curiosity. The mountain ancestor chuckled, noting that this boy had not hunted any exotic beasts since entering the desolate land, but had instead made a beeline for the true dragon egg, evidently forewarned. However, to obtain the secret of the true dragon egg, this in itself was a stroke of luck. This was his opportunity. The ancient ancestor raised an eyebrow, contemplatively stating, "Could it be he is the disciple whose bloodline has returned to 95? If this were the case, we could rest easy and await the coming of great times." Since ancient times, the strongest members of the Jiang family had buried themselves within the divine tomb during the end times, resembling prisoners. only to contribute their last vestiges of strength when the family faced calamity. This was true for him, and it was true for the mountain ancestor as well. At present, their true forms remained in slumber, merely revealing a trace of consciousness to witness the prodigies of this generation of the Jiang family. After all, a grand era sweeping across Xiantian and the entire multiverse was about to unfold, and the coming calamity would inevitably return. That may not be the case. The mountain ancestor gently shook his head, replying blandly, Jiang Xian's bloodline density is 75. Thus, he has gained a position among the esteemed. If he were to have the opportunity to return his bloodline to 95, he would have done so long ago. It is unlikely he would wait until now. The ancient ancestor's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the other prodigies engaged in hunting exotic beasts, observing their innate talents and combat prowess. A flicker of disappointment crossed his heart, stirring concerns for the future of the Jiang family. With a soft sigh, he mused, the Xiantian realm has been dormant for so long. It is time for it to awaken. The cycle of great paths is unending, and this era is destined to herald a new epoch of upheaval. These disciples may seem like unparalleled prodigies rarely seen in a millennium, yet they are ultimately mere products of the prevailing tide. The Jiang family has them, and other powers will certainly have them too, perhaps even more. Relying solely on these disciples, the future of the Jiang family is indeed worrisome. The mountain ancestor nodded in agreement, acknowledging, for our Jiang family to remain unyielding amidst the tumult of great times, relying solely on these prodigies is certainly insufficient. If we wish to preserve the status of a long-lived family and stand firm in Xiantian for 1,000,000 years, we must produce a monstrous talent. If we seek to advance further, we must create an unparalleled prodigy, one who is invincible in this age. The ancient ancestor's brow furrowed in deep thought, slowly speaking, his tone tinged with uncertainty. I have heard that each of the 4 esteemed ones of our Jiang family, this generation, possesses the potential to attain enlightenment. If they were to receive our legacy, they could certainly advance further. Is that not enough to be called a prodigy? The mountain ancestor shook his head with a wry smile. In past generations, that would suffice. In this era, it is too much to ask. What about the lad who entered the canyon? As one of the 4 esteemed, if he were to subdue the true dragon, he would undoubtedly leave all others in the dust and earn the title of prodigy. The ancient ancestor's tone grew solemn. The mountain ancestor nodded slightly, acknowledging, if he successfully subdues the true dragon, it would indeed be so. However, the true dragon is ultimately an external entity, other than his bloodline density of 75. Jiang Xian's physique, innate talent, and comprehension are not particularly remarkable. Even with the true dragon's assistance, he would likely still fall short compared to those monstrous talents cultivated by ancient divine sections. The ancient ancestor's expression grew serious, his hazy visage clouded with an indelible worry. Based on your words, is our Jiang family fated to face a great calamity in this era? The mountain ancestor gazed down at the Jiang family prodigies hunting exotic beasts, his eyes deep and profound like an abyss, a chuckle escaping his lips. It is not entirely hopeless. That disciple with a bloodline returned to 95, along with the newly emerged divine bone. Both possess the potential of prodigious talent. With diligent cultivation, they certainly have the opportunity to become unparalleled prodigies, dominating the younger generation of Xiantian. As long as those two grow successfully, this era holds great promise for our Jiang family. The ancient ancestor's expression turned solemn. Nodding gravely, the mountain ancestor nodded and then withdrew his gaze, continuing to observe the various prodigies in the desolate land, seeking to identify that disciple with the returned bloodline. Perhaps the individual was intentionally concealing themselves, making it so that even he, having attained the supreme realm, could not discern any clues or lock onto their presence. Could this disciple with the returned bloodline be harboring some reservations? Why must they conceal themselves? Otherwise, we would not need to search so desperately. His tone was laced with deep helplessness. He had expended a portion of his already dwindling life force to project a fragment of his soul consciousness to oversee this ancestral trial, all in the hope of finding that disciple with the returned bloodline. intending to impart his legacy to aid them in advancing further. Yet, he did not anticipate such caution. Even while within the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, the disciple would still choose to conceal themselves. The ancient ancestor could not fathom the reasoning, spending considerable effort searching in vain, ultimately having to temporarily abandon the pursuit. His gaze shifted once more to Jiang Xuan within the canyon, feigning jest as he remarked to the mountain ancestor. If Jiang Xuan is indeed that disciple with a returned bloodline, and he manages to subdue the true dragon, he will undoubtedly earn the title of unparalleled prodigy, dominating an entire era. As the grand era of gold descends, he too can effortlessly reign supreme. The mountain ancestor, knowing the ancient ancestor well, chuckled dismissively, remarking that were it true, he would emerge from the divine tomb and escort him with great honor. The ancient ancestor laughed in response. They were interred within the divine tomb to evade the ravages of time, allowing them to survive until now. Should they emerge, the relentless flow of time would swiftly drain their vitality. Even if they were to seal themselves away and do not, they could endure no more than 3 fleeting months. Like prisoners, they slumber within the divine tomb, all in the name of safeguarding the Jiang family, not to serve as a mere escort for a young noble. After all, in every era, the Jiang family selects 4 young nobles. Having lived for so long, they have witnessed no fewer than 8,000, if not 10,000, young nobles. Among this multitude, Jiang Xuan is hardly the most remarkable. Nonetheless, he possesses the potential to tame a freshly hatched true dragon. Chapter 17. The Return of All Beasts. The illusory true dragon, after breaking through layers of dense black mist and descending for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xuan finally reached the depths of the valley. Contrary to expectations of an inky darkness, the valley was eerily illuminated, bathed in a strange, bright golden glow that flowed like water, illuminating the entire interior. The air was thick with a chaotic blend of savage, violent, sacred, and supreme energies that intertwined and fused, creating a mysterious aura that enveloped the entire gorge. Before him stood imposing ancient bronze beast sculptures, grotesquely lifelike, evoking a sense of dread. Curiously, these ancient sculptures all faced the central bronze cauldron, their massive forms bent, as if in reverent worship. Jiang Xuan cautiously approached the bronze cauldron, which towered 10 zhang high, resembling a small mountain, its majestic presence inspiring awe. The uneven surface of the cauldron was intricately engraved with profound patterns depicting landscapes and creatures, hinting at elusive truths of the universe. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the engravings. A deep, resonant hum echoed as a surge of mysterious energy pierced his palm. Jiang Xuan winced in pain, instinctively withdrawing his hand. Yet a tender dragon's roar resonated within him, urging him to remain steady. Could it be that the true dragon was on the verge of hatching? Thoughtful, he pressed his palm firmly against the cauldron's surface. Blood welled from his palm, trickling along the cauldron's carved grooves as if inscribing something profound. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound emanated from within the bronze cauldron. A sacred aura surged forth like an ocean, quickly filling the valley and rippling outward, sending tremors through the land. The ferocious beasts, once fierce, now lay subdued, trembling in terror and reverence as they prostrated themselves. The onlooking prodigies were astonished by the spectacle. The sight of quaking beasts stirred their excitement, compelling them to seize the moment for profit. The prospect of slaughtering hundreds of beasts to ascend the leaderboard was tantalizing, granting them access to the god tomb and the chance to inherit ancestral legacies. Yet, at that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, shaking the very earth and fracturing mountains, revealing chilling chasms. The heavens themselves shifted, clouds swirling ominously. The once indistinct sky was stirred, unveiling a profound vortex. In this chaos, the great path, resplendent divine symbols, intricate patterns, and supreme rules coalesced, forming a colossal illusory figure. With eyes wide, it emanated sacred golden light that reached the heavens, adorned in countless divine symbols and scales. It radiated an icy brilliance that cleaved through the void. Its claws, embodying the essence of the universe, seemed to command all beneath it. The seemingly chaotic phenomena harmoniously merged upon this illusory figure, as if everything originated from it. With a low dragon's growl, the figure swiftly condensed into a beam of golden light, piercing through the void towards the bronze cauldron deep within the gorge. The extraordinary vision dissipated, leaving behind an unsettling tranquility in the once feral, tumultuous land. The prostrate beasts rose, wild-eyed and fervent, racing silently towards the gorge, a sight that would leave any observer breathless with fear. The return of all beasts. The prodigies, previously poised to hunt, stood frozen in shock and exhilaration. That illusory figure was a true dragon. Was there truly a legacy of the true dragon hidden within the beastly secret realm? Hearts ignited with fervor as they rushed towards the gorge. The prospect of obtaining the true dragon's legacy promised unparalleled foundations for their paths, potentially leading to ascension beyond mere divinity and into the realms beyond the celestial realm. Why bother hunting beasts when the true dragon's legacy awaited? Jiang Xuan twisted his neck, erupting in laughter. Boom! Before his laughter faded, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the gorge. The true dragon legacy is mine. Jiang Bei's eyes glimmered as he shot forth like a sword through the air. Jiang Mingho followed suit, grinning as he soared, intent on the true dragon's legacy. What a bunch of fools! Jiang Xuan sneered at the eager prodigies, thinking to himself that even if they reached the true dragon's legacy first, it would ultimately belong to him. With a flick of his fingers, imbued with yin-yang energy, he attempted to summon Jiang Guo and his companions. All three of his followers, at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, would ensure his dominance over this savage land, and the true dragon legacy would naturally fall into his grasp. However, his attempt to send a message were futile. Jiang Xuan's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. He muttered curses, realizing the implications. There could be only two possibilities. Either a barrier of rules prevented his message from penetrating, which was unlikely since they were all in the same realm, or Jiang Guo and his companions had perished. How could they die at the hands of mere beasts? A bunch of useless wretches. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. I hope you eliminated Jiang Xuan before your demise. Otherwise, don't blame me for seeking retribution against your families. Jiang Xuan was merely in the divine realm, surely no match for Jiang Guo and the others. In Jiang Xuan's mind, they must have encountered formidable beasts and met their untimely end. He didn't care much for the loss of 3 followers. With his esteemed position in the yin-yang lineage, he would never lack for talented subordinates. What vexed him was the uncertainty of Jiang Xuan's fate. Enough, I must secure the true dragon legacy first. If Jiang Xuan is still alive, I can deal with him later. With that thought, Jiang Xuan took to the air, heading toward the vast gorge. Did this boy truly succeed? The ancient ancestor mused, sensing the boy's extraordinary fortune. For nearly 10 million years, the second-generation ancestor had transformed the beastly secret realm, nurturing the true dragon egg. Many prodigies had learned of its secrets, eager to hatch and tame the true dragon cub, but all had returned empty-handed. In fact, even he and the mountain ancestor had attempted the same during their trials, but the lifeless bronze cauldron had thwarted their efforts. After all, hatching a true dragon cub required immense time, energy, and unimaginable luck. This boy possesses remarkable fortune. He is indeed a prodigious talent. Yet, the mountain ancestor's deep-set eyes revealed a hint of concern. To safeguard the true dragon cub amidst the covetous gazes of so many prodigies, one must truly possess exceptional abilities. Not to mention the disciple lurking in the shadows, a descendant of ancestral bloodlines. Among the 4 young masters, Jiang Xuan's strength is undeniably the weakest. Capturing the young true dragon is no simple endeavor. Chapter 18. The contest for the true dragon cub at the bottom of the abyssal canyon. A sacred golden light surged forth, pouring into the depths of the bronze cauldron. Roar! The tender sound of dragon cries echoed once more. No longer just a whisper within Jiang Xuan's heart, but a tangible resonance emanating from the bronze cauldron, growing from faint to resounding, from frail to powerful. The youthful dragon's roar was visibly accelerating in its growth. Moments later, The ethereal sound manifested as ripples radiating with golden light, almost tangible in nature, spreading outward in concentric circles. Nothing could hinder its passage. Not even the grotesque bronze beast sculptures nor the jagged canyon walls could impede its advance. Strangely, however, as these ripples swept past Jiang Xuan, they abruptly vanished, seemingly merging with his very being. Unperturbed, Jiang Xuan remained fixated on the crimson blood flowing from his palm. Like an unending stream cascading along the intricate patterns of the cauldron, gradually staining the dark green vessel with red. This scene appeared to him as an army clad in blood-colored armor, steadily advancing to consume the magnificent bronze cauldron. This process seemed to unfold at a languid pace, slow enough for the myriad beasts of the wasteland to gather fervently along the canyon's precipice, prostrating themselves in a display of inexplicable reverence. Meanwhile, over 300 prodigies from the Jiang clan, participating in the ancestral trials, had broken through the black mist and descended to the canyon's depths. Entering Jiang Xuan's line of sight, their obscure gazes converged upon Jiang Xuan, filled with speculation yet restrained from action. The apparition of the true dragon was likely invoked by Jiang Xuan, but with the true dragon's legacy still unmanifested, they dared not act rashly, fearing that disturbing Jiang Xuan might disrupt the timing of the true dragon's emergence. Thus, they chose to silently await the arrival of the true dragon's legacy. In contrast, Jiang Xuan perceived this process as remarkably swift. His consciousness was drawn into the intricate patterns of the bronze cauldron, plunging him into a state of profound clarity. In the depths of his mind, he discerned distant voices, as if echoing from the other side of time itself. Heirs of the Jiang clan, I am Jiang Kong, the second-generation patriarch. During my travels through the starry void, I chanced upon this true dragon egg. Through myriad calculations, I established this sanctuary for beasts, intending to nurture the dragon egg and transform it into our clan's guardian deity. The true dragon, a sovereign of the heavens, is proud and indomitable. Even a newly hatched dragon cub embodies these traits. To completely subdue it is no trivial task. Heirs of the Jiang clan, you must immerse the bronze cauldron in blood to master the forbidden powers inscribed upon it. Only through this can you control and subjugate the true dragon cub. Beware, this forbidden power was crafted through divine prowess infused with the Jiang royal bloodline. Those with a bloodline concentration below 90 who attempt to wield this power may face a deadly backlash, exhausting their lifeblood. Remember this, remember. As Jiang Xuan's consciousness returned, astonishment flickered in his eyes. A bloodline concentration of 90. This certainly could not have been tailored for him. It is worth noting that even the second-generation patriarch had a concentration of merely 93, and those among the Jiang descendants reaching a concentration of 90 were exceedingly rare. Am I about to turn my fortune around? Jiang Xuan pondered, but soon recalled the tribulations he had faced over the past years, particularly the recent events involving the Thunder Ancestor, prompting a wave of skepticism. Could this truly be a trap? Yet, reflecting on it now, seemed futile. Gazing at the bronze cauldron before him, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His blood had already saturated the entire cauldron. The ethereal crimson shimmered erratically, gradually coalescing into strands of peculiar bloodlines against the backdrop of the cauldron, intertwining to form ancient, enigmatic blood-brown seals that seemed to embody supreme intent. The seals flew forth, surging into Jiang Xuan's body. Suddenly, he experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if establishing an indescribable connection with the true dragon cub within the cauldron. He could sense the emotional fluctuations of the dragon cub. "Daddy, I want to go out," the tender voice echoed within Jiang Xuan's mind. He paused, astonished. Had he truly subdued the true dragon cub? It seemed almost too simple. This was hardly in line with his usual experiences. Of course, it could also be that his recent rapid advancements had brought unforeseen calamities alongside his blessings. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xuan reluctantly accepted this reality and steeled himself to communicate further with the dragon cub. However, the dragon cub, having been confined for too long, was now desperate to escape its confines and was thrashing about vigorously. With a series of cracks, The energy-depleted bronze cauldron appeared as fragile as porcelain before the dragon cub's formidable strength, soon revealing numerous fissures. The assembled prodigies instinctively held their breath, their anticipation growing fervent, excitement coursing through them. Then, with a resounding crash, the bronze cauldron shattered, fragments scattering across the ground. The golden-hued true dragon cub leapt forth, radiating divine light that illuminated the abyssal canyon, dispelling the dense black mist and casting brilliance across the wasteland. The inherent pride and overwhelming power of the true dragon surged forth like a tidal wave, dominating the surrounding domain. The countless beasts prostrated at the canyon's edges erupted in ecstatic roars, welcoming the birth of the supreme, true dragon. Inside the canyon, the prodigies were taken aback, their expressions contorted with shock as their eyes glimmered red, their breaths quickening involuntarily. They had anticipated the emergence of the true dragon's legacy, but never fathomed that a living, pure-blooded true dragon cub would materialize. While the legacy of the true dragon was immensely powerful, even surpassing sacred arts, it paled in comparison to the might of a living dragon. An adult true dragon possessed terrifying strength on par with deities and demons. If they could successfully subdue it, it would mean an invaluable ally in their pursuit of enlightenment. In a mere instant, Jiang Bei charged towards the true dragon cub, convinced that seizing it would elevate him above the others, securing the position of junior clan leader. Jiang Bei, the true dragon cub is not something you are entitled to touch, Jiang Feng shouted, fury igniting in his eyes as he rushed forward to block Jiang Bei. The moment the true dragon cub emerged, Jiang Feng had already claimed it as his own. Anyone daring to covet it would face dire consequences. Yet, all the prodigies present shared Jiang Feng's sentiments. The ethereal Jiang Haoming, confident in his supremacy, felt envy. Jiang Xuan, who prided himself on being invincible, was thrown into disarray. Over 300 prodigies sprang into action, unleashing their most formidable powers towards the true dragon cub. Wealth stirs the heart, let alone the allure of a divine beast like the true dragon cub. Even if it meant death, they were determined to contest for it. Amidst the frenzy, Jiang Xuan, once the focal point of attention, found himself overlooked, relegated to the role of an observer, watching the crowd descend into madness, engaging in fierce conflict. A faint smile crept upon Jiang Xuan's lips. How intriguing. Chapter 19. Is this truly not an ancient monster? Jiang Xuan observed the fierce clash of over 300 prodigies with an amused demeanor, displaying no urgency whatsoever. He even whimsically produced a small stool and some sunflower seeds, choosing a well-concealed spot with an excellent view to sit down and enjoy the spectacle. While he was indeed eager to seize the top position on the leaderboard and utilize the Tao pills to transcend his cultivation limits, he found greater delight in witnessing this chaotic dog-eat-dog scenario unfold. He even harbored a certain expectation, hoping that one of these prodigies would ultimately vanquish Jiang Xuan. Even if they did not succeed in killing him, severely wounding him would suffice. At that point, he could swoop in for the final blow, sending the opponent to their demise. Initially, Jiang Xuan had no connection to Jiang Xuan. Their only point of contention lay in the position of the young clan leader, a matter that could be transparently addressed through fair competition. If he were to be outmatched, he would not harbor any grievances. In truth, the four young lords had tacitly accepted this rule. Yet, Jiang Xuan, with his nefarious intentions, had sent assassins to ambush him. Jiang Xuan's underlings had perished at his hands, and the enmity had been established. He was eager to eliminate Jiang Xuan post-haste to prevent further mischief from this villain. The chaotic battle among the more than 300 prodigies raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. Brilliant spells, sharp sword energies, and surging bloodlines filled the canyon with a relentless cacophony, creating a chilling atmosphere. Ancient bronze beast sculptures were caught in the fray, shattered and soaked in blood. Many were wounded. Perhaps at the onset, everyone had exercised restraint, mindful of their kinship, but as the battle progressed, injuries mounted and a fiery rage ignited within them, compounded by the irresistible allure of the true dragon cub. The murderous intent among the crowd gradually escalated. The chaos evolved into a more pronounced contention. distinctly divided into 5 factions. Centered around Jiang Xuan, Jiang Haoming, and Jiang Feng, their kin congregated into 3 distinct camps. The relatively weaker factions, aware of their inability to contend with the 4 lords, had wisely banded together, with Jiang Bei at the helm, having secretly forged an alliance. They resolved to expel the 4 lords at all costs. The final faction was peculiar. They were the prodigies of Jiang Xuan's lineage. Presently, they found themselves in a state of distress and uncertainty. The other 3 young lords had already gathered their forces and commenced their factional battle, while they had yet to locate their own young lord Jiang Xuan. Reluctantly, they withdrew a distance, opting to observe the unfolding drama. It was through this direct confrontation that the prodigies gained a clear and visual understanding of the formidable prowess possessed by Jiang Xuan and the other 3 young lords. 1 against 10, they fought with ease. It is important to note that in the outside world, they were all prodigies rarely seen in a millennium, sweeping through their ranks and engaging in battles beyond their level with remarkable frequency. With their strength, even a dozen individuals encircling a formidable opponent, such as those at the earthly profound realm, would stand a chance. In other words, the combat prowess of Jiang Xuan and his companions likely rivaled that of the earthly profound realm. The melee had evidently reached a stalemate, which caused Jiang Xuan, who was merely spectating, to grow anxious. He awaited Jiang Xuan's injury, hoping to strike while the iron was hot. Why were they so foolish? Jiang Xuan could not help but mutter, "Why are you all over 200 of you spreading out? If you all piled onto Jiang Xuan, wouldn't he be finished off already?" However, Jiang Xuan merely whispered this to himself, for if he were to voice it aloud, it would likely draw attention, and they would turn their focus onto him. After all, he was one of the 4 lords, and with his apparent weaker cultivation, he would be perceived as an easy target. "Daddy, what are you eating? I want to eat too." At that moment, a delicate arm, pale as lotus roots, appeared unexpectedly before Jiang Xuan, waving a chubby little hand. Having procured spiritual fruit seeds from the clan elder, he had roasted the sunflower seeds himself. Jiang Xuan instinctively responded, but as he spoke half a sentence, he suddenly froze. Where did that voice come from? Turning to his side, he discovered a young girl with braided pigtails standing beside him. Her large, glistening eyes fixated intently on the sunflower seeds in his hand. Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. When had this girl appeared? He had not sensed her presence at all. The most alarming detail was that she was floating above the ground, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. This indicated she could fly. Aside from those innate creatures capable of flight, it seemed that only beings at the earthly profound realm could achieve such a feat without utilizing spiritual power or external aids. Jiang Xuan stood frozen, instinctively recalling past experiences, firmly concluding that this seemingly harmless little girl must be an ancient monster, the Tianshan child. "Daddy?" The girl waved her little hand, and upon noticing Jiang Xuan lost in thought, she pouted and snatched the sunflower seeds from his grasp, stuffing them all into her mouth. She chewed noisily, but the bitterness of the seed skins overwhelmed her, twisting her face into a grimace. Spitting them out, she scrunched her little face, tried to rid her mouth of the unpleasant taste. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but laugh at the scene. This Tianshan child. Could it be that her intellect had regressed to that of a child? "Daddy, I'm hungry." The girl pouted, looking at Jiang Xuan with a distressed expression. "Daddy?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily bewildered, staring wide-eyed at the girl. As her voice sounded familiar, he suddenly realized, "You're that true dragon cub?" The girl nodded vigorously. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. He turned to the chaotic scene of prodigies battling, noticing at about 1,000 feet above them, the resplendent golden true dragon still coiled and exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The true dragon cub was not up there. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Xuan looked back at the girl. "Oh dear, Daddy is really foolish." Perhaps, sensing the connection, the girl discerned Jiang Xuan's thoughts, shaking her twin ponytails and cheerfully exclaiming, "That's my illusion. They want to snatch me away from Daddy. Oof, they're all bad people." The girl's nose crinkled in disgust as she declared, "If they want me, let them try to take me. I hope they all die." Jiang Xuan was astounded. To cast an illusion as bait, drawing a throng of prodigies to fight for her, Was this truly a newly hatched true dragon cub capable of such cunning? This couldn't possibly be the Jiang Xuan child, could it? Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. The girl gazed at Jiang Xuan, her large, sparkling eyes blinking as she displayed an expression of utter helplessness. Jiang Xuan fell silent. A sense of unease crept over him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. I knew it. With my life as script, how could it be so easy to tame a true dragon cub? It's all obtaining all the beast essences would surely allow us to leave directly. The girl's eyes sparkled with realization. Jiang Xuan was bewildered. While that logic held true, the beast secret realm contained tens of thousands of mystical creatures, among which were even earthly profound realm beings. The notion of collecting all their essences was utterly preposterous. Father, leave this to me, the girl declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 20, points first. Trial concluded. The young girl raised her small hand and effortlessly lifted Jiang Xuan into the air. An enigmatic aura enveloped them, as if a unique barrier obscured the vision of all onlookers, allowing her to silently carry Jiang Xuan away, soaring out of the vast canyon. Even without this peculiar circumstance, those who had already developed murderous intent would likely have overlooked Jiang Xuan's escape. Even if they noticed, they would probably regard him with disdain, watching him depart with contemptuous glances. After all, the true dragon cub was circling above them. With the divine beast still present, they would never relent. Upon exiting the canyon, Jiang Xuan was met with a sight of numerous beasts prostrate on the ground, a dense mass, their natural malevolence coalescing in a heavy black clouds. An overwhelming sense of shock washing over him. Jiang Xuan's expression tightened. How had so many beasts gathered? If they were to revolt, despite his myriad means, he would surely meet his end here. He sensed at least 10 Earth-level beasts in the vicinity. His gaze instinctively shifted to the girl. At this moment, he could only place his faith in this child of the Jiang Xuan, who bore the guise of a true dragon cub. He hoped she would truly follow through with her promises. Father, watch me. The girl grinned widely, baring her teeth as she let out a boisterous call directed at the thousands of beasts sprawled before her. To Jiang Xuan, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about it. Yet, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. All the beasts lowered their heads in unison, pressing their foreheads to the ground, emitting a deep, resonant roar as if responding to the girl. To Jiang Xuan's ears, these creatures sounded fervent, almost devout, like fervent followers receiving a divine revelation. The cacophony of roars melded into a powerful sound, reminiscent of thunder, reverberating through the air and creating ripples in the void. The very earth seemed to tremble. From the imposing bodies of these beasts, drops of radiant blood began to rise, slowly drifting toward the girl, converging into a pool of blood. Done. The girl held the blood pool in her small hands, presenting it to Jiang Xuan with a glint of mischief in her large eyes. Father, you promised me that after we go out, you will take me to eat delicious food. I'll give you the beast's essence. Jiang Xuan glanced at the pool of blood and then at the girl. His ex-praise capturing this young true dragon would undoubtedly secure him the position of the young clan leader, and in due time, he would possess a formidable chance of becoming the holy son of the Yin-Yang sacred land. Achieving divinity was merely a matter of time, brimming with indescribable excitement and anticipation. Jiang Xuan reached out towards the young true dragon. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light shimmered and dissipated like an ephemeral illusion. The young true dragon had vanished. Jiang Xuan remained in his outstretched position, suspended in mid-air, utterly bewildered. Chapter 21. Is everyone really under Jiang Xuan's control? Is the true dragon cub a fraud? Not only was Jiang Xuan bewildered, but all the prodigies present were equally perplexed. They had fought fiercely against their own kin for a mere illusion. The revelation was like a bucket of cold water thrown over everyone, gradually restoring their composure. After a moment of silence, they began to reflect. Was it possible that the true dragon cub was merely a jest orchestrated by Jiang Xuan? After all, from their perspective, the appearance of the true dragon cub was linked to Jiang Xuan, and during the ensuing struggle, he had mysteriously vanished, only to emerge later with the top score on the leaderboard. All present were losers, save for Jiang Xuan, who basked in triumph. Jiang Xuan, realizing this, felt his expression darken, his eyes glinting with a menacing light as he ground his teeth and uttered a chilling vow. I will not kill you. I swear I shall not be human. Jiang Mingho, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bei, and the other prodigies wore grim expressions, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Had they been defeated honorably by Jiang Xuan, they might have accepted it, but the fact that he had employed underhanded means to win was infuriating. Moreover, Jiang Xuan was merely at the spirit realm. The thought that he had toyed with them, mere mortals, ignited their ire, and they yearned to rush out and annihilate him to cleanse their shame. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's own kin exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Truly, the young master had single-handedly outwitted them all and effortlessly claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Outside the vast canyon, Jiang Xuan heard the voice of the mountain ancestor and blinked in surprise. Had the trial truly ended? He turned to the girl beside him, the one clad in the guise of a true dragon cub, and acknowledged her mischievous charm, yet recognized her undeniable prowess. With a delighted exclamation, he secured the elixir. Father, you promised me. Once we're out, take me for delicious food. The girl gazed intently at Jiang Xuan, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a brief moment of silence, he nodded with a smile, assuring her, rest assured, we shall feast. Then, guided by the mountain ancestor, Jiang Xuan took the girl's small hand and stepped out of the desolate land. Jiang Xuan and the other prodigies had already emerged, and their eyes turned toward Jiang Xuan, filled with resentment, malice, and coldness, a multitude of emotions. Were it not for the mountain ancestor's presence, those prodigies might have lunged at Jiang Xuan, eager to rend him limb from limb. As for the little girl beside Jiang Xuan, she was completely ignored. First, all attention was drawn to Jiang Xuan, and secondly, her true nature was shrouded in an enigmatic aura that diminished her presence. In truth, who would connect a seemingly harmless little girl with a supreme creature like a true dragon cub? The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor observed the scene, their gazes inadvertently drawn to Jiang Xuan, both astonished. This young man had indeed succeeded in subduing the true dragon cub amidst the covetous eyes of the prodigies, and had done so with remarkable ingenuity. This lad truly understood the art of survival. The ancient ancestor coughed lightly, sharing a bemused transmission with the mountain ancestor. The mountain ancestor's lips twitched. He understood the reference to the individual whose chances of transcending were negligible, yet who was exceedingly cautious. No, it was more appropriate to say they were terrified of death. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the true God realm, they hesitated to ascend, always responding with just a little longer, while claiming they sought to forge a path of survival. Eventually, they had perished within the divine tomb, losing all trace of that individual. And perhaps that was for the best. The mountain ancestor pondered, the times have changed, a great era approaches, and one must tread carefully. Moreover, having acquired the true dragon cub, excessive flamboyance could attract the envy of ancient sects and holy lands, jeopardizing his own path. The ancient ancestor nodded in agreement. Then, the mountain ancestor surveyed the assembly of prodigies and calmly announced the trial results. In 10th place, Jiang Xuan with 49 points. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes shifting to Jiang Xuan, who stood not far from Jiang Xuan, his expression a tumultuous blend of bitterness and jealousy. Jiang Xuan, of Jiang Xuan's lineage, possessed a bloodline purity of 67, had just entered the spirit transformation realm, and while not lacking in talent, was merely average among the 300 prodigies present. Had the trial proceeded under normal conditions, he would have struggled to even breach the top 200. Yet, the trial had concluded in a mere 2 hours, allowing Jiang Xuan to seize an unexpected advantage. What sheer luck! Many prodigies grumbled inwardly, their envy palpable. If only their landing spot had been more favorable, they would have undoubtedly outscored Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan himself was dumbfounded. He was well aware of his own limitations. His foundation, talent, and strength were unremarkable. His primary role in the ancestral trial was to protect Jiang Xuan and help him secure the position of clan leader, with no expectations of acquiring elixirs or opportunities, let alone dreaming of entering the divine tomb to receive the ancestors' inheritance. Yet, Unexpectedly, with a meager 49 points, he found himself ranked 10th. Jiang Xuan instinctively rubbed his head, wondering if he was dreaming. Yet, the envious gazes of the surrounding prodigies were all too real. His eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with excitement as he trembled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he rushed to Jiang Xuan's side, bowing deeply. "Thank you, young master." Had it not been for the young master's remarkable achievement and the early conclusion of the trial, he would never have made it into the top 10. Jiang Xuan raised Jiang Xuan gently, chuckling, "This is your fortune, no need for thanks." At that moment, the others began to react, their expressions growing increasingly grim. All the misfortune they had suffered was due to Jiang Xuan's meddling. Yet, despite their resentment, a sense of anticipation grew within them. With the trial ending prematurely, many had not had the chance to hunt beasts. Perhaps they too might experience a stroke of luck and find themselves in the top 10, earning the right to enter the divine tomb for the ancestors' legacy. Among them, Jiang Xuan's kin were the most exhilarated. During the chaotic fighting at the canyon's bottom, they had been unable to locate Jiang Xuan, remaining in a state of observation. With nothing else to do, they had hunted a few slumbering beasts to the canyon's base, slaying them to gather blood essence and accumulate points. 9th place, Jiang Ting. 8th, Jiang Fengming. 7th. 6th, Jiang Hao with 65 points. Silence. Amidst the roaring river, the prodigies were utterly still, stunned into silence. The rankings from 10th to 6th were all from Jiang Xuan's lineage. Chapter 22, 1,270,000 points. Jiang Ting, Jiang Fengming. Grateful thanks to the young master. Jiang Ting and the other 3 outstanding individuals who entered the top 10 of the points leaderboard suppressed their inner excitement and bowed respectfully to Jiang Xuan. They understood that all of this stemmed from the young master, who not only toyed with everyone to seize the first place on the leaderboard, but also inadvertently assisted them in entering the top 10. Their respect for Jiang Xuan naturally soared to immeasurable heights. The other prodigies of Jiang Xuan's lineage felt similarly, although they were not among the top 10 this time. With the precedent set by Jiang Xuan and his companions, they could very well be next. At the very least, they were assured that following the young master would not lead to their downfall in the future. In stark contrast, the expressions of the others were beyond mere difficulty. They resembled the faces of those mourning a lost mother, distorted by resentment and jealousy, their countenances twisted beyond recognition. 5th on the leaderboard, Jiang Bei, 70 points. 2nd on the leaderboard, Jiang Xuan, 100 points. Predictably, the individuals from 5th to 4th place were Jiang Bei, Jiang Feng, Jiang Haoming, and Jiang Xuan, all strong contenders for the position of the young clan leader, their abilities significantly surpassing those of others. Yet, the expressions of Jiang Xuan and his 3 companions did not waver even slightly upon entering the top 5. They continued to glare at Jiang Xuan with murderous intent, their faces dark and their eyes icy. To them, attaining the top 5 in such a manner felt akin to a slap in the face from Jiang Xuan, a profound humiliation. This scene did not escape the elder's notice, yet he paid it little heed. Competition within controllable limits was a good thing. Then, the elder continued to announce leaderboard first. Jiang Xuan, total points. 1,270,011. This score instantly unleashed a wave of astonishment. Everyone was taken aback. 1,270,000 points. Surely, this was not a jest? All gazes converged on Jiang Xuan, questioning whether he had cheated. For heaven's sake, over 1,000,000 points. Meanwhile, the 2nd place, Jiang Xuan, only had a mere 100 points. How could Jiang Xuan, who had just entered the God realm, possibly surpass the peak of the spirit realm? Jiang Xuan by over 10,000 times? Everyone was bewildered, their incredulous expressions laden with deep doubt and skepticism. How could this individual have manipulated the system? Jiang Xuan's face darkened further. Clutching the mountain river fan tightly, he struggled to contain the surging fury and murderous intent within him. He had never regarded Jiang Xuan as a threat. His attempts to eliminate him were merely a response to the sovereign's warning. To him, Jiang Xuan, a mere newcomer to the God realm, was nothing more than an ant easily crushed. Yet today, this ant had repeatedly slapped him in the face. The prodigies of Jiang Xuan's lineage erupted into cheers and celebrations, sharing in the glory. The young master's astonishing score of over 1 million points overshadowed all. Who could possibly contend with him in this trial of ancestral land? The position of young clan leader belonged unequivocally to Jiang Xuan. The frustration on Jiang Xuan, Jiang Mingho, and others' faces was palpable. Their teeth nearly ground to dust. They had never harbored such hatred for anyone as they did today. At that moment, the elder waved his hand, announcing that the top 10 would enter the divine tomb. The grand divine tomb trembled slightly, emanating a layer of milky white divine radiance, transforming into a towering portal over 3,000 feet high, adorned with intricate and profound patterns, as if it contained some profound truths of the universe, making it difficult to gaze upon without fear of being ensnared. The prodigies who had not qualified turned away in deep jealousy, unable to do anything but depart in bitterness, realizing they should seize the opportunity to cultivate before the trial concluded. After all, the ancestral land was a dimensional microcosm, rich in spiritual energy and conducive to comprehending the principles of the great Tao. It was not an exaggeration to call it a sacred ground for cultivation. If they could manage to break through their realms, it would be considered a gain, preventing them from returning empty-handed. Jiang Xuan and the others cast a cold glance at Jiang Xuan, stepping forward to pass through the portal and enter the divine tomb. Jiang Wuhan and the others gathered around Jiang Xuan, who remained still, unwilling to proceed without his consent. "Father, let us hurry inside. There are so many delicious things," exclaimed the girl, tugging at Jiang Xuan, her large eyes fixated on the portal of the divine tomb, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Delicious? So many." Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Good heavens! The divine tomb was the resting place of the ancestors of the Jiang family. What could possibly be inside besides those nearly decayed old ancestors? Truly, it was a monstrous being donning the guise of a young dragon. It sought to devour the ancestors and restore itself, did it? Not while I am here. Raising his right palm, he summoned bloodlines to form a crimson barrier. Jiang Xuan invoked the divine powers that controlled the young dragon, clenching it in his hand as he solemnly addressed the girl. "Once we enter, whatever you wish to eat must first receive my permission. Do you understand?" The girl looked at the barrier in Jiang Xuan's hand, somewhat frightened, pouting in displeasure. "I understand." Jiang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, then took the girl's hand as they approached the portal. Jiang Wuhan and the others followed closely behind. As they stepped through the portal, a sensation of weightlessness washed over them, and after a moment of dizziness, their surroundings shifted seamlessly. They found themselves in a desolate little realm, heavy with the aura of decay, as if the world itself had been extinguished, invoking a sense of suffocation. The only objects within this realm were coffins crafted from gold and stone, standing solemnly in the center, ancient and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to ancient gods and demons, silently guarding this space, protecting the Jiang family's eternity. Jiang Xuan and the others looked up, feeling diminutive in comparison, and a profound reverence surged within them. To safeguard the Jiang family, these ancestors had forsaken the pursuit of the great Tao, relinquished their own glory, choosing instead to inter their physical forms here, sleeping in endless darkness, silently resisting the erosion of time. When the Jiang family called upon them, they would awaken from their slumber, reviving their long-decayed bodies, burning the remnants of their essence, offering their spiritual power, physical forms, souls, and even the right to reincarnation. The elders and the ancient ancestors' spiritual shadows appeared before everyone, softly stating, "Soon, I will guide your souls to resonate with the spiritual space of this place, where the soul imprints and Tao legacies left by the ancestors await. Whether you shall reap any rewards depends entirely on your own fortunes." "Yes," everyone replied respectfully. The elder nodded slightly, his aged gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on Jiang Xuan. Among the 10 prodigies present, this one had the greatest potential to achieve monstrous fame. Perhaps he would earn the favor of the ancient ancestors and receive an even more formidable legacy. "Focus your minds. Let us begin," the elder intoned, raising a finger towards the heavens, dimming the little realm. Suddenly, from the depths of the profound sky, a beam of milky white light descended, resembling the endless flow of the Milky Way. Obscure and ethereal rules flickered beneath the great Tao, shimmering with elusive light. Jiang Xuan and the others sat cross-legged, steadfastly concentrating, urging their souls, releasing their spiritual awareness, attempting to connect with the light. Half a stick of incense later, Jiang Wuhan's bloodline surged autonomously, shimmering with mysterious rules amidst the blood-red aura, resonating with the milky white light. A clear and crisp sound of a sword echoed through the air. From a milky white light, a faint figure emerged. A figure, cradling a long sword with both hands, gazed at Jiang Wuhan and nodded in approval. In a calm tone, they remarked, "I possess a Tao-level sword technique, which I bestow upon you. I hope you will ponder it deeply." Chapter 23. The Ancestral Bestowal of Law. Devour it whole. Thank you for the ancestral bestowal of law. Jiang Wuhan opened his eyes, offering a respectful bow before beginning to accept the inheritance. A shadowy figure slightly nodded and then transformed into a hazy orb of light, surging into Jiang Wuhan's body. Boom! A corresponding coffin trembled violently. A profound sword intent gradually spread outward, resembling a towering mountain that subdued the heavens and the earth. Then, from this coffin, a thread of sword path laws emerged, flowing like a spring into Jiang Wuhan's being. The heavy aura of sword path surrounding Jiang Wuhan visibly accumulated. Is this happening too swiftly? The ancient ancestoress lips twitched with a hint of helplessness. To resonate with the spiritual realm and attract the ancestral favor to accept the inheritance. This should not be hastened. Quite the opposite, the slower the process. The greater the chance to invoke the ancient Jiang clan ancestors' soul imprints and obtain a more powerful legacy. Otherwise, like Jiang Wuhan, one could only attract the more recent ancestors, those who slumber within the coffins. It cannot be said that these individuals within the coffins lack strength, but their inheritance is simply insufficient. After all, he and the mountain ancestor have already reached their limits, at most only possessing a saint-level inheritance. However, it must be noted that within the spiritual realm exist the soul imprints of ancestors from generations past, whose inheritances are primarily at the saint level. And there are even those above it. It is said that the inheritance of the progenitor lies among them. For Jiang Wuhan, to acquire merely a path-level inheritance is indeed a waste of such an opportunity. Yet, there was little to be done. With Jiang Wuhan's innate talent and strength, he originally had no qualification to enter the divine tomb and accept the inheritance. It can only be described as a twist of fate. The mountain ancestor also smiled helplessly, acknowledging the qualifications of these individuals. To gain an inheritance is already a rare feat, so there is no need to be overly demanding. Let us observe what inheritances those few may obtain. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Xuan, filled with a measure of anticipation. The ancient ancestor shared this sentiment. In their view, with the qualifications of the four, acquiring a saint-level inheritance should not be difficult. But anything above that, perhaps only Jiang Xuan, who had subdued the young true dragon, held a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, the girl sitting beside Jiang Xuan with her large eyes was fixated on Jiang Wuhan's sword path inheritance. Her eyes sparkling with drool. "Daddy, I want to eat that." The clever little girl silently expressed this thought, which reached Jiang Xuan's mind through their special connection. Jiang Xuan was currently sensing the spiritual realm with his soul consciousness, and upon receiving the girl's message, he was momentarily taken aback. After reflecting, his expression darkened, and he sternly admonished, "You cannot eat that." "Oh!" The little girl pouted unhappily, managing to suppress her desires. At this moment, Jiang Xuan, embodying his soul consciousness, ascended against the tide of the milky white radiance. This was the spiritual space populated by shadows, soul imprints of the ancestors. However, for reasons unknown, each time Jiang Xuan passed by a shadow, the figure would retreat 3 steps, bow respectfully, and then decisively vanish, as if avoiding him entirely. "Come on, I possess a bloodline concentration of 95, have yet to enter the realm of spiritual transformation, have comprehended 3 paths, and bear the indestructible thunder body." This talent and potential are unparalleled throughout the entire Xintian realm. Yet you all look down upon me? Jiang Xuan's face darkened, his heart filled with discontent. What he did not realize was that this situation arose precisely because his qualifications were too formidable. Originally, such considerations would have been conveyed in advance. However, the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor had been in slumber for so long that they had forgotten this detail. After all, guiding prodigies to accept inheritances was not their responsibility. It was only due to the impending great calamity and the emergence of a prodigy with a bloodline returning to 95 that they decided to observe. Within the spiritual realm, Jiang Xuan continued to walk forward without receiving any response from the ancestral soul imprints, his expression darkening as he pressed on. 100 zhang, 500 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 2,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang. As he traversed two-thirds of the entire spiritual realm without receiving any acknowledgement from the ancestors, every figure seemed to scurry away at his approach, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. Jiang Xuan felt weary and disheartened. Yet, the little girl's voice occasionally echoed in his mind, asking if she could eat this or that. Through their connection, he gleaned that the girl desired to consume the path inheritances. From the moment Jiang Wuhan received the sword path inheritance to Jiang Ting and Jiang Fengmei. Please, these were all prodigies of his lineage. It is no exaggeration to say they are his subordinates. To allow her to consume their hard-earned ancestral inheritances is utterly unreasonable. Thus, Jiang Xuan firmly rejected her every time, until the little girl pointed at the quasi-saint level sword path inheritance obtained by Jiang Bei, inquiring if she could eat it. He could not help but waver. One step ahead, every step ahead. If Jiang Bei were to lose the inheritance, he would be significantly ahead of him. The competition for the position of the young clan leader would naturally see Jiang Bei eliminated first. Furthermore, he had yet to obtain an inheritance himself, so he certainly could not allow Jiang Bei to get ahead of him. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to nod in consent for the little girl to eat, he hesitated again. Despite the intense competition, they were all members of the Jiang family, sharing the same bloodline. To coldly destroy each other's chances at inheritance was truly against his nature. To violate one's true heart and allow discord within one's thoughts would inevitably affect his Tao heart, further obstructing his path. Would this not be purely detrimental to others while failing to benefit oneself? Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment and ultimately chose to abandon the idea, warning the little girl not to eat. Soon after, Jiang Feng obtained a quasi-saint level body refinement technique, and Jiang Mingho received a saint-level killing technique. Jiang Xuan similarly intervened, preventing the little girl from indulging. The girl gazed longingly at the delectable inheritances, nearly brought to tears. Yet, fearing the restrictions imposed by Jiang Xuan, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Until Jiang Qianquan's bloodline surged, the dual energies of yin and yang circulating. His soul consciousness soaring within the spiritual realm, taking great strides forward, reaching a position of 3,000 zhang after half an hour's journey. A heavy pressure, a vast aura, descended like a majestic divine mountain. Jiang Qianquan's soul consciousness trembled violently, fissures appearing, as if on the verge of collapse. After struggling for a considerable time, Jiang Qianquan finally halted, maintaining his composure. He had reached his limit. Any further would surely lead to the collapse of his soul consciousness, resulting in backlash against his spirit. And he would not only fail to acquire the inheritance, but also jeopardize his foundation. 3,000 zhang was more than sufficient. Jiang Qianquan exhaled a breath of turbid air, confidently murmuring, with Jiang Mingho and the others' qualifications, they can at most reach 2,500 zhang. As for Jiang Xuan, Jiang Qianquan scoffed, acknowledging that although Jiang Xuan possessed the highest bloodline concentration among those present, his cultivation was merely at the divine realm. He likely would struggle to even reach 1,000 zhang. At the 3,000 zhang mark, he was certain to obtain a saint-level inheritance, perhaps even a particularly powerful one among the saint levels. And Jiang Xuan would probably find it difficult to secure even a quasi-saint level inheritance. The position of young clan leader is undoubtedly mine, Jiang Qianquan declared with confidence. At that moment, a shadow of an ancestor clad in a Taoist robe emerged. emanating a faint yet overwhelming saintly aura that sent shivers down the spine. The figure regarded Jiang Xuan with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Possessing the energies of yin and yang, you may inherit my sacred art. I am Jiang Xuan, who once created a sacred art known as Tai Chi Palace Diagram, and I wish to impart it to you. Do you accept? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened, filled with overwhelming excitement. Ancestor Jiang Xuan, the one who, in a late ancient period, slayed 3,000 true gods with the Tai Chi Palace Diagram. It is said that this ancient ancestor had once comprehended the profound mysteries of the Great Tao, transcending the realm of true divinity and stepping beyond the confines of the Shintian world. To everyone's astonishment, he had even left a legacy within the mental realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xuan promptly bowed in reverence, expressing gratitude on behalf of the Jiang family's descendants. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for bestowing this sacred knowledge. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, extending a finger to summon the energies of yin and yang, which coalesced into the form of the Tai Chi fish, soaring forth from the spiritual realm towards Jiang Xuan. Is this the diagram of the Tai Chi Palace? Both the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. The mountain ancestor remarked with a hint of admiration that the sanctified techniques inherited from Jiang Feng's forebear ranked among the finest within the myriad sacred lineages of the Shintian world. Mastery of this inheritance would enhance this young man's potential by at least 30%, and in the future, he might even have the opportunity to attain the illustrious title of prodigy. While the two ancestors marveled at this revelation, a young girl fixated on Jiang Xuan's legacy, her eyes glistening with fervor, drooling uncontrollably. Such deliciousness, far surpassing all that had come before it. Father, I wish to partake. Her voice echoed within Jiang Xuan's mind. Time and again, she had faced rejection, only to endure it in silence. She had begun to grasp that her father did not wish for her to indulge in such delights. Yet this time, she found herself unable to restrain her cravings. She was hungry, insatiably hungry. To her surprise, her father responded decisively and unequivocally this time. Eat, feast heartily. Chapter 24. Where is my inheritance? In the blink of an eye, before Jiang Xuan could finish his words, the girl had already made her move. Her chubby little hands danced in an extraordinary trajectory, releasing waves of nearly transparent rules that rippled outward, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped the Taiji fish, the embodiment of the great Tao's inheritance. Buzz. After a futile struggle, the Taiji fish abruptly vanished, disappearing completely as if it had never existed. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where was his inheritance? This was the sacred level inheritance of ancestor Jiang Xuan. If he could comprehend it, his strength would at least increase by 50%. At that point, sweeping through the crowd and claiming the position of the young clan leader would be effortless for him. Yet, how could the inheritance suddenly vanish? Jiang Xuan could not accept this, and his frustration boiled over. He sprang to his feet and dashed in a frenzy toward the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, resembling a wronged child seeking solace from adults, ancestors. My great Tao inheritance has disappeared. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of complexity and helplessness in their eyes. The young dragon had seized Jiang Xuan's great Tao inheritance, its magical powers astonishing even to them, though their actions were exceedingly discreet. The vast difference in their realms ensured they were fully aware of everything that transpired. But what could they do? Demand the young dragon return the great Tao inheritance? Did they not see that it was happily devouring the Taiji fish? Even if the young dragon were to relinquish it, there would likely be nothing left but scraps. A severely incomplete sacred-level inheritance would hardly compare to a Tao-level inheritance. What use would it be to retrieve it? Moreover, the young dragon was a precious guardian beast bestowed upon the Jiang family by the second-generation ancestor, its value and significance far surpassing that of a sacred weapon. As for Jiang Xuan, he was merely one of the four esteemed figures of this generation in the Jiang family, his talents hardly remarkable. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor understood the weight of each matter clearly. Yet, as ancestors, they could not bear to witness their exceptional descendant return empty-handed. After pondering for a moment, The mountain ancestor spoke slowly, according to the rules of the ancestral land. Each prodigy entering the divine tomb has only one opportunity to resonate with the spiritual realm and acquire the ancestor's inheritance, and may only inherit one. If one fails to gain the ancestor's favor, there will certainly be no second chance. However, your situation is indeed rather special. Given your talents, you should rightfully obtain an ancestor's inheritance. I shall make an exception and allow you to enter the spiritual realm once more to acquire your inheritance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's gaze fell slightly, not exhibiting excessive excitement. Rather, he felt a deep sense of frustration. The Taiji Palace diagram inheritance he had just obtained was exceedingly powerful among sacred-level inheritances, and crucially, it was highly compatible with him, ensuring that his cultivation would yield maximum results with minimal effort. If he were to enter the spiritual realm again, even if he obtained another sacred-level inheritance, it would likely not compare to the Taiji Palace diagram. However, with matters as they stood, Jiang Xuan understood that the mysteriously vanished inheritance was likely irretrievable. He could only and must seek a new great Tao inheritance. Thank you, mountain ancestor. Jiang Xuan bowed respectfully. He then sat cross-legged again, releasing his soul consciousness to enter the spiritual realm, seeking a response from the ancestor's soul imprint. Could it be Jiang Xuan's doing? The ancient ancestor subtly glanced at the girl and quietly inquired of the mountain ancestor. The mountain ancestor gazed at the girl, his eyes profound, observing her for a long while before slowly replying, Jiang Xuan is, after all, one of the four esteemed figures. He will adhere to the necessary boundaries. It is likely that this young dragon acted on its own accord. Just hatched, it is in dire need of energy and must be hungry. The ancient ancestor nodded thoughtfully. The girl, devouring the Taiji fish, was absorbing its great Tao energy to replenish herself. She had been sealed within a bronze cauldron by the second-generation ancestor, undergoing refinement and transformation in the secret land of 10,000 beasts. This not only delayed her emergence, but also severely depleted her innate energy, forcing much of her bloodline and the true dragon inheritance rooted within it to seal themselves. Thus, she urgently required vast amounts of great Tao energy to gradually unseal her bloodline and acquire her inheritance. As the great Tao energy from the Taiji fish was consumed, a layer of hazy golden light enveloped the girl. It was evident that layers of profound shadows flickered upon her left arm, resembling lotus nodes, alternating between brightness and dimness. That was dragon scales. Having consumed the Taiji fish, the girl had partially unsealed a layer of her bloodline, acquiring a true dragon inheritance. Simultaneously, Jiang Xuan felt a stir in his heart, a profound realization washing over him. In an instant, it seemed as though he had mastered a technique of inheritance. Streams of yin-yang energy surged from his palm, weaving into an almost ethereal Taiji fish, the sacred-level inheritance of ancestor Jiang Xuan, the Taiji Palace diagram. The girl had merely absorbed the great Tao energy from the inheritance. As for the comprehension of the inheritance, it paled in comparison to her true dragon inheritance. To her, it was akin to a chicken rib. Rather than waste time cultivating it, she would be better off bestowing it upon Jiang Xuan through their unique connection. Oh, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. The young girl consuming Jiang Xuan's great Tao inheritance actually yielded such benefits? Although lacking the great Tao energy would make comprehension significantly more challenging, and early progress would become quite slow, this was still a sacred-level inheritance. A free advantage. Who would complain about that? Moreover, acquiring an inheritance is unique, meaning that within this spiritual realm, each person may only obtain one inheritance. Yet he had, in this peculiar manner, shattered that limitation. Most importantly, this inheritance originally belonged to Jiang Xuan. With the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor present in the divine tomb, Jiang Xuan likely had no opportunity to harm Jiang Xuan, but causing him to return empty-handed was indeed a source of delight. Well done, Jiang Xuan commended the girl, rare praise escaping his lips. He then set this matter aside, glancing at the spiritual realm, which was faintly revealing its end, and grimaced slightly, displaying hints of vexation. He had now ascended to a height of 8,000 zhang, yet the soul imprints of those ancestors continued to elude him, as if playing hide-and-seek. He could only press on. After a while, at 12,000 zhang, a figure clad in a white robe, an elderly man, appeared within Jiang Xuan's line of sight. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, an ancestor was no longer avoiding him. I, Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family, pay my respects to the ancestor. Jiang Xuan bowed. The elderly figure regarded Jiang Xuan in silence. Initially indifferent, his hazy, Taoist eyes gradually became serious and complex, ultimately shaking his head in self-reproach. I, Jiang Zhang, known as the Mountain Ancestor, received a secret technique of mountain and sea from a celestial sage beyond the heavens, recorded here to be passed down to the descendants of the Jiang family. The Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint spoke with complexity. Jiang Xuan was astonished as he looked at the Mountain Ancestor. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out this was the soul imprint of the Mountain Ancestor. With this thought, Jiang Xuan fell into contemplation. As the first person of the Jiang family after the ancient era, the Mountain Ancestor's realm should not surpass those ancestors from before the ancient times. Yet, his great Tao inheritance appeared at this height of 12,000 zhang. This suggested that the Mountain Ancestor's inheritance was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that at 10,000 zhang, he had encountered several soul imprints of ancestors whose auras were exceedingly ancient, evoking a sense that they predated the ancient times. The Mountain Ancestor's inheritance likely reached the pinnacle of sacred level. Jiang Xuan mused. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan bowed deeply and spoke with utmost sincerity. I humbly beseech the Mountain Ancestor to bestow upon me your legacy. The Mountain Ancestor shook his head with a complex expression, sighing, your bloodline purity has regressed to the primordial level, reaching 95%, already on par with the second-generation ancestor. Though my legacy is not unworthy, imparting it to you would only squander your innate gifts. Moreover, my true self merely attained the pinnacle of true divinity, rendering me unworthy to be your mentor. Proceed onward, young one. With those words, the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint flicked his sleeve and faded away into melancholy obscurity. Chapter 25. The wealth-bringing child, Jiang Xuan, taken aback, gazed upwards as the Mountain Ancestor faded from view, lost in thought. He understood. He comprehended it all. Those ancestors from before did not disdain him. Rather, they felt their own lineage was unworthy of him, ashamed to present themselves. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched, and he was suddenly engulfed by a surreal sensation. Wait, if you believe yourselves unworthy, at the very least, you could have said something. Fortunately, he had not belittled himself or given up easily. Otherwise, such a prodigy as he would have been squandered by their inaction. Therefore, within this context, could it be that his bloodline's density could not be concealed at all? Jiang Xuan now revisited his thoughts, a sense of alertness awakening within him. In this place of inheritance, the exposure of his bloodline posed no immediate threat. These elders would not harm him, but once he stepped outside, he must exercise greater caution. Who could say if those harboring ill intentions against him possessed unique means of detection? Not to mention, the lineage of Jiang Xuan had already become a life-and-death rivalry. Should they discover that his bloodline density reached 95, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to obliterate him. He needed to acquire a technique to conceal himself post-haste. Jiang Xuan contemplated. He continued his ascent, propelled by the information from the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint. Jiang Xuan had discerned that the higher he climbed, the more formidable the path of inheritance became. And with his bloodline density of 95, he possessed a veritable passport, advancing without burden or pressure. In other words, while others entered to be selected by their ancestors for inheritance, he was in a position to select his ancestors and their legacies. What more need be said? Outstanding indeed. Jiang Xuan cast aside his earlier frustrations, striding forward with the joy of one strolling through a grand garden. At that moment, the voice of the little girl echoed once more. Daddy, can that be eaten? Through their mental connection, Jiang Xuan discerned what the girl desired. The path of inheritance from Jiang Xuan. How could this cunning rascal have acquired yet another inheritance? Jiang Xuan was perplexed. Moreover, it appeared to be a sacred-level inheritance. Jiang Xuan responded without a hint of hesitation. Then, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes once more. His bloodshot gaze filled with astonishment and fury. The path of inheritance he had painstakingly obtained had vanished yet again. Unlike the first instance, he re-entered the spiritual realm, now under immense pressure, each step a monumental challenge. Having already expended considerable mental energy, his quest for inheritance was fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, he pressed on, reaching a height of 2,300 zhang, where he caught the favor of an ancestor skilled in assassination, receiving his legacy. This was a unique, sacred-level inheritance. Neither offensive nor defensive, but a highly elusive secret technique. According to the elder's own words, this technique derived from a divine relic site, suspected to be a legacy of the gods. If cultivated to its pinnacle, even beings above true gods would be unable to discern its essence. Although this secret technique could not rival the Tai Chi palace diagram, its deceptive nature surpassed most sacred-level inheritances. Jiang Xuan was ecstatic. Yet, just as he was about to accept the inheritance, it disappeared once more. The situation mirrored the previous occurrence. Jiang Xuan was on the brink of madness. No, he was already mad. He fell to his knees before the mountain ancestor, his face a tapestry of resentment, grievance, and barely contained rage, pleading for another chance to resonate with the spiritual realm. Having already experienced this once, he understood that an abrupt disappearance of the path of inheritance meant it could not be retrieved. Rather than waste time pursuing the matter, it was far better to beseech the mountain ancestor for another opportunity. After all, the time limit for entering the divine tomb was finite. He could not return empty-handed. In the entirety of Jiang's family history, such a scene had never unfolded. Even the most mediocre prodigies could at least obtain a path-level inheritance. He did not wish to become the exception, forever nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame. The ancient ancestor looked at Jiang Xuan with a twinge of sympathy, then turned to the mountain ancestor, as if about to speak. The mountain ancestor, however, subtly shook his head, silencing him, then sighed deeply as he regarded Jiang Xuan. What is meant to be will ultimately be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. This is your final chance. Thank you, mountain ancestor. I am immensely grateful. Jiang Xuan bowed deeply, then summoned his soul consciousness to enter the spiritual realm once more. The ancient ancestor cast a glance at the now voraciously devouring young true dragon. His brow furrowed with anger as he questioned, "Is this not clearly Jiang Xuan's underhanded scheme? Why does the mountain ancestor turn a blind eye and allow such antics?" With a faint glance at the ancient ancestor, the mountain ancestor revealed a smile, his calm demeanor betraying an undeniable excitement. "My soul imprint has encountered Jiang Xuan." The ancient ancestor paused, for he was acutely aware that the mountain ancestor's path of inheritance was extraordinarily formidable, comparable to that of the peak's sacred level. It was precisely because of its immense power that the mountain ancestor's soul imprint could surpass many elders, positioned at a height of 12,000 zhang. Jiang Xuan had actually ascended to 12,200 zhang. The ancient ancestor's pupils constricted in surprise. Bloodline density of 95? The mountain ancestor nodded with a smile, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. This lad is exceptionally adept at concealment. With a bloodline density of 95, having subdued a young true dragon and gained your inheritance. The ancient ancestor's excitement grew, his body trembling with exhilaration. He is destined to push through the Xintian realm and ascend to true godhood. The mountain ancestor's expression darkened slightly as he sighed. With a bloodline density of 95, his talent rivals that of the second-generation ancestors. How can my modest inheritance possibly befit him? Moreover, at my current level, what qualification do I have to be his mentor? Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor was momentarily taken aback, looking at the mountain ancestor in astonishment. "You did not bestow an inheritance?" The mountain ancestor shook his head. "No, my soul imprint urged him onward to pursue an even mightier legacy." His aged eyes lifted slightly, gazing into the spiritual realm, his gaze following the milky white brilliance upward. Filled with hope as he remarked, "With this boy's talent, there's a chance he may venture to seek the primordial ancestor's inheritance at the end. The ancient ancestor's heart stirred at these words, and he too cast his gaze upward, filled with anticipation. If Jiang Xuan were to truly acquire the primordial ancestor's inheritance, given his talent and potential, it would merely be a matter of time before he achieved an invincible reputation, ascending to true godhood, breaking free from Xiantian. There was even a substantial opportunity for him to attain eternal life, achieving the revered status of a sage, becoming a figure of longevity. Indeed, even the long-lost immortal throne from ancient times would not be beyond his reach. Meanwhile, within the spiritual realm, Jiang Xuan processed the newly acquired inheritance that spoke of calculating the heavens, concealing fate, and reaching the pinnacle of cultivation with a single leaf obscuring the sky. The heavenly transformation secret technique? Jiang Xuan's expression turned to one of astonishment as he absorbed the essence of this exceedingly elusive, mysterious, and powerful concealment inheritance. Although its might did not surpass that of most sacred-level inheritances, its utility was exceptionally profound, arguably exceeding the majority of sacred-level legacies. Most importantly, he desperately needed this inheritance. Even in its nascent stages, it could mask his cultivation, rendering anyone 2 great realms above unable to discern his true power. It could also conceal his bloodline. Even true God-level beings, unless employing soul consciousness to probe his body, would be unable to uncover the density of his bloodline. This was like a pillow sent to one who was drowsy. Could it be that Jiang Xuan is my wealth-bringing child? Jiang Xuan chuckled to himself, savoring the irony. Casting aside his recent gains, Jiang Xuan pressed onward. The lack of corresponding path energy to guide these inheritances made comprehension and entry into their mysteries no simple task. He would have to wait until the trials concluded to retreat and immerse himself in contemplation and cultivation. Along the journey, he encountered numerous figures of the ancestors, all of whom possessed formidable saint-level legacies, and even a few that transcended the saint level. These ancestral spirits, akin to the imprints of mountain deities, marveled at Jiang Xuan's remarkable bloodline purity. Although they harbored a desire to impart their legacies, they were also self-aware, realizing that their inheritance would merely squander Jiang Xuan's time. With deep regret, they faded away, urging him to press onward. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Jiang Xuan had ascended to a height of 18,000 zhang, where the limits of his spiritual realm came into view. There, perhaps, lay the legacy of the progenitor. At that moment, a towering figure emerged, exuding an unparalleled and overwhelming aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Though merely a spectral imprint, his mere presence commanded an authority that seemed capable of propping up the heavens and extinguishing stars, as if even an infinite river of stars would bow down at his feet. Descendant of the Jiang family, do you wish to accept my legacy? Chapter 26. Another pitfall of opportunity? Jiang Xuan halted, gazing at the towering figure before him, and calmly inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and the lineage of your teachings?" The robust figure regarded Jiang Xuan with indifference, then broke into a hearty smile. "I am Jiang Xuan, known as the true Fate Master, with my technique of life snatching. Bestowed by an immortal, one can seize destiny, defy the heavens, and reshape one's innate constitution. In my youth, my bloodline density was below 50, and my talent was remarkably poor, making it difficult to comprehend the great Tao. I could scarcely hope to attain the earthly profound realm in my lifetime. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, I accidentally entered a mystical realm of the immortals, beheld the murals of celestial beings, and received the life-snatching technique, allowing me to seize the essence of myriad spirits, harness the forces of nature, absorb the quintessence of sun and moon, and claim the foundations of gods and demons, all to reconstruct my roots and forge an unparalleled physique. I surged forth, ultimately attaining the path of immortality." The true Fate Master's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Xuan, suppressing the excitement swelling within him. In my time, I was deemed a waste due to my dismal talent, yet with the life-snatching technique, I achieved immortality. You, with a bloodline density of 95, are truly a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. If you cultivate the life-snatching technique, you shall be invincible, sweeping through the realms and striving for an immortal position. Moreover, our Jiang family's longevity bloodline is both a blessing and a shackle. The bloodline's inheritance has weakened progressively. If we solely rely on our bloodline, we shall inevitably decline and wither. You must have noticed this too. In ancient times, our Jiang family was exceptionally powerful, with countless prodigies boasting bloodline densities exceeding 80. And now, those with densities above 70 are few and far between. You possess grand fortune, able to return to the ancestral bloodline. Yet the future generations of the Jiang family may never again produce someone with such immense fortune as you. The true fate master regarded Jiang Xuan with earnestness. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become the next clan leader, guiding the Jiang family. For the future of our clan, you must seek change and discover new paths. The life-snatching technique is one such avenue. The words of the true fate master struck Jiang Xuan with astonishment. Life-snatching? A new path for the Jiang family? Jiang Xuan felt somewhat bewildered. The notion of the life-snatching technique seemed grand and lofty, encapsulating the very essence of celestial manipulation, capable of altering one's innate qualities and overturning fate. Such an idea was already astonishing. However, a sense of unease nagged at Jiang Xuan. Perhaps due to his limited understanding of the great Tao, he could not articulate his suspicions. He fell into deep contemplation. What are you still pondering? The true fate master urged with a sense of urgency. With your aptitude, cultivating the life-snatching technique will propel you forward at an astonishing rate, allowing you to surpass the progenitor. This is surely within reach. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan felt a jolt of intuition, instinctively retreating a few steps. His gaze towards the true fate master tinged with caution, reflecting on his tumultuous fate over the past several years. Every time he believed he had activated the protagonist's aura and that fortune had come, it had always felt this way. This very sensation. Sometimes, intuition is a matter of life and death. After all, just days prior, the Thunder ancestor remained vividly etched in his memory. That ancient being had promised him countless benefits, all merely to usurp his body. Fortunately, he had managed to obliterate the remnants of that old specter, or else he might not even be called Jiang Xuan anymore. This true fate master, in life, evidently possessed a realm far surpassing that of the Thunder ancestor. Should he desire to seize Jiang Xuan's form, with Jiang Xuan's current capabilities? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Jiang Xuan's spine. If that were the case, he could only await his demise. Trusting his instincts, Jiang Xuan hesitated and replied, "I am grateful for your kind intentions, but I wish to seek the favor of the progenitor and reclaim the ancestral inheritance." Ever since the second ancestor departed from the Xintian realm, the inheritance of the progenitor had been severed within the Jiang family. It was said that within the spiritual realm of this inheritance lay the remnants of the progenitor's legacy, yet, to this day, no one had succeeded in obtaining it. As the true fate master had mentioned, the bloodline inheritance dilutes with each generation. Unless one possesses exceptional fortune, few descendants can revert to their ancestral bloodline, and even if they could, they would rarely attain the level required to claim the progenitor's inheritance. Of course, with Jiang Xuan's bloodline density reaching 95, akin to the second ancestor, he naturally possessed a ticket to entry. Whether he could succeed, however, remained uncertain. "You refuse my offer?" The true fate master was taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. His teachings were of immortal techniques, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the progenitor's inheritance might not even compare. With my teachings, surpassing the progenitor is merely a matter of time. Yet, if you insist on pursuing the progenitor's legacy, even if you succeed, your potential will only match that of the progenitor. The true fate master, slightly irked, maintained his composure and advised, "You must consider this carefully. The descendants of the Jiang family have dwindled in strength since my sole imprint has existed here. 500,000 years have passed, and not a single person has arrived at this place. You, young man, are the first. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I do not wish to wait another 500,000 years. Moreover, even if I could wait, given the current state of the Jiang family. Whether it can endure for another 500,000 years is uncertain. Thus, I must impart the life-snatching technique to you, enabling you to transform the Jiang family and safeguard its future. Yet, the more the true fate master pressed, the more cautious and guarded Jiang Xuan became. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I wish to explore further. Without another word, he turned and continued onward. The true fate master watched Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, his expression shifting between hope and despair. The place of inheritance had been established by the progenitor, imbued with supreme order and regulations. Even if he wished to forcibly bestow the inheritance upon Jiang Xuan, the order would prevent it. Alas, may this young man indeed shatter the shackles of the bloodline, emulate the progenitor, and extend the Jiang family's fortune for another 1,000,000 years. With a resigned sigh, the true fate master gradually faded from view. Congratulations on breaking a setting. Should you accept the inheritance of the life-snatching technique, your bloodline will continue to refine, resulting in a decline in talent. Yet the curse will not dissipate, and ultimately, due to insufficient talent, you will be unable to transcend the true God realm and will perish from the exhaustion of lifespan. You have declined the true fate master's inheritance, receiving a portion of the true fate master's battle insights as a reward. A notification floated before Jiang Xuan, and he was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching involuntarily. Good news. The true fate master was merely a bit hasty. But he is a good person, no, a good ancestor. He genuinely wished to pass on the life-snatching technique to him, unlike the thunder ancestor, who had ulterior motives. Bad news. The true fate master's inheritance conflicted with his fate, leading to a continuous decline in his talent. For heaven's sake, his current lifespan was barely 300 years. If his talent diminished further, how could he hope to transcend the true God realm? If he cultivated the life-snatching technique, would it not be akin to killing himself? On a brighter note, he had cautiously refused and had gained a modicum of reward. The true fate master's battle insights, though only partial, were invaluable, and upon thorough absorption and digestion, his foundational strength would undoubtedly increase by at least 20 to 30%. Alas, what a predicament! Jiang Xuan continued onward, muttering to himself. Other protagonists seemed to have everything handed to them, as if the world's treasures are eager to present themselves at their doorstep. Yet when it comes to me, I must remain vigilant against potential pitfalls in what little opportunities one encounter. Chapter 27. Has Jiang Xuan disappeared? As I ascended further, the ancestral imprints embodying the legacy were markedly diminished. Initially, one could encounter a representative of the lineage approximately every 10 zhang. However, beyond 3,000 zhang, it was reduced to one every 100 zhang, and now, it appeared that one could only find a figure representing the legacy every 1,000 zhang. Along the way, I encountered two venerable ancestors. Both exhibited great humility, devoid of the arrogance displayed by the true fate master, and candidly informed Jiang Xuan that their legacy, in regard to his bloodline concentration of 95, was rather trivial and hardly worthy of mention. They encouraged Jiang Xuan to press on and strive to reclaim the lineage of the progenitor for the Jiang family. After all, the era of the progenitor marked the zenith of the Jiang family's glory. Even the immortal sages had to bow their heads in reverence. Should Jiang Xuan succeed in resurrecting the progenitor's legacy and reach a similar unparalleled height, the Jiang family might once again restore its ancient repute as a long-lived celestial clan, ruling over the Xian Tian and gazing upon the myriad heavens. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, Jiang Xuan arrived at the 20,000 zhang mark. This was the terminus of the spiritual realm. Beneath the milky light, the wall, resembling a tangible substance, was inscribed with profound patterns, embodying an ancient wisdom that seemed to resonate with the origins of the Tao, inducing a sense of deep contemplation. Have I reached the end? Jiang Xuan felt a bit bewildered. There was not a single figure present, let alone the so-called progenitor's legacy. Not even a trace of ordinary Tao inheritance could be found. Am I to become a fool? Jiang Xuan grimaced. It was a foregone conclusion that Jiang Xuan would return empty-handed, and upon exiting, He would likely be nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame, a legacy to be passed down through generations. Yet, he did not wish to share such a fate with Jiang Xuan, to be immortalized in song. No, this cannot be. With a grimace, Jiang Xuan clenched his fists and struck the milky wall. Buzz, the wall trembled, emanating a faint glow, and a chilling sensation surged into Jiang Xuan's body. Rather than feeling cold, it invigorated him, sharpening his senses and enhancing his mental clarity. His thoughts became remarkably agile. With a lucid mind, Jiang Xuan's thoughts raced, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Historical records indicated that the progenitor's legacy resided within this sacred ground. It could not be erroneous. Yet, I have reached the terminus and found no trace of the progenitor's legacy, which implies. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the wall that obstructed him, feeling a newfound certainty that this was not the true boundary of the legacy's domain. Channeling the essence of his bloodline, a radiant crimson light surged forth as he manifested the arcane rules through his soul's perception. Jiang Xuan struck the wall with a powerful fist. The arcane rules flowed into the wall like a multitude of beasts returning to their lair. The intricate patterns on the wall erupted with brilliant light, seemingly validating Jiang Xuan's bloodline concentration, and then, accompanied by the sound of cracking, the seemingly solid wall revealed numerous fissures. It collapsed with a thunderous roar. Indeed, Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. It seemed that behind this wall lay the Jiang family's most crucial legacy. The progenitor's inheritance might be concealed within. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan stepped forward. Before him was a relatively small chamber. Unlike the expansive spiritual realm of 20,000 Jiang, this place was devoid of the milky radiance. Instead, it was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer, with a heavy sense of oppression enveloping him. Jiang Xuan instinctively surveyed the space. It was barren, lacking any remarkable features. Even the energy was absent, stark and unadorned. What is this? Jiang Xuan was at a loss. At that moment, abruptly, three figures materialized out of thin air. They could scarcely be described as mere figures. One possessed a head that was half severed. Though no blood flowed, it exuded a gruesome aura. Another was a skeletal arm, adorned with writhing, malevolent runes that sent chills down one's spine. The last was an elder. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. Little one, your bloodline has reverted to the 95th generation, standing shoulder to shoulder with our second ancestor. You are indeed the embodiment of great fortune for the Jiang family. As long as you do not falter, the future of our lineage shall undoubtedly rest in your hands. Fear not. With the three of us here, we shall surely assist you in comprehending the ancestral legacy. Although inheriting this legacy may only grant you a sliver of possibility, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. Jiang Xuan gazed in a daze at the three elders, his heart a tumult of emotions. For the sake of aiding the descendants of the Jiang family, they had sacrificed their corporeal forms, enduring a wait of several million years in this confined space. Most crucially, the outcome they awaited was the burning of their remnants, the complete relinquishment of their very beings. Yet, despite this, the three elders bore no trace of complaint. Rather, they embraced their fate with a sense of fulfillment. A profound reverence surged within Jiang Xuan as he choked back his words. Bowing respectfully, Jiang Xuan, a disciple of the Jiang family, expresses my gratitude to the three esteemed ancestors. The three elders smiled warmly, their laughter imbued with comfort and hope. The continuation and prosperity of a family hinge upon its heritage. We have merely fulfilled our obligation. The ninth ancestor spoke earnestly. Seize the moment, focus your spirit. We shall assist you in grasping the ancestral inheritance. Jiang Xuan nodded solemnly, settling into a meditative posture, centering his mind and entering a state of clarity. Without a hint of hesitation, the three ancestors ignited their own remnants in a gentle, radiant flame, illuminating the dim space and warming Jiang Xuan's very soul. A profound force of time and space surged forth, flowing like a gentle stream. The confined space began to collapse, fold, and compress, transforming into a singularity that vanished without a trace. It felt as though he had departed the realm of the mind, traversing into another dimension. It was as if he had crossed the river of time, leaping into both the past and the future. In an instant, Jiang Xuan's physical form also disappeared abruptly. The mountain ancestor and an ancient ancestor were suddenly alarmed, teleporting to the spot where Jiang Xuan had just been, anxiously searching in all directions, yet finding no trace or presence. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment and panic. "Where is Jiang Xuan?" The ancient ancestor's voice trembled slightly. If Jiang Xuan vanished under their very noses, they would be deemed traitors to the Jiang family. Even if they were to perish, they would never forgive themselves. Jiang Xuan, possessing a bloodline concentration of 95, was far too vital for the current Jiang family. Not even if all of them perished could Jiang Xuan afford a moment of misfortune. Chapter 28. The Third Inheritance. The universe quakes. The mountain ancestor bore a heavy expression, his eyes shrouded in shadows, a palpable aura of unspoken resentment surging within him. Thud, thud, thud. In the heart of the towering coffins, a stone sarcophagus forged from divine peaks trembled violently, a terrifying presence radiating outward like a tumultuous tide, engulfing the entire divine tomb. Ancient, decayed, and exuding an unparalleled cosmic energy, it surged forth like celestial mist, enveloping the heavens and transforming into a boundless sea of mountains, deep as the ocean and heavy as the abyss. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted forth. Puff! The talented individuals, including Jiang Haoming, who were engrossed in comprehending the profound inheritance, could not withstand this extraordinary pressure and immediately coughed up blood, prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they glanced at the mountain ancestor. What has happened? Why is the mountain ancestor so enraged? The ancient ancestor remained silent, gesturing with his hand to alleviate the pressure on everyone as he spoke in a deep voice, urging them to focus on their comprehension and remain calm. Without elaborating further, he anxiously observed the mountain ancestor, silently praying for Jiang Xuan's safety. The mountain ancestor was currently employing his own formidable power to conduct a thorough investigation of the divine tomb, searching for any trace or clue. In this era dominated by revered beings, where the void gods remained absent and true gods lay in slumber, and saints were but ethereal entities, no one in the entire Xuantians would be able to move Jiang Xuan without them noticing. It must be someone skilled in concealment who has obscured their perception. In other words, although Jiang Xuan had vanished abruptly, he undoubtedly remained within the divine tomb. Moments later, the mountain ancestor opened his eyes, slowly shaking his head. Within the vastness of his gaze lay unmistakable fatigue and dullness. Even his already aged visage appeared noticeably withered, a testament to the cost of forcibly awakening and utilizing his true power, depleting what little lifespan he had left. The ancient ancestor's face changed dramatically, his mind in turmoil as he muttered incoherently, "What should we do now?" The mountain ancestor's expression darkened severely. What else could be done? They must awaken those ancient beings and search them one by one. Even if the divine tomb were turned upside down, they had to ensure Jiang Xuan's safety at that moment. A sudden burst of laughter interrupted the mountain ancestor's words. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded again. The Holy Array Inheritance. A pinnacle inheritance far surpassing the Taiji diagram. The position of the young clan leader is still mine." This was Jiang Xuan's voice. Having snatched two great inheritances in succession, despite the turmoil it caused within him, driving him to madness, he could not deny that Jiang Xuan's talent was indeed extraordinary. To become one of the true inheritors of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, given his identity as a Jiang family disciple, was a testament to his prowess. Though the two failures had significantly increased the difficulty of obtaining the inheritance again, he persevered, even breaking through to a new level, his spirit realm evolving under the immense pressure, advancing to 6,000 zhang and acquiring a greater inheritance than the Taiji diagram. The pinnacle inheritance of the holy level. The 5 elements reversal holy array. Unlike martial inheritances, array inheritances were far rarer, especially the holy array inheritances, which were few and far between the entire Xuantians. Typically, Only the most ancient holy lands and major sects possessed one or two, and most were incomplete. After all, since the ancient cataclysm, saints had become ethereal entities, no longer existing in the world, let alone the array masters who comprehended the array path. With the inheritance of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, mastering the Yin-Yang energy, should he successfully grasp the 5 elements reversal holy array, his combat prowess could at least surge by 50%. Simultaneously, he could gain insight into the path of the array. Mastering both the array and martial paths, his foundation and depth would undoubtedly surpass his contemporaries. Not to mention the position of young clan leader, even the title of Holy Son of the Yin-Yang would be within his grasp. It is no exaggeration to say he could already envision his future, with martial arts in his left hand and array arts in his right. He would sweep through countless prodigies, becoming invincible in Xuantians, achieving the supreme Tao, and reigning over an era. Amidst the milky white brilliance, a tangible array diagram rippled forth, adorned with the rules of the 5 elements, shimmering with iridescent colors. The aura of chaotic 5 elements was heart-stopping. This time, Jiang Xuan had learned his lesson. Instead of waiting passively for the inheritance to be infused, he charged forth, attempting to absorb the entire inheritance into his body, even if it risked impacting his foundation. It was far better than letting the inheritance vanish into thin air. After all, this was his final opportunity, and it was an exceedingly potent inheritance. It could not afford to be lost. However, the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor watched this scene with furrowed brows, their expressions revealing displeasure, even disdain. While it was commendable for Jiang Xuan to receive a holy array inheritance, promising to earn him a reputation as a prodigious talent under normal circumstances, they would have been overjoyed. But now they were in a state of panic over Jiang Xuan's disappearance. Seeing Jiang Xuan so elated, their assessment of him naturally plummeted. If possible, they would willingly trade 1,000 Jiang Qiankans for Jiang Xuan's safety. After all, with Jiang Xuan's potential, he could at most become invincible in Xuantians. Yet, Jiang Xuan's potential could lead him beyond Xuantians, sweeping across myriad realms, seeking supremacy among the heavens. Grandfather's father is currently accepting an inheritance and has temporarily stepped away, so you need not worry. At that moment, a little girl suddenly spoke up, gazing eagerly at the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, pointing at the holy array inheritance. And father wants me to eat that, can I eat it? She was utterly tempted. Through their mental connection, she was aware that her father had gone to accept the inheritance, but she could no longer reach him. The so-called request to eat was, of course, a fib. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor exuded powerful auras, and her instincts warned her that if she attempted to dine under their watchful eyes, it could very well endanger her life. She needed a solid excuse. Noticing their evident concern for her father, she believed they would show her some favor. Thus, she chose to test the waters. After all, the energy of the Tao within that holy array inheritance was far denser than that of the earlier Taiji diagram. If she could devour it, she would undoubtedly lift another layer of her bloodline seal. It was no wonder Jiang Xuan remained wary of this true dragon cub, suspecting her to be a reincarnation of an ancient being. Her intellect surpassed that of her peers, having reached a nearly prodigious level. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xuan is accepting an inheritance? What kind of inheritance could cause even his physical form to vanish entirely? Furthermore, they could detect no clues whatsoever. Could it be the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor exchanged glances, suddenly struck with a realization, their eyes glimmering with excitement? The inheritance of the ancestor. Only the ancestor's inheritance could account for Jiang Xuan's disappearance without their notice. With this thought, the tension in their hearts finally eased. A joyful smile broke through their previously somber expressions. Eat. The ancient ancestor waved his hand, granting the little girl permission with delight. Jiang Xuan was receiving the ancestor's inheritance, and once he succeeded, the future of the Jiang family would undoubtedly become clear and bright. In this moment of elation, the ancient ancestor looked at the little girl with affectionate eyes. As previously stated, they would gladly trade 1,000 Jiang Qiankans for Jiang Xuan's safety. Moreover, Now, it was merely a matter of consuming Jiang Xuan's inheritance, and it was the true dragon cub of Jiang Xuan doing the eating. The true dragon cub growing stronger would, in turn, enhance Jiang Xuan's foundation and strength. The little girl's eyes brightened without a hint of hesitation. Her chubby hands waved once more. The obscure yet profound rule patterns rippled like waves. At this very moment, Jiang Xuan was cradling the array diagram in both hands, gradually absorbing it into his being. This process was not particularly swift, yet it was certainly not slow either. After all, the formation diagram is composed of the rules of the 5 elements, imbued with immense energy of the Tao. Even with Jiang Xuan's pinnacle cultivation in the spirit realm, forcibly absorbing it into his body proved to be quite strenuous. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of excitement tempered by caution, always on guard, fearing that his inheritance might vanish once more. Yet, ironically, what he feared materialized. Buzz, the formation diagram vanished. Although it was actively being absorbed, it abruptly disappeared without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Of course, it wasn't entirely without a trace. However, Jiang Xuan, at his current level, was unable to decipher the profound abilities of the Dragon Clan. He stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the emptiness before him. Silence enveloped him, and he was lost in a daze. Jiang Xuan's mind endured an unprecedented shock. His gaze became vacant, and his spirit was in turmoil. His breath grew erratic, and the spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, spiraling into disarray. Boom! The tumultuous spiritual energy erupted. No! Jiang Xuan howled to the heavens, his hair billowing wildly, his eyes bloodshot, disheveled and frantic, resembling a man driven to madness. Chapter 29. The cyclical power of time and space with a sudden and violent expulsion of blood. Jiang Xuan found himself overwhelmed, unable to bear the continuous blows of vanishing legacies. He succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting back to the ground. Zhang Minghe and his companions, engrossed in their own contemplation of the legacies, were startled by Jiang Xuan's plight and gazed at him in bewilderment, questioning how he could have fallen into such a state. They instinctively turned their eyes toward the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, seeking answers in their expressions. The 2 ancestors remained silent, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Xuan. Having consecutively acquired 3 formidable sacred-level legacies only to have them seized, it was no wonder he would crumble under such pressure. Yet, despite their compassion, they could not step forward to mediate. It was simply inconceivable to offend Jiang Xuan. Such misfortune, as the saying goes, 1,000 Jiang Qiankans do not equate to a single Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan had merely encountered a minor mishap during his acceptance of the legacy. It was not a significant issue. They urged the others to remain focused on their own understanding. Jiang Wuhin and the other 4, undeterred, continued their earnest pursuit of comprehension. Meanwhile, Jiang Minghe, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei exchanged glances, a flicker of delight igniting within them. Jiang Xuan's setback suggested that he might not have secured a legacy, effectively removing him from the impending competition for the position of the young clan leader. Their chances of success had notably increased. However, a sudden realization struck them. Where was Jiang Xuan? The trio quickly noted his absence. Could it be that his endeavor had also failed? Their spirits lifted further. The contest for the young clan leader had seemingly narrowed down to a competition among themselves, with Jiang Bei hardly considered a contender, rendering it a rivalry among 4. With both Jiang Xuan and Jiang Xuan eliminated, the situation had been simplified immensely. With renewed confidence, Jiang Minghe and Jiang Feng exchanged determined glances, each eager to outshine the other. They promptly immersed themselves in their study of the legacies, preparing for the final push in the competition for the young clan leader. A girl voraciously consumed the formation diagram, drawing upon the energy of the great Tao. A mystical golden light radiated around her, bestowing an aura of sanctity. Subtly, faint golden patterns began to emerge on her forehead, as if a pair of dragon horns were gradually forming. The immense energy of the great Tao, more potent than that of the Taiji Palace legacy, was sufficient to enable her to unseal the second layer of her bloodline. The 5 elements reversal sacred ray naturally echoed this power back to Jiang Xuan. Yet, at that moment, he remained oblivious to it all. Or perhaps, the feedback had yet to penetrate his consciousness, obstructed by the forces of time and space. This was a peculiar realm, shimmering with light, with a gentle flow of water mirrored resplendent clouds. Through the vibrant hues, one could discern stones of various shapes. These were no ordinary stones. Jiang Xuan recognized their significance at a glance. For within each stone resided the essence of life, not just 1 or 2, but billions, trillions. Each stone was, in essence, a world unto itself. A sudden spark of realization ignited within Jiang Xuan, filling him with dread. What manner of place was this? Where lay the legacy of the ancestor? He scanned the stream. Confusion mingled with urgency. The 3 ancestors had sacrificed so much to bring him here. He could not afford to waste their time. In his growing impatience, Jiang Xuan leapt into the stream, resorting to the most primal method in pursuit of the ancestor's legacy. He began to gather stones, scrutinizing each one meticulously, exploring them one by one. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as he toiled, the youthful boy transformed into a stooped old man. His hair turned white, his face aged, and his eyes hollowed, his spirit dulled. He had forgotten who he was, where he came from, and why he was there. He had even forgotten why he was gathering stones. His actions became a mere repetition. Pick up a stone, examine it, discard it if it was not the one he sought. He no longer knew what he was looking for, nor what that desired stone might resemble. He simply continued to gather, observe, and cast aside. At last, exhaustion overcame him. His life reached its conclusion, and he collapsed. Just as he lifted another stone, instinctively deeming it unworthy and preparing to discard it, he inadvertently cast away his very life alongside it. He fell, merging with the gentle stream, his once vibrant body gradually subsiding into the water, transforming into a new stone. The stream continued to shimmer, its gentle flow unaltered. However, shortly after his transformation, a boy appeared alongside the brook. Gazing at the flowing water, sensing the myriad lives within the stones, he displayed a look of astonishment. Soon after, this boy too jumped into the stream, gathering stones and exploring each one. In time, the boy aged into an old man, collapsing into the water, becoming yet another stone. Then came another boy. Thus, the cycle continued, a relentless repetition. One after another, boys leapt into the stream, gathering stones. One after another, old men fell into the water, becoming stones. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, his heart racing, felt the urgency mounting. He could not afford to waste time. This was a disservice to the ancestors' sacrifices. He prepared to plunge into the stream once more, attempting to reach for the ancestors' legacy through sheer persistence. Just then, the stones in the stream began to tremble in unison, the essence of countless lives within them fluctuating rhythmically, revealing a unique pattern. Jiang Xuan stood frozen, captivated by the sight before him, cautiously attuning himself to the revelation. As he deciphered the embedded information within the pattern, his pupils constricted in shock. These stones were all manifestations of himself. Do not jump down. Do not jump down. With a resounding crash, this extraordinary realm shattered. Jiang Xuan awakened, returning to the confined space. The 3 ancestors, their remnants nearly extinguished, clung to the last vestiges of their souls, awaiting his return, yearning for the outcome they had anticipated for countless millennia. They longed to know if their sacrifices had helped Jiang Xuan attain the ancestor's legacy, if it had fortified him against the impending curse. Child, have you succeeded? The 9th generation ancestor smiled wearily. Jiang Xuan reflected and contemplated, then turned to the 3 ancestors, solemnly nodding. He had succeeded. His voice was hoarse, bearing the weight of ages. That is well. That is well. The 3 ancestors beamed with satisfaction. As their hearty laughter resonated, the remnants of their spirits dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a lingering phrase echoing through the void. Child, the Jiang clan is entrusted to you. Jiang Xuan lowered his gaze, sorrow etched upon his features. Rising slowly, he faced the space where the 3 had vanished, paying his respects. I, Jiang Xuan, disciple of the Jiang clan, respectfully bid farewell to the three ancestors. Chapter 30. Those who disagree shall be executed. Jiang Xuan composed himself, preparing to depart from the spiritual realm. He had not deceived the three ancestors. Indeed, he had received the ancestral legacy. Yet, in truth, he had misled them as well. The ancestral legacy could not aid him. Not only would it not hasten his ascension to the true God realm, but for an extended period, he would be unable to utilize the ancestral legacy. If his estimations were correct, this duration would extend until before his enlightenment as a saint. In this era, where even the ethereal beings seldom manifested, saints have become mere legends floating above the Shantian realm. By the time he achieved that status, he knew not when it might occur. Furthermore, he now faced a mere 300 years of lifespan remaining. Ancestral legacy. It is truly no wonder it could not be passed down. Jiang Xuan smirked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Was the ancestral legacy powerful? Indeed, it was immensely formidable. It had grown to a magnitude beyond what Jiang Xuan could presently comprehend. However, this transmission was too esoteric, too profound, containing the essence of grand principles and delving into the mysteries of time and space, something that mere mortals could hardly fathom. Not even a peerless prodigy might grasp its threshold. Even he, endowed with a 95 concentration of the Jiang lineage, had only managed to touch upon a sliver of the truth of the ancestral legacy, aided by the selfless support of the three ancestors. The prospect of truly entering its realm and practicing was utterly impossible. Consider, how could such a remarkable legacy endure through the ages? The current Jiang family, having suffered calamity after calamity and facing curses and persecution, had seen its talent diminish several tiers. Even absent these external factors, the natural law of bloodline talent diminishing over generations made it difficult for the Jiang family to produce another with his extraordinary gifts. After all, his current 95 bloodline concentration was a boon from the divine. Moreover, Jiang Xuan harbored grave doubts. It was likely that even the second-generation ancestors, with bloodline concentrations matching his own, had failed to comprehend the ancestral legacy. For had they wielded the ancestral legacy, the Jiang family would not have paid such a heavy price during the ancient times when they faced formidable foes, resulting in near extinction and a near-total rupture of a legacy. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to depart, a surge of understanding regarding the 5 elements reversal sacred array flooded his consciousness, prompting an involuntary exclamation of surprise. After grasping the essence, he could not help but chuckle. Jiang Xuan truly was my fortuitous benefactor. With that, Jiang Xuan's soul consciousness exited the spiritual realm, and his corporeal form reappeared. As his soul returned to his body, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, only to find a mountain ancestor, an ancient ancestor gazing at him, as if he were a rare treasure. Jiang Xuan hastily rose. Bowing respectfully and chuckled nervously, Jiang Xuan pays respects to the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor. Did it succeed? The ancient ancestor barely contained his excitement, quickly inquiring. A flicker of concern crossed Jiang Xuan's mind. Why did the reactions of the 2 ancestors seem somewhat off? Had the news of his 95 bloodline concentration been leaked? Surely not. Jiang Xuan, cautious, was reluctant to reveal his bloodline, fearing it might attract the attention of rival factions or external enemies, leading to assassination attempts. He then smiled apologetically and nodded, replying, to the ancient ancestor, "It was successful. I fortuitously acquired the legacy of ancestor Jiang Feng, the Taiji Palace diagram." Upon hearing the word success, the ancient ancestor nearly leaped with joy, yet his expression froze as Jiang Xuan summoned the Taiji fish. The abrupt transition from elation to a static look was comically absurd. The mountain ancestor, however, displayed little emotional fluctuation, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the Taiji fish in Jiang Xuan's grasp, feeling somewhat resigned. Was it truly necessary for this young man to be so reserved in their presence? Or perhaps it was due to the lack of grand energy enhancement, or because Jiang Xuan had only grasped the understanding without fully practicing it, rendering the Taiji fish in his hand exceedingly faint. A stark contrast to the vivid manifestation of the Taiji fish from ancestor Jiang Feng's legacy. Nevertheless, the divine aura it emanated was undeniably genuine. This was indeed a remarkably powerful, sacred-level legacy. Yet, the ancient ancestor and mountain ancestor were clearly interested in something beyond this. They wished to ascertain whether Jiang Xuan had truly obtained the ancestral legacy. The ancient ancestor, somewhat impatient, was about to directly ask. However, the mountain ancestor intervened with a mental command, conveying through thought, regardless of whether he has obtained the ancestral legacy, his bloodline concentration of 95 is indisputable. Since he wishes to be cautious and conceal himself to avoid assassination by enemies, we shall respect his desire and assist in keeping it hidden. The ancient ancestor paused, reflecting before hesitantly responding. If his talents remain unexposed, how can we allocate resources to him? How can we bestow upon him the position of clan leader? The mountain ancestor shot a sharp glance at the ancient ancestor, retorting, with the two of us as a support. Who in the entire Jiang family would dare utter a word against him? The ancient ancestor's confusion cleared, and he nodded silently. Subsequently, the mountain ancestor wasted no time. Waving his hand to awaken the group of prodigies immersed in comprehending the legacy, including the unconscious Jiang Xuan. Now, to select the clan leader. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xuan erupted in fury. The Taiji Palace diagram. So, you have stolen my legacy. Jiang Xuan, I shall kill you. Noticing the Taiji fish in Jiang Xuan's hand, Jiang Xuan's eyes widened with rage as he instantly grasped the situation, his eyes turning as red as blood. A murderous aura surging around him, unleashing a chilling intent as dark as ink. The energies of yin and yang surged forth, enhancing the mountain river fan in his hand. The mountain river fan transformed into a magnificent landscape, with towering mountains and surging rivers, exuding a terrifying might that rippled through the void. Jiang Xuan flipped his hand, unleashing the mountain river's power towards Jiang Xuan. Jiang Wuhan and the other four exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they rushed forward, intending to shield their young master from this terrifying spell. Indeed, given their strengths, 5 of them combined would still be no match for Jiang Xuan. Yet, they showed no fear, for it was thanks to their young master that they had the fortune to enter the God Tomb and acquire the legacy. This alone was enough for them to brave any danger. On the sidelines, Jiang Mingho and the other 3 observed. Unclear as to how Jiang Xuan had reappeared and why Jiang Xuan was so enraged, yet they relished the spectacle. Although Jiang Xuan's meager cultivation rendered it improbable for him to clash with Jiang Xuan to a standstill. Even a minor injury to Jiang Xuan would be highly advantageous for them. Jiang Xuan calmly regarded Jiang Xuan's assault, his expression undisturbed. Though his cultivation remained at the entry to divinity stage, he possessed a myriad of trump cards, presenting him with a genuine opportunity to confront Jiang Xuan directly. Jiang Xuan, while at the peak of the transformation spirit realm, had achieved his level through forced breakthroughs, rendering it somewhat tenuous. "Daddy!" The girl's eyes flashed with concern, and without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Jiang Xuan. Despite her cunning intellect, she had been reborn due to the second-generation ancestor's refinement and transformation, and thus wholeheartedly recognized Jiang Xuan as her father. Moreover, having shed 2 layers of bloodline seals, her strength had significantly increased, enabling her to withstand a peak transformation spirit realm opponent without difficulty. Indeed, she had ample means to counterattack. However, the next scene took everyone by surprise. The ancient ancestor intervened. With a single finger pressed out, devoid of any flamboyant display, it appeared as plain as could be, yet it bore the weight of a towering mountain, shattering Jiang Xuan's spell entirely and pinning him to the ground. "Behave," the ancient ancestor admonished disapprovingly. Jiang Wuhan and the others were astonished. The ancient ancestor had intervened, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to side with the young master. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, a vague sense of foreboding emerging. The ancient ancestor appeared to be favoring Jiang Xuan. The young girl momentarily froze, her large eyes blinking in surprise, a fleeting shadow of fear crossing her face. These 2 old fellows were indeed formidable. She realized that she would need to break at least 5 layers of seals to stand a chance against them. Fortunately, she had refrained from indulging in a meal earlier. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Even Jiang Xuan himself felt somewhat bewildered. The ancient ancestor's sudden intervention was perplexing, growing increasingly cautious. He wondered if his bloodline had truly been discerned. It was imperative that he hasten the cultivation of the Tianyin's secret technique. Otherwise, he would be exposed in an instant, which was quite unsettling. However, the most bewildered of all was Jiang Xuan, who lay crushed on the ground. He was filled with rage and confusion, feeling utterly wronged. Why? Perhaps fueled by an intense hatred for Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan summoned an unprecedented resolve, defiantly lifting his head beneath the oppressive finger of the ancient ancestor. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed at the ancestor and roared, "May I ask, venerable ancestor, Jiang Xuan appropriated my legacy first. Is it wrong for me to retrieve it? Why is there no punishment for Jiang Xuan, yet you intervene against me? Pray tell, ancestor, what is the reason?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jiang Haoming and the others changed dramatically, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Jiang Xuan had stolen Jiang Xuan's legacy? How could this be possible? The acquisition of legacies involve a resonance of spiritual imprints within the same mental realm, followed by the bestowal of the legacy into their bodies. How could Jiang Xuan, merely at the divine realm, possess such terrifying means? The mountain ancestor, observing Jiang Xuan's defiance, sighed lightly. Jiang Xuan's extraordinary talent naturally garnered the favor of ancestor Jiang Feng. Implicitly, this suggested that Jiang Xuan's mastery of a legacy was not derived from Jiang Xuan's theft. At these words, Jiang Haoming and the others felt a slight relief. While they were astonished that both Jiang Xuan and Jiang Xuan had gained the favor of ancestor Jiang Feng, an unprecedented occurrence, they were clearly more inclined to accept the mountain ancestor's explanation than to believe Jiang Xuan had the ability to steal another's legacy. Yet, Jiang Xuan remained unconvinced. Having been robbed of the great Tao legacy 3 times, he was teetering on the brink of madness. His mind consumed by a delusion that Jiang Xuan had indeed pilfered his legacy. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were clearly biased towards Jiang Xuan. I refuse to believe it. Jiang Xuan roared in fury. As a revered ancestor of the Jiang family, how can you show such favoritism towards Jiang Xuan? Are you not disrespecting the family rules? Driven to madness, Jiang Xuan lost the last remnants of his rationality and directly chastised the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor for their contempt towards the family regulations. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Haoming and the others stared at Jiang Xuan in disbelief, questioning whether he had lost his mind. To question the ancestors like this was tantamount to courting death. And indeed, as expected, a thunderous crash resounded. The ancient ancestor's finger descended once more, shattering Jiang Xuan's flesh, blood flowing profusely. Fortunately, the ancient ancestor had held back, only administering a mild punishment. With a few months of recuperation, Jiang Xuan would recover. Otherwise, with the ancient ancestor's prowess, a mere finger could have reduced him to dust. I am the ancestor of the Jiang family. How the family rules are enforced is at my discretion, the ancient ancestor said coldly, gazing at Jiang Xuan with indifference. Silence reigned. Not only Jiang Xuan, but even Jiang Haoming and the other prodigies were taken aback by the ancient ancestor's domineering declaration. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. With the ancient ancestor backing him, would he not be able to walk with pride within the Jiang family? Before anyone could fully absorb this pronouncement, the ancient ancestor continued. The mountain ancestor and I have reached an agreement. From this day forth, Jiang Xuan shall assume the position of young patriarch, to be revered by all within the Jiang family. Should anyone show disrespect, they need only come to me. I shall slay them without hesitation. Chapter 31. The appointment of the young patriarch. The expressions of Jiang Haoming and the other prodigies shifted abruptly, disbelief and confusion flooding their hearts as they gazed at the ancestor. They were filled with resentment and unwillingness, having set their sights firmly on the position of young patriarch, confident that their numerous hidden cards would undoubtedly allow them to surpass others and claim the title. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the ancestor's direct appointment of Jiang Xuan as the young patriarch. Had this contest, which had not even begun, already concluded? What was the purpose of their journey? Merely to accompany Jiang Xuan in a ceremonial display? They hesitated, wanting to voice their grievances against this apparent injustice. But the ancestors' unyielding demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation within them. With a mere gesture, he had subdued Jiang Xuan and his blunt declaration that anyone who disrespected Jiang Xuan would be dealt with harshly left them quaking in fear. They dare not risk their own lives by challenging the ancestor's boundaries. Even more wounded was Jiang Xuan. Having been deprived of 3 sacred inheritances by Jiang Xuan, he returned from the tomb empty-handed. Once a prominent disciple of the Yin-Yang sacred land and one of the 4 esteemed members of the Jiang family, he had now become a mere fool nailed to the pillar of shame within the family. The ancestor and the mountain ancestor not only refused to advocate for him, but also brazenly favored Jiang Xuan, ruthlessly suppressing him like a hapless dog bereft of its home. Furthermore, they directly stripped him of the right to compete fairly for the position of young patriarch, unilaterally designating Jiang Xuan to that esteemed role. Hatred for the injustice. In a fit of rage, Jiang Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid staining the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the ancestor's finger. And he promptly lost consciousness. The ancestor and mountain ancestor paid little heed to this, even too indifferent to spare a second glance. They had already developed a distaste for Jiang Xuan, viewing his excessive jealousy and inability to accept his defeat as a hindrance to the path of greatness. With such a temperament, how could he genuinely dedicate himself to the Jiang family and strive for its glory? The trial in the ancestral land had concluded, and the mountain ancestor surveyed the assembled prodigies, finally resting his gaze on Jiang Xuan. With a smile, he candidly remarked, "Though you are now the young patriarch, it does not guarantee your permanence in that role. As the young patriarch of the Jiang family, you must be unrivaled among your peers. Should a day come when you are surpassed by your contemporaries, you must willingly step aside and relinquish your position. Whether it be that prodigy who has returned to their ancestral bloodline, or the divine being born today, or even other prodigies of the Jiang family," as he spoke. His gaze swept over Jiang Haoming and the others. He understood that the appointment of Jiang Xuan as young patriarch would inevitably stir their resentment. While he refrained from stating it outright, he intended to provide them with a spark of motivation, converting their simmering grievances into a driving force. Moreover, this would also spur Jiang Xuan to strive for greater growth. After all, if this fellow continued to dawdle, without any pressure, he might end up like a certain ancestor who languished until death without transcending. As expected, upon hearing these words, Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei all brightened, exchanging glances filled with teasing amusement and profound intrigue. They had discerned that the mountain ancestor had evidently identified the prodigy of ancestral bloodline, yet chose to keep it under wraps, likely to protect the still weak individual. Jiang Xuan's designation as young patriarch was not due to his exceptional strength, but rather a coincidence, serving as a shield against hostile forces seeking to eliminate the prodigy. Even if they could not wrest the title of young patriarch from Jiang Xuan, once that prodigy emerged, Jiang Xuan would undoubtedly have to yield his position. Moreover, given that Jiang Xuan was merely at the divine realm, how could they possibly be outmatched by him? Upon realizing this, their spirits soared. Facing the meaningful gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xuan maintained his composure, inwardly cursing the ancestors for their machinations. They had clearly seen through his identity as the disciple of the returned bloodline, appointing him as young patriarch to serve as a cover, misleading others into believing the prodigy was someone else, thus allowing him to continue concealing his true nature. Yet, they also stated that his position as young patriarch was not permanent. Was this not an intentional provocation for Jiang Haoming and the others to challenge him? If everyone came to confront him, he would become the focal point of the entire Jiang family. How could he continue to hide his lineage and preserve his safety in such circumstances? He resolved to hasten his cultivation of the heavenly secret arts upon returning. Otherwise, he feared he would be exposed in no time. Let us depart. The mountain ancestor concluded without further elaboration, a gentle wave of his sleeve unleashing a soothing force that transported Jiang Xuan and the other prodigies, along with all those cultivating in the ancestral land, out of the sacred ground. Are we truly not awakening our true forms and stepping forth to safeguard that young man? The ancestor, wearing a worried expression, looked toward the mountain ancestor and hesitated. We, as old bones, would not mind facing death, but that young man possesses a bloodline density of 95, rivaling that of the second-generation ancestor. We cannot afford any missteps. The mountain ancestor's gaze lowered, his tone calm. That young man has already become the young patriarch. The elders within the family are well aware of their duties. In the absence of a great calamity, their strength is sufficient to protect Jiang Xuan. If we were to emerge to safeguard him, it would only incite unrest and arouse the suspicions of hostile forces, drawing more attention to Jiang Xuan. This would not be protection, but rather placing him in the flames. Furthermore, should we awaken, we would only exist for 3 months at most. 3 months is but the blink of an eye. Jiang Xuan is unlikely to encounter peril during this time, and we would completely dissipate, sacrificing ourselves in vain. Perhaps due to the discovery of Jiang Xuan, the prodigy of returned bloodline. The mountain ancestor felt a rare sense of joy and jested. You're simply overthinking it, losing your sense of balance. The ancestor cast a sidelong glance at the mountain ancestor and chuckled. You said that if Jiang Xuan were the prodigy of returned bloodline, you would emerge from the tomb to escort him. Now you deny it? When Jiang Xuan needs me, I shall emerge and embrace death, the mountain ancestor replied coolly. The two ancestors engaged in conversation for a long while, having been buried for 1,000,000 years. They cherished this rare moment of communion to alleviate the endless solitude that time had wrought upon them. After a considerable time, the grand tomb trembled gently, waves of milky divine light rippling forth, once more piercing through the starry sky, returning to the profound river of stars. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family, a fervor had already engulfed them. Bow to the young patriarch. Upon their return from the ancestral ground, Jiang Xuan and the others were met with a chorus of greetings from the elders, clan leaders, powerful beings, and prodigious disciples of the Jiang family, all bowing in respect. The appointment of Jiang Xuan as young patriarch by the mountain ancestor, and the ancestor had proclaimed to the entire Jiang family that, regardless of their acceptance or rejection, Jiang Xuan had undeniably assumed the mantle of young patriarch, destined to wield power over the Jiang family and govern for eternity. Even if they disapproved of Jiang Xuan's talent or capability or harbored dissatisfaction, they could not dare to show a hint of dissent in the current atmosphere. The ancestor's stern warning that anyone who disrespected him would meet a dire fate was not a jest. None dared to wager their lives against the veracity of that statement. Chapter 32. The Reversal. Who is in the drum? Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei, among others, exchanged glances and suppressed their restless ambition to challenge Jiang Xuan and reclaim the position of the young clan leader. The time for such a confrontation had not yet arrived. After all, the two ancestors had just proclaimed the Jiang family's decisions. To immediately challenge Jiang Xuan would be to slap their ancestors' faces, regardless of the outcome. They understood the fundamental principles of respect and decorum. Furthermore, they had not yet fully comprehended and digested the inheritances bestowed upon them, so there was no rush. Once they mastered these legacies and transformed their combat prowess, they would be able to challenge with absolute certainty and easily prevail. However, it was evident that Jiang Xuan did not share this sentiment. After being sent out from the ancestral grounds, he had been rejuvenated by the ancestral spirit, which had drawn the essence of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. Now, faced with Jiang Xuan, who had usurped the young clan leader's position that rightfully belonged to him, Jiang Xuan could no longer contain his fury. The thought of bowing in respect to him was utterly intolerable. Death would be more preferable. With a snort of indignation, Jiang Xuan soared into the sky, leaving the gathering in a state of astonishment. The elders furrowed their brows, feeling a wave of displeasure arise within them. The clan elders from Jiang Xuan's lineage wore expressions of discontent, aware that his disregard for etiquette would draw the ire of the elders, affecting their entire faction. Yet this was not the primary concern. Their disappointment stemmed from their inability to comprehend how, given Jiang Xuan's formidable strength, he had failed to seize the title of young clan leader. More critically, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Jiang Xuan. whose cultivation level was merely at the entry-level realm, the weakest amongst the four revered ones. Jiang Xuan, at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, possessing mastery over numerous techniques from the Yin Holy Land, should not have lost to Jiang Xuan. Indeed, it was not only Jiang Xuan's lineage that struggled to understand this. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bei, and indeed everyone except Jiang Xuan's faction were puzzled and bewildered. What had transpired during the ancestral trials? How could Jiang Xuan have claimed the young clan leader's title? Whoever it was that had seized it, it certainly should not have been Jiang Xuan. At that moment, the venerable elder, frail and aged, stepped forward to regard Jiang Xuan with keen anticipation. Dare I inquire, young clan leader, have you recently experienced a return of ancestral bloodline? Upon this declaration, a hush fell over the ancestral peak. All eyes converged upon Jiang Xuan, each person's thoughts diverging, yet filled with contemplation. If Jiang Xuan were indeed the prodigy with a bloodline return in 95, then his ascension to the position of young clan leader would be quite reasonable. Jiang Xuan, maintaining his composure, shook his head. The esteemed elder overestimates me. I lack the fortune for such a bloodline return. The elder was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this revelation. Observing this, Jiang Haoming stepped forward to relay the words of the ancestral spirit. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed at Jiang Xuan shifted significantly. Particularly the elders and powerful figures from various factions began to stir with renewed hope. Perhaps their own exceptional talents still had a chance. The elders, led by the Venerable One, furrowed their brows, the earlier excitement dissipating significantly. If the prodigy with a bloodline return was not Jiang Xuan, then who could it be? Why conceal their identity and remain silent? At that moment, the elders began to perceive Jiang Xuan as a mere shield for the true prodigy with the bloodline return, diminishing their reverence towards him. Witnessing this, Jiang Xuan's faction grew anxious, casting worried glances in his direction, hesitating to speak. In response, Jiang Xuan merely smiled lightly and remarked, I have yet to fully assimilate the inheritance. I shall take my leave first. He then took the hand of a young girl and strolled away with his faction. It was only then that the onlookers noticed that Jiang Xuan was holding a little girl's hand. Wasn't he entering the ancestral trials? They pondered. Where had this little girl come from? Confusion arose among the crowd, but quickly dissipated. After all, she was merely an unremarkable child, hardly worthy of their attention. What mattered most was to invest all resources to support their own exceptional talents in challenging Jiang Xuan and replacing him. With this thought in mind, members from various factions began to depart, leaving behind the elders who exchanged glances of uncertainty. The venerable elder. It is clear that Jiang Xuan is merely a shield put forth by the ancestral spirit. What then of his identity as young clan leader? One elder questioned, revealing his hesitation. The other elders turned to the venerable elder, their expressions filled with doubt. Should a mere shield receive the cultivation resources and status of a young clan leader? Everything shall proceed as usual, the venerable elder replied, his eyes deep and contemplative. If he is to serve as a shield, he must play the part convincingly. Otherwise, how can we deceive external forces? The role of the protector remains unchanged. Second elder. You are to report to the supreme elder to serve as Jiang Xuan's protector. Understood. The venerable elder fixed his gaze upon the assembly, his expression serious. Jiang Xuan is the young clan leader of the Jiang family. He embodies the prodigy with the bloodline return. The elders were initially taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning behind the venerable elder's words, nodding thoughtfully in agreement. The good news was that the information regarding Jiang Xuan's bloodline return had indeed been concealed, and no one harbored suspicions. The bad news was that the venerable elder intended to use Jiang Xuan as a decoy for the prodigy, with the bloodline return to mislead external forces and draw fire. Should the ancestral spirit learn of the venerable elder's schemes, it would likely emerge from its resting place to personally confront him and question his reasoning. In Jiang Xuan's dojo, the furious Jiang Xuan returned, dismissed his attendants, and summoned a spiritual artifact to communicate with his master in the Yin Holy Land. The sovereign of the Yin realm, The energies of yin and yang surged into the artifact, radiating a mysterious light as the intricate patterns of yin and yang spread, gradually forming a hazy realm. Within the yin-yang mirror, a spectral figure materialized. Though devoid of any discernible aura, there lingered an oppressive sensation as if confronting a supreme being. Jiang Xuan hastily knelt, reverently greeting his master. "What brings you to summon me?" The sovereign of the yin-yang realm gazed down at Jiang Xuan, his tone indifferent. "Reporting to my master, the disciple has failed." Jiang Xuan's body trembled as he fought to suppress his inner turmoil, recounting every detail of the events that transpired in the ancestral grounds with utmost sincerity. The ancestral spirit has designated Jiang Xuan as the young clan leader. The sovereign of the yin-yang realm's expression tightened, sensing something amiss. A suspicion arose within him. Could it be that Jiang Xuan is the prodigy with the bloodline return? Jiang Xuan quickly shook his head, adamantly asserting, "Absolutely not." I feigned anger and fainted, overhearing that Jiang Xuan is merely a shield put forth to protect the true prodigy with a bloodline return. Oh, the sovereign of the yin-yang realm narrowed his eyes, a contemplative expression crossing his face. This explanation aligned with reason. The Jiang family, already in decline, would dare not so openly declare a prodigy with a bloodline concentration of 95 as the young clan leader. Wouldn't he that invite assassination from various powerful factions? If Jiang Xuan were merely a decoy, then everything fell into place. Furthermore, given that Jiang Xuan's bloodline testing showed 75 at birth, achieving 95 later was virtually impossible. The Jiang family strategy was indeed rather foolish. Chapter 33. The Jiang clan of the spirit tribe. The yin-yang Saint Master pondered for a moment before addressing Jiang Xuan, saying, "I have previously made it abundantly clear that the position of the young clan leader of the Jiang family is a task assigned to you, as well as a trial. Should you successfully seize this position, I shall bestow upon you my legacy and elevate you to the status of a holy son. Given your capabilities, this trial should not prove overly challenging. Yet you have still faltered." Jiang Xuan lowered his head in shame, murmuring, "Disciple has failed to live up to the trust of the master." The yin-yang Saint Master shook his head, his tone steady and devoid of emotion as he regarded Jiang Xuan, calmly stating, "Failure is not to be feared. I can grant you another opportunity. However, should you fail again..." Jiang Xuan abruptly lifted his head, his gaze intense as he declared, "Rest assured, Master, I will exert every effort to fulfill your trial. Please instruct me on what I must do." The yin-yang Saint Master nodded with a faint smile, since Jiang Xuan has been designated as a scapegoat. If he were to perish, Jiang Xuan hesitated, "We are not within the ancestral lands, and if I were to brazenly assassinate Jiang Xuan, I would likely meet my own demise." The yin-yang Saint Master shook his head. "There is no need for you to act directly. I will arrange everything. At that time, you need only to lure Jiang Xuan and any others who pose a threat to your claim to the position of young clan leader and eliminate them all. With your competitors out of the way, the position will naturally belong to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's heart raced, a profound unease enveloping him. While the complete annihilation of Jiang Xuan and the others would secure his rightful claim as the young clan leader, it would also signify the decimation of the Jiang family's current generation. If he were not careful, the Jiang family, with its millennial-old legacy, could be obliterated by his own hand. After all, ancient sages had long foretold that this era heralds the resurgence of the myriad realms, a time of divine and demonic return. Great eras bring great calamities. Those who successfully navigate them will thrive, while those who do not will perish. He indeed harbored considerable selfish motives. Yet at his core, he was a member of the Jiang family. The thought of ruthlessly harming his fellow clansmen filled him with trepidation. The numbers were simply too great. In truth, had only been Jiang Xuan, he would not have hesitated in the slightest. He would have gone to any lengths to dismantle Jiang Xuan piece by piece. The yin-yang Saint Master discerned Jiang Xuan's hesitation and reprimanded him coldly. "Foolish. You should be more acutely aware of the Jiang family's current predicament than I. Our bloodline is gradually weakening, each generation inferior to the last, with only a few prodigies. Were it not for the imminent arrival of the Great Era, which bestows fortune upon Xiantian, the present foundation of the Jiang family would struggle to even produce a talent like Jiang Xuan. How then can such a Jiang family withstand the overwhelming calamity that accompanies the arrival of this Great Era? How can it preserve its legacy and continue the name of the Jiang family? Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Xuan, the Yin-Yang Saint Master spoke earnestly. As a prodigy of the Jiang family, your duty is to ensure its survival, continuity, and growth. With your talents, it is certain that in time, you will achieve prodigious renown. Should you seize control of the Jiang family and ascend to the position of the Holy Sun, uniting the strengths of both families, what calamity could you not easily overcome? In the face of great adversity, the Jiang family would naturally remain untroubled. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. The Master's words opened a new perspective for him, as if a door had swung wide, illuminating his thoughts. Observing the effect of his words, the Yin-Yang Saint Master pressed on with fervor, stating, "Let me be direct. I hold you in high regard. If you can govern the Jiang family, I intend to designate you as the next Saint Master. At that time, with your mastery over the Yin-Yang sacred land and the Jiang family as your foundation, you will stand invincible, with opportunities to further dominate Xiantian." Jiang Xuan's eyes widened with newfound determination, a flicker of ambition igniting within him. The prospect of governing the Jiang family, presiding over the Yin-Yang sacred land, and dominating the realm of Xiantian filled him with exhilaration. His breathing quickened. Jiang Xuan's gaze solidified as he looked towards the Yin-Yang Saint Master, bowing respectfully and earnestly stating, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I now know what to do." In the short term, eliminating Jiang Xuan and the others would undoubtedly damage the foundations of the Jiang family. However, such concerns were illusory. The talents of Jiang Xuan and his peers were incapable of safeguarding the Jiang family, let alone expanding its influence or restoring its ancient glory. Even the one with divine bones, even the one who exhibited ancestral bloodline traits, would also be inadequate. Time waits for no one. The Great Era could descend at any moment. Only he had the qualifications and capabilities to accomplish all of this. In the Eastern Divine Continent, at the farthest western reaches, ethereal and indescribable immortal mountains floated like a constellation upon the boundless ocean. The deep surges of waves contained an overwhelming energy that could instill fear. The elusive, immortal mountains shimmered with intricate Tao symbols, presenting divine and extraordinary phenomena that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Two seemingly discordant grand vistas harmoniously merged, governed by an indescribable order, as if born of one essence. This was indeed the location of the Yin-Yang sacred land. The ancient Yin-Yang sacred land, its lineage tracing back beyond the records of the Xiantian realm, had existed long before, standing proudly at the pinnacle of Xiantian. Through remnants of lost sites, one can faintly discern that during its zenith, even gods and demons would shy away. However, during those vividly colored epochs, the Yin-Yang sacred land adopted a low profile, at times even retreating from the world. Thus, the entire Xiantian realm possessed very limited knowledge of the Yin-Yang sacred land, understanding only that it was ancient and formidable, not to be trifled with. Vaguely visible, massive Tao chains resembling mighty dragons bound these immortal mountains, with the other end connecting to a grand celestial palace, which flickered in and out of existence within the void. It quietly stirred with an enigmatic aura of intertwining yin and yang, the Yin-Yang sacred palace. Within the sacred palace, the Yin-Yang Saint Master, clad in a shimmering platinum robe, dismissed Jiang Xuan's communication projection with a wave of his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an obscure brilliance of light and dark, yin and yang. Buzz, from within the Yin-Yang Saint Master, a profound light and shadow surged forth, with obscure Tao patterns scattering and gradually forming a figure enveloped in black mist. Should an outsider be present, they would be utterly astonished, for the visage within the black mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yin-Yang Saint Master himself. "You, my disciple, are a touch adorably naive," the shadow chuckled ominously. The yin-yang saint master cast a fleeting glance at the figure, his expression unchanging, his tone monotonous. The most easily deceived are always those of average talent, yet with lofty ambitions. They refuse to acknowledge their own mediocrity and instead attribute their failures to external factors. Such individuals are rife with jealousy and insatiable desires. With a little provocation, they can be easily manipulated and controlled. Jiang Xuan is no exception. The figure clicked its tongue in admiration, unable to refrain from applauding. You, who have contemplated the path of Yang, should embody the righteous image of the sun. Yet you have instead grasped the intricacies of human nature, hypocrisy, and deception with ease. The yin-yang saint master neither affirmed nor denied this. Raising his gaze slightly to meet the shadow's eyes, his voice growing solemn as he said, I hope you have not deceived me. How could we deceive one another? For we are one and the same. The figure shrugged. You have verified it yourself. The Longshan family is indeed one of the spirit tribes of the human realm, a descendant of the ancient human race. Their blood flows with the essence of the spirit tribe, imbued with the vitality and destiny of the ancient lineage. Among the Jiang family disciples, any with a bloodline concentration of 60 or above possess, to some extent, effects comparable to supreme holy medicines. I have previously conveyed to you that during my era, there existed numerous supreme beings who specifically hunted disciples of the Jiang family whose bloodline density exceeded 60, treating them as sustenance to be devoured and refined, thereby enhancing their potential and prolonging their lifespans. The figure cast a glance at the yin-yang sovereign, offering a faint smile. You and I must merge our yin and yang, uniting as one, to unravel the grand path. Yet, you are aware that I am a remnant of the past, while you stand firmly in the present. Between us lies the shackle of temporal order. To achieve our fusion would be a perilous endeavor. Since the holy medicine of creation eludes us, these spiritual beings of the Jiang family present themselves as the optimal alternative. I find myself perplexed, the yin-yang sovereign remarked, raising his gaze slightly towards the figure, inquiring solemnly, if the Jiang family belongs to the spiritual race, imbued with the essence of creation, why then do they appear so frail? Chapter 34. The heavens and earth hold fear the shadow, regarded the yin-yang saint lord with an expression akin to that of a fool, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. The Jiang family, with a legacy spanning millions of years, and you dare to perceive them as feeble? What gave you such an illusion? The yin-yang saint lord furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. The shadow shook his head in amusement. You must understand, in my era, the might of the Jiang family was such that even the extraterritorial gods and demons held them in trepidation. Had it not been for the concerted efforts of various ancient powers, leading to the downfall of the Jiang family's formidable members, they would likely still reign as the undisputed kings of the Xiantian realm. The yin-yang saint lord felt a jolt of shock at the revelations regarding the bygone era. He was aware that his previous existence belonged to an ancient time when the Xiantian realm had not yet been sealed and the myriad worlds had not withered. The ancient powers mentioned in his previous life must have been the most dominant sects across the heavens. To know that the Jiang family had endured such a catastrophic calamity, yet managed to persist for millions of years, retaining their name of longevity, was astounding. The spirit race truly possesses such formidable strength? Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the yin-yang saint lord, the shadow chuckled softly. The strength of the spirit race far exceeds your imagination. Do you know that these spirit clans, including the Jiang family, are so powerful that even the heavens are wary of them, imposing heavenly retributions to stifle their growth? Are you aware that it is precisely because of these heavenly punishments that those ancient powers had the audacity to unite against the Jiang family? Heavens are wary. The yin-yang saint lord's eyelids twitched, his face reflecting horror. The shadow chuckled. The exact reasons remain unknown. Yet according to the studies of those ancient powers, disciples bearing the bloodline of the spirit race generally possess shorter lifespans than ordinary individuals. Moreover, the higher the bloodline purity, the shorter the lifespan. It is said that those with excessively high bloodline purity may even face tribulations when attempting to break through, even at the foundational level. Tribulations? The Yin-Yang Saint Lord was astounded. One must reach the Tianyuan realm to begin to engage with the powers of the heavens. In other words, only upon breaking through to the Tianyuan realm and beyond can one provoke the arrival of tribulations. Not to mention the decay of lifespan, the very notion of heavenly tribulations. The spirit race's punishments are exceedingly terrifying, despite the ancient calamity that led to the demise of many strong beings. The Jiang family has endured and has never lost the title of longevity. The shadow cast a casual glance at the Yin-Yang Saint Lord and chuckled lightly. Do you still consider the Jiang family weak? The Yin-Yang Saint Lord remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his tone measured. I concede that I underestimated the Jiang family of longevity. However, it does not pose much of an obstacle, as long as Jiang Xuan plays his cards right. No matter how powerful the Jiang family is, with all their foundations, they will still be within my grasp. The shadow could not help but inquire. I do not quite understand why you're so fixated on Jiang Xuan's move. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord replied with a cold smile. As long as Jiang Xuan holds the reins of the Jiang family, it becomes my confined domain, continuously producing spirit race members for my utilization. Such a valuable resource must not be overexploited. The shadow regarded the Yin-Yang Saint Lord with a look of surprise, a profound smile gracing his features. I increasingly anticipate the day we become one, encompassing the past and the present. The Tao of Yin and Yang will surely overturn this world. In the eastern divine land, in the southern region, amidst the vast 10,000 mountains, the pure Yang Sword Palace finds itself at the center of attention. The young clan leader of the Jiang family, confirmed to be one of the four, Jiang Xuan, stood resolutely. The pure Yang Sword Master, seated atop the sword platform forged by the sun, surveyed the gathered elders of the Sword Palace, stating with a calm demeanor, "What do you believe we should do about this matter?" The animosity between the pure Yang Sword Palace and the Jiang family is ancient and cannot be traced back to any singular origin, particularly in the last 1,000 years. Their conflicts have been incessant, leading to countless fallen prodigies. Even among the esteemed elders, several have met their demise. The two factions are already at odds, unable to coexist. At that moment, the second elder, clad in a black sword robe, stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, his expression fierce as he spoke solemnly. To report to the sword master, a disciple of the Jiang family has exhibited ancestral bloodline traits, invoking divine shrines and creating astonishing phenomena, alongside the emergence of divine bones. This signifies a great resurgence. If we do not act swiftly, in due time, the pure Yang Sword Palace may find itself unable to contend. The elders exchanged exasperated glances. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? They thought. This is plainly evident to all. The pure Yang Sword Master regarded the second elder with a steady gaze and asked then, "What do you propose we do?" "We must swiftly uncover the details regarding the prodigy with the ancestral bloodline and the divine bones. Then rally our strongest to eradicate them without hesitation." The second elder's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. According to intelligence, Jiang Xuan's cultivation is merely at the god entry realm, clearly the weakest among the four esteemed members of the Jiang family. His elevation to clan leader is evidently a ploy to shield the two prodigies. I believe we can afford to ignore him. The assembly nodded in thoughtful agreement. The speed at which the Jiang family established their young clan leader was indeed suspicious, revealing an air of mystery. Historically, the Jiang family would undergo multiple trials and selections through fierce competition among the four young masters before determining the victor. Yet this time, it took less than 2 days. Contemplating the emergence of those two prodigies, it became increasingly clear, so obvious that they began to doubt whether such a foolish act could truly be executed by a family that has thrived for millions of years. "Elder, what is your opinion?" The pure Yang Sword Master turned to the elder whose face was marked with age. The elder's wise eyes gleamed with insight as he contemplated before stepping forward, cupping his hands and stating, in the grand scheme, "I concur with the second elder. We must uncover the identities of those two prodigies from the Jiang family and eliminate them in their infancy. If necessary, we may even summon the slumbering ancestors of the void god realm." At this, the atmosphere grew tense, the expressions of all becoming grave. Invoking the ancestors of the Void God Realm would elevate the situation to an entirely new level. A slight misstep could lead to the downfall of the entire pure Yang Sword Palace. The pure Yang Sword Master narrowed his eyes, astonished at the elder's assertion. Do you believe those two prodigies from the Jiang family could threaten the existence of our pure Yang Sword Palace? Not could, but definitely, the elder replied gravely. Setting aside the divine bones, merely the prodigy with the ancestral bloodline, if allowed to grow, could achieve not only the path to divinity, but even the path to sanctity. Do not forget, a great era is about to descend. Upon hearing these words, a tremor ran through the hearts of all present, instantly comprehending the elder's concerns. If they could not stifle the resurgence of the Jiang family, under the tide of the great era, the pure Yang Sword Palace would undoubtedly be swept along, facing annihilation. After all, in the glorious great era, there are forces rapidly growing strong. Standing still equates to being left behind. As for Jiang Xuan, the nominal young clan leader of the Jiang family, he need not be overly concerned, yet they could not afford to dismiss him entirely. A corresponding response must be made to cast doubt upon the Jiang family, allowing them to let their guard down. Only in this manner could they seize the opportunity to uncover the identities of those two prodigies. The elder's eyes were indifferent as he chuckled lightly. Let us proceed as per the usual standards. Offer a Tao-level cultivation technique, a royal herb, and 100 major herbs as a bounty for Jiang Xuan. Let our pure Yang Sword Palace's prodigies test their mettle against him. Chapter 35. Is the goddess a love-struck fool? The pure Yang Sword Master nodded thoughtfully, surveying the gathered elders. In a hushed tone, he declared, in accordance with the Grand Elder's words, we shall place a bounty on Jiang Xuan, allowing our Sword Palace's prodigies to venture forth and target him. I shall personally journey to the Sword Tomb to consult with our ancestor. If necessary, we will mobilize the full might of the Sword Palace to strike against the Jiang family. His sword-like eyes narrowed, a chilling aura of murderous intent swirling around him. The impending great era cannot tolerate any rise of the Jiang family. Understood. The elders responded in unison, their voices grave. Furthermore, the pure Yang Sword Master pondered briefly before continuing. It is time to awaken the three sword sons who have been sealed for multiple epochs. The tides of the great era demand that we compete. A flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the assembly. The previously somber expressions softened with a hint of delight. The current generation of disciples at the pure Yang Sword Palace displayed average talent, though many were indeed prodigies. None could lead the charge as a supreme genius, let alone a true monster. This was precisely why they were so apprehensive about the emergence of two exceptional figures from the Jiang family. However, should the three sword sons be awakened, this concern would be effortlessly resolved. These three sword sons were the most terrifying prodigies in the realm of swordsmanship within the pure Yang Sword Palace for nearly 1,000,000 years. One possessed an innate sword heart. Another was the reincarnation of the third-generation pure Yang Sword Master. And the last was born on the day when the sword immortal severed the flow of time to impart wisdom from afar. Each had once swept through an entire era, unparalleled in the Shantian realm, in pursuit of a broader future, to seize the opportunities of the great era and to elevate their path to its zenith. They had unhesitatingly chosen to conceal themselves at the peak of their brilliance, sealing themselves within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. If all three sword sons were to awaken, even the two prodigies from the Jiang family would pose no threat. Once the bounty from the pure Yang Sword Palace was announced, the number of sword cultivators emerging from the 10,000 great mountains noticeably increased. Across the vast expanse of eastern Shenzhou, where countless miles stretched endlessly, the once rare sight of prodigious battles began to occur more frequently. Observers recorded these events, only to be astonished to find that figures from the Jiang family were consistently present. On the other hand, in addition to the pure Yang Sword Palace, other top sects such as the Tai Dao sect, the Slaughtering Heaven Hall, the Moon-worshipping Divine Teaching, the Tianyi Sacred Land, and the Undying Zhao clan, collectively encompassing nearly 70% of the elite factions in eastern Shenzhou, had also placed bounties on Jiang Xuan, the young clan leader of the Jiang family. Days later, the world of cultivators gradually grasped the full scope of the situation. It turned out that these top sects had all established bounties specifically targeting Jiang Xuan, the young clan leader of the Jiang family. The rewards offered were remarkably consistent: a volume of Tao-level cultivation technique, a king-grade medicinal herb, and 100 great medicinal herbs. This led to widespread skepticism among the observing sects and powerful figures. Such a bounty, while undeniably generous, seemed rather meager for someone of Jiang Xuan's status. A mere entry-level cultivator. Why would a top sect issue a bounty on the young clan leader of the Longsheng Jiang family? Was this not a bit too paltry? Furthermore, Jiang Xuan was suspected to possess a bloodline that had reverted to the 95th generation. Could it be that these top sects believed the Jiang family would spare no effort to protect Jiang Xuan, making assassination impossible, thus rendering their bounty a mere formality? In southern Shenzhou, at the arid heaven divine teaching, the goddess Luo Xinglan received a report. Your Holiness, it has been relayed from our disciples in eastern Shenzhou that Jiang Xuan has already seized the position of young clan leader of the Jiang family. Wang, the steward, stood before the goddess, respectfully delivering the news. He was responsible for the majority of intelligence work in eastern Shenzhou and had been summoned by the goddess to discuss Jiang Xuan. Has he already become the young clan leader? Such rapid progression, Luo Xinglan murmured, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise. She had anticipated a longer timeline for Jiang Xuan's rise, but was taken aback by his astonishing growth. In a mere half-month, he had ascended from a minor figure to the young clan leader. It was noteworthy that Jiang Xuan's cultivation remained at the entry level, yet he had achieved such a transformation. Holding in her hand a letter from Jiang Xuan, the words "no" stood out clearly. It appeared that her approach to winning Jiang Xuan's favor would require reevaluation. As this thought crossed her mind, a trace of concern shadowed her enchanting gaze. Now that he had become the young clan leader, he had access to resources and power, placing him at the pinnacle among the youth. How could she express her sincerity effectively? Wang, observing the goddess's troubled demeanor, felt an internal conflict and unease. Could it be, he wondered, the goddess still harbors feelings for Jiang Xuan? The earlier proposition for an alliance had already stirred significant waves within and outside the sect, and now, having been rejected, she still clings to the idea? Could the goddess truly be a love-struck fool for Jiang Xuan? Wang's heart was a tumult of emotions. As a mere steward, he had no right to meddle in the goddess's affairs, yet the thought of their radiant goddess being infatuated with an entry-level cultivator was disconcerting. After much hesitation, Wang steeled himself and respectfully spoke. Your subordinate dares to report an unclear piece of information. Speak, the goddess replied coolly. Nearly 70% of the top sects in eastern Shenzhou have placed a bounty on Jiang Xuan, offering a Tao-level technique, a king-grade herb, and 100 great herbs. Many prodigies have emerged, seeking to eliminate Jiang Xuan. A Tao-level technique, a king-grade herb, and 100 great herbs? Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes narrowed, a cold smile escaping her lips as she delivered a striking remark that left Wang momentarily stunned. How truly miserly. She was certain that Jiang Xuan was indeed the prodigy with a bloodline reverted to the 95th generation. Moreover, she even suspected that the so-called other divine bone prodigy was also Jiang Xuan. After all, in his previous life, Jiang Xuan was an unparalleled existence revered throughout the Shantian realm. The coexistence of a reverted bloodline and divine bone was not inconceivable. For such a remarkable prodigy to be offered such a meager bounty was nothing short of stingy. Yet, she could not fathom why the Jiang family displayed such audacity in placing him in plain sight. Did they truly not fear that opposing forces would take drastic measures, summoning ancient beings to eliminate him? Did the Jiang family possess absolute confidence, or were they simply foolish? Doubts clouded Luo Xinglan's mind. Wang internally lamented his predicament. The goddess's tone left no doubt that she had become infatuated with Jiang Xuan. Not daring to delay further, he hurriedly continued. Based on the reactions of various sects and the recent anomalies surrounding the Jiang family, I suspect that Jiang Xuan is merely a pawn, a shield presented by the Jiang family to draw attention away from the newly emerged prodigies with reverted bloodlines and divine bones. It is my hope that the goddess will see clearly Jiang Xuan Wang hesitated, biting his lip, and solemnly concluded, "Is most likely just a discarded piece in the Jiang family's game." The implication was unmistakable. Suddenly, Luo Xinglan spun around, her eyes shimmering with a cold light that held the depth of the stars as she fixed her gaze on Wang, her tone icy and severe. "Steward Wang, you should be well aware of your standing. Today, I shall regard your words as thoughtless, should there be a next time." Your subordinate acknowledges his fault. Wang fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the goddess's murderous intent in that fleeting moment. His life hung precariously on her whims. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly, her expression indifferent. She commanded that the elders stationed in eastern Shenzhou inform the various sects in the name of the arid heaven divine teaching, demanding that they rescind the bounties within 3 days. Otherwise, it would be seen as a provocation against the arid heaven divine teaching, and they would bear the consequence. Jiang Xuan's rapid advancement could not be overlooked, especially after the rejection of the true God Ruin's invitation. She had to make a statement, ensuring that he recognized her goodwill. Even if it provokes the various doctrines of Eastern Divine Province, she is unperturbed. She vividly recalls that in the future, Jiang Xuan will single-handedly compel the entire Xintian realm to bow in submission. Elder Wang suddenly raised his head, gazing at Luo Xinglan with disbelief, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. This is utterly excessive, is it not? Should this command be executed, it is bound to incite the wrath of all doctrines in Eastern Divine Province. Although the Hongtian Divine Sect has indeed grown increasingly powerful in recent years, subtly positioning itself to dominate Southern Divine Province, it remains merely a trend. The distance to actual success is still considerable. Moreover, they are the sovereigns of Southern Divine Province, not Eastern Divine Province. Eastern Divine Province is recognized as the land of abundance within the Xintian realm, where the foremost doctrines strive to surpass those of other divine provinces. Particularly, the revered Yin-Yang Holy Land, acknowledged as the preeminent force in the Xintian realm, is firmly established in Eastern Divine Province. This command from the goddess is, without a doubt, exceedingly audacious. Chapter 36. Has the cult of the wild heaven lost its shame? Wang, the steward, felt a surge of anxiety. He was merely a lowly steward, and the commands of the divine maiden were not something he could dare to refuse. At that moment, a humming sound resonated as ripples spread through the void, and an ancient, desolate aura stirred. The Lord of the Wild Heaven emerged slowly, his imposing figure resembling a black hole, consuming all the light in the world. "Bow before the Lord," commanded Wang, as both Luo, Xinglan, and Wang, the steward, bowed deeply. "Xinglan, do not act impulsively," the Lord of the Wild Heaven cautioned, his gaze fixed upon Luo Xinglan, his tone a blend of complexity and restrained anger. He had always held high expectations for her, nurturing her as a successor with unwavering support. Luo Xinglan had indeed met these expectations, demonstrating remarkable prowess in both her cultivation and management of the cult, often surpassing many elders. Thus, he felt at ease, entrusting her with most of the cult's affairs while he focused on his own cultivation in pursuit of a higher realm. However, to his surprise, the usually calm and composed Luo Xinglan had recently become blind and muddled whenever matters concerning Jiang Xuan arose. Truthfully, he was filled with concern. The divine maiden of the Wild Heaven cult, a prodigy of unparalleled talent and limitless potential, was destined to ascend to divinity and perhaps even achieve eternal life. He feared she might truly succumb to the whims of love and become a mere sycophant to Jiang Xuan. Luo Xinglan lowered her gaze, recognizing her master's worries. Yet, she could not disclose the reasons directly, for to proclaim that Jiang Xuan would undoubtedly ascend to become an extraordinary being would be met with disbelief from her master. After all, the notion of reincarnation was too fantastical. After pondering, she raised her beautiful eyes and calmly stated, "Please trust me, master. Everything I do is for the future of the Wild Heaven cult. Extending goodwill to Jiang Xuan will only benefit our cult." The Lord of the Wild Heaven was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he asked, "I require reasons." Luo Xinglan gently shook her head. "Forgive me, master, but I cannot divulge them just yet. Firstly, you would not believe me. Secondly, I fear that revealing too much might disturb the fabric of time and space, altering the course of past events. Such a change could render my valuable memories, currently sealed, ineffective, significantly weakening my standing. In her previous life, she had attained the status above true divinity and had begun to grasp the intricacies of causality, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. The Lord of the Wild Heaven studied Luo Xinglan, his gaze growing deeper. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly and said, "I shall grant you this indulgence once. However, remember this, the Wild Heaven cult is your foundation. I, along with the elders and ancestors, have placed great hopes and care upon you. Do not let us down." Warmth surged within Luo Xinglan's heart, and she nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Master, I shall never forget." It was due to the cult's unwavering support that she had resolutely pledged her loyalty to the Wild Heaven cult in her past life, even to the last drop of her blood. In this life, her resolve was even stronger. Earlier, she had initiated a union with Jiang Xuan, and now she stood in his defense in the name of the cult, all for the sake of their future, hoping that when the cult faced calamity, Jiang Xuan would lend his assistance. The Lord of the Wild Heaven nodded, then turned to Wang, the steward, instructing Steward Wang, "Proceed as the divine maiden has advised." "Yes," Wang replied respectfully. Soon, the Wild Heaven cult's warning reverberated throughout the entire Eastern Divine Continent, stirring a great many sects, and powerful figures were filled with confusion and astonishment. What on earth was the Wild Heaven cult up to? Come on. Your divine maiden actively sought a union with Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family, only to be met with a stern rejection and humiliation. It's one thing not to kick them while they're down, but now you're seeking to protect Jiang Xuan, even provoking 7 of the top sects in the Eastern Divine Continent. What benefits could this possibly bring to the Wild Heaven cult? Are you truly groveling to the Jiang family like this? Is this not disgraceful? Before long, this incident spread throughout the entire Xintian realm. The repercussions reached beyond the Eastern Divine Continent to the Southern Divine Continent, and even other divine, all left speechless by the actions of the Wild Heaven cult. However, given the cult's prominent position, dominating the Southern Divine Continent, no one could afford to disregard its voice. Should they provoke the cult, the ensuing wrath could be catastrophic, even for the sacred lands of Yin and Yang. A few days later, aside from the pure Yang Sword Palace, the slaughtering Heaven Hall, and the immortal Zhao family, who had long-standing enmity with the Jiang family, all other factions chose to relent and withdrew their bounties. Jiang Xuan was never their primary target. The bounties had merely served to distract the Jiang family, allowing them to uncover the 2 hidden prodigies. Now that the Wild Heaven cult insisted on protecting Jiang Xuan, they opted to back down, incurring no losses. Thus, the waves stirred by Jiang Xuan in the Eastern Divine Continent gradually subsided in this dramatic fashion. Meanwhile, in the border region of the Eastern Divine Continent, Qingyang sect, in accordance with the order of the young clan leader, a strong figure from the Jiang family presented 2 Tao-level inheritances to Miss Nangong. The sect master, Bei Qing, stood to the side, his expression shifting between shock and reverence. 2 Tao-level inheritances. It was well known that even among top sects, Tao-level inheritances were exceedingly rare and reserved for those of exceptional talent. In first-rate forces, Tao-level inheritances represented the core of their teachings. Bei Qing was acutely aware of his sect's limitations. Although Qingyang's sect barely ranked as a first-rate power, its foundation was shallow, inferior to many second-rate sects with millennia of heritage. They possessed only 3 Tao-level inheritances in total. Jiang Xuan, oh no, now Jiang Xuan, the young clan leader, was remarkably generous, presenting 2 Tao-level inheritances at once. This clearly indicated Jiang Xuan's significant status within the Jiang family. After all, few could afford to offer 2 Tao-level inheritances. As for Miss Nangong, upon receiving the ring, she stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the implications of such a gift. Her heart raced, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with tears. Clutching the ring tightly, she said nothing, turning to return to her training. Recently, rumors of various top sects offering bounties for Jiang Xuan and numerous prodigies hunting him had spread throughout the Eastern Divine Continent. Though she had been focused on her training at Qingyang sect, she had heard whispers of it. Yet, her current strength was insufficient to provide any aid. She yearned desperately to enhance her abilities to help Jiang Xuan, even if it meant entering the fray to eliminate a few of the prodigies seeking his life. After personally seeing off the Jiang family's strong figure, Beiqing contemplated for a long while. Recognizing that Jiang Xuan's loyalty and affection towards Nangong Mingyue represented a blessing for her and an opportunity for Qingyang sect. After all, under normal circumstances, Qingyang sect would never have a chance to connect with the illustrious Jiang family. He resolved to promptly establish Nangong Mingyue as the young sect leader. A gleam of determination shone in Beiqing's eyes as he solidified his decision. This was Qingyang sect's only path to connect with Jiang Xuan. Additionally, I must venture out to seek rare treasures to please my disciple, Beiqing murmured to himself before summoning the fiery crow and departing from Qingyang sect. Chapter 37. The Awakening of the Divine Bone. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue commenced a more rigorous regimen of cultivation. Having previously abandoned her cultivation to start anew, and bolstered by the vast resources provided by Jiang Xuan, her progress soared with remarkable speed, akin to a rocket. Just a few days prior, she had successfully established her foundation. In other words, from body refinement to foundation establishment, she accomplished this feat in less than half a month. Such rapid advancement is undoubtedly a rarity in the entire Xiantian realm. Simultaneously, due to the refinement of her techniques, Nangong Mingyue's postnatal fire, Dao, spiritual body witnessed significant enhancement. Although she remained within the realm of postnatal spiritual bodies, her prowess was now comparable to that of innate spiritual bodies. Even her comprehension of the fire, Dao, had made considerable strides, reaching an intermediate stage of Dao intent. If one were to liken her initial grasp of the fire, Dao, to a flickering flame, now it resembled a fearsome fire beast. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's dojo, Jiang Xuan received an alert. Nangong Mingyue's fire Dao intent has advanced to the intermediate stage. You have received corresponding feedback, elevating your fire Dao intent to the intermediate stage. A hum resonated as layers of flames surged around Jiang Xuan, transforming into a vast sea of fire, tumultuous and consuming. Within the roiling inferno, the faint silhouettes of ferocious beasts emerged, growling menacingly. The essence of the Tao manifested myriad living beings. This was the crux of breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. In essence, Jiang Xuan, having mastered the essence of the Tao, could step into the spirit transformation realm at any moment. However, he remained unhurried. What he sought was to transcend the three extremes of the physical body, spirit, and cultivation realm, thereby forging an unparalleled foundation. His physical body and spirit had long since shattered their limits during his previous cultivation, leaving only the cultivation realm to be surpassed. He had initially intended to break through the limitations of the cultivation realm within his ancestral land, yet a series of unforeseen events disrupted his rhythm. During this period of closed-door cultivation, Jiang Xuan did not rush toward a breakthrough, nor did he hasten to surpass the limits of his cultivation realm. His most pressing desire was to cultivate the celestial transformation secret art, completely concealing his bloodline. Survival was paramount. Only by preserving himself could he hope to seize opportunities and attain the status of a true deity within 300 years. Thus, even when the golden finger alert appeared, Jiang Xuan paid it no heed, remaining deeply immersed in the comprehension of the celestial transformation secret art. Mystical patterns rippled around him, his aura fluctuating, sometimes tumultuous like crashing waves, at other times tranquil and formless. As a sacred level inheritance, the potency of the celestial transformation secret art was undeniable. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it could even alter the heavenly mechanisms and obscure one's fate, rendering divine beings incapable of discerning reality from illusion. However, this complexity made the cultivation process exceedingly arduous, especially since Jiang Xuan lacked the corresponding Tao energy for the inheritance. He had to rely solely on his own understanding, rendering the process even more gradual. During Jiang Xuan's retreat, turmoil brewed within and outside the Jiang family. Atop the ancestral peak of the Jiang family, in a grand hall, numerous elders gathered. Their expressions varied, but all marked by confusion. It was anticipated that the 7 foremost Dao lineages of the Eastern Divine Continent would place bounties on Jiang Xuan, a notion that brought them a measure of satisfaction, believing that Jiang Xuan, as a shield, had proved effective. However, to their astonishment, just 2 days later, the distant Haotian divine sect in the Southern Divine Continent issued a stern warning to various factions, vowing to protect Jiang Xuan. This turn of events left them utterly bewildered. After all, Jiang Xuan had previously categorically rejected the Haotian divine maiden's proposal for an alliance. They had feared that this would provoke the Haotian divine sect against their family. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the Haotian divine maiden and her sect took an unconventional stance, displaying no signs of anger, and seemingly adopting a more conciliatory position. What was going on? Had the young patriarch Jiang Xuan bewitched the Haotian divine maiden? The grand elder pondered aloud, questioning whether they should continue to present Jiang Xuan as a decoy to attract attention from various factions. The other elders turned their gazes toward the grand elder. The grand elder, troubled, hesitated for a moment before responding. We must proceed as planned. We cannot afford to be complacent. Although various factions may have guessed our intentions, they can only speculate. As long as they remain unaware of the identity of the prodigy with ancestral bloodline, Jiang Xuan will continue to serve as an effective shield. Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their lips twitching. If they themselves could not ascertain the identity of the prodigy, how could the external factions possibly uncover it? They were perplexed as to why this prodigy, being a member of the Jiang family with shared bloodlines, would choose to remain concealed. The third elder remarked, somewhat exasperated, "We are all Jiang family members, sharing the same bloodline. How could we wish harm upon him?" The other elders nodded in agreement, clearly troubled by the situation surrounding this prodigy. The grand elder remained silent, his expression inscrutable, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing traces of doubt. He could empathize with the prodigy's predicament. After all, the competition among the various branches of the Jiang family was fierce. The prodigy, possessing a bloodline of remarkable purity, had yet to enhance his cultivation. Premature exposure could jeopardize his life. Indeed, according to the information he had gathered, several branches had recently engaged in excessive covert activities, even touching upon sensitive matters. Yet he was puzzled as to why, with the prodigy's bloodline concentration at 95, he would not actively compete for the position of young patriarch. Why would the ancestral figure go to such lengths to conceal him, even at the cost of pushing Jiang Xuan into the limelight? Jiang Xuan was also a paragon of the Jiang family, boasting a bloodline concentration of 75. Sacrificing him in this manner could lead to discontent among many talented individuals within the family. To be frank, he found it difficult to fathom. However, for the sake of the Jiang family's grand plans and future, he could only adhere to the ancestral figure's directives. The best he could do for Jiang Xuan was to ensure that he, as a shield, was afforded the resources and status befitting a young patriarch. At that moment, an anomaly unfolded above the Jiang family. Boom! The vast sky shattered, and endless darkness surged forth like a deluge, obscuring the sun and swallowing the light. It was as though eternal night had fallen. Countless individuals within the Jiang family gazed in astonishment at the heavens, questioning the phenomenon. At this time, from a certain dojo within Jiang Xuan's lineage, a brilliant divine radiance erupted, piercing through the eternal night, standing as a celestial pillar between heaven and earth. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. A chorus of resplendent divine sounds reverberated, echoing for miles, causing countless Jiang family disciples to tremble, their spirits shaken, blood seeping from their orifices. The grand elder and others' expressions shifted as they swiftly exited the grand hall, taking to the skies to probe the source of the disturbance. They beheld a child, barely 3 feet tall, with closed eyes and flowing white hair, standing atop the divine radiance like a celestial being. Within him lay a segment of pure golden divine bone, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of sanctity. As the child strolled, divine patterns swirled around him, resembling the emergence of a newborn deity. Divine bone! The crowd gasped in astonishment, their pupils contracting in disbelief. Chapter 38. Simultaneous breakthrough. The foundation shattered? having concealed himself. Why then does an anomaly arise at this moment? The Grand Elder gazed at the child, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. 10 days prior, the birth of the divine bone had unleashed a spectacle that reverberated throughout the Eastern divine continent, even drawing the attention of numerous sects from other divine states within the Shintian realm. However, the divine bone, imbued with the power of deities, created a realm of its own, thwarting the prying eyes of all. Within the Jiang family, only a select few, including himself, were privy to the true identity of the divine bone. In order to ensure its smooth development, he had kept it a secret, discreetly allocating resources to aid its refinement and forge an unparalleled foundation. Yet, to his astonishment, just days later, the divine bone erupted with an even more astonishing phenomenon. This time, the spectacle appeared to be even more sensational than the last. The prodigy with ancestral bloodlines had reached an extreme of cunning, harboring distrust even towards us. While this divine bone prodigy frequently manifested divine signs, brazenly displaying its prowess, the Grand Elder shook his head in resignation, pondering if these two prodigies could not temper their extremes. At this moment, the child bearing the divine bone ascended the celestial pillar, each step blooming with profound truths, scattering enlightenment throughout the Jiang family. Countless members of the Jiang family were blessed, sitting cross-legged, entering a state of mystical comprehension. Their energies surged, each experiencing a rise in their cultivation. Among them were many talented individuals on the brink of breakthrough, receiving enlightenment that shattered their shackles and propelled them into the next realm. Was this the divine bestowing teachings blessing all beings? An elder recalled relevant records. His pupils constricted in shock. The elders of the Jiang family, along with various powerful figures hidden in the void, were shaken, their gazes towards the child filled with astonishment and joy. The notion of divine teachings and blessings. This child bearing the divine bone was destined to exceed their expectations. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched, a profound joy swelling within him. Prior to this, he had certainly recognized the child as a prodigy, destined to uphold the Jiang family. Yet subconsciously, he believed the child's potential could not rival that of the prodigy with a 95 bloodline purity. After all, such a concentration was akin to that of a second-generation ancestor. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, the child would undoubtedly ascend to a height comparable to that of the second-generation ancestor, dominating the Shintian realm. However, he had not anticipated that the divine bone contained far greater wonders than he had imagined. The weight of the two prodigies might require recalibration, the Grand Elder mused. At this juncture, the child bearing the divine bone had reached the pinnacle of the celestial pillar, sitting cross-legged, eyes still closed, bathed in resplendent divine light, exuding an aura as if he were one with the universe, each breath resonating with the flow of cosmic principles. Beneath the eternal night, an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy swirled around the child, coalescing into a liquid sea of spiritual essence. Within him, the divine bone quivered, radiating a sacred brilliance, akin to a colossal hand slowly extending, grasping the sea of spiritual energy and drawing it within. The entire process was brief yet swift, filled with awe-inspiring ferocity and dominance. The sea of spiritual energy collapsed, compressed, transformed through the divine bone, and integrated into the Dantian. Boom! The child's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the heavens. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. Ninth level of body refinement. The astonishing speed of breakthrough was unfolding in this child, who had only been born 10 days prior, in an extraordinarily serene manner. Countless onlookers gazed in rapt attention, devoid of any shock or emotional turbulence, as if such events were entirely natural. This reaction, while not typical, seemed almost appropriate under the illumination of such divine brilliance. The formidable power of the divine was here evidenced in a rudimentary manner. Even a mere glimmer of light, a whisper of energy, could silently alter the perceptions of all, controlling their emotional responses. Even the Grand Elder, having ascended to the realm of venerables, was not exempt from this influence. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this divine power display, the child's ascent in cultivation, continued unabated. The surrounding spiritual energy, extending 1,000 feet, was consumed entirely. Then, it began to engulf a radius of 10 miles. 100 miles, 1,000 miles. Waves of spiritual energy were ruthlessly drawn into his body, merged into his dantian, serving as fuel for his cultivation growth. The child's aura became increasingly solid and substantial. Behind him, a hazy divine figure began to take shape, gradually outlining its form. An aura of divine majesty, both awe-inspiring and terrifying, began to manifest. Approximately half an incense stick later, boom, a heavy rumble resonated through the heavens and earth, akin to a majestic celestial sound, reverberating across the pitch-black sky. The contours of a nebulous foundational outline appeared at the child's dantian, a sacred aura gradually spreading forth. Foundation establishment. The child's formidable aura instantaneously transcended, transforming into a foundation, exuding an enduring presence. 10 days to establish a foundation. Not merely in the Xiantian realm, but even across the myriad realms, this should be an unparalleled occurrence. Even the reincarnated daughter of destiny, Nangong Mingwei, would find it difficult to reach such heights. Of course, no sect would measure the speed of foundation establishment as a standard of talent. After all, with an abundance of resources poured forth, even a pig could establish a foundation in a day. Foundation establishment seeks quality, seeks a solid base. The child had unmistakably reached a state of completeness, effortlessly stepping into the foundational realm, and through his sacred and profound aura, it was evident that his foundation would surpass the vast majority of prodigies and geniuses in the world. The divine bone was truly terrifying. Observing this scene, all present could not help but exclaim in wonder. However, this was far from the end. The child, imbued with the divine bone, akin to a nascent deity, continued his cultivation as if foundation establishment was not the terminus of his journey. Simultaneously, another individual was also on the brink of a breakthrough. Jiang Xuan. At this moment, Jiang Xuan had successfully comprehended and practiced the celestial transformation secret technique, rendering him almost ordinary. Not to mention his bloodline, even his own aura seemed to have vanished entirely. He appeared as an unremarkable individual, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. At this time, Jiang Xuan retrieved a spiritual herb from his storage ring. Resembling a spirit mushroom, it pulsated with a mesmerizing blood essence, exuding an arrogant, domineering aura intertwined with layers of profound patterns, truly remarkable. It was indeed his reward for topping the leaderboard, the Tao Herb Dragon Blood Spirit Mushroom. Surely, a single dragon blood spirit mushroom should be sufficient to help me break through my cultivation limits, Jiang Xuan murmured. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the essence of fire, refining the dragon blood spirit mushroom into a spiritual liquid, then swallowed it whole, beginning his process of refinement and breakthrough. Had the ancestor witnessed this scene, he would likely have been aghast, rushing to intervene. One must understand that the terrifying potency of royal medicines could only be refined by those in the earthly mystique realm, let alone a Tao herb. Tao herbs are formed from the power of heaven and earth, containing vast energies of the great Tao. Even those in the fusion Tao realm would only dare to refine a fraction at a time. Jiang Xuan, still in the divine realm, had directly consumed the entire Tao herb. By all logic, he should have been instantaneously overwhelmed by the Tao energy within, reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, how could Jiang Xuan be confined by common sense? The undying thunder body activated on its own, countless profound thunder patterns swirling around him, augmenting his physique, resisting the onslaught of the Tao herb's great energy. The potent bloodline of the Jiang family, with a concentration of 95, surged forth beneath its resplendent hue. Profound laws of the great Tao flowed, akin to a ferocious and domineering beast, ruthlessly devouring the Tao herb's spiritual liquid, swiftly refining it and channeling it back into Jiang Xuan's dantian. In the dantian, Jiang Xuan's foundational essence, which had originally been as solid as jade, began to fracture. The refined spiritual liquid surged through the fissures, flooding in. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed from the dantian. Jiang Xuan's foundation had shattered. Chapter 39. Gratitude for nature's gifts. This is the process of transcending the ultimate realm of cultivation. First, one must dismantle the original foundation, and then forge a new, more powerful one. Consider this. How could a foundation crafted from the essence of the body refinement stage possibly compare to one forged from the depths of the spirit entry stage? The disparity is akin to that between the heavens and the earth. However, this method is perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of the foundation, resulting in self-recoil, not only causing a loss in cultivation, but also damaging one's innate talents, rendering one a mere waste. At that moment, Nangong Mingyue was precisely in such a predicament. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan's foundation was extraordinarily profound. What seemed like a dangerous act of self-destruction for others was, for him, as simple as eating or drinking. After all, Jiang Xuan had long since shattered the limits of both flesh and spirit. The backlash from self-destructing the foundation felt to him merely like a tickle. As the foundation crumbled, chaotic energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, radiating in all directions. Yet Jiang Xuan remained as immovable as a mountain. Even the fragile Dantian showed no signs of tremor, such as the terror of a body that has transcended its limits. At that moment, Jiang Xuan activated his soul that had also surpassed its limits, manipulating the chaotic energy, interweaving it with the vast spiritual liquid, rapidly weaving and constructing a new outline for the foundation. Though it was merely an outline, it was already vastly greater than the previous foundation, exceeding it by more than 100-fold. With the outline established, the next step was to fill and solidify it. He infused the principles of fire, sword, and thunder, three majestic paths, into it. Instantly, the foundation solidified, revealing profound patterns of these three paths on its surface. He also added the concentrated essence of the Jiang family's bloodline. Reaching a density of 95%, the foundation became entirely solid, exuding an ancient aura hinting at a divine manifestation. He integrated the foundational secret techniques of the Tianyin, the rudimentary comprehension of the Taiji Palace diagram, the reversal array of the five elements, and the combat insights of the true sage. All were cast into the foundation. It underwent another transformation, with numerous patterns on its surface coming alive, forming a vivid and lifelike tableau. An overwhelming, otherworldly aura surged forth, pressing down on all sides. Were it not for the concealment of the Tianyin secret technique, the mere presence of this aura might have awakened all the ancestors slumbering in the ancestral grounds. In truth, having reached this level, Jiang Xuan had already transcended the ultimate realm of cultivation, forging an unparalleled foundation. Yet, he was not content. He possessed a strand of ancestral heritage's truth. Jiang Xuan hesitated momentarily, although he had only grasped a fragment of the ancestral truth and had yet to fully comprehend it. The terrifying nature of this heritage should enhance his foundation, right? Without further ado, he cast it in. What ensued was an unexpected scene. Crack! Crack! The unparalleled foundation seemed unable to withstand this fragment of truth, fracturing into numerous cracks, reminiscent of the earlier self-destructive act. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. What on earth? He knew the ancestral heritage was formidable, indeed supreme, but he never anticipated that such a mere fragment of truth could be so fearsome that even his newly forged, unparalleled foundation could not endure it. In haste, Jiang Xuan activated his soul, struggling to control the unparalleled foundation and resist the onslaught. However, the effect was minimal. The foundation continued to shatter, terrifying energy spilling forth, and his Dantian could not withstand the pressure, quaking violently as if on the verge of collapse. Even Jiang Xuan's physical form began to sway under the impact of this fearsome energy. His current state was precarious. Damn it! Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, unable to suppress a curse. Why does everything that happens to me always veer in such bizarre directions? Just as Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss, the fragment of the ancestral truth began to change. It coiled at the center of his Dantian, resembling a black hole, exuding an aura of time and space, domineeringly drawing in the surging energy and the crumbling, unparalleled foundation, absorbing them into itself. Then, it fell into a profound silence, exhibiting no signs of movement. For a moment, the Dantian was left empty, with only the black hole occupying the center, rippling with layers of subtle, unique waves that permeated Jiang Xuan's body and rapidly spread outward. Hungry, very hungry, This was the message conveyed to Jiang Xuan by the black hole. Bewildered, he instinctively emptied all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from his storage ring. Over 100 king herbs and vast quantities of medicinal herbs, all refined into spiritual liquid, consumed entirely and poured into the black hole. Hungry, still very hungry. How did things evolve into this? Jiang Xuan felt helpless, with his resources exhausted. He could only accompany the unique waves to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. The waves quickly spread across the entire Jiang family, encompassing even the domain of the divine bone child. Buzz, the ocean of spiritual energy seized by the divine bone, instantly vanished without a trace, entirely entering Jiang Xuan's dantian. The child, with his eyes still closed, frowned slightly puzzled. Yet, he did not open his eyes. Rather, he activated the divine bone to more aggressively draw in the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. But it was gone. Still weak, he could only manage to activate the divine bone to extract the spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the divine bone now reported that the spiritual energy in that radius had been completely devoured and would require some time to regenerate. The great era had yet to arrive, and the world was barren. This was understandable. The child murmured to himself, "Forget it," and decided to utilize the energy left in the divine bone from his past life to break into the spirit entry stage. Indeed, he possessed the divine bone and, due to its awakening, had access to memories from his past life. This was the reason he could establish a foundation in 10 days. Of course, with the enhancement of past life memories, his ambitions extended far beyond merely establishing a foundation in 10 days. He sought to enter the spirit entry stage in 10 days. In his past life memories, he possessed detailed information about a true divine secret realm, which contained the essential divine objects necessary for his current cultivation of supreme techniques. The true divine being was one he had slain in his past life, and his secret realm had formed under the guidance of those memories. Everything was aimed at enabling him to smoothly cultivate this supreme technique in this life. On the day of his birth, when he awakened his memories due to the celestial phenomenon, he briefly manipulated the powers of heaven and earth and sensed the presence of that true divine secret realm. In his perception, the true divine secret realm had already emerged and would soon be opened. Though he was still in the nascent stage, his past life memories and the divine bone made acquiring the necessary divine objects a feasible task. The prerequisite was breaking into the spirit entry stage. Only by entering this realm could he initially grasp the divine bone and utilize some of the techniques from his past life. Then, the child activated the divine bone, and 10 threads of pure golden energy surged forth from within it. Although the quantity was limited, the quality was exceedingly high. After all, this was the energy of a divine being, utilizing divine energy to break into the spirit entry stage. Even in his past life, he had never been so extravagant. The child shook his head, self-deprecatingly. Without further hesitation, he intended to draw forth a strand of divine energy, refine it, and inject it into his foundation. But at that moment, the strand of divine energy inexplicably and strangely vanished. The child was momentarily stunned, his closed eyes flickering, almost unable to resist the urge to open them. He inherited memories from his past life and decided to cultivate the supreme technique of the 10,000 laws heavenly eye. Once mastered, this technique would rival the methods of an emperor and could serve as the foundation for his enlightenment in this life. Of course, such a powerful technique would be fraught with difficulties and numerous restrictions, not to mention the 9 essential divine objects required. The limitations alone would deter all but the most resolute individuals from persevering. Do not open your eyes until the 10,000 laws heavenly eye technique is perfected. All the energy of the great path must be concentrated in the eyes. If opened before completion, the energy would dissipate, leading to a complete failure. The divine energy from his past life had evaporated before him, nearly breaking his defenses, compelling him to open his eyes. The child, priding himself on his composure, would have cursed aloud if it were not for his strong character. Who on earth did this? How utterly despicable! While the energy of the divine is indeed significant and precious, it pales in comparison to the importance of the profound mastery he has cultivated. The child did not seek to uncover the identity of the thief who had pilfered his divine energy. Instead, he summoned another fragment, preparing to refine it. He discerned the gravity of the situation. Those who stole his divine energy would face retribution in due time. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The second fragment of divine energy vanished into thin air, just as abruptly and without warning, mirroring the previous incident perfectly. Chapter 40. Deterrence of thunder tribulation. Automatically dispersing? The child was enraged. Once was one too many. This was excessive. He activated his divine bone and infused it with his soul thoughts, commencing a thorough search. The divine energy contained the essence of his previous life, allowing him to effortlessly locate its position. Even from a venerable realm, it could not be concealed. However, the situation seemed to have once again spiraled beyond his control. His soul thoughts enveloped the entire Jiang family, searching repeatedly thrice, yet not a trace was found, as if it had been completely devoured and digested. But this was utterly impossible. That was the divine energy from his past life. Even a true deity would struggle to refine it instantaneously. Who could it be? The child's eyelids twitched violently, his teeth grinding in frustration. After a fruitless search, he was compelled to abandon the effort temporarily. He summoned another wisp of divine energy. The result was the same. He called forth yet another. Still, it vanished abruptly. After a total of 9 wisps, the child gazed at the last remnant of divine energy within the divine bone, feeling numb. No. Which esteemed predecessor has set their sights on me? This torment is unbearable. The child was furious, yet helpless. He needed to break through to the divine realm to confidently enter that true divine mystery realm and acquire the essential divine item for cultivating extraordinary powers. There was no way he could give up. Sigh. The child exhaled a heavy breath, gritted his teeth, and summoned the final wisp of divine energy. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, he focused intently. A joyous revelation. This time it did not vanish. The child immediately felt a wave of relief, and his resentment toward the one who had stolen his divine energy diminished significantly. As long as he could break through to the divine realm, the wasted divine energy would be inconsequential. Without hesitation, he hastily refined the divine energy, channeling it into his dantian. A hum resonated, sacred light erupted from his body. His cultivation soared like boiling water, rapidly escalating. Foundation establishment, 2nd layer. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. Foundation establishment, 9th layer. He was but a step away from the divine realm. This scene, witnessed by all members of the Jiang family, elicited neither gasps of astonishment nor dropped jaws. They simply watched in silence. Was he going to achieve the divine realm in 10 days? Even if they scoured the ancient texts of the Xiantian realm, they would likely find no one so terrifying. Yet, considering that he possessed a fragment of divine bone, it all began to make sense. A newly born divine being achieving the divine realm in 10 days. Was that truly impossible? Meanwhile, in the dojo where Jiang Xuan resided, all members of the Jiang family shared the same bloodline. Perhaps they should leave some space for others. Jiang Xuan stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Indeed, the mysterious disappearance of the child's divine energy was all related to Jiang Xuan. To be precise, it was the work of the black hole in his dantian. That clandestine, special ripple, infused with the power of time and space, had mercilessly plundered 9 wisps of divine energy from the child's grasp. There was no other choice. It was simply too hungry. The divine energy of an exceptionally high rank was something it craved intensely. The 9 wisps of divine energy flowed into the black hole. The previously silent black hole finally stirred. At the center of the dantian, it began to rotate slowly, intertwining its layers of ripples, as if containing some supreme order. The black hole spun, and Jiang Xuan's cultivation finally returned to his body. Spirit transformation realm. Spirit transformation, 2nd layer. Spirit transformation, 3rd layer. Spirit transformation, 6th layer. Unremarkable and devoid of any fluctuations, his cultivation reached the spirit transformation 6th layer, as if it were a mere formality. Jiang Xuan felt a bit dazed, sensing the black hole in his dantian, filled with bewilderment. Had he now established an unparalleled foundation? One would presume so, he mused. This entity had effortlessly crushed the supreme path foundations, proving its might. Reluctantly accepting the reality that his path foundation had transformed into a black hole, Jiang Xuan reflected on the entire process, unable to suppress a remark. The ancestral inheritance is truly remarkable. I suppose this counts as turning misfortune into fortune? Jiang Xuan chuckled. However, he seemed to forget that his journey was never smooth sailing. A hum erupted. The cursed totem on his forehead burst forth with a pitch-black divine radiance, piercing through to the heavens. Thunder rumbled. In the eternal night above, dark clouds gathered, accumulating boundless thunder. A terrifying aura of destruction ran, startling every member of the Jiang family, who gazed skyward in astonishment. Was this a thunder tribulation? Recently, it seemed no one in the clan was attempting to break through to the heavenly origin realm, the Grand Elder pondered, recalling the clan's records with a hint of confusion. Coincidentally, at that moment, the child had also completed his breakthrough. A hum, sacred golden light shot across the heavens, tearing through the eternal, illuminating the entire Jiang family and capturing everyone's attention. The child's figure surged to 5 feet, radiating dazzling brilliance. Countless patterns and divine symbols swirled around him, resembling a supreme, young deity. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the divine realm. The child calmly rose, his tightly shut eyes slightly lifting to gaze at the roiling thunder. Frowning slightly, he had merely broken through to the divine realm. Why had it triggered a thunder tribulation? This scene dawned on those witnessing it. They instinctively understood that this thunder tribulation had been summoned by him. It was known that even the extraordinary prodigies of history could only provoke a thunder tribulation when breaking through to the heavenly origin realm. Yet this one had merely reached the divine realm and had already drawn the heaven's ire, summoning a thunder tribulation. The terror of the divine bone was beyond. The Grand Elder trembled with excitement, his eyelids twitching, filled with shock and joy. With such a divine bone prodigy in the how could they not restore their former glory and regain control of the Shintian realm? The value of the divine bone must be further elevated, perhaps. It could surpass that prodigy of bloodline return. The Grand Elder silently resolved. At this moment, Jiang Xuan stepped forward. He fully activated the heavenly transformation secret technique to conceal his presence, ensuring no one noticed him or detected anything unusual. Thunder tribulation? Jiang Xuan gazed at the dark clouds obscuring the sky, furrowing his brow. This damned bloodline curse is truly malicious. Others would provoke a thunder tribulation upon breaking through to the heavenly origin realm. Yet here he was cursed, triggering a thunder tribulation merely for breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. Thankfully, I have the heavenly transformation secret technique to conceal me. Otherwise, this tribulation would have revealed everything. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of relief. He was unconcerned about the thunder tribulation itself. With his current foundation, facing a spirit transformation level thunder tribulation would be exceedingly simple. His concern lay in the possibility of exposure. Breaking through to the true deity realm within 300 years was already a Herculean task, if his talent were to be discovered. Numerous formidable enemies might send people to target him, and he would truly be at a loss. Consequently, Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated and soared directly into the tribulation clouds. The black hole operated autonomously. Although it was no longer particularly hungry, it would not overlook the opportunity for a meal. Special ripples unfurled. The energy of the thunder path within the tribulation clouds dissipated in an instant. Even the source of the thunder tribulation, the thunder liquid that resided in the void, was uprooted and taken away entirely. Swift in arrival, swift in departure. Jiang Xuan moved like a phantom, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the child, though astonished at having summoned a thunder tribulation, gave it little thought. With his strength, facing a thunder tribulation was exceedingly simple. He dashed toward the thunder tribulation. Yet the next moment, humming, the thunder tribulation dissipated. The child's movements halted midair, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What on earth was happening? In the eyes of the Jiang family, this scene unfolded as the young deity, exuding an overwhelming majesty, caused even the thunderous tribulations to retreat in fear. Instantly, everyone was stirred, their hearts racing with fervor. Divine bones, truly magnificent. Chapter 41. stripped of divine bone. Am I the villain? The radiant pillar of divine light gradually dissipated as the child gracefully descended from the heavens. The eternal night that enveloped the Jiang family came to an end, and light returned. The child became the focal point for everyone in the Jiang family. Born with divine bones, suspected to be a reincarnation of a deity, he had entered the divine realm in just 10 days, wielding immense power that repelled heavenly tribulations. Such extraordinary talent rendered his future unfathomable. He would sweep through the younger generation of the Xiantian realm, becoming invincible and seizing the opportunities of the world. Achieving unparalleled fame, this was merely a matter of time. With his presence, one might wonder how the Jiang family could not reclaim its former glory and ascend to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. The Grand Elder and several elders hurried to the child's side, their gazes intense and their emotions stirred, momentarily at a loss for words. The child smiled calmly, offering a slight bow. Jiang Hong, greetings to the esteemed elders. He had inherited memories from a past life, and his intellect was naturally different from that of an ordinary newborn. In truth, much was already within his plans. For instance, his recent display of divine prowess and rapid breakthroughs into the divine realm was entirely intentional. The true divine secret realm was about to open, and having only been born for 10 days, he needed to showcase enough extraordinary talent to ensure the clan would permit him to leave the Jiang family, and further, to send guardians to accompany him. He was confident that once he entered the true divine secret realm, he would be able to command the situation. However, outside the true divine secret realm, he was still merely at the divine entry level. Despite having past life techniques, he faced limitations. Should a revered expert or even a casual celestial or fusion-level powerhouse appear, he would only face defeat. Therefore, the guardians were indispensable. Moreover, by exhibiting his prodigious abilities, he could gain the clan's support for resources, allowing him to acquire the necessary divine items to cultivate the 10,000 methods celestial eye technique. Such divine items were scarce, especially in the currently barren Xiantian realm, making them all the more precious. Relying solely on his own strength to gather these items would be an arduous and prolonged endeavor. Of course, this path was not without its drawbacks. Firstly, forcibly utilizing the remnants of his past life to break into the divine realm would leave his foundation somewhat unstable, requiring considerable time to refine it anew. Secondly, he would inevitably attract the attention of various esteemed sections. Given his exhibited extraordinary qualifications, he would likely already be on many sects' lists of targets. He could foresee that assassination attempts against him would be numerous. Nonetheless, fortune favored the bold. As long as he could successfully cultivate the 10,000 methods celestial eye technique, everything would be worth it. Perhaps the only concern outside his immediate situation was that 9 strands of divine energy from his divine bones had been stolen. This had incited heavenly tribulations, tarnishing his reputation. Whether the tribulations had retreated out of fear was something he understood well as the party involved. From his perspective, it was evident that someone had swiftly entered the tribulation clouds, devouring the thunderous energies therein before departing. The method of absorbing the thunderous energies mirrored the technique used to steal his divine energy. Was this a prodigy returning to their ancestral roots? Jiang Hong pondered. He was not particularly bothered by this. On the contrary, he welcomed the blame, allowing the Jiang family to believe he had repelled the tribulation clouds. This was highly advantageous for his plans. As for the theft of his divine energy, he would not hold it against the perpetrator for now, as long as they did not obstruct his path in the future. The 9 strands of divine energy could be considered a gift, and what of it? As fellow disciples of the Jiang family, all possessing extraordinary potential, it was better to forge alliances than enmities. When the great calamity arrived, they could assist one another. The Grand Elder gazed at Jiang Hong, his excitement evident as his face flushed and he smiled broadly. To witness such a prodigy emerge from the Jiang family during his stewardship was exhilarating. Without much preamble, the Grand Elder stated directly, "The position of young clan leader is established, and given your unique circumstances, it is not appropriate to withdraw it. Thus, aside from the position of young clan leader, feel free to voice any other conditions, and I shall fulfill them." Jiang Hong was likely a reincarnation of a deity, awakened to memories of his past life. However, this was not an issue. In fact, throughout the history of the Jiang family, There have been instances of newborn disciples awakening past memories. As long as he did not commit acts of betrayal, he was still a member of the Jiang family, sharing their bloodline. Jiang Hong revealed his current name rather than his past, indicating his acceptance of his identity as a Jiang family member. Since he was a prodigy of their own, it was only natural to cultivate him with utmost dedication. The elders were initially taken aback, astonished by the Grand Elder's unwavering support, as if Jiang Hong were his own grandson. However, they quickly realized that given Jiang Hong's extraordinary talents, he was deserving of whatever conditions he set. The Jiang family had rarely produced such a prodigy. Failing to devote all their resources to his cultivation would be akin to self-sabotage. Jiang Hong calmly nodded, expressing gratitude to the Grand Elder. I indeed have urgent needs at present. He then communicated his requirements to the Grand Elder in detail. The Grand Elder pondered Jiang Hong's requests thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded affirmatively. Your treatment can be equivalent to that of the young clan leader. Among the divine items you seek, there exists one in the Jiang family's secret vault, but it is exceedingly precious and requires sufficient merit for exchange. Rest assured, I will also keep an eye out for other divine items, and should any news arise, I will send someone to retrieve them. Additionally, I will soon visit the ancestral hall to report to the elders and request a guardian to accompany you into the world. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Hong respectfully bowed. The Grand Elder was remarkably understanding. Or perhaps it was his diligent commitment to the Jiang family that made everything proceed more smoothly than anticipated. Thus, having reached an agreement, Jiang Hong took his leave first, returning to the dojo to stabilize his own realm in preparation for entering the true divine secret realm. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder dismissed the others and set off alone for the ancestral hall to summon a guardian for Jiang Hong. The Jiang family returned to tranquility. However, the ripples caused by Jiang Hong's divine display were merely beginning. Like a tempest, the news radiated from the Jiang family, gradually evolving into a tidal wave that engulfed the entire Eastern Divine Continent and even the Xiantian realm. Born with divine bones and suspected to be a reincarnated deity, entering the divine realm in 10 days with overwhelming power that repelled tribulations. Such an astonishing prodigy had emerged from the Jiang family. If he were to grow unimpeded, what chaos would ensue? They might find themselves bowing before him. In an instant, various factions stirred, and the Eastern Divine Continent was once again in turmoil. Almost every sect dispatched powerful figures, their might resonating like thunder. The pure Yang Sword Palace, which viewed the Jiang family as a mortal enemy, even awakened ancient ancestors from their slumber in their ancestral lands, intent on quashing the Jiang family's divine prodigy in the cradle. Even the Yin-Yang sacred ground, the foremost force in the Xiantian realm, was active, seemingly plotting against the Jiang family. A day later, the divine peak of the Jiang Xian lineage was enveloped by an ancient killing formation. Specifically, the formation centered around Jiang Hong's dojo, shrouding the entire divine. The formation extended for thousands of miles, suffused with murderous intent, as various killing techniques descended like a rain of stars. The vast void trembled violently, spilling forth rivers of blood. Countless assassins attempting to eliminate Jiang Hong lost their lives, their corpses plummeting to the earth. Fools! The clan elders of Jiang Xian snorted coldly. This was already the 7th wave of assassination attempts. In the span of a single day, various factions orchestrated no fewer than 7 assassination attempts. Although these were merely preliminary skirmishes led by desperate warriors, their prowess had already ascended to the realm of integration. This was merely a trial. The subsequent attempts would undoubtedly intensify, and the strength of the assailants would grow ever more formidable. According to recently acquired intelligence, the ancient ancestor of the pure Yang Sword Palace had emerged from its ancestral grounds, a clear indication of its intentions. The days to come would indeed be a test of mettle. The clan elder hovered in midair, casting a glance back at Jiang Hong's dojo, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void to alight upon Jiang Hong himself, a peculiar glint shimmering in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the grand formation and returned to the ancestral hall. Numerous formidable beings, having dealt with the petty nuisances, subsequently concealed their forms. The powerful members of the Jiang Xian lineage exchanged knowing glances, collectively making their way to the ancestral hall. Within the hall, the clan elder regarded the 5 indistinct figures before him, all direct descendants of their lineage. The conspiracy concerning the divine bone had been the result of their collective deliberation. Jiang Hong, being a reincarnated deity, might consider himself one of the Jiang family, yet caution was warranted. His heart may not truly align with the interests of the Jiang clan. Moreover, this reincarnated deity had already posed a threat to Jiang Xuan. The clan elder's eyes flickered with intensity as he spoke solemnly. Our lineage has already produced Jiang Xuan as a young clan leader. We must spare no effort in supporting his growth and assisting him in leading the Jiang family, rather than allowing this reincarnated deity to remain as an unstable factor. It would be far wiser to strip him of his divine bone and transplant it into Jiang Xuan's body. With Jiang Xuan's innate talent, he has already secured the position of young clan leader. Should he gain the enhancement of the divine bone, a complete transformation is assured. At that point, even if a prodigy with ancestral bloodlines were to arise, Jiang Xuan would be able to suppress him with ease. In the future, Jiang Xuan shall undoubtedly reach greater heights. The five formidable beings nodded in agreement. After all, a reincarnated deity was ultimately an outsider. No matter how exceptional his gifts, he could not compare to their own kin. The grand formation had already been laid, and all the strong members of their lineage would soon return. At that time, they would seize the divine bone. The clan elder's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xuan, he was entirely oblivious to the elder's machinations. In fact, at that moment, he was discreetly leading the young girl away from the Jiang family. As a reincarnated deity, Jiang Hong had drawn the ire of countless factions, rendering him a focal point of protection for the Jiang clan. Presently, the entire Jiang family revolved around Jiang Hong, diminishing the presence of their newly appointed young clan leader, who felt increasingly like a peripheral figure. However, this suited him just fine. He sought to venture into the true god's secret realm to seek fortuitous opportunities. There was no choice. The curse of his bloodline still lingered. With less than 300 years of life remaining, and to make matters worse, this accursed curse would summon tribulations during his attempts to break through significant realms. Achieving the true God stage within 300 years was already an insurmountable challenge. Now, it had become even more daunting. All these factors compelled him to tread carefully, developing in secrecy while also having to forge his own path. The true God's secret realm was currently his best option. After all, the golden opportunity had bestowed upon him a key. He could not let it go to waste. Thus, with the girl in his left hand and a protective companion trailing behind, he stealthily exited the Jiang family and set forth towards the true God's secret realm. Chapter 42. Entering the royal city, a massacre unleashed. The divine secret realm resides within the hands of the Arid Heaven sect, situated in the southern part of the divine states. The various divine states within the Xintian realm are separated by chaotic spatial currents. Given Jiang Xuan's current cultivation level, crossing domains can only be achieved through the teleportation formations that connect the divine states. The Jiang family, as a lineage of longevity, naturally possesses its own domain-crossing teleportation array. However, Jiang Xuan did not wish to reveal his whereabouts, nor did he want to expose his purpose for heading to the southern divine state. Thus, he chose to first travel to the royal city and then utilize the teleportation array there to reach the southern divine state. "Father, where are we going?" the girl inquired curiously, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand. The guardian hidden in the void also listened intently, intrigued by the young clan leader's decision to stealthily leave the Jiang family. Recently, the eastern divine state has been anything but peaceful. Bounties and hunts targeting the Jiang family's prodigies continue unabated. Indeed, due to the intimidation from the Arid Heaven sect, most of the top sects have rescinded their bounties on Jiang Xuan, but this merely signifies a withdrawal of the bounty. The conflicts have commenced and are unlikely to cease easily, especially the pure Yang Sword Palace, the Sky Slaughter Hall, and the undying Zhao clan. These three top sects exhibit relentless pressure on the Jiang family, even to the point of being unabashed. Jiang Xuan now enters the world clandestinely, amidst numerous dangers. Yet, he merely chuckled, "I'm taking you out for a stroll." Meanwhile, in the place of Jiang Xuan, reporting to the young master, the young clan leader has vanished. A disciple assigned to monitor Jiang Xuan reported. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened slightly, the energies of yin and yang intertwining within them. his aura deepening as if the setbacks from the ancestral land trials had no impact on him. But where did he track to? Jiang Xuan asked indifferently. The subordinate failed in his duty. The young clan leader suddenly disappeared under my watch. The disciple trembled as he spoke. Understood. You may leave. Yes. The disciple bowed and departed. Jiang Xuan's gaze lowered, a chilling glint flickering within his eyes. The Jiang family is not vast. Jiang Xuan could not have vanished without reason and left no trace. It was evident that Jiang Xuan had already left the Jiang family. To dare enter the world alone at this particular juncture? Truly reckless. Jiang Xuan sneered coldly, and then relayed the news of Jiang Xuan's departure to the Yinyang Holy Land. Upon receiving the news, the Holy Master of the Yinyang Holy Land quickly devised a countermeasure. A scheme to ambush Jiang Xuan slowly unfolded. The royal city is situated in the heart of the Eastern Divine State, an imposing ancient city with a lineage tracing back to antiquity. Jointly held by the longevity Jiang family, the royal family of longevity, and the undying Zhao clan. The royal family of longevity had long since declared seclusion 10,000 years ago, with only a handful of family members residing in the royal city. Meanwhile, both the Jiang family and the Zhao family maintained their respective branches within the city. Due to the enmity between the two families, their branches often clashed to vie for control over the royal city. Despite the royal city being immensely prosperous, housing nearly 10 million cultivators, beneath this facade of affluence and tranquility lies a turbulent undercurrent, rife with hidden dangers. 3 days later, Jiang Xuan finally arrived at the royal city. He gazed upon the majestic city, towering 30,000 zhang high into the clouds, its gray-brown walls imbued with the desolate essence of time. It is said that the royal city was once the foundation of humanity, where countless ancestors battled against external foes for a staggering 30,000 years, ultimately driving them out of the Xintian realm. Jiang Xuan stared at the royal city, murmuring to himself, uncertain of the truth behind this legend. After a moment of reflection, he took the girl's hand and, amidst the throngs of people, entered the royal city. Within the royal city lies a protective array laid down by ancient sages, creating a restricted aerial domain. Without entering the celestial origin realm, one cannot harness the power of heaven and earth, thus rendering flight impossible. One can only walk on foot. This serves to facilitate the management of the royal city and to restrain its inhabitants, preventing chaos from erupting. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's established cultivation inn, Jiang Xuan rented a cave dwelling, intending to stay for the night. The teleportation array for crossing domains in the royal city opens only once every 10 days. Arriving too early or too late would mean waiting indefinitely. Fortune smiled upon him, as the teleportation array would open again the following day. At this moment, Jiang Xuan had already altered his appearance and aura through the heavenly transformation secret art, disguising himself as an inconspicuous loose cultivator. Not even the Jiang family members managing the inn recognized him as he passed by. After retrieving the cave dwelling token from the innkeeper, Jiang Xuan prepared to enter the dwelling, when suddenly the commotion from outside captured his attention. Clearly, several factions were surrounding the disciples of a particular force, engaging in a fierce confrontation. The tumultuous sounds of battle echoed throughout the outer city and into the inn, even breaching its premises. However, the innkeeper swiftly expelled the intruders. It was evident that the innkeeper was concerned for the besieged disciples, yet due to certain regulations, he could not intervene directly. Indeed, the besieged were disciples of the Jiang family. The assailants were from various sects, predominantly the undying Zhao clan. The cultivators resting in the inn seemed unfazed, not only avoiding the conflict, but also engaging in casual conversation about it. The undying Zhao clan is quite generous, placing a bounty on the Jiang family's prodigies. The reward is enough to make one drool. A middle-aged, loose cultivator chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Another chimed in. Capturing any Jiang family disciple earns you 3,000 spirit stones. Slaying a prodigy rewards you with 100,000 spirit stones, a heavenly level technique, and the opportunity to join the Zhao clan for protection. Slay one of the 4 revered ones and enjoy the treatment of a core disciple, with mentorship from a supreme deity. Moreover, slaying a Jiang family divine bone grants an immediate reward of a Dao herb and a quasi-saint level inheritance. Such rewards, who wouldn't be tempted? However, The Jiang family is not to be trifled with. With our meager abilities, we would only end up as cannon fodder. A well-meaning individual laughed lightly. After all, the Jiang family has been in the limelight recently. First, the young clan leader, Jiang Xuan, gained the favor of the arid heaven goddess. And then a prodigy with ancestral blood reemerged. Now, there's even a suspected reincarnated divine being among them. With so many prodigies emerging from the Jiang family, the ancient sects and holy lands could no longer remain idle, especially the undying Zhao clan, which has always been the Jiang family's sworn enemy. How could they possibly allow the Jiang family to flourish? This hefty bounty evidently reflects their desperation against the Jiang family. The Jiang family, too, had placed similar bounties against the Zhao clan and other sections. However, others noted that the Zhao clan had allied with several sects, while the Jiang family seemed somewhat isolated. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on the innkeeper, and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you sit idly by while the disciples of the Jiang family are besieged?" The innkeeper was taken aback, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. After all, he was a member of the Jiang family, overseeing the inn in the royal city. Even the leaders of ordinary second-rate factions treated him with respect. "You, a loose cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, how dare you speak to me in such a tone?" At that moment, Jiang Xuan's face contorted, and under the mysterious resonance of the Tao, he transformed into Jiang Xuan, his aura indistinguishable from the original. When out in the world, taking on a false identity was most effective, especially one tied to an adversary like Jiang Xuan. The psychological burden was negligible. If any trouble arose, Jiang Xuan would bear the blame. Though he had never had the chance to eliminate Jiang Xuan after the ancestral trials, now he could at least irritate him, which was quite satisfying. In the realm of the universe, a sudden shift occurred as the innkeeper's countenance paled, his legs trembling in fear. He promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Jiang San pays his respects to the young master." The entire inn fell into an eerie silence, every gaze converging upon Jiang Xuan, filled with reverence. Even those who had previously discussed the bounty were now drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to their knees with a resounding thud. "Young master, spare us," they pleaded. Jiang Xuan cast a cold glance at the crowd before his eyes settled upon the innkeeper. "What is the situation? Why are the disciples of these factions allowed to besiege the Jiang family's members?" The innkeeper trembled, his voice quaking as he responded, "I report to the young master that there exists a prohibition within the royal city. Any cultivators above the spirit transformation realm are forbidden from engaging in private duels within the city. Otherwise, the city's protective formation will execute them mercilessly. Currently, this conflict involves the younger generation and has not escalated to the older generation of cultivators. Otherwise, a full-scale war would be unbearable for any faction." "Is that so?" Jiang Xuan's gaze turned icy. "So those at the spirit transformation realm and below are exempt?" "Why, yes, that's correct," the innkeeper murmured, his head bowed low. Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. The royal city's regulations were indeed capricious. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, surging from the inn to confront the various factions besieging the Jiang family disciples. He was prepared to unleash a massacre. Chapter 43. Jiang Xuan, you deserve death. Jiang Xuan, now masquerading as Jiang Xuan, refrained from harnessing any spiritual power to avoid any miscalculations. Instead, he relied solely on the strength of his physical body to strike down upon a disciple of the Zhao family, who was adorned in their traditional attire and had reached the transformation realm. His unadorned fist bore no semblance of the extraordinary. The Zhao disciple, sensing the threat, noticed Jiang Xuan's mid-level transformation realm cultivation and could not help but smirk derisively, dismissing him as inconsequential. Channeling the surging spiritual energy within him, he infused it with his mastery of water's essence, conjuring a tempestuous ocean that surged violently back at Jiang Xuan. After all, he was a prodigy of the Zhao family, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm in his 30s and commanded the water's essence. He was renowned throughout the royal city. The audacity of this unknown boy attempting a sneak attack was tantamount to courting death. However, how formidable was Jiang Xuan? No one knew. Not even Jiang Xuan himself possessed a clear comprehension of his own strength. Even his physical prowess eluded his understanding. He had initially forged an indestructible thunderous body, surpassed physical limits, and now ascended to the 6th level of the transformation realm. The terror of his corporeal form had reached an unfathomable threshold, certainly exceeding the ordinary realms of the transformation stage. His unembellished fist descended slowly, causing ripples to emanate through the surrounding void, disrupting the laws of heaven and earth, as if forming a domain of prohibition. Where his fist landed, myriad laws were rendered null. The vast ocean conjured by the Zhao disciple's mastery of water was similarly affected, rather than being destroyed. It faced an absolute suppression of a higher order, instantly dissolving into nothingness. When Jiang Xuan's fist connected with the face of the Zhao disciple, there was no dramatic display of violence or grotesque contortions. Instead, time seemed to freeze in that moment. The disciple's eyes filled with horror and trepidation before quickly dimming. Cracks appeared across his body, not as if his flesh had shattered, but as if those fissures encased him entirely. A gust of wind swept by, and the man vanished, leaving behind only a nebulous mist of blood. Jiang Xuan withdrew his fist. Having garnered the steward of the Zhao family's countenance shifted dramatically as he fixed his fiery gaze upon Jiang Xuan. Before his very eyes, a disciple of the Zhao family had been slain. This was not merely a slap in the face, but an utter trampling of his dignity. Furthermore, should he fail to manage this situation adeptly, his position as steward would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Kill him, he hissed through clenched teeth. At his command, 10 figures clad in black emerged, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling the very dead. The only discernible shift in their demeanor was the palpable intent to kill directed at Jiang Xuan. These were death warriors, 10 peak practitioners of the spirit transformation realm. In the royal city, there existed a prohibition against dueling above the spirit transformation stage. Thus, they resorted to utilizing these death warriors to overwhelm their adversary. Given the gravity of the situation, the steward no longer cared for the unwritten rules upheld by various factions. Jiang Xuan must perish today. The 10 death warriors advanced, exuding a sinister aura, their energies intertwining to form a formidable battle formation, potent and not to be underestimated. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within. Was it truly so disgraceful for the younger generation to engage in combat that they resorted to death warriors when faced with defeat? The Zhao family was utterly shameless. However, Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. With his current strength, even 10 peak prodigies of the spirit transformation realm might pose a challenge. Yet these death warriors, born solely for demise, were no match for him, regardless of their numbers. Just as Jiang Xuan prepared to strike, eager to let the Crimson Heart's sword taste more blood, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Nonsense! A voice, authoritative and thunderous, resonated from the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that descended upon all present, including Jiang Xuan. With a resounding impact, Jiang Xuan felt his body grow heavy. Even his formidable physique trembled, blood seeping from his form as if he were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 44. The Bounty on Jiang Xuan, the scapegoat hero as the divine sound dissipated. A solemn elder clad in black robes appeared before the Zhao family estate. With his hands clasped behind him, he cast a detached gaze upon Jiang Xuan, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, merging harmoniously with the essence of the universe. Each movement resonating with the principles of the Great Way. A formidable figure at the integration realm. Notably, beside this elder stood a striking young man, also adorned in black robes, exuding an ethereal Tao intent, shimmering with a faint celestial radiance, resembling a fallen immortal. In the conflicts between Tao lineages, abiding by the rules is paramount. How dare you recklessly disrupt the order? The elder admonished, casting a sidelong glance at the Zhao family steward. The steward fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, "I acknowledge my fault. Please, elder, impose punishment upon me. Resign from your post and return to the clan to atone. The law enforcement hall will adjudicate your case," the elder replied coldly. He was not there to ensure fairness. However, rules were rules. Today, they could use assassins to eliminate Jiang Xuan, but tomorrow, a prodigy from the Zhao family might meet the same fate. Such a method was decidedly foolish. Indeed, the steward paled, responding bitterly. Meanwhile, the Zhao family disciples exhibited expressions of delight. With the elder's presence, their confidence surged. Moreover, they had the unparalleled genius Jiang Xuan by their side. Jiang Xuan, possessing a Tao body, had reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm 6 months prior. His strength ranking among the top 100 across the Eastern Divine Continent. With Jiang Xuan present, Jiang Xuan had no hope of leaving alive today. At that moment, the elder turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, seeking to discern the truth behind Jiang Xuan's facade. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, even employing ocular techniques, he remained baffled. To him, Jiang Xuan seemed cloaked in a veil of mysterious Tao garments, effectively shielding his essence from detection. Intriguing, the elder mused with a faint smile. He then signaled to Jiang Xuan, calmly instructing, "Dispose of him." Jiang Xuan nodded imperceptibly, lifting his gaze to Jiang Xuan with an expression devoid of emotion, as if regarding a dying insect. Indeed, he, Jiang Xuan, embodied the essence of a peerless genius, his prowess verging on the extraordinary. Although still at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, his combat strength was already comparable to seasoned practitioners of the Earth Profound realm. Should he employ his hidden cards, overcoming an Earth Profound expert would pose no challenge. Crushing Jiang Xuan would be as effortless as turning over one's hand. Stepping forward, Jiang Xuan loomed over, disdainfully stating, "I have heard that in the contest for the position of young clan leader, you lost to Jiang Xuan of the entry to divinity realm. Despite possessing spirit transformation cultivation, you could not surpass one at the entry to divinity level." Jiang Xuan shook his head, his tone dripping with contempt. "You tarnished the identity of a genius." With that, he pointed a finger. The Tao surged forth, enveloped in celestial essence, manifesting ethereal mountains that bore down with overwhelming might upon Jiang Xuan. As the mountains passed, the void trembled, ripples emanating as if they too struggled to withstand the pressure. In the face of Jiang Xuan's divine power, Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. In fact, he appeared to harbor a hint of disdain. Peerless genius? So weak, Jiang Xuan murmured with a smile. The sword in his hand moved swiftly, exceedingly fast, so fast that none of the youthful onlookers could perceive how Jiang Xuan drew his blade, including Jiang Xuan. Buzz, a streak of blood-red, sword energy, seemed to materialize from thin air, ascending towards the heavens to meet the descending mountains of divine might. Naive, Zhou Xuan snorted. He had comprehended the essence of the mountains. Their weight was immeasurable. Not even this superficial sword energy, let alone the sharpness, could withstand his divine power without shattering into mere fragments. However, the moment the sword energy collided with the mountains, everything changed. The sword intent surged, piercing the skies. As easily as slicing through tofu, it cleaved Jiang Xuan's divine power in twain. The ethereal mountains dissipated into nothingness. The relentless sword intent, now bolstered by the sword energy, surged forth, striking directly at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted, urgency compelling him to summon his Tao body, invoking the protective mountain patterns. A clear sound akin to metal striking stone resonated. He barely managed to withstand Jiang Xuan's strike. Jiang Xuan's countenance darkened. He had nearly made a grave mistake. This Jiang Xuan was far from an easy opponent. Though his cultivation appeared lower, his true combat prowess was likely on par with his own. Realizing this, Jiang Xuan became curious. Jiang Xuan, clearly not weak. Indeed, he exhibited signs of extraordinary talent. How could such a person have lost to Jiang Xuan of the entry to divinity realm? Jiang Xuan had closely observed Jiang Xuan and knew him well. Aside from possessing 75% of the Jiang clan's bloodline, his other talents were decidedly lacking. Moreover, with only entry to divinity cultivation, his potential was limited to that of a mere young master. Yet, he had somehow triumphed over the other 3 young masters, securing the position of young clan leader. In stark contrast to Jiang Xuan's actual combat capabilities, it was evident that Jiang Xuan's rise to the position of young clan leader was largely a matter of luck. Yet, Jiang Xuan likely had no inkling that his role as young clan leader was merely to shield the Jiang clan's 2 prodigies from danger. Hence, in Zhao Kuo's eyes, Jiang Xuan was merely a fortunate pawn. Little did Zhao Kuo know that the unfortunate pawn he dismissed was already charging towards him with sword in hand. Jiang Xuan's intent was simple: to eliminate this Zhao family prodigy who dared to flaunt his superiority before him. With the royal city's edict in effect, even the elder of the Zhao family at the integration realm could not prevent his strike against Zhao Kuo. Moreover, he had come with a guardian. Furthermore, now cloaked in Jiang Xuan's identity, he felt unrestrained and entirely at ease. The earlier one-sided slaughter had grown somewhat tedious, lacking the thrill of gauging his current capabilities. This Zhao Kuo, seemingly the Zhao family's unrivaled genius, indeed possessed considerable strength. If Jiang Xuan relied solely on swordsmanship, he would likely only manage a stalemate. However, why would he foolishly limit himself to the sword path? He was here to kill, not to spar. Silently activating his undying thunder body, lightning patterns surged across his skin, bestowing him with unimaginable explosive power and speed. Jiang Xuan's speed was so astonishing that Zhao Kuo barely had time to react. With the Qi Heart Sword in hand, he struck once more. The brilliance of the sword path remained unwavering, yet the overwhelming force it bore was akin to a tempest. Boom! Zhao Kuo's defenses crumbled entirely. The mountain patterns adorning his body disintegrated into dust, and his porcelain-like physique cracked under the strain. Blood, rich and vivid, splattered in all directions. His life hung by a thread. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Brat, how dare you!" His voice roared like thunder, shaking the heavens. Simultaneously, the elder channeled the forces of the universe, striking out at Jiang Xuan. In the void, Jiang Xuan's guardian was poised to intervene. Buzz, the protective formation surrounding the royal city, activated abruptly. Ancient and arcane, runes instantaneously covering the skies. A chilling and oppressive aura of slaughter surged forth, pressing down upon the royal city. From thin air emerged a beam of spectral, white divine light, aimed directly at the elder. Boom! The elder was sent reeling, blood staining his form. The guardian, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated into the void. With the royal city's edict in place, the Zhao elder had no opportunity to strike at the young clan leader. Thus, his presence was unnecessary. After all, should he reveal himself, he risked exposing the true identity of the young clan leader. At that moment, Jiang Xuan had already unleashed his second strike. With a single blow, he severely injured Zhao Kuo. The second would effortlessly sever his head. Zhao Kuo's head tumbled to the ground. His protruding eyes, filled with horror, were forever frozen in that moment. The disciples of the Zhao family, who had been standing at the entrance of the branch, swallowed hard upon witnessing this scene, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, and in a flurry of panic, rushed into the branch. Even Zhao Kuo, who bore the Dao body, was no match for Jiang Xuan, let alone them. It was evident that, although these Zhao family disciples relied on the formation of the Grand Hall, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Clearly terrified to the core, Jiang Xuan cast a faint glance, shaking his head. These Zhao family disciples resembled frightened dogs, and there was little meaning in further slaughter. He then sheathed his sword and departed. On his way back, Jiang Xuan brushed past the scholarly figure. He paid no heed, yet the scholar halted, turning to gaze at Jiang Xuan's retreating silhouette, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family branch, the elder Zhao Si, the very one who had just been present, disregarded his own injuries and flew back, trembling as he cradled Zhao Kuo's lifeless head, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Kuo was his beloved grandson. Without rage or a roar, Zhao Si calmly addressed the gathered crowd, instructing them to issue a bounty for Jiang Xuan. Whoever slays Jiang Xuan shall receive 3 Dao medicines and a sacred level inheritance. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family disciples were utterly astonished. To offer 3 Dao medicines and a sacred level inheritance as a bounty for Jiang Xuan? Was the elder mad? For even the bounties on the 2 prodigies of the Jiang family were merely 1 Dao medicine and 1 quasi-sacred level inheritance. The news of the Zhao family's bounty on Jiang Xuan spread rapidly throughout the royal city. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. Even the many powerful figures quietly cultivating within the city were stirred, emerging to ascertain the details. 3 Dao medicines and a sacred level inheritance. Even they found it immensely tempting. The already tumultuous royal city descended into further chaos, with all eyes fixed on the Jiang family branch, restless with anticipation. This time, everyone remembered Jiang Xuan, the young master of the Jiang family, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. One man had single-handedly slain numerous disciples of the Zhao family and several major factions, and with 2 strokes of his sword, had vanquished the unrivaled genius Zhao Kuo. Such combat prowess, even among the youth of eastern Shenzhou, surely ranked within the top 10, if not higher. And this astonishing swordsman was merely the young master of the Jiang family. What terrifying strength and exceptional talent must his superior, Jiang Xuan, and those 2 prodigies possess? The Jiang family. Truly unfathomable. As the crimson sun set, bathing the royal city in its glow, the chaos that had persisted for days found a fleeting tranquility under Jiang Xuan's blade. Yet beneath this calm, countless hearts were restless, filled with worry. The power of the Jiang family's current generation far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Of course, many were also stirred into action, their murderous intent barely contained. Among them, the Zhao family felt it the most acutely. With his grandson dead, Zhao Si was now frighteningly cold, slipping into madness, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Jiang Xuan. Yet the protective formation of the royal city loomed over him like a dagger at his throat, restricting his every move. In that moment, the arrival of a mysterious scholar provided Zhao Si with a means to avenge his grandson. Chapter 45. Undercover enforcement at the Jiang family's Wangqing branch. Jiang Xuan sat at the head of the table, diligently wiping the bloodstains from the blade of his Qixing sword while surveying the assembly with a detached demeanor. "What is the extent of our losses?" he inquired. Zhang, the steward in charge of the branch, hastily rose, bowing respectfully as he stammered. "Reporting to the esteemed young master Qian Kuan, our Wangqing branch once boasted over 700 young disciples, including 53 prodigies. However, now, we are left with less than half." A low hum emanated from the Qixing sword, its resonance echoing throughout the grand hall. A chilling sword intent lingered in the air, swirling ominously and invoking unease. Why has this situation not been reported to the clan? Jiang Xuan's tone turned frosty as he questioned the steward. Zhang's expression shifted, and he fell to his knees in fear. "Young master, I reported to the elder 3 days ago, but there has been no response." "Which elder?" Jiang Xuan pressed. "The 4th elder," Zhang replied hastily. Jiang Xuan's gaze lowered slightly, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. The 4th elder belonged to the Jiang Qian lineage, and the timing of the report coincided precisely with Jiang Xuan's departure from the Jiang family. He dismissed the notion that this was mere coincidence. After all, during his time within the clan, he had been monitored by members of Jiang Qian's faction, albeit ineptly. He had easily evaded their surveillance with a simple ruse. Given the current predicament, he could not afford to be complacent. Within the ancestral grounds, he had seized the inheritance of Jiang Qian, and he doubted the elder would simply let such an affront go unpunished. Perhaps Jiang Qian had already deduced that he had left the family and arrived in Wangqing. Although the likelihood was slim, as he had confidence in the Tian Yin's secret technique to conceal his whereabouts, he could not disregard even the faintest possibility. Jiang Qian is cunning and sinister, he mused. It was likely that the communication jade talisman had malfunctioned, resulting in the 4th elder receiving no news. Assuming the guise of Jiang Qian, he addressed Zhang. "You shall report the situation in Wangqing to the 3rd elder." "Yes, esteemed young master," Zhang responded respectfully. "What other developments have occurred in Wangqing? Why have so many rogue cultivators gathered here?" Jiang Xuan inquired. Although Wangqing was a prosperous location with open transdomain teleportation arrays facilitating the movement of countless cultivators, it was rare for a significant number of rogue cultivators to converge in one place. After all, the path of a rogue cultivator was fraught with hardship, with resources for cultivation solely dependent on oneself, leaving little time for idle pursuits. Reporting to the esteemed young master, the ruins, located 100 miles beyond Wangqing, will open tonight, Zhang replied earnestly. The Jixia Academy was a premier ancient sect that, despite its destruction at the hands of external foes, still harbors its ruins. According to the will of the Academy's sage, The ruins open every decade to randomly select fated individuals under the age of 30 to bestow the Academy's inheritance. Jixia Academy? Jiang Xuan pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Is there a record of the inheritances granted by the Jixia Academy in previous openings? Indeed, Zhang said, retrieving a recording jade talisman from a storage ring, which contained all the currently known information about the Jixia Academy, including the inheritances granted in previous instances. As Jiang Xuan perused the information, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. The inheritance granted a century ago was the profound insights of a true God's path to enlightenment. This resonated deeply with Jiang Xuan's aspirations. He had stealthily departed from the Jiang family and traversed to the distant realms of the southern divine continent to break through to true godhood within 3 centuries. He did not wish to perish. The insights from a true goddess path bestowed by the Jixia Academy were precisely what he needed. If fortune favored him, his chances of breaking through to true godhood would significantly increase. In an instant, Jiang Xuan resolved that he must attend the Jixia Academy ruins. When is it open? He asked, maintaining an impassive facade. At the high hour, Zhang replied. Jiang Xuan nodded, surveying the assembly. At the high hour, I shall proceed to the Jixia Academy ruins. You need not accompany me. Remain here and focus on recuperation. For the next few days, refrain from engaging in conflict. We shall await the clan's representatives before making any further decisions. The Jixia Academy ruins select fated individuals randomly to bestow inheritances. If all the Jiang disciples were to attend, it would undoubtedly diminish their chances. In other words, it was akin to a lottery. The more participants there were, the slimmer the odds of winning. While this time's inheritance might not necessarily be the insights of a true god, even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. What must I do to ensure I am chosen by the Jixia Academy? He pondered. The answer was simple. He needed to go alone. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by the young master's insistence on their absence. They believed their strength could be of assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, they dared not oppose his wishes and could only respond respectfully. We shall abide by your command. Meanwhile, 100 miles outside of Wangqing lay the Howren platform, the very site of the Jixia Academy ruins. This was an expansive slab of milky white jade, stark and bare, stretching for thousands of feet, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a soft luminescence. At present, many rogue cultivators had gathered at the Howren platform, eagerly awaiting the opening, their hearts filled with fervent longing as they fixated on the jade slab, fearful of missing the moment it would unveil. Even though there remained 2 full hours until the Jixia Academy opened. In this world, where myriad sects flourished and powerful beings abounded, rogue cultivators generally suffered, struggling to procure cultivation resources. Superior inheritances were nearly unattainable, and most languished at the bottom for their entire lives, never tasting the pinnacle of the Tao. Even among them were many with talents no less than those of the so-called prodigies, yet without a faction to take them in or fortune to favor them. They found themselves bereft of resources and low-tier cultivation methods. No matter how exceptional their innate gifts, they ultimately faded into obscurity. The Jixia Academy presented one of the few opportunities within reach for them. Upholding the teachings of the sage, the Jixia Academy ruins randomly selected fated individuals to bestow inheritances, signifying that regardless of background, innate talent, or strength, all had equal opportunity, a fair and just chance. However, unbeknownst to all, atop the bare jade slab stood several individuals, led by 2 figures. One was a scholar clad in elegant attire, his long, thin lips curling into a sardonic smile. The other was Zhao Si, an elder from the Zhao family who had just arrived, a formidable figure possessing the cultivation of the fusion Tao realm. Master Kuei, you are indeed extraordinary, Zhao Si remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the scholar, his tone laced with admiration. The Jixia Academy is a premier ancient power. Even its ruins harbor boundless mysteries. My Zhao family has ruled Wangqing for thousands of years, and countless array masters have sought to unravel the secrets of the Jixia Academy ruins, yet none have succeeded. I never imagined Master Kuei could so easily penetrate its defenses and claim it for himself. Truly impressive. Master Kuei waved his feathered fan, chuckling lightly. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. Were it not for the Swan and Eye talisman in your possession, I would not have been able to navigate the ruins with such ease. The Jixia Academy is adjacent to Wangcheng, naturally concealing its secrets. I only learned that the ancient lord of Wangcheng was a direct disciple of the Jixia Academy sage through the Holy Masteress revelations. The sage once bestowed upon this disciple 3 divine talismans: the Swan and Eye talisman, the Bian talisman, and the Fuxi talisman. These 3 talismans could manipulate the Jixia Academy's formations and serve as tokens of the Academy. In time, the disciple achieved immortality and, to fend off external threats, united much of the human race in the Eastern Divine Continent to construct this Wangcheng, fashioning the 3 talismans into the royal decree that governed the city. Yet, as the ancient era waned, Wangcheng fell into decline. In the present era, the royal city is under the control of 3 prominent families, and naturally, the 3 divine symbols have also fallen into their hands. The Zhao family, known for their immortality, possesses the Swanee symbol. According to Mr. Kuei, if one were to gather all 3 divine symbols, it would enable the complete unlocking of the Jixia Academy's ruins, allowing access to the core inheritance of the Academy. Zhao Si repeatedly confirmed this. The core inheritance of a Jixia Academy is rumored to surpass even the sacred level, if obtained. The Zhao family could not only nurture an extraordinary talent, but could also provide several ancestors who were deeply ensnared in their impending doom, with a chance to ascend to true divinity. Mr. Kuei cast a casual glance at Zhao Si and chuckled softly, affirming this notion. I am not concerned with the inheritance of the Jixia Academy. I merely hope that Elder Zhao can exert his full strength this time to ensure that the young patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan, is permanently dealt with. Rest assured, my Zhao family and the Jiang family are sworn enemies. Even without your assistance, we would spare no effort to eliminate him. However, Zhao Si felt a twinge of doubt and could not help but inquire. May I ask how you know that Jiang Xuan is in the royal city and how you can be certain he will come? Yet deep down, Zhao Si thought, no matter who Jiang Xuan is, Jiang Xuan. Must I? Mr. Kuei merely shook his feather fan, smiling without a word. Zhao Si understood and apologized, acknowledging his impudence, and asked for forgiveness. This Mr. Kuei, suspected to be from the sacred land of Yin and Yang, hold a seemingly high status and should not be provoked, lest it bring calamity upon the Zhao family. Mr. Kuei, unfazed, gently waved his fan, his indifferent gaze surpassing the throng of insignificant, loose cultivators before him. Focusing on the grand royal city, he was acutely aware Jiang Xuan was among them. Were it not for the prohibitions and formidable formations within the royal city, he would have acted decisively to eliminate him on the spot. Rather than devising such elaborate schemes to use the Jixia Academy as bait to lure him out for an ambush. According to the secret orders relayed from the sacred, Jiang Xuan had already departed from the Jiang family. The Lord commanded him to take action and eradicate Jiang Xuan. Yet, it was unexpected that this Jiang Xuan possessed considerable prowess, wielding profound concealing techniques, rendering him unable to discern the whereabouts of his target. Ultimately, it was the Lord who intervened, utilizing great powers to pinpoint Jiang Xuan's location, leading to the current scenario. Using the ruins of the Jixia Academy as bait, the Zhao family would strike down Jiang Xuan. However, why would Jiang Xuan appear in the royal city? This puzzled him. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan's current status within the sacred land of Yin and Yang is highly confidential and unpredictable, likely intertwined with the Lord's schemes. He soon dismissed such thoughts. The primary objective remained to eliminate Jiang Xuan. Chapter 46. Only one remains. Fortune awaits me as twilight descended. The deep azure sky adorned itself with a resplendent silver moon, casting a hazy luminescence that flowed like a gentle stream, converging upon the Howren Terrace from all directions. The silvery glow flickered, reflecting the fervent gazes of numerous cultivators. At this moment, nearly 10,000 practitioners had gathered outside the Howren Terrace. The majority were solitary cultivators, their cultivation levels generally at the spirit transformation stage or below, with most merely at the foundation establishment stage. The ruins of the Jixia Academy only selected those under 30 years of age, imposing a significant limitation. For these resource-scarce, solitary cultivators, attaining the spirit transformation stage before 30 was a rare feat, let alone reaching the divine realm. Fortunately, this opportunity bore no relation to one's cultivation level. Otherwise, solitary cultivators would truly have no stake in it. Among this throng, approximately 20% comprise the elite disciples of various factions, such as the Pure Yang Sword Palace, the Heaven Slaughter Temple, the Blood Demon Sect, and the Taitsong Sacred Land. While not core disciples of their respective sects, they possessed formidable abilities and should not be underestimated, with most having reached the spirit transformation stage. It stands to reason that those renowned for their extraordinary talent and monstrous potential, the core disciples, were too preoccupied with their own pursuits in preparation for the grand contest of the ages to take notice of the meager inheritance offered by the Jixia Academy. Elder Zhao, the time has come. We may commence, Mr. Kuei remarked, fanning himself with a feathered fan as he addressed Elder Zhao. Zhao nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand as he coldly proclaimed, begin. Immediately, he conjured a miniature sculpture of an ancient beast, its fearsome visage exuding an ominous aura under the deep black hue. The swan and eye talisman. Yes, over a dozen powerful members of the Zhao family responded respectfully, then sat cross-legged, each invoking a formation centered around the swan and eye talisman, linking it to the ancient grand array of the Jixia Academy ruins. With a hum, the Howran terrace trembled gently, and a milky white radiance flowed back into the cosmos like silk. Mysterious Tao patterns and resplendent divine symbols surged forth, gradually outlining the magnificent silhouette of the ancient academy, the Jixia Academy, which flourished in antiquity. The academy rapidly solidified at a visibly accelerated pace, its noble aura rolling forth and spreading in all directions. Light, milky white light, dispelling the darkness within a radius of 10,000 miles, illuminating the world as if it were day. Silence. All eyes were fixated on the Jixia Academy, their pupils reddening, breaths quickening, an intense yearning consuming their hearts. For the vast majority present, this was their singular opportunity to defy fate and alter their destinies. The heavy sound of doors creaking open echoed slowly. An elderly man in a scholar's robe, stooped and white-bearded, emerged from the Jixia Academy. His aged, benevolent eyes swept over the crowd, revealing a gentle smile. 10 years have swiftly passed. Today, I meet you all once more, esteemed students of the Academy. As per tradition, after I recite the Confucian classics, it shall be time to select those fated to inherit. With that, the sage casually seated himself and began reciting the Confucian classics. There were no signs of the extraordinary, no profound truths. It was an utterly ordinary lesson. While all present gazed upon the sage, none truly listened with patience. After all, they sought inheritance, not the lengthy and seemingly useless recitations of Confucian classics. Naturally, they did not urge him to hasten. The processes of the Jixia Academy ruins had been initiated numerous times, and some patterns were widely known. For instance, this sage was merely a vague projection, fulfilling his mechanical duties. Furthermore, the procedure for the inheritance from the Jixia Academy ruins was well understood. First, the sage recited the Confucian classics for about half an hour. Then he would inquire about the audience's understanding, express disappointment at their lack of insight, lamenting his inability to revitalize the cultural path, and subsequently select the fated individuals to bestow the Academy's legacy. This entire process was memorized by all present. The only thing left to do was to endure the sage's incessant chatter and patiently wait. Of course, such waiting was undoubtedly excruciating. In the royal city, at the Jiang family branch, young master, the Jixia Academy ruins have opened, Steward Jiang announced respectfully. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, a sharp glint of sword intent flashing within. 2 hours of focused meditation had yielded considerable gains. His swordsmanship had advanced substantially, nearing the mid-stage of sword intent. Indeed, only through worldly experience can one truly grow. Jiang Xuan drew his red heart sword, caressing its blade, and could not help but murmur in admiration. This was but an ordinary spiritual sword, given his status. He could effortlessly procure a multitude from the Jiang family's treasury. Yet, through this sword and its owner, he had come to understand certain truths, clarifying his sword path and direction, resulting in tangible progress in his swordsmanship. Such a gain was indeed invaluable. His foundation and means were vast, even uniquely unparalleled within the Xiantian realm. However, most of it had been acquired through external assistance. In contrast, what he gleaned through his own insights, though seemingly insignificant, was particularly solid and precious. The money found is never as valuable as that which one has earned through effort. Perhaps this is the essence of it. He held great anticipation for the future of his sword path, for he understood, once immersed in the world, that internal strife and external threats could only be quelled through violence. His path would be one where all the world stood against him. Should he reveal his identity, not only would the other eternal sects take action, but even those within the Jiang family could not refrain. It was said that many factions with enmity towards the Jiang family had also arrived. If possible, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate a few. This night, the desire to kill surged within Jiang Xuan. Moreover, he could have Jiang Xuan shoulder the blame. What do the murders of others have to do with me? Jiang Xuan. Understood. The winds are strong tonight. Inform everyone to remain indoors. After collecting his thoughts, Jiang Xuan rose, leaving behind a cryptic remark as he grasped his sword and exited the Jiang family branch, departing the royal city towards the location of the Jixia Academy ruins. Jiang Xuan walked slowly, each step seeming heavy yet simultaneously swift, leaping 100 zhang in a single bound, as if traversing a vast distance with ease. With each step, the sword intent emanating from him intensified further. One step, sword intent a zhang long, the sound of the sword resonating, the blood-colored sword energy appearing cold under the moonlight. 2 steps, sword intent extending 100 zhang, piercing the heavens, creating a realm of chilling slaughters that instilled dread. 3 steps, sword intent reaching the sky, dividing the world. Where he stood, a hidden killing intent surged, the sword energy vanishing into the void, intangible and formless, extinguishing all. 4 steps, 5 steps, Jiang Xuan arrived at the Jixia Academy ruins, having returned to simplicity, revealing not an ounce of his sharpness. Only his sword-like eyes remained, bright, piercing, and indifferent. Even the silver moon hanging in the heavens seemed to dim under the intensity of his gaze. At this moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators remained transfixed on the sage, oblivious to Jiang Xuan's arrival. Or rather, even if they noticed, they would not pay him any mind. The Zhao family's bounty on Jiang Xuan was indeed exceedingly generous. Yet now, they craved the inheritance of the Jixia Academy even more. After all, they knew which opportunity was more substantial. Of course, today saw the emergence of numerous prodigies, including those from eternal sections. This group had come solely for the bounty on Jiang Xuan, concealed within the Howren Terrace. Zhao Ci's eyes turned blood-red upon witnessing Jiang Xuan, cloaked in the guise of Jiang Xuan. The uncontrollable killing intent surged violently, a terrifying aura roiling and shaking the formation of the Jixia Academy ruins, causing it to tremble incessantly. The entire Jixia Academy trembled, as if on the brink of collapse. The assassin of Sun was right before him. How could he possibly restrain himself? Mr. Kuei, with a look of helplessness, waved his feather fan to calm Zhao Ci's turbulent spirit, speaking solemnly, "Elder Zhao, do not act impulsively. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Once we have eliminated Jiang Xuan, we can deal with Jiang Xuan at our leisure." He was perplexed as to why Jiang Xuan appeared here, and even more bewildered by his reckless actions in slaying Zhao Ci's grandson, which incited Zhao Ci's profound hatred, compelling him to seek vengeance. Was it related to the Holy Master's schemes? That was the only conjecture he could make. However, he still needed to leverage Zhao Ci's forces to ambush Jiang Xuan, leaving him with limited options. He could only strive to restrain Zhao Ci from acting rashly. After Jiang Xuan's demise, everything would naturally simplify. Should Zhao Ci remain obstinate, he would bear no guilt in severing ties, for their relationship was inherently one of mutual exploitation. As the bloodlust faded from Zhao Ci's eyes, clarity returned. He composedly nodded, assuring Mr. Kuei, "Rest assured, I can distinguish priorities. Jiang Xuan deserves death. But today's paramount concern is Jiang Xuan. Regardless, Jiang Xuan is the nominal young patriarch of the Jiang family. If I can capture him alive and leverage that, I will surely obtain the divine talisman in the Jiang family's Chapter 47, Exclusive Heritage, Death to the Unyielding. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Nearly 10,000 cultivators, who had initially focused their gaze on the master, now converged their attention upon Jiang Xuan. Their expressions were a tapestry of astonishment, indignation, rage, and even murderous intent. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to monopolize the heritage? Madness. Jiang Xuan, do not be so arrogant. A swordsman stepped forward, his eyes ablaze, radiating a fierce sword energy akin to the blazing sun. Jiang Xuan, a prodigy of the pure Yang Sword Palace, bore the weight of his sword body and had remarkably reached the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. He ranked among the foremost talents in the pure Yang Sword Palace, having even been on the cusp of challenging for the position of Sword Child. However, he had been trapped in the transformation spirit realm for over 2 years, unable to break through to the earthly, profound realm. His purpose for entering the world this time was to leverage the heritage of the Jixia Academy in hopes of finally breaking through. With nearly 10,000 cultivators present, all had been adhering to the rules, awaiting the master to recite the Confucian classics and select the fated ones. Yet, Jiang Xuan had the audacity to disrupt this protocol, attempting to clear the field and monopolize the heritage for himself. What confidence do you possess? Merely because you are one of the Jiang family's young lords? Ridiculous. Jiang Xuan regarded Jiang Xuan with disdain, his voice chilling. Do not forget, Jiang Xuan, you have just appeared on the Zhao family's bounty list. 3 medicinal herbs, a sacred level heritage. You are now the prey that everyone desires, yet you still have the audacity to contend for the heritage? With a derisive laugh, he added, if I were you, I would seize this opportunity to flee back to my clan and preserve my life. Otherwise, the nearly 10,000 cultivators present will surely overwhelm you. At this proclamation, the eyes of the crowd brightened. Jiang Changfeng's words held merit. While the heritage of the Jixia Academy was ostensibly equal for all, there was only one of it. And the bounty on Jiang Xuan was a staggering 3 medicinal herbs and a sacred level heritage, which, if converted to spirit stones, would start at a minimum of 10 million. If they could band together to slay Jiang Xuan, even a mere sip of the spoils would yie after all. During the struggle for leadership within the Jiang family, he suffered defeat at the hands of the transcendent Jiang Xuan. I wish to offer my modest assistance to the illustrious members of the pure Yang Sword Palace in vanquishing Jiang Xuan. A rogue cultivator at the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage flew towards Lang Feng and the others. Bowing respectfully before Lang Feng, who had taken on the guise of a Lord of Fire, he candidly stated that his demands were not extravagant, merely 10,000 spirit stones. The bounty on Jiang Xuan consisted of 3 rare medicinal herbs and a sacred level inheritance, treasures beyond compare. Even if one were to assign a value in spirit stones, it would amount to no less than tens of millions. Thus, 10,000 spirit stones is indeed a modest sum. However, hiring a rogue cultivator to intervene even once might be somewhat extravagant, as the lives of such individuals are often deemed inexpensive. Lang Feng cast a glance at the man, contemplating briefly before giving a slight nod of approval. He did not regard this individual's strength with great esteem. After all, what could a rogue cultivator at the 8th level truly achieve? It would be insufficient to withstand a single strike from Jiang Xuan. Rather, he aimed to convey a message to the assembled rogues, that by aligning with him, they too could partake in the spoils. A handful of rogue cultivators may not amount to much, but a coalition of 2,000 to 3,000 could form a substantial force. They need not exert themselves. As long as they refrained from coveting his kill when he dispatched Jiang Xuan, their presence was sufficient. After all, in his guise as the Lord of Fire, Lang Feng possessed strength comparable to that of the mid-stage Earth profound realm. And dispatching a Jiang Xuan would be a mere trifling task. As anticipated, Lang Feng's words resonated, and soon, over 2,000 rogue cultivators gathered around him. The SHT in Palace, Blood Demon Sect, and the Tai Tasong Holy Land observed and promptly followed suit, offering spirit stones to entice the rogues into joining them. In no time, nearly 10,000 cultivators, led by various powerful factions, formed multiple camps. Radiant lights flickered as myriad combat techniques, mystical arts, sword chi, and more filled the air, exuding an atmosphere thick with murderous intent, all directed towards Jiang Xuan, who stood before the gates of the Jixia Academy. The legacy of the Jixia Academy still had more than half an hour remaining. Before that time elapsed, they sought to eliminate Jiang Qian and secure a handsome profit. This was the shared mindset of all present. Jiang Xuan, however, remained unfazed, even dismissive of their intentions. He simply counted down silently in his heart for all those gathered. Chapter 48. Who else but me? In the Hall of Hauran, Mr. Kuei and Zhao Si watched this scene, utterly bewildered. What was Jiang Qinquan doing? Did he wish for death, seeking to challenge fate? With his solitary strength, he attempted to expel nearly 10,000 cultivators and monopolize the inheritance? Goodness! Even if he indeed possessed the talent of a prodigy and overwhelming power surpassing his current realm, that still could not justify his reckless pursuit of demise, could it? Zhao Si was at a loss. He yearned for Jiang Qinquan's downfall, wishing to avenge his grandson. Yet, the thought of his grandson, who had the potential to become a legendary figure, perishing at the hands of such a fool, caused him immense anguish, as if his heart were being twisted by a knife. Mr. Kuei felt similarly. This was a trap he had meticulously set to ambush Jiang Xian. Why was Jiang Qinquan making such a ruckus? With his ostentatious display of bravado, he had successfully drawn the ire of all, as if he were desperate for Jiang Xian to notice him. He longed to step forward and demand, "What on earth are you doing? What do you intend to achieve?" But he could not. He feared that this was indeed a task assigned to Jiang Qinquan by the Holy Master, and if he interfered and disrupted the Holy Master's plans, he would surely lose his head. He sighed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless yet compelled to shield Jiang Qinquan, continuing to placate Zhao Si to keep him at bay. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that Zhao Si would be unable to restrain himself and would rush out to strike Jiang Qinquan dead. "Elder Zhao, there is no need to rush. Simply await Jiang Xian's arrival," he said in a tone meant to reassure Zhao Si. "If Jiang Qinquan wishes to court disaster, let him do so. His futile attempt to expel everyone will only lead to his demise. There is no need for you to intervene, thus sparing you the disgrace of bullying the weak. Why not let it be?" Yet he silently prayed, "Jiang Qinquan, you may court death, but do not truly perish." He knew well that Jiang Qinquan was a crucial pawn in the Holy Master's grand schemes. Should such a pivotal figure meet his end before him, he would have to present himself to the Holy Master, head bowed in apology. "What the predicament?" Mr. Kuei instinctively tightened his feather fan, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. He had come merely to eliminate Jiang Xian, to remove a moderate obstacle for Jiang Qinquan. Such a straightforward task had inexplicably spiraled into chaos. Mr. Kuei's reasoning resonated with Zhao Si, who nodded in agreement. Jiang Xian was pivotal to the core inheritance of the Academy of Jixia, and he could muster the patience for the moment. Soon, the incense burned down to half, and the eerie stillness of the scene was finally shattered. The energy accumulated by the pure Yang sword array had reached its zenith, transforming into the fiery monarch, Lang Feng, whose aura surged to the 6th level of the earthly realm. It was time to reap Jiang Qinquan's head and claim the Zhao family's bounty. Boom! Lang Feng rose slowly, his towering frame of flames stretching to 10 zhong, releasing streaks of starfire that pierced through the void. From the seething inferno of his chest, he drew forth a massive sun sword, gripping it with both hands. "Jiang Xian, Jiang Qinquan, prepare to meet your end," he declared with indifference. Surrounding the pure Yang sword palace, over 2,000 scattered cultivators felt their energies surge, casting cold glances at Jiang Xian. They might struggle to offer tangible help, but they could certainly cheer and chant, eagerly anticipating the reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Perhaps this was the survival strategy of scattered cultivators. Jiang Xian paid them no heed, instead watching the burning incense with mild exasperation. Why was it burning so slowly? He was losing patience. This indifference was perceived by Lang Feng as blatant disrespect and humiliation. Enraged, he bellowed, "Die!" swinging the massive sun sword down upon Jiang Xuan. The formidable sun sword blazed like the sun itself, igniting a sea of flames that scorched the void, leaving behind scorched craters. The terrifying heat wave forced nearby cultivators to retreat in fear, their faces pale. Comparable to the strength of the sixth level of the earthly realm, it could sweep through legions and dominate the battlefield. Jiang Xuan was undoubtedly doomed, many believed. At that moment, Jiang Xuan finally responded, turning to cast a glance at the fiery monarch charging toward him, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Summoning his innate fire spirit body, he channeled the mid-stage essence of fire and condensed a small flame, flicking it toward the fiery monarch. Naturally, this alone was insufficient. Secretly, Jiang Xuan infused the small flame with a ripple of special energy generated by a black hole. This energy could even devour divine essence. Against a fiery monarch manifested by a sword array, it was akin to an adult wielding a blade against a child. Yet, no one was aware of this. To the gathered crowd, it appeared as though Jiang Xuan merely flicked a small flame, as if playing a game. Lang Feng Laokit, mocking, has the esteemed young master of the Jiang family surrendered so easily? But the next moment, Lang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The sun sword struck the small flame, not extinguishing it, but instead meeting an impenetrable defense, unable to advance an inch. The small flame surged, enveloped by pure fire essence, binding the sun sword as if it were shackled by chains of the Tao. The special ripples began to undulate, an indescribable force of absorption gnawing at the sun sword. The entire process was eerily silent, yet in Lang Feng's mind, it echoed with the sound of relentless gnawing. He was seized by a chill. In an instant, the sun sword was devoured completely. The small flame then turned its attention toward Lang Feng, embodied as the fiery monarch. Lang Feng trembled in fear. Though he faced only flames, he felt as if a monstrous beast was fixating on him, as if he were a delectable morsel in its eyes. What on earth was this creature? Panicking internally, Lang Feng watched as the small flame approached, enveloping him entirely in pure fire essence. The speed was astonishing, so swift that Lang Feng could not escape, so fast that many had yet to react, and the towering fiery monarch had been completely consumed, leaving only a small, and the lifeless form of Lang Feng, crashing to the ground. The other 19 cultivators who had set up the pure yang sword array also suffered backlash, spewing blood and falling unconscious. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of a bizarre apparition. The formidable Lang Feng of the 6th level of the earthly realm had perished just like that. How had he met his end? What had Jiang Xuan done? The scattered cultivators who had initially stood with the pure Yang Sword Palace were now filled with dread, shrinking back, even afraid to meet Jiang Xuan's gaze. As they instinctively began to retreat, seeking an opportunity to flee. You chose not to leave when you had the chance. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. I no longer wish to wait. Jiang Xuan chuckled, waving his hand as the half-burned incense ignited instantly, turning to ash. Before his words faded, Jiang Xuan had already drawn his sword, dashing forward like a fleeting shadow. The small flame then transformed, evolving into a raging sea of fire, unleashing tumultuous waves that surged forth, blocking the forces of the Shurtian Palace and preventing them from intervening. Simultaneously, from within Jiang Xuan's body, a Tai Chi fish emerged. The Tai Chi fish rapidly expanded, morphing into a grand Tai Chi diagram, slowly spinning in the heavens. The dual energies of yin and yang cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping 100 zhong, creating a realm of confinement, mysterious, nebulous, and fraught with hidden danger. The Taiji Palace diagram, seized by Jiang Xuan, was only partially comprehended by Jiang Xuan. Moreover, his lack of training in the principles of yin and yang rendered the power of this sacred inheritance exceedingly limited. Nonetheless, it sufficed to create a domain of confinement, ensnaring the scattered cultivators aligned with the pure Yang Sword Palace before him. The slaughter commenced. Jiang Xuan navigated among the throngs of cultivators. The glimmers of his sword dancing in a chiaroscuro of light and shadow, claiming the lives of one after another. Blood flowed incessantly. Though over 2,000 scattered cultivators were present, few possessed any noteworthy strength, and none posed a genuine threat to Jiang Xuan. Thus, this was merely a one-sided massacre. Before long, the domain forged by the Taiji Palace diagram dissipated, its concealment fading. Jiang Xuan returned to the entrance of the Jixia Academy, standing beside the master, who was still reciting the classics of Confucianism and Taoism. The scene from moments prior had transformed into a vast sea of blood. Silence, terror, dread. The emotions coursing through the elite of the Shutian Temple, the Taizong's sacred land, and the scattered cultivators allied with them were eerily uniform. They gazed at Jiang Xuan as if beholding a demon. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly, proclaiming, "I, Jiang Xuan, am right here. Indeed, my head is worth 3 precious Tao herbs and a sacred inheritance, an enticing reward. But who among you dares to claim it?" Silence prevailed, a prolonged silence. None of the cultivators dared to respond or even venture a word. When Jiang Xuan had slain Zhang Changfeng, they felt no fear due to their overwhelming numbers. At the moment he had dispatched Lang Feng in an instant, they were merely astonished, confident in their numerical superiority. But when Jiang Xuan single-handedly butchered over 2,000, with rivers of blood flowing, they were truly afraid, their courage shattered. Jiang Xuan was no mere man. He was a demon who reveled in slaughter. No one dared to approach. Jiang Xuan smirked coldly, pleased with the unfolding situation. With his smile fading, his tone turned icy, then be gone. His voice rang out sharply, and as the sound of his sword echoed, the sword intent within him surged, reaching a breakthrough into the mid-stage. Buzz! Countless sharp sword energies surged forth, filling the air like an ominous domain of slaughter, poised to fall upon the necks of all present, ready to behead them. Boom! They scattered in panic. The multitude of cultivators, terrified to their core, fled in haste, distancing themselves from this perilous place. They coveted the bounty on Jiang Xuan's head and yearned for the inheritance of the Jixia Academy. But above all, they wished to live. In the blink of an eye, within a 10-mile radius, apart from the scattered corpses strewn across the blood-soaked ground, Jiang Xuan stood alone. He smiled with satisfaction. Murder had never been the objective. It was merely a means to an end. Today, the burden of Jiang Xuan's actions must be borne, whether he wished it or not. Simultaneously, he could secure the inheritance of the Jixia Academy. Had he not achieved the desired effect, Jiang Xuan turned to the master, still immersed in reciting the classics, and smiled. Now, who else, beside a fated individual like him, could possibly be chosen? Chapter 49. Is this process incorrect? Within the confines of Howren Platform, Mr. Kuei and Zhao Si exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. They had never anticipated such a scene to unfold. Jiang Xuan, single-handedly, had dispersed everyone, seizing the inheritance of the Jixia Academy for himself. What in the world is this? Mr. Kuei was utterly bewildered. Could it be that Jiang Xuan truly sought the inheritance of the Jixia Academy? This is madness. This is a trap to ambush Jiang Xuan. By creating such chaos, Jiang Xuan would never arrive. If he needed something, he could have simply stated it. I would have delivered it to him without any fuss. Was it necessary to come and wreak havoc personally? The situation had spiraled out of control, leaving Mr. Kuei in a state of exhaustion. His once unshakable confidence in ambushing Jiang Xuan now crumbling. As a half-step venerable, he could easily dominate this realm of Eastern Shenzhou where no true gods appeared, tasked with dealing with a mere minor figure in the divine realm. It should have been a simple task, yet he found himself hindered repeatedly, all due to Jiang Xuan, especially since he had the advantage of attacking within the Jixia Academy, without needing to consider Jiang Xuan as protector, and without even needing to make an appearance himself, which was precisely why he had felt so confident. Mr. Kuei gazed through the barrier of Howren Platform at Jiang Xuan, his eyes filled with resentment. If it were not for the knowledge that this individual was a crucial pawn of the Holy Master, he would have relished the opportunity to strike down this foolish entity himself. Zhao Si, too, found himself at a loss. The events had unfolded too rapidly, disorienting his thoughts. Jiang Xuan must die. This was beyond doubt. But what was their original purpose for coming here? To capture and kill Jiang Xuan, using him to coerce the Jiang family into handing over the divine talisman and thereby obtaining the core inheritance of the Jixia Academy. But where was Jiang Xuan? He had not appeared at all. Elder, should we act now? A disciple of the Zhao family, responsible for commanding the Jixia Academy's formation, could not contain his impatience. Jiang Xuan was unlikely to arrive. They were left with only Jiang Xuan, and he could not be allowed to escape. Earlier, Jiang Xuan had blocked the Zhao family's branch, slaying Zhao, Qua, and numerous Zhao disciples. This humiliation could not go unaven. He would forever remember the ancient times when formidable foes from beyond invaded, leaving the human race in the East Divine Continent and the entire Xintian realm in utter despair, as they were crushed under overwhelming power, feeling utterly helpless and forsaken. The root of all this turmoil lay in his indecision. He had hesitated to destroy the spatial passage, thinking of those compatriots who valiantly resisted the external enemies. This delay allowed the invaders to breach the Xintian realm, although they ultimately triumphed and expelled the foreign foes. The overall strength of the human race experienced a significant decline after that battle, and it has yet to fully regain its vitality. Had he possessed the resolve of that young man back then and made timely choices, none of this would have transpired. He was acutely aware that, given the ambitions of those external enemies, their expulsion from the Xintian realm would not be the end. Once the great calamity descended, they would inevitably return with a vengeance. That young man, with his ruthless disposition and unbridled ambition, would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Perhaps he could revive the Jixia Academy and lead humanity to resist the external threats with greater strength. As he reminisced about the past, a tinge of guilt surfaced in the aged eyes of the sage, enveloping him in an aura of melancholy. Jiang Xuan blinked, a sense of unease blossoming within him, and he could not help but exclaim, "What are you concocting over there? Speak up." The reminiscence was shattered. The sage's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Jiang Xuan, scolding, "What are you hurrying for? If you lack even the most basic respect, why should I entrust the legacy to you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan erupted in indignation. "What? Do you expect me to beg for a mere legacy?" He had already harbored suspicions, believing the sage to be dubious, and feared that the inheritance was fraught with peril. Now it was abundantly clear. There was no need for further contemplation. He must withdraw. This old man had even failed to put on a pretense. If he lingered any longer, his life might no longer belong to him. "I shall not serve you any longer." Jiang Xuan fixed his gaze on the sage, enunciating each word deliberately, before turning on his heel and striding away. The sage was taken aback. This process was not right. Chapter 50. An inside job? Have I been deceived? Wait a moment. The master exclaimed hastily. "I have yet to impart the legacy to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan quickened his pace, a cold smile creeping into his heart. At last, the fiancé was slipping, wasn't he it? "If you truly wish to bestow the legacy upon me, why all the superfluous words and demands? Moreover, which esteemed elder would rush to offer their inheritance? The notion of demanding my respect is absurd. This is clearly a ploy to buy time, an attempt to seize my hard-earned possessions. Such tricks are familiar to me. Should I fall for your ruse, it would be an affront to all the tears and hardships I have endured over the years." Seeing Jiang Xuan retreat even more swiftly, the master grew genuinely anxious. The great upheaval was imminent, and the threat from external adversaries loomed large. There was no time left to seek out another prodigy to inherit the Jixia Academy. Moreover, it was unlikely there could be anyone better than this young man. After all, after millions of years, he was the only one who had satisfied him. The master rose abruptly, sweeping his robe to close the great doors of the Jixia Academy, blocking Jiang Xuan's escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he gazed sternly at Jiang Xuan and earnestly declared, "I wish to take you as my disciple and impart to you the core legacy, hoping you will take charge and revitalize the Jixia Academy. Are you willing?" "Not willing." Jiang Xuan decisively waved his hand, not even turning his head. Gazing at the closed door, he felt a surge of urgency. This old man was soft at first, and now he was trying to force his hand. Drawing the crimson heart sword, he attempted to strike the door. To his astonishment, the door shattered effortlessly. What? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, biting his lip. This old man was rather careless in his deceptions. Shaking off further thoughts, he stepped out of the Jixia Academy. Jiang Xuan departed without hesitation, leaving the master utterly bewildered. Was he truly rejected? Was it not the case that you had slaughtered over 2,000 people, making enemies of the world, only to now abandon the legacy? How could one be so decisive, so resolute? Regret surged within the master. What was he doing, relying on his age? How foolish! After finally finding a promising candidate, he had driven him away. In the Howren platform, Mr. Kuei and Zhao Si wore equally perplexed expressions. They had to admit, they were at a loss. Jiang Xuan had rejected the legacy? Zhao Si was stunned. Was this Jiang Xuan merely putting on a show? To attain the legacy, he had resorted to bloodshed, repeatedly thwarting their plans. Yet now he outright rejected it? The rejection was so abrupt and resolute, as if he were aware of a trap. As his thought crossed his mind, Zhao Si turned to Mr. Kuei and murmured darkly, "Could it be? Jiang Xuan has discerned our ambush?" Mr. Kuei lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment, before slowly shaking his head. That should be impossible. Even this elder, with his keen perception, has not detected our presence. How could a mere Jiang Xuan of the spirit transformation realm possibly perceive us? Though Mr. Kuei spoke with certainty, doubt not at him. Jiang Xuan must know everything. Otherwise, he would not have so decisively refused and departed. Yet, what did it all signify? Having blood on his hands, slaughtering over 2,000, intimidating everyone, even scaring Jiang Xuan away, only to then reject the legacy. Could it be the arrangement of the Holy Lord? Mr. Kuei could only speculate, lest he succumb to the urge to strike Jiang Xuan dead. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xuan left the Jixia Academy, a notification from his golden finger flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on breaking a setting. Should you accept the core legacy of the Jixia Academy, you will be suppressed by the grand formation and perish on the spot. You have rejected the core legacy of the Jixia Academy. Reward, Jixia Academy. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. It was not the trap of the legacy that surprised him. This was an evident fact he had grown accustomed to after numerous experiences, devoid of any emotional turbulence. What astonished him was the reward from the golden finger. Rewarding Jixia Academy? The academy had already perished, leaving only a barren ruin of the Howren platform. What use was that? What a waste an entire night! Jiang Xuan muttered under his breath, soaring into the air. The so-called reward from the golden finger was something he couldn't even be bothered to claim. What use was a desolate Howren platform? To serve as a doorstop at home? How utterly abstract! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xuan had vanished into the skies. The next moment, the Howren platform trembled violently, releasing a torrent of Howren chi, radiating a milky white glow that illuminated the heavens. Then, astonishingly, the Howren platform began to detach itself, along with the illusory figure of the Jixia Academy and the master within it, transforming into a speck of light that tore through the void, pursuing Jiang Xuan and flying into his body. What the? The master was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. How did I end up inside this young man? Wait, how did the Jixia Academy automatically recognize its master? What is happening? What has this young man done? The master was utterly bewildered. However, someone was even more perplexed. The original location of the Howren platform, concealed within the Great Formation, revealed the figures of Mr. Kuei, Zhao Si, and others. After all, with the entire Jixia Academy gone, where was there still a formation for them to hide? The crowd wore expressions of shock, utterly stupefied. What had they just witnessed? The Howren platform had swept up the ruins of the Jixia Academy, willingly following Jiang Xuan? Who could explain how Jiang Xuan accomplished this? Zhao Si remained silent for a moment, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I have waited here time and again, endured for so long, only to watch Jiang Xuan slip away right from under my nose, taking the entire Jixia Academy with him. This is intolerable. Chase! Zhao Si growled, his voice cold as ice. Dismember Jiang Xuan and reclaim the Jixia Academy. Yes, the Zhao family disciples responded in unison. Mr. Kuei stepped forward, interposing himself before the group, and smiled wryly. Elder Zhao, Might you spare Jiang Xuan for my sake? It was unclear how Jiang Xuan had managed to relocate the entire Jixia Academy, but he was not pleased. Could you not have given me a heads up? He had originally struck a deal with Zhao Si, and with the Zhao family's control in the royal city, it would have greatly facilitated his efforts to eliminate Jiang Xuan. But now, after having already slain Zhao Si's grandson, he had stirred Zhao Si's wrath to the breaking point by absconding with the Jixia Academy. How was he to manage this? Mr. Kuei felt a deep sense of frustration, regardless of his own identity or Jiang Xuan's significance. He was compelled to protect Jiang Xuan and confront Zhao Si directly. Yet, all this turmoil could have been avoided. Jiang Xuan, you are truly cursed. Mr. Kuei could not help but silently curse in his heart. Upon seeing Mr. Kuei blocking his path, Zhao Si's expression darkened. Mr. Kuei, I do not understand, he said, his tone icy, laced with barely contained fury. The terrifying aura of the harmonization realm surged forth, shaking the void, disrupting the very heavens. Like a mountain descending to suppress all, Mr. Kuei felt utterly helpless, his expression tinged with awkwardness as he replied coldly. Jiang Xuan is a direct disciple of our sacred land of Yin and Yang, of esteemed status, and must not be harmed. Boom! Upon hearing this, Zhao Si erupted with rage. In an instant, everything fell into place. No wonder Mr. Kuei sought his collaboration to eliminate Jiang Xuan. No wonder he wished to utilize the Zhao family's Swan and Eye talisman to manipulate the grand formation of the Jixia Academy. No wonder he repeatedly urged him not to act rashly against Jiang Xuan. No wonder Jiang Xuan could simply relocate the entire Jixia Academy. It appears that there is an intricate conspiracy at play, deceiving him. Chapter 51. The True and False Jiang Xuan. Overcome with rage. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. First, his grandson was slain by Jiang Xuan, and then he was deceived in collusion with Mr. Puppet, who conspired with Jiang Xuan to steal the Jixia Academy. This feeling. It was as if he were a jester on a circus stage, toyed with at will. Zhao Si's eyes blazed with fury, murderous intent boiling within him, energy surging like a volcanic eruption. Boom! Within 1,000 feet, the ground collapsed as if a divine mountain had descended. You shall pay for this, Zhao Si bellowed, unleashing his killing techniques as he charged toward Mr. Puppet. Mr. Puppet, unfazed, being a half-step sovereign, knew he had no reason to fear Zhao Si. Defeating him would not be too difficult. Yet, it should not have come to this. Mr. Puppet waved his feather fan, summoning the forces of heaven and earth, transforming them into Yin and Yang to confront Zhao Si. Internally, he cursed. What sort of predicament is this? Thus commenced the battle between two supreme beings of the Tao fusion realm. Profound laws manifested in the heavens and earth. Deep rules of power strangling the void. Divine might overwhelming all directions, astonishing countless retreating cultivators who cast bewildered glances. Was that not in the direction of Jixia Academy? How could there be a battle among Tao fusion experts? What had transpired after they left? In the current Xintian realm, a being of the Tao fusion realm stood at the pinnacle of power, capable of dominating a region, with a single strike capable of causing calamity. Even the residual waves of such a battle could obliterate an entire expanse of land. The vast plains under the moonlight were now ravaged by violent energy, resplendent divine glows. Intricate Tao patterns and chilling murderous intent surged like raging waves, spreading wide. This battle raged on for a considerable duration. Long enough for the silver moon to wane and the sun to rise, heralding light. Long enough for the previously retreating cultivators to learn of the events that transpired. Erupting in furious exclamations, cursing Jiang Xuan as a treacherous villain. Long enough that, centered around the royal city, within a radius of 100,000 miles, countless sects and powers were made aware of a singular fact. Jiang Xuan, the young master of the Jiang family, also a true disciple of the Yin Yang sacred land, colluded with powerful beings from the Yin Yang sacred land to deceive the immortal Zhao family, uprooting the Jixia Academy. Those cultivators who had retreated under Jiang Xuan's intimidation. The prodigies within the royal city and the surrounding forces were all seething with rage, loathing Jiang Xuan, and they all mobilized. intent on capturing Jiang Xuan and reclaiming the Jixia Academy. Indeed, the collective hatred for Jiang Xuan was palpable, primarily due to the Jixia Academy's significance. Within it lay the entirety of the Academy's heritage, including that transcending the sacred level. Whether individuals or factions, whoever could seize the Jixia Academy would have no worries about ascending to the pinnacle of Xiantian in the future. In an instant, countless cultivators set forth, converging upon the royal city. As dawn broke, the area surrounding Howren Terrace had transformed into an endless wasteland. The battle between Zhao Si and Mr. Puppet gradually subsided. I had no intention of becoming enemies with Elder Zhao. I hope you understand, Mr. Puppet said calmly, fanning himself. His aura remained steady, unaffected by the night of combat. While Zhao Si's presence fluctuated violently, his body stained with blood, clearly weaker than Mr. Puppet. Zhao Si glared coldly at Mr. Puppet, remaining silent. He recognized that Mr. Puppet's strength far surpassed his own. Had it not been for the latter's restraint, he would likely have perished. This matter would not easily be brushed aside. With a cold snort, Zhao Si declared, Jiang Xuan has slain my grandson. He must die. He then soared toward the royal city, leaving behind the 10 or so Zhao family disciples who had perished in the chaos. Mr. Puppet quietly observed Zhao Si's departure, his eyes narrowing slightly, deep in thought, before following in the direction of the royal city. Today he was determined to subdue Jiang Xuan. As for Jiang Xuan, should the opportunity arise, he would have a good talk with him to inquire about his peculiar behavior. Whether it be the factions coveting the Jixia Academy or Zhao Si and Mr. Puppet, they were all destined to return empty-handed. At the royal city, before the intercontinental teleportation array towards southern Shenzhou. Remember, if anyone inquires about my whereabouts, tell them I have returned to the clan. Jiang Xuan instructed Zhang the steward earnestly, supporting the girl. Zhang the steward was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why the young master felt it necessary to convey such a statement. Strangely, in the early hours, the young master returned without uttering a word, heading directly here, waiting for the teleportation array to activate as if fleeing for his life. As the thought crossed his mind, Zhang the steward felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, only respectfully replied, Yes, please rest assured, young master. Soon, the appointed time arrived. The intercontinental teleportation array activated as scheduled. Jiang Xuan, with the girl in tow, stepped into the array, awaiting transport. Jiang Xuan. Zhao Si's roar echoed like a furious beast, reverberating through the heavens, spreading from outside the royal city. The chilling murderous intent darkened the skies, oppressing the entire royal city. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted slightly as he urged, Hurry! Buzz! The teleportation array activated. The profound rules of space surged, and Jiang Xuan's figure began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, boom! Zhao Si, like a meteor, plummeted to the ground, his blood-red eyes sweeping the scene before finally landing on Zhang the steward. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Thud! Zhang the steward, unable to bear the weight, collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, quivering in fear. Where is Jiang Xuan? He stammered in terror. Young master has returned to the clan. He gasped. Boom! Zhao Si slammed down beside Zhang the steward, leaving a deep, unfathomable imprint. Yesterday, he had been injured by the city's defensive array and would not dare to recklessly provoke a ban, resorting to this method to vent his fury. Jiang Xuan returned to the clan? Utter nonsense, Zhang the steward thought. The teleportation array had just activated. Everything was crystal clear. Jiang Xuan had clearly used the array to travel to southern Shenzhou. Relay my order to the elders, all Zhao family members in the transformation spirit and earth profound realms. Converge upon southern Shenzhou to hunt down Jiang Xuan, alive or dead. He must be found. Zhao Si's face darkened as he roared ominously. His chilling voice echoed throughout the royal city. The latecomers from various factions, upon hearing Zhao Si's words, changed their expressions, filled with resentment. Damn it, we arrived too late. That scoundrel Jiang Xuan has escaped. Outside the royal city, Mr. Puppet, hovering in the air, suddenly halted, a look of confusion on his face. Jiang Xuan has fled to southern Shenzhou? What would he be planning? The master's scheme? But I don't recall the master having any designs on southern Shenzhou. Furthermore, I came to assist in eliminating Jiang Xuan, yet he fled first. What does that even mean? Mr. Puppet's irritation grew. With Jiang Xuan gone and Jiang Xuan's whereabouts unknown, he pondered for a moment before deciding to return and consult the master for guidance in locating Jiang Xuan. In a mountain, Mr. Puppet activated a communication talisman, connecting with the yin-yang master. The intertwining energies of yin and yang coalesced into a copper mirror. The hazy figure of the yin-yang master emerged, gazing at Mr. Puppet with indifference. What is it? Mr. Puppet knelt, appearing quite aggrieved, and lamented, reporting to the master. I had originally set a trap in the Jixia Academy alongside Elder Zhao, waiting for Jiang Xuan to take the bait so we could easily suppress him. Unbeknownst to all, Jiang Xuan suddenly manifested, dispersing every cultivator and startling Jiang Xuan. Moreover, it remains a mystery how he managed to relocate the entire Jixia Academy to the southern region of the Divine Continent. The Holy Master keenly observed that had it not been for Jiang Xuan's incessant interference, his subordinate would have long apprehended Jiang Xuan. With audacity, the subordinate inquired, "Might I ask, Holy Master, did Jiang Xuan act upon your command?" Jiang Xuan? The yin-yang Holy Master was momentarily taken aback. Was he not in seclusion at the Jiang family? When had he ventured to the royal city? And on what authority? What was this perplexing situation? Without delay, he summoned Jiang Xuan for confrontation. In the midst of his secluded cultivation, Jiang Xuan received the Holy Master's summons. His expression one of bewilderment as he saluted his master. "When did you travel to the royal city and relocate the Jixia Academy? Are you aware that your unilateral actions have disrupted my meticulously laid plans?" The Holy Master reprimanded coldly. Jiang Xuan, now even more bewildered, replied, "I humbly report to my master that I have remained at the Jiang family and have not ventured to the royal city." This revelation left not only the yin-yang Holy Master in confusion, but also Mr. Puppet utterly baffled. What was happening? Had he truly misperceived the situation? Chapter 52. The Saint of Yin and Yang's Calculations. Life-shortening Master K. Could you please elaborate on the specifics of the situation? Jiang Xuan inquired calmly. Master K nodded and proceeded to recount every detail meticulously. The Taiji Palace diagram. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "Jiang Xuan, it was Jiang Xuan." During the ancestral land trial, Jiang Xuan shamelessly stole my Taiji Palace diagram inheritance. My eyes glimmering with cold light, Jiang Xuan analyzed coolly. I had the sacred level inheritance of the Dao Tian Yin secret technique, which was also stolen. It appears Jiang Xuan used the secret technique to disguise himself as me, slaying Zhao Qua, massacring over 2,000 individuals, expelling all cultivators, and relocating the Jixia Academy. He intends to frame me and make me bear the blame. Upon hearing this, both the Saint of Yin and Yang and Master K felt a chill run down their spines. The absurdity of the situation giving rise to a sense of dread. Jiang Xuan, possessing the sacred level concealment technique and intent on hiding, would be as elusive as finding a needle in a haystack. It was evident that even Master K, who had reached the half-step sovereign realm, had failed to see through Jiang Xuan's disguise as Jiang Xuan, highlighting the terrifying nature of the Dao Tian Yin secret technique. Moreover, the opponent exhibited no pride or sense of honor typical of a genius. He was not only exceedingly cautious, but also utterly devoid of moral boundaries, casually assuming the appearance of others to act with impunity. This pawn that the Jiang family had put forth was far more cunning than they had imagined. Master K's face turned pale, a lump of frustration lodged in his chest, leaving him feeling inexplicably unwell. The thought of that wretched Jiang Xuan, thriving right under his nose, not only living well, but also wreaking havoc and relocating the Jixia Academy, ignited a tempest of rage within Master K, his spirit trembling with fury. Most critically, he had repeatedly aided Jiang Xuan, even helping him fend off Zhao Si. Otherwise, Jiang Xuan would have long since met his demise. Jiang Xuan's anger surged even more. his eyes reddening with rage, his teeth grinding in fury. Jiang Xuan, using the Dao Tianyin's secret technique he had stolen from him, disguised himself as Jiang Xuan, slaying Zhao Qua, provoking the immortal Zhao family, and creating a bloodbath that terrified thousands of cultivators, ultimately relocating the Jixia Academy and departing unscathed. All the benefits had been seized by Jiang Xuan, while the hatred had been cast upon him, forcing him to bear the blame. Jiang Xuan, what a cunning Jiang Xuan! I beseech my master to once more deduce Jiang Xuan's location. I shall personally eradicate him and cleanse the shame he has brought upon me. Jiang Xuan knelt, bowing deeply, desperately suppressing the overwhelming rage within, and spoke through gritted teeth. Master K likewise spoke coldly. I implore the saint to deduce once more, as long as Jiang Xuan lives. I cannot swallow this indignation. The saint of Yin and Yang lowered his gaze, a glimmer of black and white light emanating from his eyes, as if he were calculating something. A peculiar aura of Yin and Yang reincarnation subtly stirred the void, drawing information from the profound laws of the universe. Within the saint of Yin and Yang's constructed cycle of reincarnation, pure black and pure white intertwined, forming a distorted, ethereal space, profound and enigmatic, as if encompassing all that exists, or perhaps stripping everything away, rendering it non-existent. The saint's consciousness sought within, one eye opened and the other closed, one absorbing the boundless depths of blackness, while the other radiated the infinite brightness of white. Moments passed, time collapsed, stacked, and intertwined within this realm until at a certain moment the opened eye closed and the closed eye opened. The pure black and white reversed, the cycle turned backwards, and the illusory space instantaneously disintegrated, leaving only a flickering point of black and white light. I have found you, the saint of Yin and Yang thought to himself, extending his hand to grasp the light representing Jiang Xuan. Buzz, the light point suddenly surged, multiplying 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, like a great sun or a constellation, seemingly encompassing the entirety of the universe and the starry river. This void trembled violently. Impudent! An ancient divine voice suddenly resounded, as if emanating from the far reaches of time and space, echoing continuously. Accompanying this divine voice was an indescribable supreme aura, as if it contained the truths of time and space, bearing the weight of the universe's life and crashing down heavily upon the heart of the saint of Yin and Yang. Puff! The saint of Yin and Yang's consciousness, akin to that of a real person, spat out blood. Yet what he expelled was his lifeblood. However, this was far from over. Seeking death, within the illusion, it appeared as if a god traversing the heavens emerged, bellowing in rage, extending a palm across the boundless starry river towards him. This was not a genuine attack, but rather a crushing pressure of terrifying energy. Yet Puff, the saint of Yin and Yang, spat blood once more, expelling his lifeblood. A vast and boundless continent suddenly materialized, upon which numerous figures stood, seemingly representing countless sentient beings, all glaring at the saint of Yin and Yang with murderous intent. Puff! A third spurt of blood. Following this, towering ethereal figures appeared, some exuding the aura of stars, others embodying Yin and Yang, some possessing the essence of true fate, and others embodying the 5 elements. All directed their terrifying energies towards the saint of Yin and Yang. This time, the saint recognized it as the might of the saints of longevity. The pressure of the saintly energy was not particularly severe for the saint of Yin and Yang, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Puff! The saint of Yin and Yang spat blood for the 4th time, his lifeblood diminishing significantly. Originally towering like a deity, his consciousness now appeared extremely withered, resembling an empty shell, exuding weakness. The illusory space he had created through his divine ability could no longer sustain itself and began to shatter. Now, he felt a bit dazed. Where did Jiang Xuan acquire such a multitude of mysterious auras? What on earth was he? Just from these 4 instances of bloodletting, he had lost a millennium of life, and this was merely in deducing his location. Was this not absurd? However, at the moment of fragmentation, The saint of yin and yang suddenly exerted force, seizing the light point, still managing to glean a fragment of information. Buzz, the saint of yin and yang, opened his eyes, revealing no hint of abnormality, and looked at Master K, coldly instructing, in southern Shenzhou, at the ancient city of Tianlin. To prevent Jiang Xuan from hiding within the ancient city, you shall first return to the Holy Land and bring 3 half-step earthly Xian realm geniuses with you. Ensure his eradication and the reclamation of the Jixia Academy. Master K's spirit jolted, immediately grasping the saint's intent. Jiang Xuan deserved tutti, but he was merely a slightly cunning ant, unworthy of mention. The key was the Jixia Academy in his possession, which contained the majority of its heritage, a mobile treasure trove. If brought back to the Holy Land, the foundation of the Holy Land would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. I shall obey the saint's command. Master K responded respectfully, then severed the communication talisman and swiftly soared through the air, returning to the Holy Land of yin and yang. As for Jiang Xuan, upon hearing this, a sudden realization struck him. With Master K targeting Jiang Xuan, his death was assured. However, the Jixia Academy in his possession, an idea sparked within Jiang Xuan, and he knelt in reverence, respectfully stating, "Disciple dares to request the core inheritance of the Jixia Academy from my master. During the ancestral land trial, I was continuously robbed of 3 inheritances by Jiang Xuan, resulting in a notable gap between my foundation and that of the other prodigies of the Jiang family. This has left me discontent, unwilling to fall behind. If I could acquire the core inheritance of the Jixia Academy, it would undoubtedly alter my predicament and allow me to surpass all other Jiang family's prodigies." However, he was acutely aware that seeking such a boon would come at a cost, a truth he understood better than anyone, even if the benefactor were his own master. Thus, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate and promptly continued, "As a disciple, I have already made considerable arrangements within the Jiang family and have garnered support from numerous clan members. Even the 3rd elder and the 5th elder have shown signs of inclination, and I believe they will soon offer their full endorsement. My singular ambition is to elevate the Jiang family to the status of a vassal of a sacred land, and I have been diligently working towards this goal. I hope Master will see my earnest efforts. However, my current foundation is somewhat lacking, and even without considering those 2 prodigies, I find it challenging to compete with Jiang Xuan and Jiang Haoming." The Lord of Yin and Yang cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Xuan, secretly amused. Without any substantial progress, he was already seeking rewards? This disciple seemed rather greedy. Nevertheless, this inclination could prove beneficial. It is through personal ambition that one may be effectively utilized and controlled. The Lord of Yin and Yang contemplated bestowing the legacy of the Jixia Academy upon Jiang Xuan, which would enhance his competitiveness within the Jiang family. It was not necessary for him to immediately seize the position of the junior clan leader or even the power of the Jiang family. As long as he could rally more elders and attract additional clan members, that would suffice. As for the 2 prodigious threats, Jiang Xuan and Jiang Mingho, he would handle them externally, seeking opportunities to deal with them one by one, without voicing agreement or dissent. The Lord of Yin and Yang merely regarded Jiang Xuan and stated coolly, "Do you desire the legacy of the Jixia Academy? I can grant it to you. However, what can you offer me in return?" Chapter 53. The Desire to Devour the 4 Lords. The secrets of Yin and Yang. Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to conceive what he could do for his master. "What is the bloodline concentration of Jiang Mingho?" The master of Yin and Yang casually inquired. Replying to Master, "Is 72, Jiang Xuan respectfully responded. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Jiang Xuan was as cunning as a fox and would not be easily eliminated, but Jiang Mingho was evidently a different matter. If he could first remove Jiang Mingho, he would undoubtedly be a step closer to seizing the position of the young clan leader and controlling the Jiang family. Jiang Xuan instantly comprehended his master's benevolent intentions. It appeared to be a trade. Yet how could a mere Jiang Mingho be worthy of comparison with the legacy of the Jixia Academy? Moreover, as the esteemed master of the sacred land of Yin and Yang, what use would he have for a Jiang Mingho? Ultimately, it was to expedite his own ascension to power within the Jiang family. thereby ensuring their smooth passage through the impending calamities. Replying to Master, the disciple understands. Jiang Xuan said with deep respect, bowing and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. I will not disappoint your expectations, Master. I shall eliminate Jiang Mingho and take charge of the Jiang family at the earliest opportunity. The Master of Yin and Yang seemed pleased with Jiang Xuan's understanding, nodding with a smile, and said with relief, after all, you are within the Jiang family, which presents certain inconveniences. Just draw Jiang Mingho out of the Jiang residence, and I shall send someone to deal with him. Jiang Xuan was even more grateful, bowing repeatedly, exclaiming, Master's great kindness has moved me to tears. After severing the communication, Jiang Xuan began plotting against Jiang Mingho. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded his seclusion, rising from the dojo to pay a visit to Jiang Mingho. Meanwhile, the Master of Yin and Yang shut off the communication talisman. His eyes dimmed slightly, and a few strands of white hair appeared at his temples. The repercussions from his dealings with Jiang Xuan had inflicted significant harm upon him, costing him at least a millennium of lifespan, although he had long ascended to the pinnacle of the revered status, and millennium's loss was not a grave matter for him. The fact remained that this depletion of his lifespan was due to Jiang Xuan. How could a mere cultivator at the spirit transformation stage inflict such backlash, costing him 1,000 years of longevity? Such an event would be insufferable for anyone. The Master of Yin and Yang's gaze lowered, revealing a simmering anger beneath. At that moment, a shadow from his past emerged, exclaiming with peculiar astonishment, this Jiang Xuan possesses a peculiar kind of naive clarity. He must have an inkling that we are plotting against the Jiang family rather than genuinely assisting them through their tribulations. Yet he remains so earnestly committed, unreserved in his willingness to aid us. With a solemn expression, the Master of Yin and Yang responded, he is, after all, a prodigy. How could he truly be foolish? He has simply chosen to pursue his own interests, seeking to empower himself, thus feigning ignorance. The shadow paused, contemplating, then nodded thoughtfully. Turning to the Master of Yin and Yang, he finally noticed something amiss and, upon further reflection, was suddenly alarmed. Why are you so beleaguered by your deductions regarding Jiang Xuan? The Master of Yin and Yang shook his head, his eyes deepening with thought. Jiang Xuan is merely a discarded pawn of the Jiang family, even if he possesses some hidden depth or secrets. He should not be capable of causing me such embarrassment or costing me a millennium of lifespan. It must be the influence of the Jixia Academy. The shadow furrowed its brow in concern. So, you are hastening your actions against Jiang Mingho? The Master of Yin and Yang nodded, stating, Jiang Xuan's removal of the Jixia Academy is no coincidence. In ancient times, the existence of the Jixia Academy was largely to resist the external foes invading the Xintian realm. Thus, I suspect that the Jixia Academy is imbued with the fortunes of the human race of Xintian. If it carries the fate of the human race, it is, in some sense, a sacred site for humanity, and such a historical relic undoubtedly holds many mysteries and wonders. That young man is merely at the divine realm. He should now have reached the spirit transformation stage, and even if his fortunes are extraordinary, without external assistance, he could never have uprooted it entirely. The shadow immediately grasped the implication. You mean to say that the Jixia Academy has chosen Jiang Xuan? The Master of Yin and Yang shook his head, his gaze growing increasingly profound. If it were merely that, I would not be overly concerned. With the impending calamity approaching, those external foes may return to invade the Xintian realm once more. In such a scenario, Jiang Xuan's removal of the Jixia Academy raises my suspicion that it is the fate of the Xintian human race that has chosen Jiang Xuan. Upon hearing this, the shadow was taken aback, its expression turning grave. After a moment of contemplation, it spoke in a low voice, there is certainly a possibility of that. Your concerns are most warranted. We must accelerate our efforts. The shadow analyzed calmly. Jiang Mingho possesses a bloodline concentration of 72 from the Ling clan. If we can extract and refine it, it should allow us to attempt a fusion once. The Master of Yin and Yang nodded, indicating it was time to prepare. Even if it is just a small fusion, it should be sufficient to break through to the void divine realm. In this waning era, with the great calamity yet to descend, the absence of void divine beings is primarily due to the decay of those at that level, their lifeblood nearly exhausted. If I were to enter the void divine realm during my prime, I would undoubtedly be invincible in the Xiantian realm. At least, that is the outward appearance. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Divine Continent, the news of Jiang Xuan relocating the Jixia Academy to the Southern Divine Continent continued to unfold like a storm, sweeping through various factions, stirring countless prodigies who harbored ambitions to capture Jiang Xuan and seize the Jixia Academy. Moreover, even the most exceptional talents from top-tier sects and lineages emerged from their secluded cultivation, announcing their intention to enter the world and subsequently heading to the Southern Divine Continent. In the past, the legacies casually bestowed by the Jixia Academy were certainly commendable, but they were not considered rare. Given the backgrounds and foundations of these extraordinary individuals, they would naturally dismiss them. However, this time, the entirety of the Jixia Academy was at stake, rendering it impossible to overlook. After all, the significance of what the Jixia Academy represented in ancient times, the legacies it bore, was well understood. This was a sacred site that embodied the essence of the ancient Xiantian human race. It might very well carry the fortunes of the Xiantian human race. Even without this aspect, the core legacy, which transcended the saintly level, along with its vast and profound Confucian and Taoist teachings, was already enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. It is no exaggeration to say that possessing the entirety of the Jixia Academy would allow for the re-establishment of a first-rate power, or even a top-tier lineage. Merely a matter of time. Thus, within just a few days, the entire Eastern Divine Continent had erupted in fervor. The cross-regional teleportation arrays, which had been gathering dust, were now frequently activated, carrying countless prodigies and geniuses to the Southern Divine Continent. Their target was singular and clear: Jiang Mingho, the young master of the Jiang family. In the western region of the Eastern Divine Continent, there lay a vast, desolate expanse cloaked in shadowy marshes, within which was ensnared a colossal star. The star's radiance was dim and flickering, instilling a sense of unease. This was the domain of the Zhao family, famed for their immortality. Legend has it that the progenitor of the Zhao family, a born anomaly, upon reaching the pinnacle of power, ventured beyond the Xiantian realm and cleaved a blade through the vast starry river, returning with a star that he cast into the desolate expanse, thus forming the ancestral land of the Zhao family. Within this star, amidst the convergence of celestial light, a formidable young woman clad in a purple robe opened her eyes, revealing swirling depths of obscure starlight, sharp and imposing. She was the divine maiden of the Zhao family, Zhao Fuyao. What calls upon me? Zhao Fuyao coldly regarded the Zhao family steward kneeling outside her domain, her voice frigid. Reporting to the divine maiden, the steward recounted the matters regarding the royal city branch, Elder Zhao, and Jiang Xuan, and then respectfully stated, the clan leader believes that the Jixia Academy might carry the fortunes of the Xiantian human race, which would greatly benefit the divine maiden. Thus, I relay this to you for your decision. At the Jixia Academy, the celestial fortune of the Xiantian human race beckons. Zhao Fuyao's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of stars, hinting at an inner tumult. On the day of her birth, she awakened the seven-star Tao body, resonating with the celestial bodies of her ancestral land, thus enabling a metamorphosis of her Tao body and presenting the possibility of advancing to the sacred body. Subsequently, through the study of ancestral legacies, her transformation accelerated significantly. However, the path to achieving the sacred body is fraught with formidable challenges. Even with the aid of ancestral teachings and tirelessly drawing upon the stellar energies of her homeland, she now felt the weight of the constraints imposed by the laws of heaven and earth, halting her progress at the threshold of the half-sacred body, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. If she could seize control of the Jixia Academy and harness the celestial fortune of the Xiantian human race, perhaps she could shatter these constraints and successfully evolve into a sacred body. Moreover, even in the absence of human fortune within the Academy, the core legacies alone would suffice to bolster her combat prowess and significantly enhance her strength. With this thought, Zhao Fuyao resolved within herself. Rising to her feet and stepping out of the training ground, she gazed down upon the steward and inquired indifferently, "Where is Jiang Xuan at present?" Reporting to the Divine Maiden, Jiang Xuan has utilized the teleportation array and is en route to the southern Divine Continent, came the reply. Zhao Fuyao nodded slightly and commanded, "Prepare accordingly. I shall depart for the southern Divine Continent in half an hour. The legacies of the Jixia Academy are of paramount importance, and I shall personally reclaim them." Chapter 54. The Fate of Humanity. All-encompassing. Furthermore, Zhao Fuyao narrowed her eyes slightly, the obscure stars within her gaze shimmering with profound starlight, seemingly resonating with the ancestral celestial bodies. Waves of celestial brilliance cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire Zhao family. Zhao Fuyao uttered words of divine decree, using the stars as her medium, commanding the members of the Zhao clan to strip Zhao Si of his elder status and hastily return, a disgraceful spectacle. The atmosphere within the Zhao family grew tense, and all stood in place, bowing in reverence, dutifully adhering to the goddess's edict. Even the patriarch of the Zhao family complied. The absolute authority of Zhao Fuyao instilled a sense of trepidation. In truth, this was the Zhao family's closely guarded secret. In the entire Xiantian realm, no faction possessed the capability to uncover this layer of confidentiality. Only the Zhao clan understood what Zhao Fuyao truly represented for them. In the pure Yang Sword Palace, deep within the 10,000 mountains, a magnificent pure Yang essence was folded within the void, exuding a chaotic aura of reality and illusion, as though this pure Yang did not exist within this temporal plane. Within the heart of the pure Yang, endless gilded flames surged, revealing three nearly imperceptible figures, rising and falling with the flames. The gilded flames, infused with the utmost solar energy, continuously tempered their corporeal forms and bones. The three figures, with each breath, exhaled pure Yang sword energy. Despite the chaotic aura swirling around them, their formidable presence remained unmistakable. One figure revealed a crystalline physique, within which lay a hazy, ancient little sword, emanating a sharp sword aura, a natural sword heart. The second figure condensed the essence of pure Yang into three substantial suns, revolving around him, a reincarnation of the third generation of pure Yang sword masters. The third figure appeared unadorned, devoid of any aura, save for a sword imprint on his brow, subtly hinting at the profound truths of swordsmanship. He was undeniably the astonishing legacy of a sword immortal's teachings. Indeed, these three were the prodigious sword disciples of the pure Yang Sword Palace, sealed away in anticipation of a grand era. At this moment, the figure of the pure Yang Sword Master manifested here. His profound, sword-like gaze scrutinized the three figures, revealing a sense of satisfaction. The grand era heralds great calamity. The entire Xiantian realm, with myriad lineages, countless ancient sects, sacred grounds, and noble families, prepared fervently for the impending struggle. Many factions were exhausting their resources to forge a peerless genius capable of contending in this grand era. However, the pure Yang Sword Palace had no such need. Whether deemed unfortunate or languishing in complacency, once these three sword disciples emerged, they would undoubtedly astonish the entire Xiantian realm, intimidating innumerable lineages. In the grand contest, the pure Yang Sword Palace would assert its rightful claim. The pure Yang Sword Master, lost in thought, could not help but feel a surge of elation, and then, with a mental call, awaken one of them. Hate Song, awaken. Buzz, the youth bearing the sword heart, abruptly opened his sword-like eyes. Memories long sealed surged back like a tidal wave. After a brief moment of sorting, his gaze became clear, and he turned to the pure Yang Sword Master, giving a slight nod before rising to exit the pure Yang. Bowing respectfully, the 45th generation sword disciple, Hate Song, acknowledged the current sword master. Dare I inquire, sword master, does your summoning of Hate Song signify that the grand era has arrived? The pure Yang sword master nodded in response, affirming that this world indeed heralds a grand era. though it has yet to fully descend. Hate Song's expression tightened, revealing discontent. If the grand era has not yet arrived, why awaken me? The pure Yang sword master's countenance stiffened, hesitant to neglect the matter. After all, this being existed in an era preceding his own, and if one were to be precise, he ought to address the other as ancestor. Naturally, in the cultivation realm, power reigned supreme. The notion of ancestral status held little weight. The pure Yang sword master informed Hate Song of the recent developments in the Eastern Divine Province, centering around Jiang Xuan, and solemnly expressed his thoughts. The Jiang family shares an irreconcilable enmity with the pure Yang sword palace, and any resurgence of the Jiang family cannot be tolerated. I have been monitoring those two prodigies of the Jiang family, and have engaged the elder of the Void God realm. Should an opportunity arise, I will strike decisively. However, regarding Jiang Xuan, he has fled to the Southern Divine Province, and the pure Yang Sword Palace has limited resources, with this generation of disciples lacking vigor, rendering us incapable of addressing the matter adequately. Thus, I have summoned you, hoping you can journey to the Southern Divine Province to eliminate Jiang Xuan and seize the Jixia Academy. The significance of Jixia Academy is immense, both for the pure Yang Sword Palace and for your own advancement. It presents an incredible opportunity. What are your thoughts on this? Given that Hate Song existed before the current Sword Master, the pure Yang Sword Master displayed utmost deference in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Hate Song's sword-like eyes flickered with intrigue. What cultivation level does Jiang Xuan possess? What innate talents? Hate Song held great confidence in himself, yet he was not an arrogant individual. It was necessary to gather pertinent information. The bloodline purity remains uncertain, but it likely exceeds 70. The pure Yang Sword Master pondered briefly and replied, as for his cultivation, previously in the royal city, Jiang Xuan was at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Even if he gained some advantage from Jixia Academy, he would at most be at the 7th level of spirit transformation now. 70 bloodline purity? Only at the 7th level of spirit transformation? Hate Song was taken aback, finding it hard to believe that such meager talents and cultivation could qualify him as one of the 4 renowned figures of the Jiang family, let alone overpower nearly 10,000 cultivators to relocate the entire Jixia Academy. It must be noted that in his own time, the 4 renowned figures of the Jiang family boasted bloodline purity exceeding 75, with their cultivation firmly situated in the earth profound realm. It appears the Jiang family, known for their longevity, has significantly declined in recent years. Very well, I shall undertake this journey. Hate Song replied calmly, his tone brimming with unshakable confidence. He, a natural swordheart, was also at the earth profound realm. Dealing with a mere Jiang Xuan was hardly a challenge. In the Eastern Divine Province, the winds of change stirred, as numerous prodigies and exceptional talents made their way to the Southern Divine Province, inevitably alarming various factions and lineages therein, who were filled with apprehension and suspicion, probing incessantly, fearing an impending invasion from the Eastern Divine Province. After all, historical conflicts between the Divine Provinces were not without precedent. Moreover, the overall strength of the Eastern Divine Province was indisputably the foremost among the various divine provinces of the Xintian realm. In contrast, the Southern Divine Province evidently bore a considerable disadvantage. Take, for instance, the uncoronated overlord of the Southern Divine Province, the Huangtian Divine Sect. The Huangtian Divine Sect wields unquestionable authority within the Southern Divine Province. To put it bluntly, often the entire power structure of the Southern Divine Province must act in accordance with the will of the Huangtian Divine Sect. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Divine Province, sects possessing comparable strength and heritage to the Huangtian Divine Sect number at least several. Not to mention, the foremost power of the Xintian realm, the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, is also rooted in the Eastern Divine Province. In light of such concerns, the situation within the Southern Divine Province rapidly grew precarious. Yet, the instigator of all this, Jiang Xuan, remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were informed, he would not care, for after all, he was merely donning the guise of Jiang Xuan. All misdeeds were attributed to Jiang Xuan. The lives taken were at Jiang Xuan's hands, and it was Jiang Xuan who relocated the Jixia Academy. If blame were to be assigned, it would surely be directed at Jiang Xuan, bearing no connection to Jiang Xuan whatsoever. However, Jiang Xuan found himself troubled, even wishing to curse aloud. Utilizing the interdomain teleportation array, Jiang Xuan arrived at the ancient city of Tianlin in the Southern Divine Province, initially intending to proceed directly to the true God's secret realm. Yet unexpectedly, the remnants of the Jixia Academy within him, namely the Baronhauern Terrace, began to tremble incessantly, continuously emanating a magnificent aura of humanity's fortune. This phenomenon was undeniably ostentatious. With no alternative, he could only temporarily halt his journey, renting a cave abode to ascertain the situation. Within the modest cave, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a surging aura of humanity's fortune, radiating a faint golden glow, imbued with an indescribable sanctity and nobility. His mind was drawn into a hazy realm by an overwhelming energy. Jiang Xuan appeared to transform into an exalted existence, descending upon an ancient and solemn altar of humanity. Clad in armor and adorned with regalia, he majestically occupied a grand throne, exuding an aura of authority as he surveyed the world below. Beneath the altar, countless figures of humanity, numbering in the billions, fervently gazed upon Jiang Xuan, bowing deeply in reverence and vociferously proclaiming, "Hail, King of Humanity!" It seemed as though the fortune of an entire race coalesced into a tangible essence that enveloped him. Chapter 55. A relentless legacy, not worth a dog's attention. Buzz. The scene abruptly shattered, and Jiang Xuan's consciousness retreated, barely able to digest the experience before an unexpected twist unfolded. A cursed totem materialized at his brow, its malevolent design resembling a ferocious beast roaring, giving rise to a dense and eerie black mist that enveloped Jiang Xuan, slowly seeping into his body like a venomous poison. The sinister energy of the curse surged, causing Jiang Xuan's aura to fluctuate violently, his vitality diminishing at an alarming rate, as if time itself were eroding his being, rendering him rapidly aged. His once handsome visage became marred with a network of terrifying wrinkles, and his flowing black hair gradually transformed into a withered, lifeless white. The vast platform continued to tremble, and the immense fortune of the human race persisted in pouring into Jiang Xuan. Yet his vitality waned in tandem. A milky white light burst forth from within Jiang Xuan, gradually morphing into a frail, hunchbacked figure, his mentor. The mentor gazed at Jiang Xuan, his expression grim. He could distinctly perceive the rapid depletion of Jiang Xuan's lifespan, diminishing at an astonishing pace. Ordinarily, those in the spirit transformation realm possess lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Yet, Jiang Xuan now had perhaps only a handful of years left. Bloodline curse. The mentor quickly discerned the root of the issue and could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it. I never anticipated that this lad would bear a royal bloodline. The Jixia Academy embodies the will of humanity and the fortune of the human race. As Jiang Xuan refined the academy, he inevitably released these fortuitous energies to him. However, he never expected such an unforeseen consequence. The young girl beside him glanced at her father, whose grand fortune was now accompanied by a drastically reduced lifespan, then turned to the grim-faced mentor. Her large eyes filled with confusion. For a moment, she could not discern whether this old man was friend or foe. After a moment's hesitation, the girl refrained from acting, choosing to remain quietly observant, planning to assess the situation further. If the old man truly harbored malicious intent, she could always intervene later. Her presence exuded an innate charm, and bolstered by her dragon lineage, she diminished her visibility. At the very least, the old man had not detected her peculiarity. Moments later, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, fatigue unmistakably etched upon his features. His mindset was crumbling. What in the world is this? He glanced at the old man before him, then at the cursed totem wreaking havoc on his lifespan, his expression darkening, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Are you seriously out of your mind? Must you insist on bestowing upon me this so-called human will and the fortune of the Xiantian race? I now have but 3 years left to live. Are you satisfied? The mentor's ethereal form trembled, as if a gust of wind could disperse him. In the face of Jiang Xuan's explosive questioning, the mentor's aged face twisted into an awkward smile as he feebly defended himself. I had no idea you were a royal disciple burdened with a bloodline curse. The Jixia Academy, as an ancient sanctuary of humanity, embodies the will of humanity and the fortune of the Shantian race. Since you refined the academy, these energies were inevitably bestowed upon you. The will of humanity and the fortune of the Shantian race are remarkable gifts, which others may not attain in a lifetime. Bearing the fortune of the Shantian race means you possess the fortune of the entire lineage, bestowing upon you unparalleled blessings and extraordinary opportunities. Wherever you go, treasures will find you. Even in perilous situations, you can turn misfortune into fortune, encountering countless opportunities. As for the will of humanity, it is said to be essential for achieving the status of a human king in ancient times. With the will of humanity, you are akin to possessing the demeanor of a human king, potentially allowing you to glimpse the secrets of humanity and lead the human race. Such is an immense fortune. The mentor sighed with resignation. I had no idea that the fortune of humanity would exacerbate your bloodline curse, further diminishing your lifespan. Jiang Xuan, incensed, sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the mentor. You think I don't know these are good things? But before you bestow them upon me, did you even think to ask? Did you inquire? Did you? The mentor shrank back, murmuring, no. Seeing the old man with his graying hair, resembling a child who had erred, only served to infuriate Jiang Xuan further, causing him to chuckle bitterly. I truly thank you. No need for thanks, the mentor instinctively replied. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, suppressing his anger, and solemnly inquired, since you knew of the royal lineage and the bloodline curse, you must know something else, right? For instance, how to lift the bloodline curse. I know a bit, the mentor nodded. Jiang Xuan's eyes brightened, filled with hopeful anticipation as he awaited further elaboration. The mentor's gaze turned contemplative as he recalled, according to ancient texts I've seen, the bloodline curse placed upon royal bloodlines seems to have originated from a demon emperor of the demon race, the Tsangming demon emperor. Indeed, it is this bloodline curse that was directed at the 8 human kings, fundamentally limiting the development of the human race. And the fortune of humanity is naturally included within that. This also explains why your fortune from the Shantian race exacerbates the bloodline curse, intensifying its effects, the mentor analyzed. According to the notes left by a powerful royal figure, this bloodline curse is an indomitable curse cast by a supreme, immortal demon emperor, and there is no way to eradicate it. What? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. Old man, are you jesting with me? The mentor hesitated, but continued. However, that powerful figure left behind 2 viable methods, stating they could effectively delay the bloodline curse. What methods? First, acquire a treasure of the human race to suppress the curse, which could mitigate 50% of its negative effects. The mentor pondered, essentially meaning, if you currently have 3 years left, with a human race treasure to suppress it, your lifespan could potentially be restored to 6 years. Second, within 3 years, break through to the Tianyuan realm, where the physical body and spirit resonate with the heavens, allowing you to initially harness the power of the heavens. Using this power to suppress the curse could also delay its potency. As for how much it can delay, it varies from person to person. A treasure of the human race. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, glancing at the mentor, old man. As the mentor of the Jixia Academy and a core figure in the ancient unity of the Shantian race, wouldn't it be fair to call you a leader of the human race? Flattery. The mentor chuckled humbly. It's all for humanity. I am merely doing my part. I cannot claim to be a leader of the human race. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Who is flattering you? Do you know where I might find such a treasure of the human race? The mentor shook his head directly and decisively. I do not know. Jiang Xuan's previously subdued anger flared up again. Buzz, a crisp sound of a sword rang out. The sharp intent of the sword, empowered by the red heart sword, was now poised against the mentor's throat. Jiang Xuan, with a forced smile that concealed his rage, said, Say that again. The young girl's eyes brightened at this sight. This old man must have once been an incredibly powerful being, Even now, with only a remnant soul, he possesses unparalleled energy, perhaps even more suited to her than the energies found in legacies. If her father truly slayed him, she could feast upon his remnants. The girl felt a surge of anticipation, her gaze fixated on the old man, as if he were a delectable dish already prepared. The mentor felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that he was being watched by something terrifying. However, it was evidently not the time for such musings. Jiang Xuan's sword remained poised at his neck. He now exists as a mere wisp of a soul, devoid of any significant power. Should he endure a strike from Jiang Xuan, empowered by the sword intent, he would not perish, yet his remaining essence would likely suffer further harm, plunging him into a deeper slumber. The master observed Jiang Xuan, offering a sheepish smile, urging him to remain calm. While I may not be aware of the whereabouts of the human treasures, you, however, possess that knowledge, he indicated towards Jiang Xuan. I do. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. At present, you carry the will of humanity. Through this will, you can sense the call of the human treasures in the ether. Moreover, should you discover one, your inherent will would enable you to easily subdue it, the master elucidated patiently. Is that so? Jiang Xuan pondered thoughtfully. He then retracted the Qixin sword, seated himself cross-legged, and focused his mind, connecting with the will of humanity to attune himself. The girl, witnessing this, felt a twinge of disappointment, pouting slightly as she resigned herself to remaining quiet, playing the obedient child. Yet in but a brief moment, Jiang Xuan began to perceive something. Chapter 56. The Treasure of Humanity. The true divine mystery realm, the dimly lit manifestation of humanity's, will appear behind Jiang Xuan, unfolding into the vast silhouette of a continent, seemingly thronged with countless figures, all gazing at him with excitement and reverence, akin to devout worshippers. These were none other than the people of humanity. The sage observed this scene, his aged eyes shimmering with astonishment. According to ancient texts, should a prodigy acquire the will of humanity, they would embody the stature of a monarch, and such prodigies could be referred to as young kings, signifying the latent seeds of future monarchs. In the flourishing era of humanity, it was common for multiple young kings, sometimes even dozens, to arise and vie for supremacy. The outcomes of these young kings' contests often depended on the number of followers they commanded, represented by the figures manifesting behind them. Ancient records recount a monarch known as the War King, who led a faction of royal clans to defy the White Tiger clan, striking terror into them and forcing their retreat across half the heavens, ultimately compelling them to bow in submission and declare their clan's withdrawal, with the War King vowing never to fall and to remain hidden from the world. It is said that during his time as a young king, he garnered the allegiance of countless individuals, with the will of humanity manifesting in fervent tributes from millions. Jiang Xuan's current manifestation, however, appeared to consist of merely 100,000 figures, a stark contrast to the War King's legion. Yet, it must be noted that Jiang Xuan had only just begun to embody the will of humanity. As he continues to grow and with the passage of time, what grandeur might he eventually attain? Surpassing the War King should not pose a significant challenge, should it? The sage felt a tremor in his heart. Had he inadvertently chosen this young man, perhaps a future supreme monarch of humanity? The will of humanity, the fortune of the people. The young girl blinked her large eyes. Memories related to her bloodline surged forth, and astonishment was swiftly replaced by delight. Her father was actually a young king of humanity. How impressive! Her eyes twinkled with beautiful imaginings. Once her father ascended to kingship, would she not then be able to walk with pride? Oh, the prospect of indulging in delightful feasts without restraint was simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan was still attuned to the will of humanity, seeking the treasures of humanity. However, the results were far from satisfactory. It could be likened to searching for a needle in the ocean. In his mind's eye, a semi-transparent continent materialized, its luster dim and seemingly ensnared in silence. This continent was fragmented by peculiar temporal and spatial rules into several distinct sections, each with its own unique shape and aura, be it divine, scorching, or enigmatic. Confounded, Jiang Xuan did not comprehend their significance, yet he followed an intangible guidance, wandering through the sections, scrutinizing each one meticulously. Upon entering the largest section, a familiar sensation washed over him, and realization struck. This was the Eastern Divine Continent. So, this continent was essentially a miniature representation of the Xiantian realm? Jiang Xuan pondered. His mind continued to explore, drifting through towering mountains, various sanctuaries, and extraordinary locations. He traversed the entirety of the Eastern Divine Continent, but sensed no response. He moved on to the next section, another divine continent. Still no response. And so, Jiang Xuan's spirit drifted across one divine continent after another, even delving into a seemingly minuscule section, merely 1/10,000th the size of the Eastern Divine Continent, shrouded in profound grayness, as if concealed by some arcane force, or perhaps bound by the rules of the Great Tao. He had gathered basic information about all the divine continents, yet none corresponded with this obscure section. This exploration proved laborious, consuming tenfold the time. After a thorough investigation, he found nothing. Jiang Xuan's spirit retreated. Something was amiss. A sudden shock coursed through him. His spirit had not withdrawn voluntarily. He had been cast out. Instinctively, he attempted to recall the drifting experience, yet found only a void in the physical sense. His memories of this mysterious section were obscured by an indescribable ashen white. Jiang Xuan cast a deep glance at the dim little section, discreetly committing it to memory. It undoubtedly harbored profound secrets, but it was clear that he was not yet equipped to uncover them. Suppressing this matter within, Jiang Xuan continued his search. Having circumnavigated the various sections of the continent, he now approached the final section. Brother, grant me a glimmer of hope, he thought as he gazed upon the last section. He slowly entered, and an aura of desolation washed over him, reminiscent of the primal era of humanity's wild and untamed growth. This was the Southern Divine Continent. Jiang Xuan understood immediately. The Southern Divine Continent, when compared to the others, was rather unique. Though not particularly affluent, it was by no means barren. It was home to many fearsome remnants and nearly extinct exotic beasts, alongside mysterious ancient ruins. Yet, within this land, the various powers and traditions, whether in lineage, cultivation systems, or methodologies, appeared exceedingly peculiar, imbued with an indescribable antiquity. No, to describe it as ancient was somewhat inaccurate. It was more primitive. The vast majority of forces here adhered to archaic practices and maintained ancient rites, with many traditions continuing the original methods of human cultivation. For instance, the archaic sky sect. Though this sect emerged in ancient times, its teachings and regulations remained profoundly primitive. Even to this day, the archaic sky sect still upheld the requirement of lifting a weight of 10,000 pounds to accept disciples. It is important to note that this fixed standard was established long before humanity had developed a complete cultivation system, making it so ancient that it is nearly impossible to trace. Today, it has been discarded by the vast majority of traditions. Moreover, as far as he knew, the criteria for selecting the goddess of the archaic sky sect mirrored this. Innate talent constituted only a small part of the factors, with the more critical aspect being the will of the archaic sky. As for who exactly this archaic sky was, it pertained to the core secrets of the archaic sky sect, known to none. While recalling the information about the Southern Divine Continent, Jiang Xuan was simultaneously on high alert, hoping to receive even the slightest response, as this was a matter of his life. However, the situation was far from favorable. After a meticulous exploration of the Southern Divine Continent, he still encountered no sign of the rumored treasures of humanity. Jiang Xuan felt his heart sink. Was he truly left with no choice but to rely on the second method, striving to break through to the Tiantian realm within the remaining 3 years of his life? 2 major breakthroughs in 3 years. Although he possessed a wealth of resources and his talent was indeed at the pinnacle within the Xiantian realm, under normal circumstances with additional effort, it was not impossible to step into the Tiantian realm within 3 years by seeking opportunities in several secret locations. Yet, the curse of his bloodline loomed like a relentless specter, occasionally resurfacing to hinder him. Under such dire circumstances, he felt uncertain about his ability to achieve a breakthrough in 3 years. After all, each time he attempted to ascend through major realms, the bloodline curse would additionally present him with lightning tribulations as a form of celebration. The tribulation for breaking through to the spirit transformation realm presented little difficulty. But what about the tribulations for the earthly and Tian realms? Who could predict what kind of obstacles the bloodline curse would conjure for him? With such thoughts, Jiang Xuan felt his spirit wane, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. Enough. He sighed softly, hoping that the true divine mystery realm would yield some bountiful rewards, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan began to withdraw his spirit, and the semi-transparent continent began to dissolve, gradually disintegrating from the periphery towards the center, turning into fine dust, accompanied by a dim glow, vanishing without a trace. Just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The disintegrating southern divine continent was abruptly frozen by a mysterious energy, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, perplexed by the transformation before him. In the next moment, a resplendent divine radiance illuminated the depths of one spirit, revealing an ancient divine decree adorned with a fearsome dragon's head, vividly lifelike. The decree trembled gently, as if acknowledging Jiang Xuan, before swiftly darting into a certain locale within the southern divine continent. This region was soon enveloped in an ethereal, hazy glow, emanating a faint aura of humanity, which released a tender thought towards Jiang Xuan, brimming with respect and joy. However, it seemed as if some barrier obstructed the communication, for the innocent thought conveyed only 2 words before abruptly dissipating. Yet, those mere 2 words sent a tremor through Jiang Xuan's mind, igniting a surge of profound excitement. The treasure of humanity. At last, it had been discovered. Thunderous echoes resonated within him as he withdrew his consciousness, reopening his eyes to find an ancient divine decree hovering majestically before him. A smile spread across Jiang Xuan's face, alleviating much of his prior distress. After a series of troubling events, he finally encountered something fortuitous. This journey to the southern divine continent had indeed borne fruit. Undoubtedly, this decree was the key to the true divine secret realm, where the treasure of the human race awaited. Chapter 57. The desire to strip away divine bones. Has he fled? Have they located the treasure of humanity? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan smile, the master felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they had successfully found the treasure of humanity. Otherwise, having infused Jiang Xuan with the will of humanity and the luck of the Xiantian race, and consequently provoking the bloodline curse that led to his unfortunate demise, would have rendered him a sinner among the human race. Even if he were to completely vanish, he would find it difficult to forgive himself. In his heart, he had firmly believed that as long as Jiang Xuan grew, he would undoubtedly become the sovereign of humanity and revive the race. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, but did not offer the master a pleasant expression. If it weren't for this old fool, so many troublesome matters would not have occurred. Now that they had discovered the location of the treasure, acquiring it would surely not be an easy task. After all, that item lay within the true God's secret realm. It was evident that once the true God's secret realm was opened, many prodigies and monsters would enter, likely including those of the earthly transformation realm. Of course, he also possessed advantages. Jiang Xuan waved his hand to grasp the divine decree, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, with the key in hand. He could open the true God's secret realm in advance and be the first to enter. A step ahead means a step ahead in all things. He still had a considerable opportunity to obtain the treasure of humanity and seize various fortunes. The master, seeing this, forced a smile. He understood that Jiang Xuan harbored resentment toward him, which was unavoidable. He had never anticipated such a troublesome situation would arise. That, acquiring the treasure of humanity will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. I can assist you. The master coughed twice, chuckling awkwardly. Additionally, I can impart the core inheritance of the Jixia Academy to you, a Confucian inheritance surpassing the saint level, to enhance your strength. He urgently needed to mend his relationship with Jiang Xuan, as he hoped to have him inherit the legacy and lead the Jixia Academy. If Jiang Xuan remained wary of him, everything would be futile. Not needed, Jiang Xuan coldly declined. This old fool, having infused him with the will of humanity and the luck of the Xiantian race, had already reduced his lifespan from 300 years to merely 3. If he continued to meddle, he truly could not foresee how many days he had left to live. Jiang Xuan then waved his hand, returning the master to the Howren platform. He controlled the ruins of the Jixia Academy, and since the master's residual soul depended on it for existence, he was naturally within Jiang Xuan's control. It could be said that if Jiang Xuan truly disregarded everything and destroyed the Howren platform, the old fool would vanish along with it. However, he also recognized that the master genuinely harbored sincere goodwill toward him. Otherwise, he would not have freely bestowed upon him such transformative treasures as the will of humanity and the luck of the Xiantian race. It could only be said that his fate was inherently toxic, as the better the treasures, the less fortune he had to enjoy them. Come, dear one, let me take you to indulge in some delicious food. Jiang Xuan gently nudged the little girl. Since emerging from the ancestral land, she had persistently claimed to be hungry and yearning for treats. After the little girl had repeatedly and domineeringly seized Jiang Xuan's inheritance, he had come to understand that in her eyes, delicious food meant high-quality energy, especially the energy of the great Tao. Naturally, the Jiang family's secret vault contained divine items imbued with great Tao energy. But could she truly consume them? With her appetite, it wouldn't be long before she devoured the entire Jiang family's secret vault. Thus, he repeatedly cautioned her against recklessness. Once they entered the true God's secret realm, he would allow her to indulge freely. Yea, the little girl, feigning innocence, widened her eyes in surprise and cheered, quickly climbing up and eagerly grasping Jiang Xuan's hand with her chubby little fingers. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at the girl, his heart filled with complexity. He had always believed that this little girl was the reincarnation of an ancient dragon. Hence he remained vigilant, fearing she might regain her past memories and devour him. Yet, she had shown no signs of this thus far, leaving him uncertain about her true nature. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount, just like that old fool, who might indeed harbor goodwill. But for him, could it truly be a blessing? At this thought, Jiang Xuan's expression faltered. He had inadvertently acquired 2 ticking time bombs by his side. What was happening? A bitter smile crept across Jiang Xuan's lips. Soon, he ceased to dwell on it, exiting the cave and activating the Tianyin secret technique to change his appearance, setting off towards the true God's secret realm. The guise of Jiang Xuan was no longer necessary. The ancient city of Tianlin was currently host to many prodigies and monsters from the Eastern Divine Continent, undoubtedly drawn to the Jixia Academy in his possession. To avoid complications, changing his appearance was the wisest choice. This time, he assumed the visage of Qi Xin, the talented rogue cultivator who had aided him in understanding his sword path. Half a member of the Jiang family, in many ways, Qi Xin held significant meaning for him. Not only had he facilitated the advancement of his sword cultivation, but his brief life experiences also allowed Jiang Xuan to grasp certain profound truths, clarifying and solidifying his own will. Transforming into Qi Xin, Jiang Xuan calmly navigated through a throng of prodigies garbed in Eastern divine attire, moving against the flow of people as he exited the ancient city of Tianlin. The guardian remained concealed in the void, following closely behind Jiang Xuan. Observing Jiang Xuan in yet another guise, the guardian felt ripples of emotion but was no longer surprised. Earlier, in the royal city, Jiang Xuan's transformation into Jiang Xuan had genuinely astonished him. As a formidable figure in the esteemed realm, he could not discern Jiang Xuan's transformation technique. If he had not witnessed Jiang Xuan morph into Jiang Xuan with his own eyes, he might have doubted his own sanity, questioning whether he had followed the wrong person. As he later witnessed Jiang Xuan's series of significant actions, his mindset gradually calmed, and his unwavering resolve to protect Jiang Xuan grew stronger. Everyone had been mistaken. Jiang Xuan was not merely a shield pushed forth by the mountain ancestor. His position as a young clan leader was clearly earned through his own talent, strength, and means. The guardian repeatedly reflected upon this in his heart. Yet, this did not prevent him from silently lamenting the situation. as Jiang Xuan bore the brunt of the blame for Jiang Xuan's subsequent maneuvers. The young clan leader is simply too pitiful. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xuan journeyed towards the true God's secret realm, another individual within the Jiang family prepared to embark on the same path. Indeed, it was the divine bone, Jiang Hong. Within his spiritual sanctuary, the resplendent divine essence, shrouded in mist, gradually contracted and surged into Jiang Hong's body. The divine bone trembled slightly, its profound aura flickering momentarily before returning to a state of tranquility, nearly reverting to its original form, making it difficult to perceive its immense power. Jiang Hong's eyes were tightly shut, yet radiant divine light emanated from him, causing layers of turbulence in the void, displaying extraordinary phenomena. The time for the opening of the true God's secret realm should be approaching soon, Jiang Hong mused. He then rose and exited the sanctuary, heading towards the ancestral hall of their lineage. Upon meeting with the clan elders, he expressed his intention to travel to the southern divine continent to acquire divine items for his cultivation, seeking the elders' consent. Jiang Hong slowly articulated his purpose. The elder nodded with a smile, stating, "The Grand Elder has already informed me in advance, and furthermore, a Supreme Elder has been requested to accompany you for protection. You may proceed directly to the southern divine continent without needing to report to me." "Thank you, Elder." Jiang Hong said little more, bowing respectfully before turning to leave, preparing to utilize the cross-domain teleportation array to the southern divine continent. Having entered the divine realm days prior, he had already conveyed all his requirements to the Grand Elder, who had made adequate preparations. His visit today was merely a formality, a gesture of respect. After all, as a member of this lineage, he needed to express himself to foster relations. Of course, on a deeper level, he sensed something amiss, wanting to probe the situation. The killing formation laid by the clan elders in his sanctuary seemed far from simple, hinting at hidden secrets. Bound by blood, he is reluctant to harbor malice. However, one must remain vigilant against potential treachery. Should the clan elders indeed harbor ill intentions, he cannot be blamed for forsaking the bonds of kinship. Shortly after Jiang Hong's departure, many formidable figures from this lineage emerged, their expressions grave and tinged with concern. It seemed Jiang Hong had sensed something amiss. A powerful individual spoke in a low voice. The clan elder stroked his beard with a faint smile, gazing in the direction Jiang Hong had taken. His eyes cold and indifferent as he remarked, "It matters not." Even if he perceives the underlying tensions, without concrete evidence, the Grand Elder cannot intervene, and thus he cannot stir the waters. The assembly nodded thoughtfully. By the time he returns from the realm of true divinity, his divine bone should be fully stabilized. We shall commence our plans to seize it. The clan elder contemplated briefly before speaking coldly. Yet, a powerful figure hesitated momentarily and lamented. "That lad Jiang Xuan has vanished without a trace." The clan elder was taken aback, his countenance darkening. What mischief has he conjured now? The Huantian sacred sect proposed an alliance, which he rejected, and now he is supposed to assist with the transplant of the divine bone. Yet he has gone missing. With urgency, he commanded, "Hasten and bring him back." Chapter 58. The Divine Bone of the Jiang Family. Entry forbidden half a day later. A resplendent golden radiance pierced the skies of southern Shenzhou, spreading an aura of ruthlessness that enveloped the land. Numerous factions and powerful beings were stirred, casting bewildered glances towards the source. Before them stood a heavy, ancient war chariot, racing through the air, drenched in dazzling divine light. Terrifying waves of energy surged freely, trampling upon the laws of the universe, leaving two enduring tracks in the void. Was that the Jiang family from eastern Shenzhou? Many factions recognized the war chariot and gasped in astonishment. What could have transpired? Why had the Jiang family come to southern Shenzhou? The young prodigies and geniuses from eastern Shenzhou understood immediately. The Jiang family was clearly here to retrieve Jiang Xuan. An urgency seized them as they realized they must locate Jiang Xuan before the Jiang family did and seize the opportunity at the Jixia Academy. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was also en route to the true God's secret realm. His destination aligned with that of the Jiang family's war chariot, which soon soared above him. leaving behind 2 tracks that lingered in the air. "Daddy, I want to eat that." The little girl pointed towards the distant war chariot, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. She sensed the ancient energy emanating from it, recognizing that it would greatly benefit her in unlocking her bloodline seal. Jiang Xuan glanced over, but instead of responding, he merely curled his lip in disdain and muttered under his breath, "So pretentious." He had already sensed the presence of the individual aboard the chariot. It was none other than the divine bone-bearer, Jiang Hong. Youth is indeed a blessing. They fear nothing. Jiang Xuan sighed with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Hong, possessing the divine bone, was already on the kill list of many factions. In such circumstances, rather than staying safely within the Jiang family, he dared to appear in southern Shenzhou. Was he not afraid of being targeted by rival powers? However, Jiang Xuan dismissed the thought quickly. After all, he was struggling to secure his own safety, let alone concern himself with Jiang Hong's predicament. He continued on his path toward the true God's secret realm. As the dominant power in southern Shenzhou, the territory controlled by the Huangtian divine sect was vast, encompassing nearly 10 million miles across the western region, almost entirely their domain. Within it, there existed over 3,000 immortal mountains and divine peaks suitable for cultivation. Each, with slight modifications, could become a new sacred ground for training. The true God's secret realm, to which Jiang Xuan was headed, lay within the territory of the Huangtian divine sect and was overseen by its formidable experts. Its precise location was inside a desolate heavenly cave. Perhaps by the nature of the universe, this cave appeared unremarkable from the outside, merely a barren mountain devoid of life. Yet within, it contained a hidden world, akin to a miniature dimension. Furthermore, surrounding the cave, a sandstorm imbued with the laws of heaven and earth perpetually swirled within a radius of 10,000 miles. Any ordinary cultivator caught in its grasp would meet an untimely end. By the time Jiang Xuan crossed the sandstorm and arrived before the heavenly cave, 2 hours had already passed. Before him stood a towering portal of a profound formation, emanating an unsettling primal aura, the passageway established by the Huangtian divine sect leading to the true God's secret realm. In other words, only those who entered through this portal were deemed worthy of accessing the true God's secret realm. Before the portal sat an elderly woman clad in the robes of the Huangtian divine sect, levitating in midair. Her aura fluctuated in harmony with the laws of the universe, and her every gesture radiated an overwhelming presence. She was indeed a formidable expert of the venerable realm. Hovering below was the ancient war chariot of the Jiang family. Bathed in divine light, Jiang Hong stood before the elderly woman, clasping his hands in greeting. Given her cold demeanor, it was clear he had been halted. "I come from the Jiang family of eastern Shenzhou. I humbly request your leniency," esteemed elder Jiang Hong stated, maintaining a respectful yet firm tone. The elderly woman cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Hong and shook her head. "I apologize, but the true God's secret realm is under the control of my Huangtian divine sect, and we have only allotted a limited number of quotas to certain orthodoxies in southern Shenzhou. The significance of the true God's secret realm is paramount. Without a quota talisman, I cannot make any exceptions." Her tone was relatively calm, yet her words bore an undeniable finality. Jiang Hong's expression turned frigid, his tightly shut eyes twitching, clearly filled with ire. He had risked everything to forcibly step into the divine realm for the sake of the treasures within the true God's secret realm. Naturally, he had prepared extensively for the dangers therein. However, he had never anticipated that it would be the people of the Huangtian divine sect who would obstruct him. If he could not even enter the true God's secret realm, all his preparations would be for naught. Buzz, Jiang Hong's protector, Old Hai, emerged from the void, exuding the weight of the universe's might, the aura of a venerable expert spreading around him. "Our Jiang family has long-standing ties with the Huangtian divine sect. This bond is forever etched in our memories. Today, this junior seeks entry into the true God's secret realm. I kindly request you to accommodate us. In the future, should our Jiang family be needed, we shall not hesitate to assist." Despite the decline of the Jiang family, it still held its position among the foremost powers in the realm. To speak frankly, any faction barring those with conflicting interests, would be inclined to give the Jiang family face. The Huantian divine sect was no exception. The elderly woman's gaze slightly lifted to meet old Hai's, a flicker of displeasure crossing her aged eyes. If it were in the past, she might have entertained granting the Jiang family some leniency. But now, absolutely not. A month prior, that young scion of the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan, had spurned the marriage alliance with a Huantian divine sect's divine maiden, striking a blow to their pride. Now, she was expected to show them favor? Not a chance. The divine Lord has specifically instructed me. I dare not overstep. The elderly woman replied without a hint of warmth, directly rejecting Old Hai's request. Old Hai's expression stiffened, a surge of anger welling within him. Yet, on the opponent's territory, he could not afford to lash out. He merely snorted coldly, his figure disappearing into the void. "Return whence you came," the elderly woman remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Jiang Hong. "The true God-secret realm is only open to a select few with quota talismans. Without one, even if you are the reincarnation of a king, I cannot allow you entry." Jiang Hong's countenance shifted slightly, filled with intense unwillingness as he stepped back into the Jiang family war chariot. However, he did not hasten to depart. If all else fails, he could always seize a quota from a newcomer's. He had reincarnated in this world solely to practice the supreme art of the 10,000 methods, heavenly eye, and he would not allow any missteps. Jiang Hong was denied. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. If Jiang Hong could not enter even with the Jiang family's name, how was he to gain access? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved an item from his storage ring. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be he intended to use that? Chapter 59. You are treating us differently. Before him lay a jade pendant as deep and blue as water, with a carved ice phoenix on one side and the word Xinglan inscribed on the other. Indeed, this was the personal jade pendant of the divine maiden, Luo Xinglan, a symbol of her identity. When Luo Xinglan had sent him a message, inviting him to enter the true God's secret realm together and presenting this pendant as a gift, he had brushed it off, casually destroying the letter. Yet, this jade pendant was remarkably extraordinary. He found himself unable to leave a single mark upon it, let alone destroy it. Unable to obliterate it, he had kept it, tossing it into his storage ring. Little did he expect that it might prove useful today. The thought of having firmly declined the divine maiden's invitation, only to come sneaking back and relying on her token to enter the true God's secret realm, made Jiang Xuan awkwardly rub his nose. If he were recognized in the true God's secret realm, it would be utterly embarrassing. Yet, considering the might of the Tianyin secret technique, which even the esteemed could not see through, surely the divine maiden would be unable to discern him as well. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan calmly fastened the pendant to his waist. Why overthink it? He had only met her a few times, and she had inexplicably shown interest in him, which likely boded ill. After all, his narrative was not that of a traditional hero, where the emperor, goddesses, and holy maidens would all become infatuated with him at the mere flick of his aura. Even if the divine maiden were truly enamored with him, so what? Just because someone harbored feelings for him did not mean he was obliged to reciprocate. There were countless admirers of his. What significance did one divine maiden hold? The little girl beside him gazed hungrily at the pendant, her eyes sparkling with desire as she felt an exceptionally pure force of profound Yin emanating from it, far more enticing than any grand energy. "Daddy, can I eat this?" She pointed at the pendant, eyes shimmering with longing. With a light smack on her head, Jiang Xuan glared at her. "Eat. We need this to enter the true God's secret realm. Once we are inside, there will be plenty of good things for you." Oh, the little girl pouted. Jiang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, guiding her slowly toward the portal. Jiang Hong, with closed eyes, sensed Jiang Xuan's presence. He discerned that Jiang Xuan was at the spirit transformation stage, yet rather ordinary, hardly qualifying as a prodigy. Moreover, he could sense no powerful lineage aura from him. It was as if he were simply a wandering cultivator. Though Jiang Hong himself was only at the divine entry stage, he felt confident, based on his past experience, that he could suppress Jiang Xuan and seize his quota talisman with over 90% certainty. However, as he pondered, an unsettling feeling crept in, prompting him to instinctively activate his divine bone to delve deeper. After all, the experts of the Archaic Heaven sect had stated that the true God's secret realm was accessible only to a select few possessing quotas. If Jiang Xuan were merely a wandering cultivator, how could he possibly possess such a precious quota? Upon scanning Jiang Xuan with his soul sense, he found nothing out of the ordinary, just an utterly mundane wanderer, one who would be easily lost in a crowd. Yet, why did he sense the faint trace of the Jiang family bloodline from him? Though exceedingly weak, he was certain of his perception enhanced by his divine bone. Jiang Hong's brow furrowed slightly. A disciple of the Jiang family? If he were indeed a Jiang disciple, he shouldn't be so weak. Could it be a distant bloodline, lost long ago? As a family with a legacy spanning millennia, it was not unusual for bloodlines to stray. After all, one could not guarantee that there wouldn't be a few wayward sons sowing seeds far and wide. With this thought, Jiang Hong deduced that this individual was likely just a mere opportunist without a quota talisman. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan remained unperturbed, nonchalantly approaching the portal. Strangely, the old woman did not obstruct him in the slightest. In fact, she descended from the air, returning to the ground, and bowed respectfully, as if welcoming him into the realm. Jiang Hong's eyelids twitched, feeling a profound sense of disparity. Here he was, bearing the divine bone and being a prodigy of the Jiang family, arriving with goodwill, yet met with indifference at the threshold. Meanwhile, this unremarkable wanderer was not only allowed entry, but was greeted with reverence. Confused, Jiang Hong contemplated this situation, while his guardian, Hai Lao, concealed in the void, shared his bewilderment. He believed he had sensed the presence of his senior, Tian Lao. As a fellow elder of the Jiang family, they knew each other well. Tian Lao had stepped out of the ancestral hall to protect a Jiang disciple, but he was uncertain for whom he was guarding. As a protector, he often had to remain hidden, ensuring not to interfere with the growth of prodigies. Yet, why was Tian Lao present here? Why had he entered alongside Jiang Xuan? In his moment of disillusionment, Jiang Hong, refusing to accept this anomaly, dismounted his battle chariot and approached the old woman, asking, "May I inquire, venerable one, why is it that he lacks a quota talisman yet can enter?" The old woman cast a cold glance at Jiang Hong, her tone indifferent. "What are you? That you think you deserve an explanation?" The one just now bore the personal jade pendant of the divine maiden, clearly a trusted confidant of her. "He requires no quota talisman." Word had it that the divine maiden had made extensive preparations for the true God's secret realm. It seemed she was not merely seeking the grand medicine and inheritance within, but was plotting something far more mysterious, perhaps concerning the future of the Archaic Heaven sect. This current divine maiden, gifted with a sacred body and unparalleled talent, was destined to reach the pinnacle. She held a significant probability of attaining eternal life, marking her as the future cornerstone of the Archaic Heaven sect. Moreover, she was anointed by the Archaic Heaven itself, holding a critical position within the sect, second only to the God Lord. Since this young man was tied to the divine maiden's plans, she could not afford to obstruct him, and would be compelled to cooperate with him, ensuring his identity remained concealed. As for this Jiang family youth, the old woman's gaze lowered slightly. Given that he had witnessed the entire event, he would surely harbor suspicions. Should he manage to seize a quota talisman and enter the true God's secret realm, it could disrupt the divine maiden's schemes. With this in mind, the old woman devised a plan. Without a quota talisman, he lacked the qualifications to enter the true God's secret realm. Since he had no qualifications, why had he not departed? The old woman fixed her cold stare on Jiang Hong, commanding, "I advise you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, I shall interpret this as a provocation from the Jiang family against my Archaic Heaven sect." Jiang Hong's expression changed, ready to explain, but the old woman, her face darkened, summoned the forces of heaven and earth to intimidate him, declaring, "You have 3 breaths to vacate this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking your life on the spot." As the celestial pressure bore down, Jiang Hong's body creaked ominously, as if about to be crushed. Hai Lao's face paled, rushing out to counteract the oppressive force, shielding Jiang Hong and coldly stating, "I have experienced the tyranny of the Archaic Heaven sect firsthand. Words are futile. I shall seek you out for an accounting another day." With that, he urged the Jiang family chariot away, taking Jiang Hong far from the heavenly cave. With his strength, he certainly had no fear of the old woman. However, should a confrontation ensue, it would be challenging to focus on protecting Jiang Hong's safety. His primary duty as Jiang Hong's protector was to ensure his safety, not to engage in battles. After traveling 100 miles from the celestial cave, the Jiang family chariot landed in a desolate valley. Jiang Hong stood atop the chariot, his closed eyes fixed on the direction of the celestial cave, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light. He remained perplexed, unable to fathom how that boy managed to gain entry. Despite lacking the coveted spiritual talisman and sharing the bloodline of the Jiang family, he had been coldly rejected and even forcibly expelled. Yet that boy, with apparent ease, was permitted to enter. What on earth does this mean? Is the divine church of the wild heavens really practicing such blatant favoritism? I sense the presence of my senior brother, Tian Lao. He might be that boy's protector, Hai Lao remarked. In truth, he was equally bewildered, for he had not detected the essence of the Jiang family's bloodline emanating from that boy. In other words, even if the boy were a Jiang, he certainly was not a prodigy of the Jiang family. How could one who is not a prodigy command the protection of Tian Lao? It was indeed strange. Zhang Yong, taken aback, pondered over the notion of Tian Lao acting as his protector. Furthermore, the aura was elusive, difficult to discern. The divine bone trembled, radiating a sacred luminescence. His tightly shut eyes suddenly glistened with resplendent divine flames, a profound and unparalleled aura gently rippling around him. Abruptly, the extraordinary presence surrounding Jiang Hong dissipated entirely. A faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps he had begun to unravel the mystery of that boy's identity. Chapter 60. The goddess truly is a devoted admirer. Jiang Xuan stepped through the portal, experiencing a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. After a dazzling flash, an expansive, boundless space unfolded before him. A pure gray served as the backdrop, with a vast aura slowly swirling, forming a wondrous barrier that rendered the true nature of this space imperceptible. Irregularly shaped boulders floated freely, each adorned with the silhouettes of youthful figures. Some basked in divine radiance, others were engulfed in fiery seas, while some exuded sword chi and others flickered with thunder. These were undeniably powerful prodigies, formidable talents. Although their energies varied in nature, there was no doubt they were all exceptionally strong, evoking a sense of trepidation. Upon his arrival, Jiang Xuan landed on one of the boulders, instantly drawing glances from all directions. Some were sharp, others frigid, some indifferent, and others surprised. Perhaps having discerned the realm of cultivation Jiang Xuan displayed, these gazes were quick to arrive and just as quick to depart. An utterly ordinary realm of spirit transformation, devoid of any aura of formidable heritage. Although fortunate to be here, he posed no threat to them. Jiang Xuan, however, understood the thoughts of these prodigies, chuckling lightly, completely unfazed. In truth, this was precisely what he desired. He had come in search of treasures belonging to humanity, needing rare and extraordinary items to advance his cultivation. And perhaps, if possible, he aspired to claim the entire divine realm for himself. The prodigies present were destined to become his adversaries. The fact that he could remain unnoticed now only increased the chance of striking when the opportunity arose. There was no rationale to consider. To survive, he could do anything. However, the foundation of the archaic heavenly sect was quite formidable. The entry requirements for the divine realm demanded that one be under a century old. Yet, he sensed several geniuses at the initial stages of the earthly profound realm within. It must be noted that, in other eras, this would be considered exceptional. For instance, the 4 esteemed members of the Jiang family, if they cultivated normally, would be around 100 years old upon reaching the pinnacle of the earthly profound realm. Yet, here, he sensed multiple individuals nearing 100 years old within the earthly profound realm. There were numerous second-tier prodigies, and quite a few at the peak of spirit transformation induced by elixirs. Even in the late stages of spirit transformation, he might not necessarily measure up. "Daddy, there are delicious things in there." At that moment, a little girl tugged at Jiang Xuan's sleeve, her chubby little hand pointing to a direction, whispering softly. Following her gaze, Jiang Xuan beheld A smooth stone pillar. Perhaps calling it a stone pillar was inaccurate. A heavenly pillar would be more fitting. Its top and bottom were unseen, as if it supported this gray expanse. The mottled surface was adorned with obscure patterns, containing profound principles of the Tao. Jiang Xuan gazed at the heavenly pillar, contemplating. This must be the passageway to the divine realm. But why did the little girl say there were delicious things inside? Archaic heavenly sect. In the dojo of Luo Xinglan, reporting to the goddess, most of the prodigies have entered, and the divine realm is ready. The divine lord has decreed that it will be opened in 3 days. A middle-aged man emerged from the void, landing on the ground, bowing respectfully as he reported. Buzz, the opulent, cold dojo, trembled violently, and a surge of extremely cold energy suddenly erupted, instantly freezing the world, turning the surrounding area into a cold domain. A hint of eerie blue divine light swept across the frost-covered dojo. As the divine light dissipated, Luo Xinglan's figure appeared before the middle-aged man, her expression indifferent. Her voice icy. Have all our sex prodigies arrived? In response to the goddess, 300 spirit transformation prodigies, 50 at the peak of spirit transformation, and 10 at the earthly profound realm are all present. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. All are equipped with the tokens crafted as per the goddess's instructions, ensuring that even within forbidden zones, as long as they are within 100,000 miles, they can establish instant communication. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly, offering praise. Well done. With her increasing strength, the sealed memories of her past life began to unravel. Among them was the encounter within the divine realm. In her previous life, their archaic heavenly sect was plotted against, resulting in the death and injury of prodigies who entered, leading to a significant weakening of the sect, which was part of the reason for its future downfall. With this lesson in mind, she could not allow disaster to strike again. A glimmer of icy killing intent flickered in Luo Xinglan's eyes. Since those scheming individuals plotted against them, she would turn the tables and strive to eliminate them all. It is an honor to alleviate the goddess's worries, the middle-aged man thought, his heart swelling with joy, responding promptly. This goddess, decreed by the archaic heavenly will, would undoubtedly wield great power in the future, becoming a renowned divine lord in the Xiantian realm. Assisting her now would likely elevate his own status. Luo Xinglan nodded. Perhaps recalling something, she asked softly, "Has anyone from the Jiang family come?" The middle-aged man paused, swiftly deducing that the goddess's inquiry was likely about the young patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan. He immediately thought of the recent rumors circulating within the sect regarding the goddess, rumors that claimed she was Jiang Xuan's devoted admirer. Surely, such rumors cannot be true. The middle-aged man felt a jolt of anxiety, but out of respect, he dared not show any sign of his thoughts. After recalling the reports that had come back, he replied, Jiang Hong from the Jiang family arrived by battle chariot, but was expelled by the guardian at the portal due to a lack of a quota token. Other than that, there are no further updates. Jiang? Luo Xinglan narrowed her eyes. Is he that prodigy of the Jiang family? It seems so. Unripe and yet so brazen as to enter the world, even crossing realms? Luo Xinglan expressed her astonishment, murmuring, is he not afraid of being targeted by hostile forces? This. I am unaware. The middle-aged man bowed his head. Yet Luo Xinglan showed little interest in pursuing the matter further. From her storage ring, she produced a letter, the contents of which were glaringly clear, almost blinding. Her slender fingers brushed over the letter, and Luo Xinglan seemed to recall something, her eyes glimmering with a faint blue light. Suddenly, she turned to the middle-aged man and asked, is Jiang Hong from Jiang Xuan's lineage? The middle-aged man felt a sudden chill, sensing an ominous premonition. Surely the goddess could not be implying what he feared. Yet, he could only muster the courage to respond. Yes, indeed. Luo Xinglan nodded with a smile, instructing, communicate with the guardian and grant Jiang Hong a quota token. Inform him that this token is given in consideration of Jiang Xuan's reputation. The middle-aged man internally remarked, as expected, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. The rumors were indeed true. What kind of spell had Jiang Xuan cast upon the goddess, that she would be so enamored with him as to take such devoted actions? At your command, the middle-aged man replied solemnly. Luo Xinglan cast a dispassionate glance at the middle-aged man, easily perceiving his thoughts, yet she remained indifferent. This scheme was crafted to break the deadlock, enabling a better response to the impending calamity facing the archaic heavenly sect. Extending goodwill towards Jiang Xuan was based on this very principle. Moreover, she had an inkling that even if this plot succeeded, it might not necessarily be sufficient to win Jiang Xuan's favor or gain his assistance. A mere quota token. If it could make Jiang Xuan aware of her goodwill and dispel any wariness he harbored, opening the door to further cordiality, that would be an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Half an hour later, outside the cavern, the guardian received the order, revealing a look of surprise. Yet he did not dwell on it. He proceeded directly to the desolate hill where Jiang Hong was located, stating coolly, by the goddess's decree, in consideration of the Jiang family's young patriarch Jiang Xuan, I bestow upon Jiang Hong a quota token. Jiang Hong was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. In consideration of Jiang Xuan's reputation, he is endowed with divine lineage, one of the two prodigies of the Jiang family. Does he not wield more influence than Jiang Xuan? Pray tell, Jiang Xuan, that young clan leader, is merely a shield. Is this not laid bare before our eyes? Mipa tossed a quota talisman to Jiang Hong before turning to depart. The quota talisman, a dusky yellow, reminiscent of neither gold nor wood, bore intricate engravings that spoke of its extraordinary nature. Jiang Hong clutched the talisman, his tightly shut eyes instinctively gazing towards the vast cave of heaven and earth. He had surmised that the Jiang family member who had just entered must be the one with ancestral bloodline awakening, though the reason for their unimpeded passage eluded him. Jiang Hong could not suppress a peculiar smile that crept upon his lips. Perhaps you would never guess? Our shield's influence surpasses even our own. Chapter 61. The overthrow of the cult of the wild heavens on the other side, in the eastern region of South Divine Continent. The majestic 10,000 great mountains rise and fall, with ethereal celestial peaks standing tall, shrouded in mist that resembles tightly woven satin. Rare and formidable creatures, infused with the bloodline of great ferocity, are seen soaring amidst these celestial summits and gorges, while extraordinary sights abound, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a realm of immortals. However, the most striking feature amidst this endless celestial mist is a colossal broken sword, stretching 10,000 feet in length, its shattered blade adorned with ancient celestial inscriptions. These peculiar patterns emanate a breathtakingly formidable aura, the Grand Luo Celestial Sword. It is said that this sword was wielded by the illustrious Grand Luo Immortal during the primordial era when he cleaved through the heavens. Its rank is beyond estimation. Beneath the Grand Luo Celestial Sword lies the Grand Luo Sacred Land, which has upheld the celestial arts of the Grand Luo Immortal for nearly 10 million years. Its terrifying heritage and formidable strength make it one of the most formidable entities in the Xiantian realm. However, during ancient times, the cult of the wild heavens rose unexpectedly, overpowering the Grand Luo Sacred Land to become the foremost sovereign of South Divine Continent. This has long been a source of resentment for the Grand Luo Sacred Land, which is engaged in numerous bloody battles, seeking to extinguish the opposing force and reclaim its throne as the paramount power of South Divine Continent. Yet, the cult of the wild heavens remains shrouded in mystery and possesses overwhelming strength. Even the Grand Luo Sacred Land has faced repeated setbacks, suffering more losses than victories. In the Grand Luo Temple, the Grand Luo Master inquired indifferently, "The true God's secret realm will open in 3 days. Are you prepared?" Before him lay a swirling, chaotic dark mist, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The dark mist rippled like water, followed by a deep voice assuring, "Rest assured, within 3 days. I shall breach this realm's barriers and escort my clan's prodigies into the true God's secret realm." "I hope you keep your word," the Grand Luo Master replied, his expression placid. "This is our first collaboration. I trust to see your sincerity. If all the prodigies of the cult of the wild heavens perish in the true God's secret realm, and we capture the wild heaven goddess, I shall agree to collaborate with you, initiating the unsealing of the spatial passage and gradually guiding you into the Xiantian realm." "Agreed," As the deep voice faded, the dark mist gradually dissipated. The Grand Luo Master gazed at the vanishing mist, his eyes deepening in contemplation. It is worth noting that had he not prematurely emerged from his seclusion and sensed the ancient aura emanating from the cult of the wild heavens, the true god relic would have been monopolized by them. Now, under the leadership of the Grand Luo Sacred Land, with the support of 2 other sects, they had barely managed to secure a few slots to enter the relic. The cult of the wild heavens, being excessively enigmatic, must be eradicated promptly, especially with the formidable presence of the wild heaven goddess. Otherwise, the Grand Luo Sacred Land would be in peril. At that moment, a voice from outside the temple announced, reporting to the Holy Master, "The people of the Extreme Path sect and the ancient underworld sacred cult have arrived." Understood, the Grand Luo Master acknowledged, his gaze lowering slightly. While assurances had been made regarding the fulfillment of his demands, it is prudent to prepare for all possibilities. On the surface, they would unite with the Extreme Path sect and the ancient underworld sacred cult, while secretly coordinating with another party, executing a 2-pronged strategy. Even if the cult of the wild heavens possessed extraordinary abilities, in the expedition to the true God's secret realm, their only fate would be complete annihilation. A cold smile crept onto the Grand Luo Master's face as he stepped out of the temple to the main hall for the meeting. In the main hall, elders from the Extreme Path sect and the ancient underworld sacred cult, along with their respective prodigies, stood in 3 factions, a powerful aura radiating from them, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Each prodigy's gaze seemed to harbor a chilling intent to kill. Upon entering the main hall, the Grand Luo Master was greeted with bows and salutes from both factions. Indeed, he nodded and turned to the elders of both factions, asking nonchalantly, "Are you prepared?" Reporting to the Grand Luo Master, "We are fully prepared and can proceed to the true God's secret realm at any time," the elders replied affirmatively. However, the elder from the Extreme Path sect hesitated momentarily before speaking solemnly. "There is a matter that seems suspicious and may require careful consideration." "What matter?" According to reports from our disciples, a prodigy from the Changshan Jiang family of East Divine Continent sought entry into the true God's secret realm, but was expelled by the wild heaven goddess, the elder explained. Over a month ago, the wild heaven goddess proposed a marriage alliance with Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family, but was coldly rejected. The relationship between the 2 factions should not be overly amicable. It was only natural for the Jiang family prodigy to be expelled. Yet, the Jiang family is a prestigious lineage in East Divine Continent, with formidable strength. The fact that their prodigy traveled such a distance cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, the Grand Luo Master narrowed his eyes in contemplation, slowly shaking his head as he replied, "I fear it may not be that simple. I suspect the cult of the wild heavens has already forged an alliance with the Jiang family, and what you describe may very well be a deliberate ruse to mislead us." The 2 elders exchanged puzzled glances. If an alliance had indeed been formed, wouldn't they simply hide and wait for the opportunity to reveal themselves? Why go to such lengths? Are they to believe we are fools? The Grand Luo Master's demeanor turned icy as he asserted, "I suspect the cult of the wild heavens is aware of our plans, which is why they enlisted the Jiang family's assistance. However, there is only one prodigy from the Jiang family present. No matter how formidable that prodigy may be, they cannot turn the tide alone." An elder from the ancient underworld sacred cult expressed his confusion. If a true alliance existed, would the Jiang family only send one prodigy? The Grand Luo Master scoffed. The expressions of the 2 elders shifted subtly, anxiety flooding their minds. If it were merely the cult of the wild heavens, their combined forces would have absolute confidence in capturing all their disciples within the true God's secret realm, even controlling the wild heaven goddess to extort secrets from the cult. Yet, if the Jiang family intervened, their plans may not proceed as smoothly as envisioned. After all, the Changshan Jiang family is an ancient lineage with a legacy spanning millions of years. Though it has declined in recent years, its profound heritage remains formidable, surpassing even the Extreme Path sect and the ancient underworld sacred cult, nearly rivaling the Grand Luo Sacred Land. Moreover, the Jiang family has recently given birth to 2 extraordinary prodigies. If those 2 prodigies were to appear in the true God's secret realm, The consequences would be unpredictable. However, the Grand Luo Master remained unfazed, having prepared contingencies. Thus, even if the Jiang family did make an appearance, the outcome would not change in the slightest. Glancing indifferently at the two elders, the Grand Luo Master stated, "There is no need to overly concern yourselves with the Jiang family. Our three factions will unite, and even if Jiang family prodigies appear, their fate will be sealed." Without further pleasantries, the Grand Luo Master surveyed the assembly and proclaimed solemnly, "I trust the objectives of this operation have already been conveyed to you by the leaders of the Extreme Path sect and the ancient underworld sacred cult. There is no need for me to elaborate further. The cult of the Wild Heavens has been growing increasingly powerful and harbors ambitions of dominance over South Divine Continent. We must remain vigilant. While seizing opportunities in the true God's secret realm is paramount, it is primarily the task of the prodigies from various factions. Your foremost duty is to hunt down the disciples of the cult of the Wild Heavens and eliminate the Wild Heaven Goddess. If the opportunity arises, capture the Wild Heaven Goddess and uncover the secrets of the Wild Heavens." The nearly 200 prodigies from the three factions responded in unison, "Yes." Chapter 62. The premature unveiling of the true divine secret realm in a space of gray and white. Jiang Xuan retrieved the key to the true divine secret realm. The surface of the divine decree bore the fearsome visage of a dragon's head, its radiance flickering erratically, resonating with an obscure, unique aura as if responding to some unseen force. As his fingers brushed against the divine decree, Jiang Xuan fixed his gaze upon the celestial pillar, deep in contemplation. Should he unlock it now? The prodigies of the Huangtian divine sect had gathered here. If he were to activate the true divine secret realm, he might not gain the upper hand. Yet, if he delayed, would he not squander the key in his possession? "Father." The little girl tugged at Jiang Xuan's sleeve, her large eyes sparkling with cunning. "Give me the key. I'll take you inside." Jiang Xuan turned to her, his expression abruptly complex. It was no wonder he had remained wary of her, suspecting her to be a reincarnated ancient being. After all, who could believe that such a clever young dragon was merely a month old? He did not doubt her claim of having a method to enter. After all, she was a true dragon offspring, her bloodline infused with the legacy of the entire dragon clan, possessing certain extraordinary abilities. After some deliberation, Jiang Xuan chose to trust her and handed the divine decree key to the little girl. In truth, their interactions thus far had shown no erratic behavior on her part, significantly alleviating his reservations and suspicions. The little girl extended her chubby hands, took the divine decree, and casually snapped it in two. Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched. This divine decree was akin to a divine artifact, exceedingly durable. Even he, with his enhanced physique, could scarcely claim to break it. Truly, the might of a true dragon offspring was terrifying. The girl then popped one half of the divine decree into her mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole, while the other half melted into a pool of ethereal liquid amidst a surge of profound flames emanating from her palm. The liquid then flew out, merging with Jiang Xuan's flesh. Buzz, the intricate lightning patterns across his body manifested, now shimmering with an ancient golden hue. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the girl's actions. However, she gripped his hand, beaming, and declared, "Father, we are now the key. We can enter directly." Had consuming the divine decree truly transformed them into a key? Jiang Xuan was skeptical. Yet, with no other options available and the key now consumed, he resolved to give it a try. Thus, he supported the little girl and walked towards the celestial pillar. The gathering prodigies noticed Jiang Xuan's actions, but paid little heed, dismissing him as merely an impatient youth. After all, the true divine secret realm would not open for another 3 days. Anything done now would be futile. However, the next moment S transformation left everyone astounded. As Jiang Xuan approached the celestial pillar, he encountered no obstruction, as if passing through a veil of light, and vanished within. Where did he go? Instantly, all the prodigies sprang to their feet, disbelief etched on their faces. The true divine secret realm was not set to open for another 3 days. How had he entered? Several prodigies launched themselves towards the celestial pillar, hoping to replicate his feat buzz. The intricate patterns on the celestial pillar began to glow ominously, forming a mysterious barrier that prevented everyone from advancing. Some, undeterred by superstition, unleashed their divine abilities against the pillar. Boom! Light surged forth, erupting with a terrifying primal aura. Their powers were instantly shattered, obliterated. Puff! The prodigy who had unleashed his divine ability was met with backlash, spewing blood as his vitality plummeted. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. What was happening? And the upheaval was only beginning. As Jiang Xuan entered the true divine secret realm, the celestial pillar, boundless and towering, began to visibly tilt. A heavy, primal aura cascaded down like a divine mountain, shattering the gray space as if it were a mirror, collapsing into nothingness. Not only that, boom, the entire space fractured, and the celestial caverns began to collapse rapidly. The dim divine light shot forth in all directions, clearing the heavens, while profound rules spread like an ocean, pressing down on all sides. Ancient phenomena emerged in succession. The vast battlefield of the Zhangyi, Cold War chariots raced, bloodied weapons clashed, and the atmosphere was charged with chaotic ferocity. The tumultuous scenes of a savage era vividly materialized in the sky. The chilling aura of slaughter sending shivers down spines. And amidst these phenomena, the indescribable, towering celestial pillar stood exposed between the heavens and earth of the southern divine continent, still supporting the world as it continued to tilt at an alarming rate. The tilting pillar cleaved through the boundless sky, leaving behind indelible rifts, while the dark void swirled in eerie tranquility, seemingly harboring unspeakable terror. Was this the true divine secret realm? Across the southern divine continent, the populace looked up, bewildered, gazing at the awe-inspiring spectacle in the heavens. The location of the phenomena seemed to belong to the Huangtian divine sect. Could it be that the Huangtian divine sect had unveiled some hidden domain? In an instant, various unaware sects summoned their prodigies and geniuses, hastening towards the scene. They could not allow the Huangtian divine sect to monopolize this secret realm. They must compel them to open it and partake in the opportunities within. On a desolate hill, Jiang Hong stood atop a war chariot, clutching a spiritual talisman, his gaze fixed upon the devastated celestial caverns 100 miles away, his expression fluctuating between hope and dread. The premature opening of the true divine secret realm, far exceeding expectations, undoubtedly disrupted his plans and would inevitably lead to unforeseen complications. After all, the incredible phenomena before him would surely attract more prodigies into its depths. Within the Daluo Holy Land, the Daluo Holy Master and others were startled, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to fathom how the true divine secret realm could possibly open ahead of schedule. The Huangtian divine sect. Were they plotting? The Daluo Holy Master's expression turned frigid as he calmly assessed. The Huangtian divine sect has clearly caught wind of our plans and aims to disrupt our strategies. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The premature unveiling of the true divine secret realm had indeed upended their arrangements. Fear not, we shall proceed as usual. The Daluo Holy Master offered a faint smile, asserting, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles are futile. Time is of the essence. I will send you forth. With a wave of his hand, the Daluo Holy Master lifted everyone, breaking through the heavens at a speed that split the air. In the Tianlin ancient city, the pure Yang sword master, Hate Song, stood atop a tower, his hand behind his back, surrounded by swirling sword energy, the essence of pure Yang bubbling like molten lava. His sword-like gaze fixed upon the tilting celestial pillar, he inquired, what realm does that belong to? Which force claims it as their territory? Return. It likely lies within the domain of the Huangtian divine sect, came an ancient voice from the shimmering void behind Hate Song. The mention of the Huangtian divine sect prompted Hate Song to nod slightly, contemplating before softly suggesting, let us investigate. Jiang Xuan is exceptionally elusive. Searching the vast expanse of Tianlin ancient city for him is impractical. Moreover, as a prominent prodigy, he surely will not overlook this secret realm. If we can encounter Jiang Xuan there, seize the opportunity at the Jixia Academy, and delve into this secret realm for further chances, it would be most advantageous. With a slight smile gracing the corners of her lips, Hatesong promptly departed from the ancient city of Tianlin, making her way towards the enigmatic realm of the true God. Chapter 63. The goddess's sorrow. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the ancient city of Tianlin, atop a divine peak, Zhao Fuyo, the goddess of the Zhao clan, gazed intently at the extraordinary phenomenon. Her eyes narrowed slightly as a brilliant starry light flickered past, and a faintly cold smile graced her lips. Unexpectedly, although she had not found Jiang Xuan during this journey, she stumbled upon the opening of a secret realm. Very well, let us investigate what mysteries lie within such a remarkable phenomenon. Let us go, Zhao Fuyo commanded with an air of indifference. Immediately, the Zhao clan's powerful warriors summoned their celestial vessel, slicing through the heavens like a streak of light, racing towards the source of the wonder. Like a lament of disdain, Zhao Fuyo and the talented individuals who had come from the Eastern Divine Continent, after fruitlessly searching for Jiang Xuan, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the astonishing spectacle in the sky. They could hardly believe that such a secret realm in the Southern Divine Continent had opened, and they were fortunate enough to witness it. They hastily made their way there, for they had no other choice. Jiang Xuan was elusive, and rather than continue their fruitless search, it seemed wiser to explore this secret realm. Perhaps they might gain some fortune from it, rendering their journey to the Southern Divine Continent worthwhile. At the same time, the Lord of the Arid Heavens sect, filled with urgency, emerged from his secluded chamber. He first made his way to the Taoist temple of Luo Xinglan, summoning it into his grasp, and then he leapt into the void, striding towards the true divine secret realm. Luo Xinglan furrowed her brows, questioning with a hint of confusion, why has the true divine secret realm opened prematurely? I do not know, the Lord of the Arid Heaven replied gravely, his tone heavy. The situation exceeds our expectations. This astonishing phenomenon will undoubtedly attract various factions from the Southern Divine Continent, who will join forces to exert pressure for entry into the true divine secret realm. This could significantly impact your plans. Luo Xinglan shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes cast down as she calmly replied, if it were only that, it would not be a concern. What I fear is, someone may have already entered the true divine secret realm ahead of us. The Lord of the Arid Heaven abruptly halted, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Luo Xinglan. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head resolutely, stating, that is impossible. The true divine secret realm was unearthed and guided back by me personally. The passage was forged by my own hands. Only a true deity could open and enter the realm without my knowledge. The grand era has yet to arrive. This age has seen even the fall into slumber. True deities, perhaps only a few ancient powers still possess remnants of true deities from the ancient times, and they're nearly decayed. No force would be foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for the true divine secret realm. Luo Xinglan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Lord's perspective, that no force would be so imprudent as to waste a true deity. Yet, an unsettling intuition lingered within her. The truth was evident. The true divine secret realm had indeed opened 3 days early. At this thought, the image of a certain figure involuntarily surfaced in Luo Xinglan's mind. If it were him, it would indeed make sense, she murmured to herself. Outside the ruins of the heavenly cave, when the Lord of the Arid Heaven and Luo Xinglan arrived, they found themselves amidst a throng of thousands. Powerful figures and prodigies from various factions standing tall against the sky, their formidable auras swirling and converging like the might of the universe. The disciples of the Arid Heaven sect, led by Mi Pe, were struggling to hold their ground, showing signs of faltering. Impudence! The Lord of the Arid Heaven's countenance darkened as he rebuked them with a booming voice. The terrifying aura of desolation coalescing into a tangible force that suppressed the various energies around him. Lord of the Arid Heaven, while your sect is indeed powerful, attempting to monopolize the secret realm seems rather unrealistic. A cold voice retorted from a holy landmaster. Indeed, open the secret realm and allow us prodigies to enter. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness. Various faction leaders echoed in agreement. The Lord of the Arid Heaven surveyed the crowd, his expression impassive, choosing not to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the master of the great Luo, inquiring calmly, "Master of the great Luo, what do you suggest we do?" The master of the great Luo chuckled, keenly discerning the underlying implication in the Lord's words. The true divine secret realm was controlled by the Arid Heaven sect. The great Luo Holy Land, the Extreme Path sect, and the ancient underworld sacred cult. The Arid Heaven sect alone would indeed find it difficult to withstand the pressure from all sides, but with their assistance, it would become considerably easier. However, why should he lend his aid? The more chaotic the true divine secret realm became, the more advantageous it would be for him, especially since he had his own plans in reserve. The master of the great Luo cast a casual glance at the Lord of the Arid Heaven and remarked nonchalantly, "What if we allow the prodigies to enter the secret realm? The treasures and opportunities will be claimed by those with the ability." As the foremost overlord of the southern divine continent, does the Arid Heaven sect lack confidence in its own prodigies? Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Arid Heaven's expression darkened, his eyes flashing coldly. At that moment, Luo Xinglan, too, became aware of the circumstances surrounding the gray space. Her beautiful eyes cast down as a flicker of anger crossed her features. She could assert with certainty that the individual who had entered the true divine secret realm first, causing it to open prematurely, was undoubtedly Jiang Xuan, the young master of the Jiang clan. She had sincerely invited him before, only to be met with indifference. Now, he had stealthily entered the realm. Did she truly hold such little value in his eyes? Luo Xinglan bit her lip, her heart heavy with grievance. After several deep breaths and a moment of mental fortitude, Luo Xinglan lifted her gaze, surveying the throng of prodigies before her. There were thousands present, many possessing formidable auras, including dozens at the earthly profound realm. If she allowed these prodigies to enter, it would surely disrupt her original plans. Nevertheless, Luo Xinglan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness shining within. No matter the number of individuals present, she was confident she could contain them all. She then transmitted a message to the Lord of the Arid Heaven, issuing spirit tokens for entry to the secret realm. The Lord paused, responding in a deep tone. "You're confident?" "Indeed." Luo Xinglan nodded slightly. "It is better to allow them and then to block them. A group of foolish clowns will not stir up much trouble." Meanwhile, while the situation outside was tumultuous, within the true divine secret realm, an entirely different scene unfolded. Jiang Xuan, accompanied by the girl, entered the celestial pillar unimpeded, greeted by an expanse of endless gray and white, reminiscent of the gray space they had just traversed. However, unlike before, the celestial pillar now stood at the very center of this space, forming an ancient, heavy, and boundless road overgrown with weeds and withered trees. As they gazed down the ancient path, its end remained obscured, shrouded in dim grayness that exuded an air of desolation. As Jiang Xuan and the girl landed on the ancient road, a weighty aura of desolation enveloped them, reminiscent of a primordial wilderness. A surge of information flooded his mind. It turned out they were already within the true divine secret realm, for the gray space they had just encountered was, in fact, a part of the true divine secret realm. Or rather, it was the inverse of the true divine secret realm. This peculiar world resembled a mirror, simultaneously existing in both its positive and negative forms, with the celestial pillar serving as the bridge connecting the two. However, this world had now fractured. The negative aspect had perished, resulting in the gray space they had just witnessed. The positive aspect was the true divine secret realm he sought to enter. Fascinating, Jiang Xuan mused in wonder. Yet, upon noticing the girl's actions, his expression darkened instantly. The girl was relentlessly tugging at the weeds and stuffing them into her mouth. Chapter 64. The desire to enter the secret realm. Jiang Xuan could not restrain himself and kicked the girl, asking, "Are you that hungry?" The girl, in pain, turned to Jiang Xuan with a dazed expression, still chewing on the weeds in her mouth. After swallowing the grass, she plucked another handful and cheerfully offered it to Jiang Xuan, exclaiming, "Father, these are all good things." Jiang Xuan was taken aback. What could a handful of weeds possibly be? Instinctively, he accepted the grass, and, upon sensing it, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? He murmured incredulously. What appeared to be mere weeds, the kind typically fed to cattle, was imbued with an extraordinarily rich and pure spiritual energy. It was no less potent than the spiritual herbs found in the outside world. Weeds had transformed into spiritual herbs? A shiver ran through Jiang Xuan, and he gained a clear and profound understanding of the blessings bestowed by this mysterious realm. After all, even the most prestigious sanctuaries did not possess such miraculous abilities to cultivate weeds into spiritual herbs. Immediately, Jiang Xuan continued forward along the ancient path with the girl, diligently collecting every bit of grass they encountered, feeding it all to her. Although the spiritual energy contained within these weeds was of a low grade, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. The ancient road was strewn with them. The girl consumed them with great delight, swiftly devouring everything in her path. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick amidst the flourishing weeds, other vegetation finally came into view. A withered tree, crackling with thunder, seemed to bear several lightning patterns. Thunderstruck wood? Jiang Xuan paused for a moment, sensing it, and revealed an expression of surprise. In the outside world, the thunderstruck wood was not considered a precious spiritual herb, yet here it had transformed into a significant medicinal resource. Its efficacy was likely increased tenfold. Father, doesn't your physique have an affinity for thunder? The transformed thunderstruck would be beneficial for you. The girl, having thoroughly consumed the patch of grass, gazed at the thunderstruck wood without taking a bite. Instead, she reached out her small hand and grasped the tree, pulling it out of the ground. As the thunderstruck wood was uprooted, the ancient road trembled violently. The grayish-white sky birthed swirling vortices, emanating an ancient, desolate pressure, as if a divine mountain were descending upon them. Unlike the weeds, seizing the thunderstruck wood evidently touched upon some rule of the true, divine, mysterious realm. The girl's eyes widened, and she indignantly shouted, "What are you being fierce for?" Accompanied by her furious reprimand, the bloodline of the true dragon within her surged and roared, radiating a golden amber light that illuminated the world and stained the entire gray landscape red. The sacred, defiant, and supreme might of the true dragon surged forth like a furious wave, instantly shattering the oppressive force of the true, divine, mysterious realm. Boom! The tremors of the ancient road intensified. Even the entire grayish world began to shake. The scene translated into the outside world manifested quite differently. The towering pillar in the sky shook violently, and a heavy, primal aura spread outward, obliterating the myriad of phenomena and causing ripples in the void. The Lord of the Luo narrowed his eyes at this sight, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He let out a cold laugh. Quite the strategy. You intend to delay us here, allowing your disciples to enter early and gather all the treasures of the true, divine, mysterious realm. The various forces present changed their expressions, anxiety surging within them. If you do not open the mysterious realm soon, do not blame us for forcing our... The leader of a sacred ground radiated divine light, the rules of the great Tao enveloping him, his formidable presence shaking the heavens. The leaders of various forces followed suit, unleashing their powerful auras to pressure the into retreating and opening the true divine, mysterious realm. Unfazed, they glanced at Luo Xinglan, transmitting a message. Is everything in order? Luo Xinglan nodded slightly. The quota talismans have all been prepared. They can enter. However, she lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment before slowly stating, let us delay a bit longer. Retreating now would only lead these forces to underestimate our... If I'm not mistaken, the one causing the disturbance in the true divine, mysterious realm is Jiang Xuan. I don't mind prolonging this a little longer. My plan is not to share the opportunities in the true divine, mysterious realm with others, but to give them all to Jiang Xuan. They nodded thoughtfully and then addressed the various forces, saying, I can concede, providing each force with 20 quota talismans, which means 20 entry spots. Moreover, crafting the talismans requires time. We must wait half an hour. Upon hearing this, the various forces weighed their options and accepted this arrangement. They were well aware that the half-hour mentioned by there was merely a tactic to buy time, allowing the disciples of the more opportunities to gather fortune. But what did that matter? Opportunities gained do not guarantee survival to carry them out. They were fully confident in their own disciples and prodigies, believing they could surpass their opponents and seize all the treasures within the true, divine, mysterious realm. Even with only 20 spots, it was more than sufficient. In the face of overwhelming strength, numbers held no significance. Meanwhile, on the boundless ancient road, Jiang Xuan and the girl were thoroughly scavenging, leaving no grass behind. They moved swiftly, advancing rapidly. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, the end of the ancient road finally came into view. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was grinning from ear to ear. His storage ring now contained a staggering 5,000 large medicinal herbs and over 500 royal herbs. Even the Tao herbs numbered 10. This was after the girl had consumed the majority. It is worth noting that the elite of most forces typically only gathered 1 large medicinal herb over an entire month of cultivation. This highlights the rarity of such herbs, not to mention the royal and Tao herbs. Jiang Xuan recalled that during his last trial in the ancestral land, he toiled tirelessly to earn over 100,000 points, merely to obtain 1 Tao herb. Yet today, he had effortlessly acquired 10. And this was before even entering the true, divine, mysterious realm. What treasures awaited him inside? As Jiang Xuan gazed toward the end of the ancient road, a bright daylight revealed itself, marking the entrance to the true, divine, mysterious realm. He was filled with anticipation. The girl felt the same way. As she swept through, aside from the large, royal, and Tao herbs that suited her father's physique, she stuffed everything else in her mouth. Once again, the quality of the energy products was far inferior to that of the great Tao energy, but the sheer quantity was simply overwhelming. Consequently, the girl had gained a noticeable roundness, her chubby form radiating spiritual energy that could not be contained. She had eaten far too much, and even with her dragon lineage, she struggled to keep up with the refining process. Yet, she never felt full. Her eyes fixated on the entrance to the true, divine, mysterious realm, her plump cheeks reflecting an insatiable desire. She sensed a wealth of energy, abundant and varied. Moreover, she detected several sources of energy with exceptionally high grades, far surpassing that of the great Tao. Father, hurry, I want to eat. Chapter 65. The True God. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, guiding the young girl as they stepped into the luminous curtain resembling daylight. An indescribable sense of disorientation enveloped him, filling every fiber from the flesh to the soul, as if he were being forcibly torn apart and inverted, a sensation both alien and yet inescapable, leaving him profoundly unsettled. It was akin to experiencing a complete dehydration followed by a forceful rehydration, a sensation of fullness. His senses were intensely stimulated, compelling him to continue despite the discomfort. Fortunately, this process was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a new realm. Before them lay the true divine realm, a place steeped in mystery. A dense, almost liquid-like atmosphere of azure enveloped them, evoking a primal instinct to survive. As they gazed into the distance, all that met their eyes was a vast expanse of desolate mountains, barren hills, and parched earth, littered with the remnants of decayed bones. The scene resembled a gray-white void. Aside from the boundless solid ground, it bore little distinction. Of course, this was only if one disregarded the celestial dome overhead. Jiang Xuan fixated on the sky, his eyelids twitching, unable to mask the astonishment swelling within him. The entire firmament was a pitch-black abyss akin to a starry sky, deep and enigmatic, with streaks of starlight spiraling in mesmerizing patterns that drew one into their profound depths. And amidst this vast expanse, there lay an enormous corpse, indescribably colossal. The towering mountains appeared diminutive before it, like mere strands of hair. The endless wilderness resembled a patch of decaying skin in its presence. This shocking tableau imparted an immediate realization. The sky was merely a shroud for this corpse, and this realm served as its coffin. Surely, this was far more complex than a mere divine realm, Jiang Xuan murmured softly. In the current Shintian realm, a pinnacle true god could dominate all beings potentially unifying Xintian. Yet, no matter how powerful, a true god remains limited. The remnants of a true god, let alone a corpse of this magnitude, would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the encroachment of the heavens and earth. The disparity between the two was as vast as a chasm. This was a deity, a genuine god. At that moment, the ancient voice of the sage resonated within Jiang Xuan's mind, trembling with clarity and wonder. A god? Jiang Xuan's heart stirred, his face reflecting confusion as he pondered the distinction between the gods as he understood them, illusory gods and true gods, and this entity. The differences were vast. They were not even worthy of comparison. The sage chastised him lightly before elucidating, stating that illusory gods and true gods represented merely a layer of realms, with the soul bearing the name of a god. A soul can detach from the body, traverse the cosmos, and harness the power of the universe, thus becoming an illusory god. Further still, a soul can merge with the great Tao, commanding the powers of the universe, thus becoming a true god. And a deity is one bestowed by the heavens, enjoying the fortune of a realm, wielding authority over the great Tao. It could be said that as long as the world exists, the god remains immortal. Immortal? Jiang Xuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the colossal corpse, muttering in bewilderment. You call this immortality? The sage letting out a soft sigh, before continuing. Indeed, he has perished. Yet he has not died. When this realm revitalizes and the great Tao reemerges, he shall awaken. Just as ancient powerhouses could reverse the cycle of reincarnation to live anew. However, the chances of ancient powerhouses reversing the cycle to live a second life are minuscule. Yet for him, awakening is merely a matter of time. Jiang Xuan's heart tightened, his expression growing serious as he regarded the god's corpse with newfound reverence. I was just joking. Please do not take it seriously. He certainly did not wish to be remembered by a deity upon its awakening and subsequent recollection of its past life. The mere thought of a god keeping tabs on him sent a shiver down his spine. He had already encountered enough calamities, and the addition of a deity would be insufferable. Father, I feel so sad. The young girl tugged at Jiang Xuan, her face contorted in a pained expression, full of grievance. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at her, astonished to discover that she had recently regained her porcelain doll-like appearance, having shed the extra weight and vitality she had previously possessed. Such rapid transformation. Truly, she was the offspring of a true dragon. What is there to be sad about? Jiang Xuan patted the girl's head, recalling that had it not been for her draconic might on the ancient path, he would have struggled under the oppressive rules of the true divine realm with his current strength. If Jiang Xuan was his lucky star, then this little girl was his membership pass. With her presence, many restrictions would no longer pose a hindrance. The girl raised her chubby little hand, pointing at the deity's corpse in the sky, her voice trembling with unshed tears. That thing looks so delicious, but I can't reach it. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened instantly, retracting his hand that had been patting her head. Child, consuming everything will only lead to your detriment. The sage, overhearing the girl's words, was equally astonished. He had overlooked the girl's existence, yet he was acutely aware of her extraordinary nature, either possessing a peerless physique or being a descendant of a formidable being. Her actions on the ancient path were ample proof of her prowess. He surmised that her insatiable appetite was likely due to her unique constitution or bloodline, necessitating vast amounts of energy. However, he never anticipated that she would even covet the divine. The sage retreated into the Howren platform, remaining silent. Such blasphemy against a deity might attract attention upon the deity's awakening, so it was prudent for him to remain uninvolved. Though deceased, he still wished to prolong his existence for a few more years. Let us go. Jiang Xuan lightly tapped the girl's head, speaking sternly. Know your limits. Do you understand? That being is a god. After a moment of thought, he discreetly communicated, if you wish to taste it, wait until you grow up. The girl nodded earnestly. I understand, father. With that, they prepared to venture towards the desolate mountains ahead. The will of humanity resonated within him. There might be treasures of the human race hidden within those mountains. At that moment, a fierce roar erupted, accompanied by a wave of ominous energy. 5 wolves, appearing from nowhere, lunged towards Jiang Xuan and the girl, their razor-sharp claws glinting like daggers, exuding a terrifying aura infused with astounding energy. All 5 were peak spirit beasts. Jiang Xuan frowned, surprised. 5 peak spirit beasts posed little threat to him. After all, with his foundation, his combat prowess could already rival that of Earth-level beings. What astonished him was that these wolves were mere ordinary beasts, devoid of any remarkable bloodlines or powerful heritage. In the outside world, such ordinary wolves would scarcely be considered demonic beasts. They were simply common wild animals. The true divine realm indeed held treasures everywhere. Jiang Xuan marveled at on the ancient path. Even weeds could contain spirit energy comparable to spiritual herbs. Ordinary spiritual herbs could evolve into potent medicines. And here, even ordinary wild beasts could thrive and grow to peak spirit form through the infusion of spirit energy. Of course, the growth of demonic beasts faced insurmountable limits. Lacking a potent bloodline, these wolves had reached the pinnacle of spirit transformation, clearly having hit a dead end. Without a significant opportunity, they cannot hope to break through to Earth level. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, while Jiang Xuan was still marveling, he had already grasped his crimson heart, its sharp intent emanating, ready to dispatch the misguided wolves with a single stroke. However, the girl acted even faster. Or rather, her movements were simpler and more brutal. Chapter 66. Where is Jiang Xuan? Come in, everyone, the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she retrieved a large iron pot from her storage ring. The pot was set up, and soon a fire was kindled beneath it. With a slight activation of her bloodline, a formidable dragon's might surged forth, pressing down upon the 5 wolves. Thud! The 5 wolves, their legs trembling, collapsed onto the ground, quaking in fear. The coldness in their eyes was replaced by profound dread and anxiety. Being mere beasts, their intelligence was limited, and upon sensing the overwhelming bloodline pressure, the deep-seated fear within their souls erupted instantly. They dared not resist, letting out a mournful howl as they obediently crawled into the pot, willingly offering themselves. With fur, it's not delicious, the girl murmured disdainfully, summoning a flame to singe the wolves' hair before cheerfully adding water and boiling them. Then, to Jiang Xuan's astonishment, the girl skillfully produced salt, scallions, and chili peppers, an array of seasonings, and tossed them into the pot. Wait, Jiang Xuan's mind briefly faltered as he tapped the girl on the shoulder. She turned, her eyes filled with confusion. What's the matter, father? Where did you acquire these items? Jiang Xuan pointed at the seasonings in her hands. The girl recalled while her hands moved methodically. When you went to the Jixia Academy, I had nothing to do, so I asked Steward Zhang to take me to buy these. He said that dining is a significant matter in life and must not be treated carelessly. So I bought a bit more. It'll always be useful for cooking later. However, Jiang Xuan was unaware that when the girl mentioned a bit more, she had actually emptied 10 shops. Though merely seasonings, they were all spirit herbs meant for cultivators. Consequently, Steward Zhang had exhausted a year's salary. Out of fear for Jiang Xuan's assumed identity as Jiang Xuan, he dared not utter a word about the matter, swallowing his grievances in silence. Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. Soon, the culinary masterpiece was complete, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Xuan's senses awakened, his appetite surged. Father, shall we eat together? The girl produced bowls, chopsticks, and forks, presenting them to Jiang Xuan. Observing her adeptness, Jiang Xuan fell silent for a moment before readily accepting the utensils, indulging in the feast. In truth, at his level of cultivation, he could already fast, absorbing spiritual energy far more beneficial than grains, without tainting his physical form. Yet, who could resist the allure of delectable food? While Jiang Xuan and the girl savored their meal, the prodigies outside finally began their journey toward the true divine secret realm. A multitude of prodigies and geniuses, totaling over 3,000, held their quota spirit talismans, soaring toward the celestial pillar that loomed in the sky. Buzz, mysterious patterns rippled with a dim glow, and the crowd, like Jiang Xuan before them, entered the celestial pillar without obstruction, stepping onto the ancient path. Standing upon the ancient road, the gathered individuals received the information from this world, and without hesitation, they surged forward at great speed. However, after a short distance, They quickly sensed something amiss. The pressure of the rules here was exceedingly terrifying, wasn't it? Everyone's pace visibly slowed, as if a great mountain pressed upon them, making every step arduous. Moreover, the higher their cultivation, the heavier the pressure they experienced. Jiang Hong, amidst the crowd, closed his eyes, concealing his presence, yet doubt swirled within him. He possessed considerable knowledge of the true divine secret realm, understanding that the rule pressure on the ancient road only emerged when the original form of the road was disturbed. Yet, they had only just entered. Why had such formidable pressure already erupted? Instinctively, he scanned the sides of the ancient road. Jiang Hong immediately felt a surge of frustration. Who is it? Even the weeds aren't spared. Though merely weeds, they were part of the ancient road, and now, every inch of it had been stripped bare. It was no wonder the rule pressure manifested. The group of prodigies, struggling against the pressure, pressed forward slowly. The rule pressure intensified, forcing a significant number of those still in the entry realm to halt in frustration. They could no longer proceed. If they continued, they risked being crushed into pulp by the rule pressure before even entering the true divine secret realm. They rationally chose life over opportunity. After about a fragrant moment, the prodigies arrived at the spot where Jiang Xuan had previously struck the lightning tree. A moderately sized pit remained, still exuding the intense aura of thunder. Instantly, the prodigies fell silent. The answer was glaringly evident. Someone had walked ahead of them, scavenging everything along the ancient path. Not only had they left nothing for the others, but they had also provoked the rule pressure, forcing the rest to bear the consequences. Deep resentment arose within each of them. Many prodigies cast questioning glances at Luo Xinglan. Was it necessary to delay for half an hour, allowing your sex prodigy to reap the benefits first? Now, look at the predicament you've created for yourself. This boundless ancient road. They had barely traversed 1%, yet the pressure was already so terrifying. One could only wonder, how intense would the pressure become as they neared the end? Let's hope that in the end, even you can't enter. That would be quite the spectacle. Luo Xinglan remained expressionless, unfazed. Yet, she found it puzzling. Given that individual's extraordinary talent and proud disposition, how could something as trivial as weeds capture their attention? The journey continued. Of the over 3,000 prodigies, fewer than 1,000 remained. Those in the entry realm had all been eliminated by the overwhelming rule pressure. After all, their foundations were relatively shallow. Exempt from this, Jiang Hong was well acquainted with the true divine secret realm and possessed secret methods to manipulate the situation. For instance, the overwhelming rule pressure now descending upon him was effectively reduced to only 30% of its force. Thus, even though he was merely in the entry realm, he navigated it with ease. However, his mood was far from pleasant. Among the remaining prodigies, he was the only one in the entry realm, making him conspicuously stand out like a crane among chickens. This inevitably made him a target of their scrutiny, posing a significant obstacle to his quest for the divine artifact ahead. Damn it! Jiang Hong cursed inwardly, filled with resentment towards that individual who had entered before them. The current situation was various factions huddled together, relatively exclusive and wary of one another, while Jiang Hong, Zhao Fuyao, and other prodigies from the Eastern Divine continent banded together for mutual support. Of course, while they supported each other, they were also covertly assessing one another and probing for information. Yet, the more they probed, the more perplexed they became. In such an astonishing secret place, could Jiang Xuan truly refrain from showing up? Was this fear of death not a mockery of prodigies? Moreover, back then, he had dared to slay thousands and oppose all factions for a random inheritance from the Jixia Academy. Now, he was afraid to even show his face for the sake of survival. This was not in line with Jiang Xuan's persona. Chapter 67. The desire to trap the celestial prodigies, various prodigies, each with their own thoughts, continued their journey. After another half an hour, they finally reached the end of the ancient path, where an entrance as bright as day lay before them. At this moment, the prodigies were all in a state of agitation, their divine radiance flickering. Some were even physically cracked, blood seeping from their wounds. The oppressive force was simply too terrifying. The vast majority of prodigies had no choice but to exert all their strength to barely withstand the pressure and arrive at this point. Luo Xinglan glanced at the crowd, her eyes slightly downcast, filled with helplessness. Of the over 3,000 who had come, fewer than 700 remained. Even her own sect, the Huangtian divine religion, had nearly half of its prodigies eliminated. She understood better than anyone present who the instigator of this scene truly was. However, she could not and would not speak of it. Yet, a faint smile graced Luo Xinglan's lips. She could use the hatred stirred up by the other to eliminate a portion of those before her. Surely, you have all noticed that someone has been ahead of us, scavenging for the spiritual herbs along the ancient path. Among them are not a few Dao herbs. Upon these words, a fierce blaze of anger ignited in the eyes of the crowd. That scoundrel! He had hoarded all the good things while making them bear the terrifying pressure. He truly deserved to die. In the true, secret realm, the rules of pressure were instantaneous. That person had to withstand the pressure while scavenging for spiritual herbs, and thus his speed would surely lag far behind ours. Therefore, his time in the true secret realm could not have been long. Luo Xinglan remarked, thus if we enter now, we have a significant chance of catching up to him, overpowering him, and claiming his harvest for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up with fervor. If they could seize that person's gains, even if there were no other opportunities in this venture, it would still be worthwhile. Without much hesitation, the prodigies disregarded their injuries and stepped through the luminous barrier into the true secret realm. There were indeed some who questioned the veracity of Luo Xinglan's words. However, none paid it much mind. Those who had made it this far were all exceptionally powerful prodigies, imbued with absolute confidence in their abilities, believing that even if Luo Xinglan harbored ill intentions, it posed little threat. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was futile. One by one, the prodigies entered. The smile on Luo Xinglan's lips grew more pronounced. The quota spirit talismans were crafted by her. How could they lack any means of counteraction? She was certain that after over 700 prodigies entered, at least half would directly lose their lives. As Jiang Hong passed by Luo Xinglan, he cast a subtle glance at her, harboring a measure of caution, clutching the quota spirit talisman in his hand, which he had already activated to manipulate some of the local rules before stepping in with assurance. Once Zhao Fuyao, Hate Song, and others had all entered, only Luo Xinglan remained. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a chill emanating from her as she crushed the spirit talisman in her hand. With a hum, a unique aura surged forth, merging with the rules of the true secret realm. The so-called quota spirit talisman was merely a fade. Without it, one could still enter the true secret realm, albeit randomly landing in various locations. However, with the talisman, the originally random landing place would become a distinctly chosen one. Indeed, she had intentionally selected the locations for these individuals. Just imagine, if a prodigy were to land directly in the territory of a host of formidable earthly realm experts, what fate would await them? The true secret realm was exceedingly perilous for the younger generation. Did they truly believe they stood atop the pinnacle of their age? This scheme was originally intended for several factions of the southern divine continent's Deluo sacred land, but unexpectedly, it had inadvertently drawn in so many prodigies from various sections. Soon, Luo Xinglan also stepped inside, under the influence of the quota's spirit talismans. The prodigies did not quickly enter the true secret realm, but instead found themselves in a state of disorientation, their bodies and souls momentarily shackled. After all, pinpoint teleportation required time. On the other side, Jiang Xuan and the girl, after a hearty meal, set off toward the desolate mountains. After traveling for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they entered the wild mountain, where the savage atmosphere was even more pronounced. There was even an elusive sense of ancientness, as if they were amidst the ruins of a bygone civilization. "Daddy, there's something delicious ahead." The girl's eyes sparkled once more, and she dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Her speed was so astonishing that even Jiang Xuan was left speechless. The girl's pace rivaled that of the earthly realm. Her current strength must not be greater than mine, Jiang Xuan mused, then hastened to catch up with her. After passing through 2 crumbling walls, a broad gorge appeared before them. The gorge spanned several miles, not large by any means. Yet within it stood 2 rows of stone houses, arranged in a seemingly inhabited manner. Notably, at the entrance of the gorge stood a stone tablet towering 10 feet high. The green-brown surface of the tablet was as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with a faint glow, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, reminiscent of an artifact from antiquity. The girl fixated on the stone tablet, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Without a second thought, she lunged at it and bit down. Crack! The crisp sound of metal striking stone rang out, followed by the girl's cry of pain. Ouch! With a pained expression, she jumped down from the tablet and looked at Jiang Xuan, complaining, "Daddy, it's so hard. Can you break it? If you break it, I can eat it." Jiang Xuan's lips twitched, ignoring her as he approached the stone tablet, examining it closely. As he drew near, the tablet trembled slightly, and intricate, profound patterns emerged on its mirror-like surface, ancient and sacred, exuding a sense of familiarity. Jiang Xuan's human will surged, as if responding to the stone tablet. Simultaneously, the aura of the human race within him subtly flowed forth, merging with the stone tablet, intertwining in an esoteric manner. This object seemed to be a treasure of the human race. Jiang Xuan pondered, suddenly struck by an unreal sensation. The entire process felt almost too simple. He had prepared himself to fight tooth and nail for a treasure of the human race, yet he found it almost immediately upon entering. "Am I about to turn my luck around?" Jiang Xuan whispered in astonishment. At that moment, the old sage emerged, forming a phantom as he stared at the stone tablet, his aged face etched with shock and disbelief. "A human tablet? Impossible, impossible. How could there be a human tablet here? What is this place?" The old sage exclaimed in a voice filled with panic, as if he had lost his soul. Jiang Xuan looked at the old sage in confusion. "Hey, old man, have you lost your mind? You say this is the human tablet. What's wrong with it?" The old sage ignored him, still in a daze. "Hey, you old fool, I'm asking you a question." The girl glared, leaping up to deliver a fierce kick, infused with the power of her dragon lineage, showing no mercy. The old sage's phantom wavered, almost dissipating entirely. This brought him back to his senses, though half of his spirit seemed to have fled. He glared at the girl, puffing up his cheeks. "Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders and loving the young?" "Of course, respecting elders and loving the young. I'm young, so you should yield to me," the girl retorted with conviction. The old sage found himself momentarily speechless, unable to muster any retort. After digesting the shock brought on by the human tablet, he turned his gaze back to it, his eyes still filled with complexity and astonishment, and spoke in a grave tone. "The human tablet is forged from the 3,000 extraordinary stones of the human emperor, embodying the fate and might of the human race. It is a symbol of humanity's destiny. There have been sages who proclaimed, when the human tablet shatters, humanity perishes." Chapter 68. Guardianship of the Bloodline. Royal blood, the human monument shattered. The human race perished? Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched in alarm, his countenance paling. "Old man, do not jest. The human monument was undeniably broken. According to your words, the ancient monument bore evident cuts at its upper end, suggesting that this was merely a fragment." The scholar's expression grew grave as he solemnly stated, "I cannot ascertain the veracity of the words spoken by the sages of the human race. Yet it is indisputable that this is the monument forged by the human emperor, which embodies the fate of humanity, and indeed, it has been fractured. You sense the treasure of humanity. It must undoubtedly be this object. However, if you wish to use it to suppress the bloodline curse, you will require the complete monument." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, approaching the monument. The curse totem upon his forehead dimmed slightly, yet the curse's oppression over his bloodline showed no significant diminishment. It was evident that he needed the entire monument to utilize its power against the bloodline curse. Nevertheless, he was determined to take this fragment with him. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the depths of the canyon, his eyes lowering in hope that the beings here might be more amenable. The propensity for violence was excessive and wasteful. Indeed, he now dared not don the skin of Jiang Xuan before Jiang Xuan could make a move. A group emerged from the canyon, riding fierce beasts and wielding sharp weapons, their vigilance directed toward him, suffused with robust spiritual energy. Among them were women, children, and the elderly, all clad in simple attire, reminiscent of ordinary mortals. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in their cultivation levels. Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched as he observed these individuals, a surge of astonishment welling within him. They were at the spirit transformation stage. Even the small children, comparable in height to the girl, possessed foundational cultivation. Even the fierce beasts beneath them were extraordinary, each emanating a powerful aura of formidable bloodlines. Remnants of great beasts. The girl fixed her gaze on these beasts, her eyes shimmering with eagerness, as if she longed to pounce and feast upon them. The beasts seemed to sense her peculiar gaze. Startled, they instinctively recoiled, their fierce eyes now filled with trepidation. Outsiders, our village does not welcome you, the leading woman admonished coldly. This left Jiang Xuan somewhat bewildered. He surveyed the interior of the canyon, glancing at the 2 rows of unadorned stone houses before returning his gaze to the group of elderly women and children. Jiang family village? Is this a village? But how could a village possess such terrifying strength? It was worth noting that even his Jiang family, a lineage of longevity spanning millennia, did not attain an average cultivation level at the spirit transformation stage. After all, prodigies were ultimately a rare breed. Even within his own family, despite their bloodline heritage, many generations inevitably produced individuals unable to cultivate. Moreover, this was the majority. An average cultivation level at the spirit transformation stage, if placed in the outside world, it would surely astonish the entire Xintian realm. Not to mention the presence of so many remnants of great beasts. It was not merely ordinary forces. Even his Jiang family, it seemed they lacked such a multitude of pure-blooded remnants. Jiang Xuan fell silent, grappling with the dilemma. A confrontation would certainly be futile. While he was indifferent to the spirit transformation cultivators before him, he sensed several formidable energies emanating from the stone houses, indicating the presence of earth-profound cultivators. Though he had recently ascended to the 7th level of spirit transformation due to the fortune of humanity, he was uncertain if he could seize the monument from the hands of several earth-profound experts. Yet, should he refrain from action, it was evident that these individuals harbored animosity toward him, leaving no opportunity for dialogue. Just then, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the stone houses, accompanied by an ancient voice. A distinguished guest arrives. Do not be negligent. Bring the esteemed guest to the ancestral hall. Yes. The leading woman promptly nodded, gesturing for the others to lower their weapons, then turned to Jiang Xuan. Esteemed guest, please. This unexpected turn of events left Jiang Xuan somewhat perplexed, but upon reflection, seeking to take the monument and meet their leader appeared to be the most viable course of action. He then followed the group into the canyon, arriving in front of the stone houses. It was only then that Jiang Xuan noticed the seemingly ancient stone houses concealed profound mysteries, subtly exuding an aura of ancient slaughter that was disquieting. In the central position between the 2 rows of stone houses stood a notably older dwelling, emanating a scent of decay. Yet, it also possessed a faint yet extraordinary vitality, as if it harbored the essence of creation. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Darkness enveloped the interior, obscuring the scene within. The ancient voice echoed once again, "This old one is afflicted with a chronic ailment and cannot extend a far-reaching welcome. I hope the esteemed guest will not take offense. If the esteemed guest does not mind, please enter for a discussion." Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, a sense of caution arising within him. This scene felt eerily familiar. Could there be traps once more? No need, this is quite sufficient. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly, Jiang Xuan replied coolly. A sigh escaped the ancient one. The esteemed guest harbors unease. This old one understands. In that case, let me meet the esteemed guest. As he spoke, a portion of his body slowly emerged from the pitch-black house. A gaunt old man, with only his upper half visible, seemingly severed at the waist. This Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched, a chill rushing through him. He was not merely startled by the old man's frightful appearance, but more so by the aura he exuded, though he could distinctly sense that the man was at the earth-profound level. There was an overwhelming terror akin to facing an abyss. The man's strength was far from superficial. The woman and her companions turned their faces away, unable to bear witness to the old man's condition. The old man crawled to the threshold, propping himself up with his hands, his murky eyes fixed upon Jiang Xuan, revealing a weary smile. If this old one has not misperceived, it was the esteemed guest who stirred the monument at the village entrance, correct? Jiang Xuan regarded the old man deeply, silently nodding. Indeed, upon receiving Jiang Xuan's confirmation, the old man's smile brightened. This old one has an unusual request. I wish to use the secret arts of my clan to sense the esteemed guest's bloodline, and I hope the esteemed guest will permit this. Jiang Xuan pondered briefly, then slowly nodded, simultaneously releasing the concealment of the Tianyin's secret technique. The old man's murky eyes swirled, revealing an ancient, sacred aura that flickered momentarily. Subsequently, his eyes regained clarity, infused with a visible excitement. Royal blood. Indeed, it is royal blood. Guardians of the bloodline, Jiang Hung. On behalf of the guardians of the bloodline clan, I pay my respects to the young king. The old man bowed deeply, possessing a high concentration of royal blood. Resonating with the monument, this individual before him was undoubtedly the young king. The villagers of Jiang family village followed suit, bowing to Jiang Xuan, though their eyes remained filled with confusion and suspicion. Could it be that their Jiang family's mission was genuine? Did the royal bloodline truly still exist? This abrupt turn of events left Jiang Xuan in a state of bewilderment. Guardians of the bloodline? Jiang family? Sensing Jiang Xuan's confusion, the old man suppressed his excitement and smiled. This old one understands that the young king harbors many questions. Please allow me to explain. The human emperor forged the monument, bearing the fortune and fate of humanity. Thus, the monument became a crucial sacred artifact for the human race. Consequently, the human emperor appointed a mountain deity to safeguard the monument, preserving the fortunes and fates of humanity. The mountain deity is our Jiang family's ancestor. As descendants of the mountain deity's bloodline, we, the Jiang family, uphold the will of the mountain deity, jointly protecting the monument. This is our guardianship of the bloodline. At the end of the ancient era, the human emperor vanished, and the 8 great kings, along with the 8 royal families, fell victim to the treachery of the Songming demon emperor, leading to the decline and decay of their bloodlines, while the entire human race faced unprecedented calamities. To ensure the monument's safety, the mountain deity, along with some members of our Jiang family, brought the monument to this realm to evade the tribulations of heaven and humanity. In ancient times, a cataclysm befell the world, laying bare this realm to formidable foes. The mountain deity stood valiantly against overwhelming odds, vanquishing the enemy forces, yet succumbed to exhaustion in the end. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned, instinctively raising his gaze towards the heavens. This deity, clothed in the sky as a shroud and resting in the earth as a coffin. The elder followed Jiang Xuan's line of sight, his eyes filled with reverence and sorrow as he beheld the deity's remains, lamenting, "Indeed, he is the progenitor of our guardian lineage, the mountain deity." Chapter 69. The enigmatic realm of the true God, the mountain god. The guardian monument for eternity fought valiantly until exhaustion. Jiang Xuan stood in a trance, gazing at the deity's lifeless form, an overwhelming sense of reverence swelling within him, this being dedicated an entire lifetime to the human race. Yet, what could have caused a monument to shatter? Why did your guardian lineage end up here? Moreover, what exactly is this place? Turning to the elder, Jiang Xuan poured forth his myriad of questions. The elder, with a bittersweet smile, urged him to listen as he slowly unraveled the tale. This realm is known as the Xianguang world, a newly birthed expanse. When a mountain god first discovered it, it was still in a relatively primitive state, teeming with vitality yet sparsely populated, where the essence of the universe was exceptionally rich and the principles of the great Tao were readily apparent, making them easy to comprehend. Our guardian lineage thus experienced a substantial enhancement in overall strength. However, in comparison to the formidable foes that emerged from the ancient calamity, our numbers were woefully inadequate, rendering us nearly defenseless. To safeguard the guardian monument from being seized by these invaders, and to preserve our lineage, the mountain god sacrificed his very existence, employing a powerful divine ability to obliterate all adversaries. Yet, the terrifying aftermath ravaged this world, causing it to fracture into countless shards, leaving the cosmos incomplete and the great Tao disjointed. The loss of celestial power resulted in the gradual demise of all formidable beings at or above the celestial origin realm, as they succumbed to the chaotic rules of existence. And since then, no one has been able to ascend to the celestial origin realm. Amidst the turmoil of the world's collapse, the guardian monument fragmented into 5 pieces, which subsequently fell into my family's possession. Jiang Xuan lowered his gaze slightly, pondering the considerable difficulty in retrieving all 5 fragments. The elder's weathered face bore the weight of sorrow and helplessness as he continued. Although the mountain god had perished, his essence remained. We, the guardians, remained steadfast in our mission, unwilling to entertain any disloyalty. We established the 5 ancient cities to honor the 5 pieces of the guardian monument, ensuring their legacy and transmission for generations. These 5 ancient cities gradually evolved into 5 distinct branches. While there were numerous disagreements, a semblance of unity persisted. Yet, the human heart is unfathomable. Over time, the rifts between the branches widened, and dissenting voices arose, even daring to defy the mountain god. The elder's emotions intensified, his voice tinged with anger, a fury at the desecration of faith. Among these dissenting branches, especially among the newly emerged prodigies in their 30s and 40s who had ascended to the earthly mystique realm, discontent brewed regarding their confinement to this place, leading them to contemplate abandoning their mission to pursue their own paths. By forsaking their duty, they tarnished the sacred bloodline that coursed through their veins. The elder's words were fervent, yet laden with resignation and sorrow. Unfortunately, this proposal garnered the support of the majority within Zhang's family. Though my branch vehemently opposed it, our voices were too feeble to halt the tide of dissent, and we faced hostility, ultimately being driven from the ancient city, forced to remain hidden here. Jiang Xuan paused, unable to render judgment. Truth be told, he did not see their choices as erroneous. In this fragmented world, to cling to an uncertain mission across generations, who would not entertain alternative thoughts, particularly those extraordinary prodigies, having reached the earthly mystique realm at such a young age. This astonishing rate of cultivation could take tens of thousands of years to produce even one in the Xiantian realm. Such unparalleled talents, naturally filled with ambition, could hardly resign themselves to a path filled with infinite possibilities being severed by an elusive ancestral mission. Upon introspection, he suspected he might reach a similar conclusion and make the same choice. However, since this realm is a fragment of the Xianguang world and a residence of the guardian lineage, why is it called the enigmatic realm of the true God? With the chaotic and incomplete rules of this world, how could a true God possibly arise? The elder's ensuing words illuminated Jiang Xuan's confusion. They would send forth their most exceptional prodigies through the power of the guardian monument, once every 100 years. The elder's eyes glistened with blood, his voice hoarse, revealing that their betrayal of the mission ultimately brought forth retribution. Approximately 30,000 years after our lineage was exiled, one of the prodigies who had departed returned. He had achieved the status of true God. Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. Could this be the origin of the enigmatic realm of the true God? Yet, how could a true God return in glory and still meet such a fate? The return of the true God sent the several branches into ecstatic jubilation, further solidifying their belief in the righteousness of their choices, and they mocked us for our ignorance. A smirk crept onto the elder's face as he recounted their ambitions to seek further aid from the true God, hoping to migrate en masse to the Xiantian realm. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the true God had already attracted unwanted attention. Powerful beings from a Xiantian realm had discerned his lineage of guardianship and deceived him, seeking to exploit him to locate this realm and seize the guardian monument. On the day the true God opened the pathway to the Xiantian realm, countless powerful beings descended, forcefully invading. It was then that the true God realized he had been duped. In a fit of rage, he retaliated with the intent to resist to the death. Yet, a single fist could not contend against many hands. Ultimately, the true God met his demise at the hands of the invaders, falling within this realm. The four branches, lacking even a celestial origin realm expert, were no match for the assailants, suffering immense casualties. In the end, had it not been for the guardian monument invoking the residual will of the mountain god's remains, unleashing overwhelming divine might to annihilate the invaders, the guardian monument would have long since fallen into enemy hands, and our five branches would have ceased to exist. This was the mountain god's punishment for their betrayal. As the elder spoke of this, his face flushed with emotion, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. Anger at the betrayal of ancestral missions that invited calamity, nearly losing the guardian monument to the enemy. Yet, as kin of the Jiang family, sharing the same bloodline, he felt profound sorrow for the adversities faced by his own. Jiang Xuan remained silent. Wealth can corrupt the heart, especially regarding the guardian monument, a sacred artifact embodying the fate and destiny of humanity. This situation was, in fact, quite understandable. After all, the human heart is the most complex of entities. When Jiang Xuan looked at the elder again, his gaze held a newfound respect. It was precisely because such understandable circumstances were so prevalent that their steadfastness shone even brighter, rendering it all the more admirable and noble. While he did not comprehend their stubbornness, their devotion to the ancestral mission, guarding the guardian monument across generations, was a sacrifice that warranted his heartfelt admiration and gratitude as a member of the human race. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xuan sighed deeply, stating, "Have endured much." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brimmed with tears, his frail hands outstretched, pressing half his body to the ground in reverence towards Jiang Xuan, proclaiming resolutely, with the young prince's words, "Our lineage has found its worth." Chapter 70, The Humanitarian Sword, Part 1. The elderly man trembled uncontrollably, declining Jiang Xuan's offer of support. He surveyed his fellow clansmen and solemnly proclaimed, "Everyone, gather." A deep and earnest energy surged forth as one after another emerged from the stone huts, middle-aged individuals, marked by wounds from their pursuit of cultivation resources, elderly figures leaning on canes and moving with great difficulty, women who had recently given birth, cradling their infants, and resolute yet innocent children. From the old man's dwelling stepped two elders of the earth's profound realm, their bodies frail and skeletal, yet their formidable cultivation levels shone brightly. If not for their extraordinary prowess, the scene before them would resemble that of a beleaguered village, struggling against the whims of fate and the afflictions of calamity, clinging desperately to a feeble yet tenacious spark of life. Leading the assembly, the elder walked forward, followed silently by the others. Their expressions remained stoic, devoid of joy or sorrow, as they exited the village and approached the monument. Jiang Xuan stood in stunned silence, a wave of indescribable shock and emotion crashing upon him, stirring his very heart and shaking the foundation of his Tao. His heart trembled. The sword path spontaneously emerged, its sharp essence beginning to dissolve drop by drop. The figure of his master materialized, observing Jiang Xuan, who was ensnared in a peculiar state of being, filled with uncertainty. This lad, has he attained enlightenment again? No, even the legendary enlightened bodies cannot achieve insight so frequently. Moreover, he has yet to reveal any profound truths. How could he reach such enlightenment? Girl, what is your father experiencing? The master inquired, turning his gaze toward the young girl. He surmised that she likely bore some ancient inheritance, requiring immense energy to break free from its seals and to inherit its power. Perhaps her legacy could shed light on Jiang Xuan's sudden insight. The girl, meanwhile, was fixated on the ferocious beasts, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to stealthily consume them. Interrupted by her master, she could not help but roll her eyes in response. Then, glancing at Jiang Xuan, she returned her attention to the beasts, muttering, "Isn't it obvious? Father is comprehending his own sword path." The master's pupils constricted in disbelief, whispering in astonishment, "He has only just entered the spirit transformation realm. How could he have already forged his own sword path? Previously, He had not considered this possibility, believing Jiang Xuan merely entered a state of epiphany. But with the girl's reminder, he suddenly realized, his mind surging with tumultuous waves. Jiang Xuan had indeed begun to carve out his own sword path. Though still in its infancy and a long way from completion, this was an unfathomable milestone. One must ascend to the melding of Tao realm to even attempt to forge one's own path, and even then, it is merely a possibility. Most practitioners of the melding of Tao realm find it utterly unattainable. In fact, those of the supreme realm, who rise above others and are revered as celestial sovereigns, achieve such status precisely because they have established their own path. Thus, Jiang Xuan, at the spirit transformation stage, was already exhibiting the potential of a celestial sovereign. The master gazed at Jiang Xuan, witnessing the transformation of his sword intent into a gentle stream, permeated with a warm aura of swordsmanship, as if it contained a unique vitality. His heart was filled with an indescribable shock. A sword, an instrument of death, radiates sharpness and unparalleled lethality. When has it ever manifested a life force? What, indeed, has Jiang Xuan comprehended about the sword path? How astonishing! The girl scoffed at the master's dazed expression. Can my father be an ordinary person? Isn't it perfectly normal for him to grasp his own sword path? With that, she dismissed the old man and continued to fixate on the beasts, contemplating her strategy for consuming them. At that moment, the elder had led the villagers to the monument. With a thud, they knelt in unison, bowing in reverence. The elder gazed at the monument, his aged eyes shimmering with tears. Without hesitation, he sliced open his palms, allowing his blood to flow, using his life force to cleanse the monument. As his blood soaked into the stone, intricate and profound patterns emerged on its mirror-like surface, radiating a majestic aura that surged forth like mist, bearing an indescribable weight, reminiscent of an ancient mountain pressing down upon time and space. The vast and profound energy ascended toward the heavens, merging with the remnants of the mountain deity. With a hum, the expansive sky seemed to brighten slightly, the starry whirlpool gradually rotating. The elder, along with the villagers, gazed upward, their eyes fixed upon the mountain deity's remains. His hoarse voice trembled with barely contained emotion as he addressed the deity. We, of this lineage, uphold the teachings of the mountain deity, steadfastly remembering our guardianship, undeterred across generations. Even as the 5 lineages have diverged, forcing us into exile, and despite our arduous existence in this resource-scarce land, we have continued to endure. Tears flowed freely from the villagers, a torrent of grievances pouring forth. They had endured unimaginable suffering in their secluded existence, merely striving to nurture the next generation, all while remaining vigilant against beastly assaults, the chaotic energies of this fractured realm, and the intermittent threats posed by the other 4 lineages. Since the ancient times when the 5 lineages of the Jiang family fell apart, their branch had been cast out of the ancient city, and 1,000,000 years had passed. 1,000,000 years prior, their lineage boasted nearly 10,000 souls. Now, the total of old, young, and infirm had dwindled to a mere 52. As if sensing their sorrow, the remains of the mountain deity quivered gently, and a veil of ethereal starlight descended, flowing into the villagers. It felt as though an invisible hand was tenderly comforting these descendants burdened by grievances. In the presence of the mountain deity, they were all but children, enduring endless injustices. After a moment, the elder wiped away his tears, a smile breaking across his weathered face as he bowed once more, declaring, "Today, the young king descends. I wish to continue upholding the guardianship of our lineage, to accompany my kin in following the young king and safeguarding his restoration of humanity's glory. May the mountain deity grant us guidance." They were the guardians of their lineage, the protectors of the monument, the stewards of humanity's fate. Thus, following the young king aligned with their purpose. The young king carried the will of humanity, embodying the spark of the human king. By safeguarding this potential human king, they would fulfill their mission. After all, the monument was but a lifeless stone. Should this individual attain the status of a human king, he could lead humanity towards rejuvenation. reclaiming the pinnacle of the heavens and restoring the glory of humanity from ancient to primordial times. However, the elder was acutely aware that if they continued on their current path, constrained by the limitations of this fractured realm, their lineage's extinction was merely a matter of time. Without the appearance of this young king, they would remain faithful to the mountain deity's teachings, resolutely guarding their mission until death. Yet, the emergence of the young king provided them with hope. He understood this to be the mountain deity's reward for their unwavering commitment to their duty. To follow the young king and safeguard his path to enlightenment was a rare opportunity, a chance to ride the coattails of greatness. The elder's esteemed position commanded the respect and admiration of all, and there was not a hint of doubt among the villagers regarding his decision. Without hesitation, they bowed their heads and unified their voices, proclaiming, "May the mountain deity grant us guidance." Chapter 71. The Humanitarian Sword. Part 2. The profound heavens suddenly stirred, clouds swirling in a tempest as the starlit whirlpool twisted backward, casting resplendent radiance across the expanse. Thunderous roars reverberated. The human monument began to tremble violently, its ancient and vast energies surging forth, enveloping the desolate mountains. Primal luminescence flickered, dispersing strands of sacred human vitality toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was largely oblivious to this phenomenon, deeply immersed in an intricate comprehension. His sword path was on the cusp of transformation once more. Recently, during his time in the royal city, the life of Jiang Xuan had touched his heart, imparting a unique essence to his swordsmanship, sharpening its edge. Now, perhaps influenced by the spirits of the elders and catalyzed by the will of humanity, he experienced a new revelation, leading to yet another metamorphosis of his sword path. A vitality emerged, one that should not have existed within the realm of swordsmanship. After this moment of enlightenment, his sword intent would reach its zenith. More importantly, he felt an instinctive pull. He was destined to forge his own sword path. As the human vitality surged into Jiang Xuan, the will of humanity manifested, revealing a hazy continent teeming with countless figures gathered around an ancient and sacred human altar. Atop this altar sat a magnificent throne, occupied by a towering figure clad in armor, shrouded in ethereal light, exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the world. With the human vitality pouring forth from the human monument into Jiang Xuan, the hazy visage of this imposing figure gradually revealed a distinct corner of an eye. It was unmistakable. Everyone realized this was none other than the young king, Jiang Xuan. The elders and the members of the Jiang family who guarded the lineage felt a surge of excitement as the manifestation of the human king confirmed Jiang Xuan as the chosen young king by the fate of humanity. They promptly bowed in reverence. At that moment, outside the desolate mountains, the void rippled like the surface of water, revealing 5 figures clad in pure yang sword robes. As they emerged, they were immediately captivated by the extraordinary scene unfolding within the mountains, sensing the sacred vitality of humanity. Fortune smiles upon us. We have just entered the true divine mystery realm and have already stumbled upon an opportunity, one of the young prodigies remarked, a smile gracing his features. His tone relaxed and somewhat content. They hailed from the pure Yang Sword Palace, having followed the swordmaster, Hengu, to southern divine continent, with the intention of capturing Jiang Xuan to seize the treasures of the Jixia Academy. However, Jiang Xuan was notoriously elusive. The other 4 prodigies chuckled in agreement, then transformed into beams of sword light, racing toward the desolate mountains. In their wake, the void rippled once more, revealing a youth with closed eyes, leisurely stepping forth. It was Jiang Hong, the scion of the Jiang family. Ah, indeed, there is something amiss. Jiang Hong sneered, casually shattering the token in his hand. He had suspected some deception in the token and opted not to use it, instead manipulating certain rules for a random teleportation. Yet still found himself delayed by the token's influence before successfully arriving. Jiang Hong raised his closed eyes slightly, golden divine light flickering within, as he attuned himself to his current location and sensed the general vicinity of the coveted divine artifact, the Mountain Shaker Cauldron. How curious that I have been teleported here. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow, realizing the distance from the mountain shaker cauldron was somewhat far. He then turned his gaze toward the desolate mountains, sensing the unusual occurrences therein. An opportunity? The distance to the mountain shaker cauldron was not pressing, since a chance imbued with human vitality had arisen. It would be wise to investigate. If it bore potential, acquiring it would be a delightful endeavor, he mused. Thus, he ambled toward the desolate mountains at a leisurely pace. With others paving the way, there was no need for him to rush. Reaping the benefits from the sidelines would be more advantageous. Moreover, his cultivation was merely at the spirit entry stage, and despite possessing means to temporarily manipulate the rules of this realm, he faced certain limitations. Remaining hidden would allow him to effortlessly seize advantages, but if he became the focal point of attention for the formidable figures of the earthly profound realm, no amount of skill would save him. At that moment, the 5 prodigies from the pure Yang Sword Palace had arrived at the canyon's entrance. Irresistibly drawn to the extraordinary manifestation behind Jiang Xuan, their pupils dilating in shock, was that the manifestation of the human king. They quickly turned their gaze to the human monument, pulsating with vitality, and immediately concluded that Jiang Xuan was undergoing the transmission of the human monument's legacy. The legacy of the human king. A fervor ignited within the hearts of the 5 prodigies, their eyes gleaming with greed. The elders and their companions noticed the newcomers, their expressions growing cold as they prepared to confront the 5. This place does not welcome you. We kindly ask that you leave at once, the elder commanded icily. The 5 prodigies regarded the elder with disdain, one of them sneering, "A mere half-wit dares to speak before us? Let me inform you that we hail from the pure Yang Sword Palace of Eastern Divine Continent." The leading prodigy, brimming with arrogance, gazed past the elder and focused on Jiang Xuan. Though he could not discern Jiang Xuan's depth, the latter's attire clearly indicated he was a newly arrived prodigy, likely affiliated with a local force in Southern Divine Continent. Thus, he chose to address Jiang Xuan directly, coldly warning, "I advise you to cease receiving the legacy. Otherwise, you may lose your life, and it won't end with just you. Moreover, our sword master has personally come this time, should you refuse to yield the legacy. Informing the sword master will not only endanger you. You should know that our sword master is an invincible being of the last era, born with a sword heart, having already entered the earthly profound realm, with his sword path reaching the mid-stage of sword intent." The prodigy cast a condescending glance at the elder and his companions, scoffing. "With the terrifying prowess of our sword master, he could eliminate you without needing a second strike." The other 4 prodigies smiled in agreement. In truth, the current generation of prodigies from the pure Yang Sword Palace possessed relatively weak talents compared to other top factions, and they often faced ridicule and mockery from various powers. Their hearts brimmed with humiliation, yet they felt powerless. It wasn't until the emergence of the sword master, Engo, that they experienced a sense of vindication. The mockery of the past would be repaid tenfold. In essence, the 5 were now reveling in their moment of triumph, albeit relying on Hengu rather than their own merits. The elders remained unfazed, their gazes cold as they regarded the 5, akin to observing foolish jesters unaware of their impending doom. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan remained engrossed in his contemplation of the sword path, paying no mind to the unfolding drama. The 5 prodigies faltered, speaking among themselves, ignored by all, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere that ignited their ire. Stubborn fools, they spat in low voices, summoning their spiritual swords to charge at the elders. Despite their petty triumph, the 5 prodigies from the pure Yang Sword Palace were not without strength, each possessing late-stage spirit transformation cultivation and wielding the formidable sword techniques of their palace. While they might not be invincible among their realm, their combined efforts could contend with an average earthly profound cultivator. However, before the elders, their power would undoubtedly fall short. Handle them swiftly, ensuring our young king remains undisturbed. The elder instructed calmly. Understood, the others replied, swiftly brandishing their weapons to engage, to minimize the tumult of battle and achieve a quick resolution without disturbing the young king. The Jiang family mobilized all but the elder, including 2 earthly profound masters and 10 spirit transformation cultivators. The 10 spirit transformation cultivators joined forces to conjure a formidable killing formation, its aura repressed, akin to a vast ocean, concealing its lethal intent. In an instant, they enveloped the 5 prodigies within. They did not seek to suppress or annihilate with brute force. The purpose of the killing formation was merely to ensnare the opponent, preventing the residual chaos of battle from disturbing the young king. Suddenly, 2 elderly figures of the earth's profound realm entered the formation. Their once incomplete bodies erupted with a fierce, primal aura akin to a tempest, like surging tides. The 5 prodigies' eyes widened in horror, realization dawning upon them. Two from the earth's profound realm. It was only at that moment they felt as though they had been doused with cold water, awakening to the grim truth. They had been courting death all along. No. With the anguished cries of the 5, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion. The outcome was abundantly clear. As the formation dissipated, the bloodied corpses of the 5 prodigies lay strewn across the ground. However, the 2 elders of the earth's profound realm did not withdraw. Instead, they turned their gaze toward another direction, their eyes icy, brimming with murderous intent. The 10 figures of the spirit transformation realm mirrored this somber demeanor, standing ready with solemnity. An elder floated over, his aged eyes betraying an unmasked bloodlust, and coldly remarked to the one wishing to play the role of the fisherman, "I earnestly advise you to abandon such thoughts." Chapter 72. The powerful human steel and the suppression of the curse under the piercing gazes of the crowd. A brilliant divine radiance shimmered atop a massive stone. The figure of Jiang Xuan gradually materialized. With his tightly shut eyes slightly raised, he met the stares of onlookers, his brow furrowing instinctively, an air of vigilance swelling within him. He had masked his presence using the local rules of this realm, confident that he could evade the perceptions of those at the earthly profound realm. Yet, he had still been revealed. Moreover, it was not only the 3 physically impaired elders of the earthly profound realm who sensed him. Even those in the spirit transformation realm had detected his existence. These individuals should not be underestimated, Jiang Xuan mused silently. Jiang Xuan performed a respectful bow and calmly stated, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with you all. I shall take my leave." With that, his figure began to distort, utilizing the rules of this realm to depart. The elders, witnessing this, felt their eyelids twitch with surprise. Given their strength, they could not discern how he had vanished. Thankfully, he bore no ill intent. One of the earthly profound elders remarked. The old man nodded slightly, secretly relieved. The fact that someone with merely the cultivation of the spirit realm could effortlessly leave under their noses was already remarkable. Had a conflict truly arisen, they might have been able to subdue him, yet it would have required considerable effort, inevitably disturbing the young king, which they wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, having departed, appeared atop a barren hill outside the desolate mountains. His tightly closed eyes gazed towards the mountains, emanating a golden divine radiance, imbued with an indescribable sense of sanctity. He was now tentatively employing the divine eye of all laws to probe the situation surrounding the human steel. His gaze pierced through the void, first resting upon the human steel. The human steel? Jiang Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to conceal his surprise. He murmured softly, "How could there be a human steel in this remote region?" The human steel, a sacred artifact forged by the human emperor, was meant to embody the fortunes and destinies of humanity, an unparalleled treasure indeed. Jiang Hong's heart ignited with fervor, although the human steel was not what he sought. Such a sacred object of humanity was undeniably enticing. However, the strength of the native inhabitants was formidable. Even if he manipulated the local rules, he might not be able to seize the human steel without difficulty. Jiang Hong hesitated internally. His primary goal remained the sacred mountain cauldron, and should he sustain injuries or face obstacles here, it would undoubtedly hinder his acquisition of the cauldron. The sacred mountain cauldron, a divine artifact once wielded by the mountain deity of the heavens, contained within it a fragment of the authority held by the mountain deity. If he could successfully obtain and refine it, transforming it into the foundation of the divine eye of all laws, Not only would the eye attain a modest level of mastery, but it would also signify an opportunity to touch the power of the divine. Though still at the spirit realm, mastering even a hint of divine power would render his foundation truly formidable. Thus, the sacred mountain cauldron was of paramount importance. The human steel, though immensely precious, was merely an unexpected delight rather than a necessity. Of course, he was reluctant to abandon such a sacred object of humanity. Jiang Hong found himself engulfed in indecision, continuing to probe. At that moment, his gaze shifted from a human steel to Jiang Xuan, his brows furrowing in disbelief. How was it this lad? He instantly recognized the individual as the Jiang clan disciple who had previously passed through the portal without hindrance. Yet, Jiang Hong could not fathom how this youth had infiltrated the ranks of the natives and gained their approval, thus acquiring the legacy of the human steel. Truly, a prodigy of ancestral bloodlines. Jiang Hong could not help but marvel. Simultaneously, he dismissed any thoughts of the human steel, swiftly turning to head towards the location of the sacred mountain cauldron. Firstly, there were too many obstacles, and he lacked confidence in successfully obtaining the human steel. Secondly, as a fellow prodigy of the Jiang clan, he saw no need to usurp the opportunities of his kin. After all, this ancestral bloodline prodigy possessed methods that were exceedingly mysterious, and he held a measure of respect and caution towards him. In the absence of direct conflict over interests, it was best to avoid animosity. On the other hand, Jiang Xuan had finally concluded his comprehension. The sharp sword intent melted into an essence of water, exuding a resilient vitality, while harboring a hidden sharpness within. Buzz! Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, the fluidity of his sword intent sweeping over him, as his aura grew increasingly profound, exuding a sense of returning to one's roots. His sharpness concealed, he radiated a gentleness akin to water, embodying the essence of natural law. The elders sensed Jiang Xuan's sword path, their hearts suddenly filled with astonishment, a chill creeping down their spines. It was not merely because the young king's sword path was exceedingly powerful, but rather that it appeared as if it were a natural manifestation, flawless in its execution, suffused with an aura of human grandeur. Their immediate impression was not that they faced a singular sword path, but rather the indomitable spirit of humanity. If only the young king were not still in the spirit transformation realm. Upon entering the earthly profound realm, they would likely not stand a chance against him. Truly, the young king. Everyone marveled internally, their gazes towards him filled with reverence. The sword intent had reached fruition. Jiang Xuan revealed a satisfied smile. However, his satisfaction stemmed from more than just the completion of his sword intent. More importantly, he had taken his first steps towards establishing his own sword path. His sword path was the sword of humanity. The stronger humanity became, the more weight his sword would carry. He sensed that when his sword path reached its zenith, it could embody the thoughts, fortunes, and destinies of humanity, wielding humanity as his sword. This was largely due to the will of humanity that had been bestowed upon him. Yet his unique insights into the sword path were equally indispensable. Indeed, had he not experienced that segment of sword path comprehension in the royal city, he would not have achieved this milestone today. Jiang Xuan contentedly retracted his sword intent, and then turned his gaze towards the human steel, establishing a certain connection with it. With a casual gesture, the human steel trembled, swiftly ascending and shrinking into a fragment of jade, which then flew into Jiang Xuan's brow. Buzz! An ancient luminescence flickered, revealing an expansive aura, divine and extraordinary, forming a translucent seal that was fiercely branded upon the cursed totem. The cursed totem flickered violently, as if desperately struggling, emanating strange black mist that formed a peculiar force of rules, attempting to shatter the seal. Yet, the seal formed by the human steel remained remarkably resilient. No matter how the cursed totem thrashed, it could not be broken. In this ebb and flow, a dynamic equilibrium was established. Jiang Xuan sensed this subtly, feeling a sense of reassurance. As a sacred object of humanity, the human steel could indeed suppress the bloodline curse. The power of the bloodline curse that had invaded his veins had already diminished significantly. when he first attained the will of humanity. He had merely 3 years of lifespan left. However, now, conservatively estimating, he could live for over 10 more years. Of course, breaking through to the celestial realm within 10 years remained exceedingly challenging. As for stepping into the true divine realm within that time frame, it was a pipe dream. If he could obtain the remaining 4 human steel fragments, using the complete sacred object of humanity to suppress the bloodline curse, it should further extend his remaining lifespan to at least 100 years. Jiang Xuan contemplated quietly. Then, Jiang Xuan slightly raised his gaze, looking towards the elder, and directly inquired, "How can I obtain the other 4 human steel fragments?" Chapter 73. Outsider. Eliminate them, returning to the young king. He participated in the trial of the human monument organized by the 5 pulses. The elderly man raised his aged gaze slightly, fixing his eyes upon the remnants of the mountain god in the sky, and spoke in a deep tone. Whenever a prodigy is born among the pulses, the 5 pulses will invoke the will of the mountain god's remnants using their own bloodlines, thereby awakening the human monument. Simultaneously, a trial will be held in the first ancient city. Those who succeed in the trial may attempt to establish a connection with the human monument. The elder withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Xuan, stating, "As the young king embodies the will of humanity, the human monument will undoubtedly choose you, just as it did earlier. In other words, as long as you pass the trial, you will be able to subdue the other 4 human monuments and take them all with you." Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, deep in thought. "When will the next trial begin?" The elder responded respectfully, "Your Highness, I have just invoked the will of the mountain god's remnants and awakened the human monument. The other 4 pulses must hasten to commence the trial." "Do you mean?" Jiang Xuan's heart stirred. "We should still have time to head to the first ancient city." The elder nodded. Jiang Xuan inquired, "How do we get to the first ancient city?" The elder hesitated for a moment, then suddenly knelt down, placing his hands on the ground in reverence, and said, "We wish to follow you, young king. We hope for your permission." The others followed suit, bowing their heads in a gesture of respect, seeking the young king's consent. Jiang Xuan was momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the people before him with a complex expression. He could sense their fervent hearts. These admirable individuals were sincere and unpretentious, devoid of the deceit often found among external cultivators. Each possessed extraordinary talent, a potential that, had they not been constrained by this flawed realm, would have surely led them to establish a supreme lineage. Such a group voluntarily submitting to him left him with no reason to decline. If he were to bring them back to the Shantian realm, given time, their achievements would be beyond imagination and could become a formidable foundation for him. Thus, Jiang Xuan, shedding his usual caution, decisively accepted their allegiance. He knelt and raised the elder, solemnly declaring, "There is little I can do at present, but I assure you, I will never betray your perseverance." The elder's eyes glistened with tears. The young king's promise was the greatest affirmation of their unwavering commitment over countless years. "Thank you, young king." The elder then turned to the others, instructing, "Except for the children and pregnant women who shall remain in the village, the rest will accompany me to protect the young king as we head to the first ancient city." "Understood," the crowd responded. Before this, in the first ancient city, the turbulence caused by the elder invoking the mountain goddess had evidently affected the area. In the central region of the first ancient city, there stood another human monument. At this moment, the monument quivered gently, emitting strands of sacred human fate, dispersing like mist and presenting a hazy vision. The Jiang family members of this pulse sensed the change, raising their eyes to the human monument with uncertainty. What is happening? It is not yet time for the trial. Why would the monument suddenly react? A middle-aged man, clad in ancient robes and emanating a profound aura, flew in and stood before the monument, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was Jiang Ming, the lord of the first ancient city and leader of the Jiang family. At that moment, a young man also arrived, bathed in divine light. He emanated mysterious Tao patterns, his handsome visage resembling that of a youthful deity. This was Jiang Xuan, son of Jiang Ming. Should anyone probe with their soul, they would be astonished to discover that both individuals had reached the earthly profound realm. Father, what is the situation? Why did the human monument suddenly react? Jiang Xuan questioned, puzzled. Could it be that the people from the three pulses have rashly invoked the will of the mountain god? They should not be so foolish, Jiang Ming said, his expression impassive as he gazed at the monument. Only when the five pulses invoke the will of the mountain god together can the human monument truly awaken. If they were to act independently, they could at most cause a mere anomaly, unable to establish a connection. Such actions would yield no benefit and would instead provoke hostility from our pulses, bringing them no advantage. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ming, it was unnecessary to fully awaken the human monument, for Jiang Xuan had already gained its recognition and had subdued one. Could it be that pulse? Jiang Xuan pondered thoughtfully, slowly asking, that pulse? Jiang Ming contemplated before slowly shaking his head. It should not be. That pulse has been jointly suppressed by us, though not extinguished. They certainly lack the resources to cultivate a prodigy. Moreover, even if they managed to cultivate one, what use would it be to invoke the human monument alone? Jiang Xuan nodded, deep in thought. Since the will of the mountain god has already been invoked, the human monument trial must commence. After some reflection, Jiang Ming solemnly instructed a nearby individual, notify the other pulses. The human monument trial will take place in 3 days. Yes. The person turned and departed to relay the message to the various pulses. How prepared are you? Do you have confidence in winning the human monument trial? Jiang Ming turned to Jiang Xuan and inquired. Jiang Xuan smiled confidently. Father, rest assured, I have successfully advanced to the second level of the earthly profound realm, easily surpassing those from the three pulses. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction, then solemnly cautioned, but do not become complacent. When necessary, you may use that item I entrusted to you. Is that really necessary? Jiang Xuan hesitated, feeling conflicted. The competition among their pulses was fierce, yet remained within a relatively controllable range, particularly with the strict prohibition against causing fatalities. After all, they all shared the same bloodline, descendants of the mountain god. Even the pulse that had been expelled from the ancient city faced only resource deprivation, and at worst, the foundation of their younger generation was destroyed. The mountain god watched over them. They dared not kill their kin before their ancestor. However, if he were to use that item, his competitors would undoubtedly perish. Jiang Xuan's expression grew serious, his thoughts in turmoil. One must look out for oneself, or face dire consequences. Perhaps sensing Jiang Xuan's hesitation, Jiang Ming, with a grave expression, said, You possess exceptional talent, a prodigious nature that surpasses those who have come before. Even if you cannot establish a connection with the human monument during this trial, that is ultimately secondary. The primary goal is to pass through the human monument and escape this prison-like world. Jiang Ming placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Xuan's shoulder, his voice heavy with the hopes and expectations of a father for his son. Our Jiang family has been trapped in this world for far too long. So long that despite our formidable bloodline and unique cultivation environment, none have broken free to reach the heavenly origin realm, ultimately succumbing to fate. My child, you have the chance to escape. The possibility of achieving greatness and reaching the pinnacle. Do not give up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's expression gradually firmed, and he nodded earnestly. I understand, Father. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly sensed something, his brow furrowing as he turned to look in a particular direction. Buzz, above the first ancient city. Ripples began to undulate, forming strange folds in the air. Leading the group was Xiao Tianyi, the saint son of the great Luo sacred land. Accompanied by numerous prodigies and geniuses from the great Luo sacred land, who had arrived through designated teleportation using the quota spirit symbols. Outsiders, Jiang Ming's face broke into a smile, though this smile bore a hint of coldness and a trace of murderous intent. He then spoke with divine resonance, announcing to all members of the Jiang family in the first ancient city, Leave all outsiders behind. Chapter 74. The slaughter of the great prodigies. A fierce voice echoed ominously, reverberating through the first ancient city. In an instant, members of the Jiang family surged forth, a formidable assembly of over 1,000 warriors, all at the transformation realm, clad in armor and moving with synchronized precision, reminiscent of a well-drilled army. exuding a chilling aura that stirred the very heavens and earth. The skies above the ancient city seemed to darken ominously. Xiao Tianyi and nearly 100 other prodigies, caught unawares, soon realized they were being encircled, their expressions shifting to alarm and panic. The sheer number of their adversaries was staggering, even though each of them was a prodigy, a paragon of their realm. Their combat prowess far exceeding that of their peers, they could not withstand a military onslaught of this magnitude. Moreover, they sensed the profound depth of their opponent's cultivation, indicating formidable strength. To complicate matters further, several Earth Profound Realm experts were evidently approaching from a distance. The outcome of being besieged was all too predictable. What was even more perplexing was how they had inexplicably been transported to this place inhabited by the natives. Cover each other and retreat. Exit the city, Xiao Tianyi commanded in a grave voice. He summoned his sword, an ancient blade inscribed with arcane patterns that emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to a celestial weapon. Simultaneously, he activated his celestial physique, and an iridescent light erupted around him, ethereal and magnificent, showcasing his extraordinary nature. The celestial essence within him surged forth, empowering his sword. Suddenly, the sky, tainted by the bloodlust, illuminated as brightly as day. A vast wave of sword energy stretched across the heavens, evoking the awe of a celestial being wielding a sword, poised to cleave the firmament. The encroaching army halted in their tracks, their expressions reflecting sheer horror as a profound dread welled within them. This sword strike was far too terrifying for mere transformation realm warriors to withstand. Strike! Xiao Tianyi commanded coldly, directing the immense sword energy to descend. The unparalleled sword aura crushed the very fabric of reality, shattering the void like a mirror, revealing a deep, chaotic darkness. Xiao Tianyi understood that only by swiftly instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries could he and the prodigies of the great Luo sacred land maximize their chances of escaping the ancient city. Otherwise, if they were ensnared by the army, even his own safety would be in jeopardy. Thus, he unleashed his strongest technique, even at the cost of utilizing a life-saving artifact bestowed upon him by his master, a fragment of sword energy from the great Luo celestial sword. With his celestial physique, he possessed a celestial fate inherently attuned to the laws of heaven and earth, making him, in some respects, no less formidable than the sacred body. This strike, empowered by his celestial physique and the sword energy of the great Luo celestial sword, was earth-shattering, capable of shaking even the Earth Profound Realm. Jiang Xuan gazed intently, his expression grave as he murmured in surprise, "Are the prodigies from the outside world truly this powerful?" Despite having entered the second level of the Earth Profound Realm, he felt an unsettling uncertainty about facing the incoming attack. The opponent's aura clearly indicated they had only recently entered the Earth Profound Realm. It is crucial to note that unlike the Transformation Realm, prodigies could often battle beyond their realm. However, once one entered the Earth Profound Realm, the difficulty of crossing realms significantly increased as they began to absorb the energy of the Earth, harnessing its power, revealing a substantial disparity in cultivation levels. Even a single level could represent an insurmountable difference. This was precisely why he felt confident in easily defeating the other three lineage's prodigies. Yet today, this outsider subtly shattered that ironclad rule. The beings of the Xintian realm numbered in the billions, and the ancient traditions with profound roots were countless. Thus, the emergence of such a prodigy was not unexpected. However, such gifted individuals remained exceedingly rare. Jiang Ming, the city lord, maintained a composed demeanor, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "You need not belittle yourself. This is merely his life-preserving move, likely to be a one-time use. Moreover, you are far younger than he is." His son Jiang Xuan had entered the Earth Profound Realm at the age of 40, a speed that, while not unprecedented, was indeed remarkable. At least this outsider was not as formidable as his son. As Jiang Ming comforted his son, he stepped into the air, traversing space as if it were mere inches, positioning himself before the army to confront Xiao Tianyi's immense sword energy. With minimal motion, He spread his arms wide and slowly lifted them. Boom! The first ancient city, stretching for thousands of miles, suddenly transformed as a vast, heavy aura surged like a tempest. The earth heaved violently, and the overwhelming energy of the land erupted forth. The weighty force of the earth coalesced around Jiangming, solidifying into a colossal, majestic mountain. Settle, Jiangming intoned calmly. The towering mountain gradually tilted, bearing down upon the vast sword energy. Despite the enhancement from the great Luo celestial sword, the absolute disparity in strength rendered Xiao Tiany's sword energy incapable of withstanding the earth's oppressive force. The celestial essence fractured, revealing visible cracks in the sword energy, which teetered on the brink of collapse. Controlling the sword energy, Xiao Tiany felt the weight of the opponent's earth force pressing down upon him. His body sinking under the pressure, and he was starkly aware of the adversary's terrifying strength. His expression darkened. The pinnacle of the earth, profound realm. The gap in cultivation was simply too vast. Even with profound roots and a powerful lineage, he could not bridge the chasm of disparity that loomed before him. What kind of place is this? Xiao Tiany could not help but curse inwardly, questioning why so many powerful natives still existed. Soon enough, with a resounding crash, the immense sword energy shattered completely, and Xiao Tiany suffered a backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura fluctuating chaotically. Jiangming stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing Xiao Tiany with a detached gaze, choosing not to press the attack. The trial of the human monument was set to commence, and he needed to maintain himself in peak condition, lest the other three city lords nurture unwarranted thoughts. After all, this young man undoubtedly hailed from a powerful tradition within the Xintian realm, possibly even a sacred offspring, and was likely equipped with numerous life-preserving tactics. While he posed no lethal threat, an unexpected strike could still inflict harm. With a swift motion, he commanded the army, "Leave them be." Understood. The army, composed of nearly 1,000 Transformation Realm warriors, responded with a unified roar, advancing rapidly towards Xiao Tiany and his companions. The prodigies of the great Luo sacred land turned pale. If even the sacred sun could not contend with their opponents, how could they hope to break free? Sacred Son. What now? A prodigy of the earth, profound realm whispered at Xiao Tiany's side. Xiao Tiany cast a grim glance at the speaker, his expression dark. You ask me? Who should I turn to for answers? After a moment's contemplation, he bellowed, "Fight to the death, break through. Earth profound realm warriors, hold the rear." Yes, the others echoed. The battle commenced. Brilliant divine abilities, mystic arts, and profound laws of the universe illuminated the battlefield. The chilling air of slaughter surged forth like dark clouds, suffocating the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the earth of the ancient city crimson. In an instant, the entire ancient city transformed into a miniature battlefield. The army of nearly 1,000 Transformation Realm warriors united to encircle the prodigies, employing strict formations to systematically claim the lives of one great Luo sacred land prodigy after another. Meanwhile, the Earth Profound Realm experts engaged in fierce combat with Xiao Tiany and his peers. The battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. Yet, Xiao Tiany and his comrades fought and retreated, using their lives to buy time, gradually making their way back to the city gates of the first ancient city. Hold on, Xiao Tiany shouted, bloodied and hoarse. We will break through. Understood. The celestial prodigies, some perished while others were grievously injured, yet their ferocity only intensified, their bloodlust growing ever more pronounced and fierce. Meanwhile, the retreating group, led by Xiao Tiany, remained oblivious to the fact that just 10 miles outside the first ancient city, on a desolate mountain, a contingent of prodigies had laid a meticulous ambush, watching them with a detached demeanor, patiently awaiting their arrival. At the forefront of this group stood a figure of remarkable grace and beauty, her exquisite visage captivating. Her crystalline eyes emanated an ethereal, icy blue chill. It was none other than the divine maiden of the wasteland, Luo Xinglan. Chapter 75. Something is amiss. Divine lady, everything is in order? Reported a young prodigy respectfully behind Luo Xinglan. She nodded slightly, her cold gaze fixed unwaveringly on the first ancient city, attentively monitoring the battle unfolding. Since the emergence of the true divine mystical realm, she had been orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the prodigies of the great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Tao sect, and the ancient underworld's sacred cult. Initially, she utilized the quota spirit talismans to teleport the prodigies of these factions directly into the ancient cities. By leveraging the strength of the indigenous inhabitants, she aimed to deplete their forces before harvesting them. Of course, annihilating them all at once proved challenging, for the prowess of these exceptional beings was not to be underestimated. However, this was merely the first phase of her elaborate plan. Maintain stealth and await patiently. The earthly profound realm can be spared, but we must strive to retain all from the spirit transformation realm. Luo Xinglan's tone was frigid, laced with a palpable aura of impending slaughter. Understood. The prodigies responded solemnly before activating the grand formation, each concealing themselves. At the entrance of the first ancient city, self-destruct the spirit artifacts, blast open the city gates. Xiao Tianyi commanded furiously as he repelled an earthly profound expert with a single sword strike. Yes, a prodigy from the great Luo Holy Land, under the cover of others, temporarily escaped and hurled several spirit artifacts from a storage ring towards the city gates. Boom! The prodigy howled in anguish as he detonated the spirit artifacts. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, radiating chaotic energy waves like a cataclysmic tide. Those near the city gates, whether prodigies from the great Luo Holy Land or the inhabitants of the ancient city, were swept away by the tumultuous energy sent flying as if caught in a storm. The sturdy city gates were blasted open, creating a massive breach. Go! Xiao Tianyi, disheveled, roared fiercely. At the same time, he unleashed another strike against the advancing army behind him. This strike, empowered by the essence of his immortal body, though lacking the sword aura of the great Luo immortal sword, surpassed the limits of his current realm. The vast sword strike descended like a divine peak, creating an absolute chasm that repelled the army. Immediately, Xiao Tianyi activated a secret technique and hurriedly followed the fleeing prodigies. The powerful figures of the first ancient city were about to pursue further when, "Let them go," commanded city Lord Jiangming from atop the city wall, his voice calm. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted and looked at him in confusion. Having sustained nearly half their forces and all being injured, why not continue the pursuit to capture them all? A black-robed, earthly, profound expert flew in, standing behind Jiangming. Reporting to the city lord, "Our losses are minimal. If we pursue, we are fully capable of capturing them all." Jiangming chuckled. And what would be the benefit of capturing them all? There is no need to rush. They have come to this place and will undoubtedly linger for a considerable time. This expanse is not so vast. There will be ample opportunity. The black-robed expert hesitated before replying, "Understood. Are there any survivors?" Jiangming inquired. "Two severely injured and unconscious," came the response. "Revive them and interrogate them for information," Jiangming said, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the direction where Xiao Tianyi and the others fled, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Ideally, we should extract how they managed to enter." The black-robed expert's eyes brightened. "If we ascertain how they entered, it is highly probable they will exit in the same manner." Jiangming's gaze turned contemplative as he looked towards the deep sky. "We have been trapped here for too long. It is time we see the sun again." Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyi and the remaining prodigies hastily approached the desolate mountains where Luo Xinglan and her cohorts lay in ambush. "They have not pursued. Let us travel another 20 miles to regroup," Xiao Tianyi instructed, noticing the absence of pursuers. This time, their expedition had indeed begun poorly. They had barely entered the true divine mystical realm, still unfamiliar with the local conditions, and had already lost nearly half their prodigies. Now, including himself, only 52 remained. "Saint Sun, something feels amiss," remarked a gloomy-faced, earthly, profound prodigy. Xiao Tianyi cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. He was acutely aware of the strangeness. What secret realm allows its entrance to be ambushed without witnessing any opportunities? Yet, what good was it to dwell on such trivialities now? Fortunately, the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient city had not pursued them, They were alive, and as long as they lived, there remained hope. But at that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A series of lethal formations materialized, abruptly activating, enveloping them in a swirling domain of deathly energy, creating a trap of slaughter. Kill. Without any semblance of negotiation, Luo Xinglan emerged, issuing a cold command, transforming into a streak of ethereal blue light that pierced the void, targeting Xiao Tianyi directly. Dozens of prodigies revealed themselves, unleashing their lethal techniques and charging forth. Xiao Tianyi and his companions were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically upon recognizing the attackers. Damn it! We've fallen into a trap. Xiao Tianyi realized instantly, cursing vehemently. He had been puzzled as to why all the disciples from the great Luo Holy Land had been uniformly transported to a single ancient city with no time for them to react, only to be met with immediate slaughter by the indigenous inhabitants. It turned out, everything was part of Luo Xinglan's scheme. The quota spirit talismans were compromised. Even the members of the heavenly god cult had colluded with those natives in advance. Luo Xinglan, you shall pay for this. Xiao Tianyi's eyes reddened, fury surging as he roared, channeling the essence of his immortal body and charging towards Luo Xinglan with sword in hand. However, he had sustained significant injuries in the prior battle, having already expended the life-saving sword aura of the great Luo immortal sword. Now, his combat prowess was less than 70% of his peak state. How could he possibly contend with the well-prepared Luo Xinglan? Boom! The ethereal blue power of the profound Yin transformed into countless icy blades, akin to a sword formation, effortlessly shredding through Xiao Tianyi. Wounds deep enough to expose bone appeared on his body, the essence-laden blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. The other prodigies from the great Luo Holy Land fared even worse. Many were already gravely injured, their strength reduced to a mere fraction, and now, besieged by the prodigies of the heavenly god cult, they found it even more challenging to resist. In mere moments, nearly 10 prodigies fell beneath their blades, their lifeless bodies littering the ground. After a short incense sticks time, the ambush concluded. The prodigies of the great Luo Holy Land lay strewn across the ground, save for Xiao Tianyi and a few earthly profound experts who employed secret techniques to flee, while all the spirit transformation realm prodigies were captured. On the side of the heavenly god cult, their casualties were not insignificant, but in comparison to the great Luo Holy Land, they were negligible. This ambush had yielded tremendous success. After accounting for the results, a prodigy reporting to the Divine Lady, "We lost 4 in the spirit transformation realm, 10 severely injured, and several lightly wounded, while retaining 47 spirit transformation prodigies from the great Luo Holy Land. Xiao Tianyi and 7 earthly profound experts could not be captured." Luo Xinglan nodded in satisfaction, contemplating briefly before sending messages to the other 2 factions to inquire about their battle conditions. Utilizing the quota spirit talismans, she had transported the great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Dao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred cult to their respective ancient cities, with her own prodigies divided into 3 groups to execute ambushes. This was merely the first step of her grand design. If this initial phase proceeded smoothly, her next step would be to leverage her past life's memories to forge an alliance with Jiang Xuan. Luo Xinglan's gaze lifted slightly, directed towards one particular area, glimmering with ethereal blue light, the location of the true divine mystical realm, where the majority of the opportunities in this world resided. According to her past life's memories, Jiang Xuan would undoubtedly head there. Chapter 76. Liquidation must precede seizing the divine tablet, reporting to the goddess, the extreme Dao sect, excluding the young sect master Gu Feng and 6 others within the earthly profound realm, has eradicated all the rest. The Guming sacred sect has fled with the holy son Lan Wu Hai, 3 earthly profound experts, and 10 peak transformation spirit cultivators, while the remainder were slaughtered, leaving only 2 earthly profound beings behind. Soon, the other 2 factions' prodigies returned to report. Luo Xinglan nodded in satisfaction. The first step of her scheme yielded bountiful results, far exceeding her expectations. The three major forces she intended to manipulate had suffered a devastating loss upon their arrival in this realm, with 90% of their elite vanquished. Although the remaining adversaries were primarily earthly profound, making them more formidable to confront, the numerical advantage would undoubtedly simplify her subsequent plans. With this in mind, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Xuan. Rescuing the arid heaven sacred sect could not rely solely on the annihilation of a few prodigies from the three major factions. Her initial thoughts were reaffirmed. Establishing rapport with Jiang Xuan, a future powerhouse poised to transcend the Xintian realm, was essential to effectively alleviating the impending crisis facing the arid heaven sacred sect. Luo Xinglan's resolve crystallized, and she decisively instructed her four direct disciples to proceed ahead with her to the divine abyss. The others were to gather swiftly and conceal themselves until her return, at which point they would embark on the next phase of their plan. The divine abyss lay 100 miles beyond the first ancient city, a chasm plunging 1,000 fathoms deep. According to the local inhabitants, it was a remnant of the divine will of the mountain god, unleashed to punish invading foes. Through her past life's memories, she recognized it as the true sanctuary of the divine realm. Numerous potent legacies and alluring opportunities awaited within, including the nurturing of a sapling of the world tree. Shortly, Jiang Xuan would venture there to obtain the world tree sapling. If she could secure it first and then present it to him, it would be ideal. Even if unsuccessful, she could still await his arrival to win his favor. After all, the sapling of the world tree, the treasures of the divine realm, and the human tablet, these seemingly invaluable opportunities could not save the arid heaven-sacred sect from its impending doom. She was willing to forego them all for the chance to forge an alliance with Jiang Xuan. Reporting to the goddess, according to our intelligence, the first ancient city will initiate the human tablet trial in 3 days. Should we wait here? One prodigy hesitated briefly before respectfully inquiring. No need, Luo Xinglan replied coolly. The local inhabitants possess formidable strength, with numerous earthly profound beings among them. Even if we were to wait, participation in the human tablet trial is uncertain, let alone securing the tablet. Moreover, other factions' prodigies are also lurking with intent. Waiting here would likely be a waste of time. We are better off advancing our next plan. Luo Xinglan turned to the prodigy, her expression frigid, her tone grave. Remember, our purpose in entering the divine realm is not for opportunities or legacies. Rather, it is to eliminate all the prodigies of the three major factions. The prodigy felt a tremor of fear and hurriedly replied, "Understood." Distributing the news of the human tablet trial would entice them to converge at the first ancient city, confronting the local inhabitants head-on. With the dual stimuli of hatred and interest, they would undoubtedly engage in fierce combat. The more that fell, the easier it would be for them to reap the rewards. About an hour later, at the intersection of the first, second, and third ancient cities, a barren valley spanning thousands of miles emanated an enigmatic aura of formation. The remnants of prodigious talents from the Del Luo sacred land, extreme Dao sect, and Guming sacred sect had gathered here. We have all fallen into Luo Xinglan's cunning trap. Gu Feng, the young master of the extreme Dao sect, seethed with fury. If I ever catch her, I will crush her bones with my own hands. Having teleported to the second ancient city, they too had suffered heavy losses from the ambush of the local inhabitants. Barely escaping the ancient city, they then fell into a trap laid by the arid heaven-sacred sect as prodigies, with all transformation spirit cultivators perishing on the spot, leaving only a few earthly profound survivors. Even Gu Feng himself had been gravely injured while battling two of his direct disciples, exhausting all his trump cards. Lan Wuhai, the holy son of the Guming sacred sect, wore a dark expression, his eyes glinting with chilling anger. Their sect had fared little better, having lost two earthly profound cultivators as well. I cannot swallow this humiliation, he growled. We three factions can gather our forces, with over 10 earthly profound experts, and we have the strength to return and eliminate Luo Xinglan right here. Xiao Tianyi, the holy son of the Del Luo sacred land, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring their outbursts. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the vast sky, as if anticipating something. Before their arrival, The Holy Master had advised him that the extreme Dao sect and Gunming sacred sect could be utilized, but did not warrant excessive concern. When necessary, they could be discarded. The Deluo sacred land still had its hidden cards. With a glance at Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai, Xiao Qianni had already formulated a plan in his mind. The best choice was to use these complaining allies as cannon fodder. He then said calmly, "The situation remains unclear. We do not even know how many of the Arid Heaven's sacred sect remain. Should we recklessly charge back and seek our demise?" Upon hearing this, Lan Wuhai fell silent, unable to retort. Gu Feng turned to Xiao Qianni, his expression filled with rage. "Are you truly willing to let this grudge go, while our prodigies are nearly wiped out?" Xiao Qianni lifted his gaze slightly, addressing Gu Feng with an indifferent tone. "What is the rush? The divine realm has only just opened. We have ample time. For now, we should seek opportunities to enhance our strength. If we significantly increase our power, crushing Luo Xinglan and cleansing the Arid Heaven sacred sex prodigies will be a simple task." "That sounds appealing," Gu Feng scoffed coldly. "But we just searched the area, and you know as well as I do that there are no opportunities to be found, not even a single medicinal herb, as it has clearly been stripped clean by the local inhabitants. Seek opportunities? Are you suggesting we enter the ancient city and seize them from the hands of those locals? Do not forget, 90% of our prodigies fell to them." Gu Feng fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Qianni, disdainfully stating, "Is the esteemed holy son of the Deluo sacred land this fearful? What a joke." Xiao Qianni's eyes flashed with cold light, but he restrained his temper. Until he established contact with his hidden cards, he still needed the support of Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai, especially given the severe losses the Deluo sacred land had just endured. In 3 days, the first ancient city will host the human tablet trial. The victor will establish a connection with the human tablet and gain the opportunity to become its master. Xiao Qianni regarded the two, his expression calm, revealing no emotion. "You both have likely heard of the human tablet, a sacred artifact forged by the human emperor to bear the fate and fortunes of humanity." The human tablet? Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's eyes widened in shock, their expressions reflecting both astonishment and fervor. The sacred relic of humanity, chronicled only in ancient texts and coveted by countless souls, astonishingly exists within this realm. It is said that to claim the human steel as one's own signifies the destiny of humanity, bestowing upon the bearer a chance to ascend to the rank of a human sovereign, or even the revered emperor of humanity, reigning supreme over all celestial beings, should they manage to secure the human steel. The breaths of Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai grew noticeably rapid. Xiao Qianni observed their reactions, feeling no surprise, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, "United, our 3 factions should find ourselves in an invincible position within this domain. We possess considerable assurance regarding the trial of the human steel, regardless of who among us seizes it. Even without the inheritance of a human sovereign or emperor, our power shall at least multiply several-fold. At that point, settling accounts with the Huangtian divine sect and capturing Luo Xinglan will be a trivial endeavor." Turning to the two, Xiao Qianni inquired nonchalantly, "Do you find my proposal agreeable?" Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai exchanged glances, contemplated for a moment, and nodded solemnly, declaring, "We shall proceed as you suggest. Let us first claim the human steel." Instantly, a smile illuminated Xiao Tianni's face, as if he held all the strings of fate in his hands. Yet, a flicker of disdain glimmered in his eyes. Was the human steel so easily attainable? He had gained a profound understanding of the formidable strength possessed by the indigenous inhabitants of those ancient cities. The city lord at the pinnacle of the earth's profound realm was far beyond their capacity to confront. Even united, their efforts would still be futile. His words were merely a ruse to leverage the strength of the other 2 factions, ensuring his own safety while biding time for the arrival of the backup prepared by the Holy Master. Chapter 77. Do you deserve to participate in the trial? Meanwhile, in the 4th ancient city, apart from the 3 major forces, such as the Deluo sacred land, numerous remarkable talents from the various Dao traditions of southern Shenzhou, alongside some from eastern Shenzhou, had been transported here in droves. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Jiang family from the fourth ancient city, they appeared remarkably composed, as their losses were not as grievous as anticipated. Zhao Fuyao, radiating with celestial brilliance, harnessed the power of the stars. With the protection of Zhao family elites, she managed to evade the entanglement of a formidable earthly profound realm expert, successfully exiting the fourth ancient city. Meanwhile, the pure Yang sword master, Song, wielded his sword amidst a tempest of sword energy, cutting through the army of transforming spirits alongside several other geniuses from pure Yang sword palace. Dozens of other talents from eastern Shenzhou, each striving to survive, faced their own hardships. After escaping the fourth ancient city, Zhao Fuyao, Song, and other extraordinary geniuses deliberated the situation. They decided to temporarily abandon their confrontation with the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient city and refrain from seeking opportunities, instead continuing their search for Jiang Xuan. They remained convinced that Jiang Xuan would not miss out on the extraordinary true God's secret realm, leaning towards the belief that he was also present but had concealed his whereabouts. Thus, they initiated a search for him. Securing the Academy of Jixia from Jiang Xuan would ensure that even if they returned empty-handed from the true God's secret realm, they would not suffer any loss. However, their search was destined to be as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. The various Tao traditions of southern Shenzhou shared a similar sentiment, avoiding prolonged battles. Once they escaped the fourth ancient city, they concealed themselves, seeking resources and opportunities within the desolate mountains. However, after a thorough search, they found that not only were precious spiritual herbs lacking, but even spiritual mines had been completely stripped bare. The various geniuses soon realized that this realm had already fallen under the control of several ancient cities. To obtain cultivation resources, they would likely have no choice but to conquer an ancient city. Yet, it was evident that no one was willing to undertake such a course of action. They had already witnessed the formidable strength of the indigenous inhabitants, whose cultivation levels and foundational strength were on par with their own, and their numbers far exceeded theirs. More critically, the city lord of the ancient city was at the pinnacle of the earthly profound realm. In an instant, the talents entering the true God's secret realm found themselves in a predicament akin to headless flies, unsure of their next steps, until the news of the human steel trial, deliberately disseminated by the Ruined Heaven sect, reached their ears, igniting a tempest of excitement. The human steel, a sacred artifact embodying the fortune and fate of humanity. If they could seize it, how could they not tread the path of invincibility and ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao? The hearts of the various talents burned with fervor. Their lack of direction transformed into resolute determination as they surged toward the first ancient city. From the desolate mountains, beams of divine radiance soared into the sky. The human steel was theirs for the taking. 3 days later, at the third ancient city, Xiao Tianyi, Gufeng, Lan Wuhai, Zhao Fuyao, Song, and various other geniuses gathered outside the first ancient city, their eyes keenly fixed upon it, clearly intent on launching a joint assault. However, it is worth noting that the number of talents had dwindled to fewer than 600, a significant reduction of nearly 40% since their initial entry. This stark decline was a testament to the deadly efficacy of Luo Xinglan's machinations, especially for the Luo sacred land and the other three forces. Under the veiled gazes of other factions, they were compelled to further consolidate their ranks. Over a dozen earthly profound experts occasionally released their oppressive aura to assert dominance. They had no choice. Their numbers were alarmingly insufficient. Despite having 17 earthly profound practitioners, which appeared powerful, their total was merely 27. Meanwhile, other Tao traditions in southern Shenzhou, even the weakest among them, the Qian sacred land, boasted nearly 50 talents. The stark disparity in numbers significantly diminished the awe these traditions held for the three forces. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai wore grim expressions, their hearts brimming with resentment. They had never been so cornered, despite their formidable strength and terrifying backgrounds. All of this was attributed to the Ruined Heaven sect, all blamed on Luo Xinglan. In stark contrast, Xiao Qianni appeared relaxed. Over the past 3 days, he had established contact with his reinforcements. Now, he simply needed to wait quietly for their arrival. When the moment came, a cold light flickered in Xiao Qianni's eyes. He too would be able to dominate the battlefield. Zhao Fuyao Hatesong and the other extraordinary talents from Eastern Shenzhou had also gathered here, but their focus was clearly not on the first ancient city. Instead, they were discreetly observing their surroundings, attempting to locate Jiang Xuan. They understood the immense strength of the indigenous inhabitants, thus believing their chances of seizing the human steel paled in comparison to finding Jiang Xuan and obtaining the Academy of Jixia. There's no sign of Jiang Xuan. A genius from the Zhao family whispered to Zhao Fuyao. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with starlight, feeling quite displeased. This Jiang Xuan was indeed adept at hiding. At that moment, within the first ancient city, as the other 3 ancient cities arrived, the defensive might was formidable beyond measure, instilling fear. On the ancient, towering city walls, there were no fewer than 50 earthly profound realm experts. The number of transformation realm cultivators approached 3,000. It was clear that the inhabitants of the 4 ancient cities had all converged here. Although their 4 factions held differing ideologies, they naturally united against these outsiders, especially with the imminent human steel trial, a significant event for the Jiang family that could not afford any mistakes. You are not welcome here. The city lord of the first ancient city, Jiang Ming, bellowed coldly from the walls, advising them to leave promptly, or else they would face the wrath of his forces, who would annihilate them all. His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The overwhelming aura of the earthly profound realm surged forth, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. It directly stirred the forces of the earth, causing the ground to heave violently, as if an earthquake had struck, the oppressive force palpable. The lords of the other 3 ancient cities similarly exerted their presence, causing the atmosphere to change dramatically. The expressions of the assembled talents shifted, flickers of shock and anger flashing in their eyes. The battle from 2 days prior was still fresh in their minds. The strength of these indigenous inhabitants was indeed formidable, and most crucially, their numbers far surpassed theirs. Xiao Qianni and the other extraordinary talents of the earthly profound realm changed countenance, feeling a sense of trepidation. The opposing side boasted 50 earthly profound experts, while they had fewer than 30, each with their own agendas, lacking unity. In a one-on-one confrontation, they were confident they would not lose. However, this was not a martial arena, and the opposition would undoubtedly not be foolish enough to grant them such an opportunity. We have no intention of instigating conflict. We merely wish to participate in the human steel trial, Xiao Qianni replied solemnly. Participate in the human steel trial? Jiang Ming, the city lord, scoffed derisively. The human steel trial is an internal affair of our Jiang family. What does it have to do with you outsiders? I am aware that you come from the Xintian realm, representing the various forces within it. But be honest with yourselves, with your pitiable talents. Do you even dare to covet the human steel trial? At these words, the assembled talents erupted with indignation, their gazes toward Jiang Ming laced with icy contempt. Jiang Ming chuckled, eager to demonstrate what true genius was. Jiang Xuan stepped forward. Chapter 78. What right does he have to enter the city? Dressed in a dark robe, Jiang Xuan stepped forward with measured grace, his eyes deep and enigmatic as the abyss. Enigmatic chains of profound truths entwined his physical form, while the aura of the earth's veins enveloped him, exuding a terrifying presence characteristic of the earth profound realm. My son, Jiang Xuan, has entered the second level of the earth profound realm at the age of 40, declared Lord Jiang Ming, a statement so simple yet silencing all the prodigies present. Outside the first ancient city, over 300 exceptional talents were rendered speechless in an instant. 40 years old and already at the second level of the earth profound realm? Such a notion was scarcely conceivable. For context, even Xiao Qianni, the esteemed son of the supreme Holy Land, endowed with an immortal physique and unparalleled talent, only managed to reach the earth profound realm at the age of 50. Even then, He ranked among the foremost in the entire Xiantian realm. It was evident how extraordinarily remarkable this 40-year-old in the second level of the Earth profound realm truly was. Not only the crowd of prodigies, but even the likes of Xiao Tianyi, Gu Feng, and Lan Wuhai, renowned for their talents, exhibited expressions of astonishment, their hearts unsettled. They prided themselves on their exceptional abilities and considered themselves superior to the younger generation. Yet, witnessing this today brought them an unprecedented shock. What manner of place is this? Where are the origins of these indigenous people? Zhao Fuyao gazed intently at the figures atop the city wall, her eyes deep and sparkling like stars, her expression largely unchanged, as if Jiang Xuan's achievement of entering the Earth profound realm at 40 did not stir her. Conversely, the pure Yang sword master, Hengu, narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. Before his self-imposed exile, he had heard whispers of a Jiang clan prodigy emerging from South Shenzhou, shrouded in mystery, with no one able to ascertain his lineage or legacy. That individual later seemed to attain unparalleled power, dominating the Xiantian realm and reaching the pinnacle of his era. As Hengu meticulously recalled the ancient texts of the pure Yang sword palace, his eyes suddenly widened in realization. "You are of the Jiang clan, the Guardians," he exclaimed, fixing his gaze on Lord Jiangming. Upon hearing this, Jiangming looked at Hengu and couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised that someone in the Xiantian realm still remembered the Jiang family. His words triggered memories of ancient records among the crowd, causing many to feel a shiver down their spines. Every few eras in the Xiantian realm, a mysterious Jiang clan prodigy would emerge, surpassing all others and reaching the zenith of their time, achieving unparalleled renown. Thus, these prodigies all hail from this very place, a fractured world, a small ancient city, yet it consistently produces one exceptional talent after another, all of whom reach the highest realms without exception. What manner of family is this? Even the illustrious longevity clans of the Xiantian realm, with their millennia-old legacies, could scarcely accomplish such feats. In an instant, a profound sense of trepidation surged within the hearts of all present. Each of these prodigies, having reached such heights, surely included formidable beings, if not true gods. With such powerful backing, even the forces behind them would hesitate to provoke them lightly. Should they accidentally anger these individuals and summon their might, their own factions might be ruthlessly abandoned. It would be wise to tread carefully. The atmosphere among the prodigies grew palpably tense. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared, breaking the awkward silence. They were clad in simple attire, each bearing scars as if they were untrained mortals. Yet every one of them rode upon formidable beasts exuding extraordinary auras. Notably, the elder at the forefront appeared to have only half a body left, a most peculiar sight. The eyes of the prodigies turned toward this group, filled with confusion. Who are they? Among them, one individual's attire and aura distinctly contrasted with the others. It was evident he too was a prodigy from the Xiantian realm. How had he come to be among them? "Jiang Heng, I didn't expect you to still be alive," Lord Jiangming remarked, his tone laced with mockery as he regarded the elder. The elder lifted his gaze slightly to meet Jiangming's eyes, then turned to the three other city lords, his expression unchanged as he calmly stated, "The human tablet trial requires a portion from my clan. That is only natural," Jiangming replied with a smirk. "Without your clan, we would be unable to invoke the mountain goddess will to awaken the human tablet." The other three city lords also wore faint smiles. This was the reason they had merely expelled Jiang Heng's clan from the ancient city, rather than annihilating them entirely. The human tablet was divided into 5 parts. Each of their clans contributed one portion, and thus, to awaken the human tablet, all 5 clans were essential. Naturally, they must grant their counterpart a spot in the trial. However, what would it matter to grant them a place? The 4 clans had long since monopolized the cultivation resources and opportunities of this realm. Jiang Heng's clan would only be left to scavenge the remnants, though their cultivation speed might still surpass that of the Xiantian prodigies. It paled in comparison to the others. "Enough of this chatter. Open the city gates and allow us entry," the elder commanded coldly. Your temper has not changed in the slightest, Jiang Ming replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. If you could just temper that temper of yours, perhaps I wouldn't have had to strike you down all those years ago. The elder's expression darkened, a menacing aura swirling around him. Jiang Xuan observed, pondering that Jiang Heng's current state must surely be the handiwork of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, however, chose not to ridicule the elder further, as he was somewhat weary of the human tablet trials. Moreover, the prodigies from the Xiantian realm were watching closely. While it was acceptable to mock one's own kin behind closed doors, to do so openly in front of outsiders could tarnish the family name. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Open the city gates." With a rumble, the heavy gates slowly creaked open, and the elder-s group walked through, with Jiang Xuan naturally among them. The prodigies were immediately displeased. Why should this group be allowed entry to participate in the human tablet trial while they were not? Especially the one who clearly also hailed from the Xiantian realm. What right did he have to enter? Such differential treatment could not be justified. Zhao Fuyao, Hengu, and the other prodigies from East Shenzhou focused their gaze on Jiang Xuan, a deep sense of familiarity washing over them. This was an instinctive feeling, without basis, yet they trusted their instincts. After all, at their level of cultivation, intuition could often mean the difference between life and death. This young man is from East Shenzhou. Zhao Fuyao's starry eyes flickered as she contemplated, suddenly struck by a notion. Could he be Jiang Xuan in disguise? Pure Yang, Swordmaster Hengu, quietly inquired of his fellow disciples. Can any of you discern which faction he belongs to? The Pure Yang disciples shook their heads, unable to determine his origin. Henji's gaze sharpened, and he confidently declared, "He is Jiang Xuan." Chapter 79. Cast Jiang Xuan aside. Upon hearing these words, not only did the celestial beings from the Eastern Divine Continent cast their gazes, but even those from the Southern Divine Continent turned their attention, puzzled and bewildered. Jiang Xuan? Is he the esteemed Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family, one of the four revered ones? A prominent figure inquired, addressing the pure Yang Swordmaster. What makes you so certain that it is Jiang Xuan? Hate Song cast a sidelong glance at the questioner, a cold smile gracing his lips. The celestial beings from the various sects in the Southern Divine Continent did not recognize this individual, who was evidently not one of their own. Thus he must hail from the Eastern Divine Continent. Moreover, this person was alone, without any companions. Who else could it be but Jiang Xuan? Of course, he withheld another thought. Within that group, he sensed the lingering aura of his fellow disciple from the pure Yang Sword Palace, and recalled the shattered sword token he had used to contact his brethren, which had broken into 5 pieces. It was easy to deduce that those 5 celestial beings had found Jiang Xuan but were outmatched and perished by his hand. The crowd nodded in contemplation, casting another glance at Jiang Xuan, their gazes now tinged with an unusual intensity. At that moment, Hate Song chuckled lightly, revealing a weighty revelation. Jiang Xuan bears the legacy of the Jixia Academy, which in ancient times embodied the fortune of the human race. In other words, Jiang Xuan carries the destiny of humanity, making him a more favorable candidate for the human monument, does it not? If he remains, acquiring the human monument may prove exceedingly difficult for us. As these words fell, they struck like a boulder into water, creating tumultuous waves. The faces of all present changed in an instant, and their gazes fixed on Jiang Xuan, now brimming with a chilling, killing intent. Whether driven by envy for the Jixia Academy or the necessity of removing this obstacle to seize the human monument, it was clear Jiang Xuan must perish. Notably, among this assembly, a small faction was covertly observing Jiang Xuan, comprising only 3 individuals. Each was of the Earth's profound realm, particularly the leader, whose aura was subtle and exceptionally low-key. Even standing there, he often went unnoticed, clad in scholarly robes and wielding a feather fan. His seemingly ordinary eyes shimmered with profound light as he coldly chuckled. At last, I have found you, Jiang Xuan. He was none other than the enigmatic Mr. Puppet from the Yin-Yang sacred land. Accompanied by 3 unparalleled celestial beings from the sacred land, he had journeyed to the Southern Divine Continent to eliminate the impersonator Jiang Xuan, seize the Jixia Academy, and avenge the disgrace of that day. However, this Jiang Xuan was exceedingly elusive, adept at concealment. Despite possessing tracking methods provided by the sacred lord, he still struggled to catch up, allowing Jiang Xuan to enter the true God's secret realm. The restrictions of the true God's secret realm rendered him incapable of entry. Relying solely on his 3 celestial subordinates was clearly insufficient. They lacked the tracking techniques to locate Jiang Xuan, and their combined strength might not guarantee success against him. In desperation, he resorted to secret arts, splitting a fragment of his soul to possess one of the celestial beings, thus entering himself. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, the tracking method failed. They became like headless flies, wandering aimlessly until now. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan had once again come into view. This time, you shall have no escape. Mr. Puppet murmured coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, those who noticed Jiang Xuan were not limited to this group alone. 30 miles from the first ancient city, atop a desolate mountain, Jiang Hong stood with arms crossed, basking in divine radiance, his surroundings resonating with profound rules as if in harmony with the very fabric of existence. His tightly shut eyes glimmered with gilded light. He was employing ocular techniques to peer into the abyss where the true God lay buried. The mountain-shaking cauldron he sought resided within that abyss. Someone has arrived before me? Jiang Hong observed the figure of Luo Xinglan within the abyss with surprise. But soon his expression shifted to a smile. What does it matter if they arrived first? Only when the Jiang family stirs the will of the mountain god and fully awakens the human monument will the abyss truly open. Arriving early merely shortens the journey by a few steps. Immediately, Jiang Hong turned his gaze toward the first ancient city, anticipating an expedited conclusion to the human monument trial and its awakening. Subsequently, he naturally noticed Jiang Xuan, who mingled among the indigenous populace, seamlessly entering the first ancient city. A peculiar expression crossed his face. This scene felt strangely familiar. This fellow possesses quite the array of tactics, Jiang Hong couldn't help but exclaim, an additional sense of curiosity igniting within him. With his presence, the human monument trial would likely witness numerous intriguing developments. As Jiang Hong anticipated, due to Jiang Xuan, or rather, Jiang Xuan's former guise as Jiang Xuan, various celestial beings and prodigies were now seething with fury, their auras surging, inclined to storm directly into the first ancient city. One does not fear scarcity, but inequity. Why should Jiang Xuan be allowed to enter, while we cannot? The great Luo Saint's son, Shao Tianyi, stepped forward, hovering in midair, gazing at the city lords atop the ancient city walls, including Jiang Ming, and declared solemnly, if the human monument trial is an internal test for your Jiang family, why then make an exception for Jiang Xuan? Should you show favoritism, do not blame us for